The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. I have some classic shows on the stream for you. But first, it is March the 5th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 363 AD, Roman Emperor Julian moved from Antioch with an army of 90,000 to attack the Sassanid Empire in a campaign that brings about his own death. In 1046, Persian scholar Nasser Khosrow begins the 7-year Middle Eastern journey, which he will later describe in his book Safaranma. In 1496, English King Henry VII grants John Cabot a commission to explore for new lands. In 1770, Boston Massacre. Incident on King Street. British soldiers kill 5 men in a crowd, throwing snowballs, stones, and sticks at them. African-American Chris P.S. Attuck, first to die, later held up as early black martyr. Massacre galvanizes anti-British feelings. In 1946, Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech in Fulton, Missouri, popularizes the term and draws attention to the division of Europe. In 2002, American reality TV program The Osbourne, featuring the family of Ozzy Osbourne, premieres on MTV. In 1853, piano company Steinway and Sons, founded by Heinrich Steinway, later Henry Steinway, in New York City. In 1971, Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, first played live at Ulster Hall, Belfast, by Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, John Bonham, and John Paul Jones. In 1949, Bradman plays his last innings in first-class cricket, gets 30. Born on this day, Henry II of England, Sun Mei Ling, Zul Inlali, Monfuko Ando, Daniel Kahneman, Joshua Bengal, Rex Harrison, Andy Gibb, Ken Gillette, Eva Mendes, Kevin Connolly, Dan Carter. Dying on this day, Alastrano Volta, Joseph Stalin, Patsy Cline, John Belushi, Richard Kolinsky, Hugo Chavez. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. calling all cars, calling all cars. Be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 153. Be on the lookout for two men working a bunco racket. These men are thought to be borrowing large sums of money on unowned property. That's all. Rosenquist.
The Oil Company wishes to express its appreciation to the thousands of independent dealers throughout this territory who have contributed so largely to the amazing success of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Primary credit is due, of course, to the superiority of the gasoline itself. Refined by the famous patented Sinclair cracking process, it combines a balanced ratio of instant starting, fast acceleration, and surging power. City and county purchasing agents make tests of gasoline before they buy. They are not influenced by showy service stations and extravagant advertising claims. As a result, more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than by any other brand. Police car performance. That's what city and county equipment must have. And that's why Los Angeles, Oakland, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties are using Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively. The man who has repeated this story of police car performance to you motorists is the independent Rio Grande service station operator, and our hats are off to him in appreciation. His enthusiasm, courtesy, and desire to render the finest service you can get in your neighborhood has benefited us all. Drive into this station tomorrow and try the thrill of police car performance. Once again, it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight you will hear the story of two men who thought they could outsmart society as well as the police by working a racket as old as the well-known Army game. Theirs was a cleverly worked-out plan, with every detail rechecked until it looked foolproof. But, as in 99 out of 100 cases of this type, they made just enough small mistakes to eventually bring them to our bunco squad's attention. From that time on, theirs was a losing game. Detectives assigned to the case by Captain Cantor, commanding the bunco detail, watched them slowly but surely walk right into the trap laid for them. And when the trap was sprung, there were two more criminals who had learned too late the fact that they could defy society just so long and no longer, that in the end, they could not win.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we take pleasure in presenting as guest artist Miss Esther Ralston, lovely star of many motion pictures, who has just completed work on Reunion, 20th Century Fox's latest vehicle with the Dion quintuplets. In tonight's story, Miss Ralston portrays the part of Cynthia Merrill. Hollywood, the melting pot of the world. Here, in the glare of the mighty lights, comedy and tragedy go hand in hand. Men and women from all parts of the globe build dream castles. Watch them crash at their feet. Hollywood and a small bungalow apartment. In the tiny parlor, garishly decorated with pictures of famous movie stars, a man and a woman facing each other. Facing Hollywood.
I'm sorry, Jim. I hoped this wouldn't happen, and now it has.
So, what are we going to do about it?
I told you how I feel.
You mean you won't give it up? You mean that all this tinsel is more important to you than our marriage?
Jim,
You're
don't...
trying to tell me that the only thing you want right now is fame as an actress.
It isn't just that. Now that I've come so close to getting there, I can't just throw it over. Tomorrow they're testing me at the studio for a part that might make all the difference in the world. If you'd only try to understand how I feel about it, Jim.
How about you're trying to see the way I feel about it, Sim? What kind of a marriage is this? Living in a 2x4 flat, eating, sleeping, breathing studio talk. You suppose I'm living on a bed of roses?
But as soon as I hit, we won't have to live this way.
You'll be able to support both of us, eh? And I can become Cynthia Marrow's husband, I suppose. The Queen's husband. No, thanks. It won't work, Cynthia. It can't work that way.
If you weren't so unreasonable, it could work.
I know. I'm the one that's unreasonable. I'm a stubborn, selfish so-and-so, and I can't see beyond the end of my nose. All right. I still say you're going to make up your mind what you want to do. Go on with this idiotic idea of yours, or be my wife and get out of this town where we can settle down as human beings again.
Is there more to that, or have you finished?
Well, there's a lot more I could say. It'd only be wasting words.
I see. I'm not intelligent enough to understand you. Is that what you mean?
You know perfectly well that isn't what I mean.
Then why don't you say what you'd like to and get it over with? I imagine I can stand it.
You know what you're doing right this minute, Sin? You're just asking for trouble. You're deliberately baiting me because you know I can't stand to hear you talking that way.
Nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. It's... Oh, all right. I give up. You know when you hit below the belt, don't you? You know just how and when to do it. And you know why you can do it, too, don't you? Because for some reason I can't explain, in spite of everything, I couldn't get along without you. That's what makes me so mad when you start acting with me.
That being the case, Jim, why don't you just drop this whole thing and let me see what I can do? I promise you if I don't make the grade, I'll give it all up.
No. This is going to be one time that's different. You're going to make up your mind tonight one way or the other. And when you do, it's going to stick. One way or the other.
Do you really mean that, Jim? I'm to give up my career or clear out? All right, then. I've made my decision. I'm clearing out, and I'm clearing out right now.
Cynthia.
Don't Cynthia me. You asked for it. Now you're going to get it. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself.
How?
I don't know, but don't worry. I can. Hollywood doesn't frighten me.
Oh, listen, Sin. Be sensible. You haven't anywhere to go tonight. You can't just walk out into the rain and find a place.
No? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to do as soon as I pack this suitcase. Up to this point, I thought you were bluffing with all this talk of yours. But now that I see which way the wind blows, I see a lot of other things.
For instance?
Well, for instance, the fact that... Oh, what's the use? It would be a waste of words.
Thanks.
You're welcome. There.
You really mean this, then?
You bet your sweet life I do. And now, if you don't mind, would you allow me to get past you and out the door?
Of course.
Thank you. When you come to your senses, let me know. Good night.
So, movie-struck Cynthia walks out of her house into the drizzling rain, and Jim alone spends the next 2 hours walking the floor, wrestling with his problem. Then reaches for the phone, dials a number, holds a hurried conversation, and 30 minutes later...
Mr. Marrow?
Yes.
I'm the private detective you sent for. Donato's the name.
Oh, how do you do? Now, come on in out of the rain.
Thanks.
I hadn't realized it was raining so hard. Nasty night.
Not the pleasantest I've ever known. Sort of unusual weather for California.
Yeah, of course. Now, come on in here and have a chair, Mr. Donato. I'll try to explain the situation in as few words as possible.
This isn't a matter for the police by any chance, is it?
Police? Oh, no, not at all. It's... Well, to be frank with you, I've just had a quarrel with my wife, and she's walked out on me. I don't know where she's gone or who she might be with, anything about her. I'm going crazy worrying about it.
I see. Sort of domestic difficulties?
Well, you see, Cynthia, that's my wife. She's nuts on the idea of being a great actress. Thinks she's got what it takes and all that. You know how it is.
Yes, I know how it is, Mr. Marrow. In fact, I'd say roughly that 3 out of every 4 cases of domestic trouble I run into are caused by more or less the same thing. It's a chronic Hollywood disease.
Well, what I want you to do is to find her for me.
Have any idea where she is?
No.
Nice, simple beginning. Well, go ahead.
Well, when you find her, I thought you could sort of keep an eye on her and let me know what she does.
Tell me one thing, Mr. Marrow, before we go any further. Is there another man in this?
Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I'd stake my bottom dollar there isn't.
That at least is unusual.
Why,
I mean, as far as these things go.
Oh. Well, it's just the fool movie bug that's responsible for this. And I know if she gets out wandering around, she'll get into some kind of trouble. That's what's driving me crazy.
I think I see what you want, all right. A daily report of her activities when and if I can locate her for you, right?
Well, I guess that's it. What I want is to hear that you found her and that she's all right. Will you let me know about that part of it as soon as you get news?
I certainly will, Mr. Marrow. I don't know just where I'll get wind of her, but if you'll give me a picture of her and some details of her recent activities, I think I can manage it.
Fine. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. The main idea is find my wife.
And so, Private Detective DiDonato and Cynthia's husband discussed the situation far into the night. And Cynthia, wet, cold, her stubbornness fighting a desperate battle with her desire to return home and admit defeat. She spends the night drinking endless cups of coffee and open all-night greasy spoons. And in the morning, the final blow. At the studio, a well-meaning casting director calls her into the office, talks to her.
Oh, in order to save you a lot of time, I've decided to be frank with you, Cynthia. You haven't got a chance in the world. You're a swell kid and all that, but it takes more than that to make the grade in this business.
I think I get it. You mean I can't act?
Well, if that's the way you want to say it. Oh, listen, kid, don't take it so hard. There's lots of other ways to make a living. It's a pretty tough racket, especially for a girl. If I were you, I'd just forget pictures and get interested in something else.
Sure, just like that. Well, thanks for giving it to me straight anyway. I appreciate it. Only, kind of a jolt at this particular moment. Don't worry, I'll get along all right.
Oh, you will. You've got what it takes, kid.
For anything but pictures. I know. Goodbye, Mr. Elliot. For further details, read your morning's papers.
So Cynthia finds herself with a choice of two things. Admit defeat and go home to Jim, or take the first job she can land, doing anything. And after a day spent in answering want ads, trudging from this place to that and back again, her luck takes a sudden turn for the better. Takes her to a house on Crest Hill Road, where she lands a job as personal secretary with two attorneys. One stipulation of the job gives her a moment of panic when she learns that she's to live in a small house adjoining that of her employers. But the thought of Jim gloating over his victory if she goes home supplies the needed courage. And so, nervous but determined, Cynthia Marrow accepts the job, moves in. A week goes by. A week in which Cynthia discovers some strange things about her new position. There seems to be nothing for her to do. No letters to write. No phone calls to answer. None of the things she was hired to do. And a sudden uneasiness grows within her. Then, one night, as she is talking to her employers, the answer is revealed.
I have a little job you can do for me tomorrow, Miss Marrow. It's vitally important to me.
Yes, Mr. French?
I want you to go downtown with me to a loan company.
Yes.
And I want you to be a Mrs. Crandall.
Mrs. Crandall?
Right, Mrs. Crandall.
But I don't see quite what...
It isn't necessary that you see anything. The important point is that you are a Mrs. Sarah Crandall, that you own the property at 2128 Crest Hill Road, and that you sold it to a party by the name of Victor French about 2 months ago.
Victor French? Well, that's your name.
Exactly.
But, Mr. French, I can't do that. It would be breaking the law.
That is our business, Miss Merrill, not yours.
But, Mr. Denton, it is my business. I was hired as a secretary.
You were hired to do what we wanted you to do. Mr. French has just told you what that is.
Well, I won't do it. I thought there was something funny about this whole thing. Now I see what it is.
And now that you see, you'll do exactly as we say.
Oh, no, I won't. I'm not going to let you drag me into a mess.
You're going to do exactly as we say. But I might as well tell you, Miss Merrill, that Mr. French and I are not in the habit of speaking lightly. I cannot impress upon your mind too strongly the fact that you will do as we instruct. And you will not say anything to anyone about it. Do I make myself clear?
And if I don't do as you say, Mr. Denton?
Then I am afraid you will be sorry. Intensely sorry.
So Cynthia returns to her fear clutching her. Her mind whirling with the realization that she has walked into a spider's web. That her employers are not attorneys, but criminals, capable of doing anything. And it is while she is sitting on the edge of her bed, thinking desperately, on the verge of tears from sheer fright, that a sudden noise at the outside door turned her heart to ice.
Mrs. Morrow?
Who is it?
I'm the detective, ma'am. I've got to talk to you in a hurry.
Detective, but...
Please, Mrs. Morrow, don't waste any time.
All right, just a second. What do you want?
Come out here where we can talk. I'll explain in a minute.
But I don't see what...
Mrs. Marrow, if your friends in the house see us talking here, there'll be trouble. Now, please don't ask questions until we get up the street a ways. I'll explain everything then.
All right, I'll come.
We'll go up here out of the light.
How did you know my name was Mrs. Merrill?
I've been watching for you a week. I heard every word those men said tonight. Now, will you believe me when I say that I'm here to help you?
I'd like to.
All right. We can talk here without being seen. Now, look, Mrs. Marrow, I know you're in a jam, and I know that you're going to be in a worse one unless we act. Will you do just as I say and not ask any questions?
But I don't understand what you're doing here. Why are you watching me?
That's unimportant at the moment. Will you do as I ask?
Yes.
Good. Now, tomorrow, you go with those men and do exactly what they say to do. Don't cross them up in any way.
But I don't...
Please. After you've done all that, figure out when you can get away from here for an hour or so. You can do that, can't you?
I think so.
Good. Now, when you've figured it out, call me at this number. I'll meet you, take you to my office, so we can make plans. Now, will you do that?
I'll try. But I can't understand all this. Where you came from and why you're watching me.
I'll tell you all that when I see you at my office. But now we've got to be careful, very careful.
All right. I'll do my best. And I don't know who you are, but thank you.
Well, that's all right. Have a good reason for it. And don't lose that telephone number. I'll be waiting for a call.
The following day, Cynthia accompanies friends to the loan company, follows his instructions to the word, returns to the house on Crestkill Road. She has no opportunity to call DiDonato that night, but the following morning she tells French she has some shopping to do, secures permission to go downtown for the morning. A hurried phone call brings the private detective in his car, and a few minutes later, they enter his office.
Mrs. Merrill, this is Mr. Molyneux and Mr. Ryan. They work with me.
How do you do?
How are you? Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, I want you to repeat exactly what Mr. French told you the other night, and also what you did yesterday at that loan company.
Well, Mr. French told me that I was to say I was a Mrs. Crandall, and I told him I wouldn't. Then Mr. Denton told me I'd have to. And when I repeated that I wouldn't, he threatened me.
In what way, ma'am?
Well, he didn't say what he'd do if I didn't, but it was the look on his face and the implication that made me realize what I'd gotten mixed up in.
Suppose you tell us just what it is that they're doing.
Well, I'm not sure myself. But yesterday at the loan company, I had to sign a deed of some kind, saying that I had sold the property on Hillcrest to Mr. French. That is, that I, as Mrs. Crandall, had. And Mr. French and the man there talked about a loan. And from what I gathered, Mr. French and Mr. Denton are borrowing on the property they're living on.
And you don't think they own it?
No, I'm sure they don't.
It's all pretty clear what they're up to, eh, Molyneux?
Looks that way. Mrs. Merrill, we're here to help you. We're going to. You've got to help us.
But how?
We're going ahead with this idea. Doing everything these men want you to.
But I'm afraid. Supposing the police get onto this and arrest me, what do I do then?
You don't have to worry about that, ma'am. You see, we are the police.
What? I thought you said you were a private detective.
I am, Mrs. Marrow, but these gentlemen are Lieutenants Molyneux and Ryan of the Los Angeles Police Bunco Squad.
Then, you already knew about this?
Well, Mr. DiDonato called us in after he talked to you the other night, Mrs. Merrill. See, we've known each other for some time, and when he saw that this was a criminal case, he turned it over to us.
But, I don't understand this whole thing anyway. No one has told me anything except what to do.
I guess it's my turn now, Mrs. Marrow. You see, I was hired to keep an eye on you, sort of see that you didn't get into trouble.
Jim hired you.
Well, I'm not at liberty to answer that, but the idea is that I was watching you from the time you left the studio to the time I talked to you the other night.
And you've been spying on me, is that it?
Well, I wouldn't be too hasty about this, ma'am. How would you be if Mr. DiDonato hadn't been watching you? Hadn't been there to help you out? What would you have done then?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't think. It was just the idea of being spied on that made me lose my temper.
That's all right, ma'am. I'm used to that.
And you want me to go back to that house and pretend to fall in with their plans? Is that right?
Exactly.
All right. I'll do it. But there's one thing I'm going to ask.
Yes?
That no one, and that includes my husband, knows of this.
There'll be no publicity as far as we're concerned.
And then I'll do it.
Splendid. We appreciate your cooperation, Mrs. Merrill.
Oh, I'm glad to help, only
What, ma'am?
only I can tell you this. I'm going to be scared to death every minute from now on.
Cynthia Merrill returns to the Crest Hill house, her mind whirling. And Lieutenants Molyneux and Ryan lose no time, setting the wheels of the law into motion. They assign 2 men to stake the Crest Hill house, spend the rest of the day and all night poring over musty files in the Record Bureau, make plans for a foolproof trap. And by morning, they are in possession of the following facts.
Past records show both French and Denton to have been arrested before on forgery and attempted extortion. The deed of sale on the Crest Hill property has already been forged by Denton. Evidently, the loan company needed only the substantiation of Mrs. Crandall, the past owner, to complete the transaction.
A checkup with the loan company reveals the fact that it will be a matter of 3 days to a week before the final approval can be secured and the check issued. And acting upon this, Lieutenants Molyneux and Ryan interview a bewildered official at the loan company's offices. Give instruction.
But Lieutenant, if these men are swindlers, why do you want us to give them the check? I don't understand.
Because if you go right ahead, just we're all in the up and up, and don't scare them off. The minute you hand over the check, we'll knock them over.
But supposing something goes wrong and they get the check, but you miss them.
We are not in the habit of missing people we want.
Oh, really? Well, yes. Well, it strikes me as risky business, handing out good money to crooks.
Now, look. Is there any way that the signature on the check might be just wrong enough to keep them from cashing it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, isn't that a clever thought?
It could be done, then.
Oh, certainly. Easiest thing in the world.
Well, that's the answer to your worry. As soon as the check is ready, let us know. Then notify French and Denton of the fact. When they come to get it, we'll do the rest.
Returning to headquarters, Molyneux and Ryan lay their plans before Captain Cantor, head of the bunco squad. Secure 5 men to assist them. 2 are sent to the Crest Hill house with orders to watch French and Denton day and night and report every move. The other 3 are staked out in front of the loan company building. Then, with final plans made, Molyneux and Ryan settle down to await developments. 2 days pass. Nothing happens. 3 days. 4 days. And then on the morning of the 5th, a hurried phone call from one of the detectives at the Crest Hill house.
I think something's up, Lieutenant. There's another fellow around here, a young kid with a car. Looks as though they were getting ready to go somewhere.
Good. Don't lose sight of them for a second. Call me back at either this number or the one I'll give you now if anything breaks.
Okay.
Write this down. The stakeout in the drugstore across from the loan company. Normandy 5270.
Normandy 5270. Got it.
Well, don't lose it.
Don't worry, I won't.
In company with his partner, Ryan Molyneux, loses no time in making final arrangements. Then the 2 of them proceed to the drugstore, where they plan to watch for the suspect's arrival.
Well, unless I miss my guess, things ought to start happening before long.
I hope you're right. I hate to have anything go haywire at this point.
I'll get it.
Okay.
Hello?
Ryan?
Yeah.
French and the girl have just left the house. They got a car and some kid driving.
Good. How about Denton?
He's still at the house.
That's not so good. Wonder what the idea is, leaving him behind.
I can't tell. I'll call you if he leaves.
All right. Goodbye.
Oh, what's up?
French and the girl are on the way down. They left Denton at the house. Something screwy.
That's queer. I figured they'd try to get the check cashed and then beat it out of town. This Denton angle doesn't fit that idea.
Hold everything. Hello?
Ryan?
Yeah.
This has got to be fast. Denton's getting ready to leave. He's waiting on the corner here for a bus. I'll hop it with him and call you first chance I get.
Okay, don't lose it.
Don't worry.
I'll stay here till you call back. Do it as soon as you can.
Okay.
Denton's waiting for a bus. Guess he's coming down here, too.
It's funny they're splitting up.
Jim's going to ride the bus with him and call me here as soon as he can.
Good. I'll stick to your locating. Then come up to the office. I'm going up there now.
Hey, what if French and the girl get here without Denton?
We'll have to figure that out when it happens. I'll check up with the boys on the way up. I'm going to stick around close.
Okay. See you later, and good luck.
Same to you.
Leaving Ryan at the drugstore stakeout, Molyneux crosses the street, gives whispered last-minute instructions to the 3 men loitering at the entrance to the building, enters the offices of the loan company, where he is met by a highly nervous official. Assuring him that nothing can slip, he hides in a little booth from where he can see the official but cannot be seen himself. The minutes tick slowly on, and then, suddenly, Lieutenant Ryan hurries through the door, approaches him.
Something's up. Ray just called me, and Denton's down at the recorder's office. Looks as though he was waiting for someone.
Oh, what the devil. Hey, wait. I've got it. Look, Ryan, you stick here with me. When I knock French over, you take the check and beat it downstairs.
Get it sent over to Denton at the recorder's office by special messenger.
What's the idea?
I'll explain later. As soon as you sent the check, get over there fast and watch what happens. If you see him take the check, pick him up. Get it?
Yeah, I think I do.
Good. Come on into this booth here. French and the girl ought to be here any minute.
Okay.
Flatten against the wall there.
Yeah.
This way we can see them, but they can't see us.
Yeah, we hope.
Right.
Hey, wouldn't we feel silly if they'd gotten wise and left us flat-footed? Hey, you don't suppose anything like that could happen, do you?
It could, but I have hope that it isn't.
Well, time will tell.
Wait a minute. Quiet.
Good morning, Mr. French, Mrs. Crandall.
Good morning. I understand my check is ready.
Oh, yes. That's right. Quite right. I have it right here.
Good. If you'll be so kind as to hand it to Mrs. Crandall.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course, Mr. French.
Just making the girl take it. Not so good. He's a smart lad.
Here you are. $1,500.
Thank you. All right. I'll take it now, Mrs. Crandall.
Here you are.
Now, let's go. Just a minute, Mr. French.
What? Say, what is this?
You might call it an arrest. Come on, put out your hand.
What does this mean?
That's what it looks like, French. The end of the line. Oh, just take that check. Thanks. Yeah, Ryan. Get this over to our friend Denton as fast as you can. I'll keep Mr. French and the lady company till you get back.
Leaving Molyneux and his prisoners at the office, Ryan carries out instructions, and 10 minutes later he watches Denton pocket the check, lets him walk out of the recorder's office into the street, then promptly places him under arrest. Returning to the loan company with Denton handcuffed to him, he rejoins Molyneux.
So here we are, all together. It's a pretty smart idea of yours, Denton. Waiting to record this transaction till after you got the check. That way, if anything went wrong, you wouldn't have a forgery rap at the recorder's office.
Luck-wise, Guy, I'd like to know one thing. How the devil did you get on to us?
Well, I'll let you in on it, but for one thing, French, you're going to have such a long time up there with nothing to do that I'd hate to deprive you of the pleasure of figuring it all out for yourself. You're a pretty smart fella. It'll be a very simple matter for you. Come on, let's go.
French was found guilty of grand theft and conspiracy against the loan company. And on May 12, 1932, he was sentenced to 1 year on the county road gang, 5 years probation, and fined $500. On December 9th of the same year, his probation was modified, and he was released. Denton was found guilty of forgery and conspiracy, and on May 6, 1932, Judge Barnett of the Superior Court of Los Angeles sentenced him to San Quentin Penitentiary to serve a term of from 1 to 14 years. The girl was held as a witness during the trial and later released.
Thank you, Chief Davis. If you could make tests of your gasoline as city and county purchasing departments do, you would never again be satisfied with anything less than the police car performance of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You could not be induced to buy slow-burning, sluggish brands. You would use the same gasoline that Los Angeles, Oakland, Alameda, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties have used in their police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl. And you would use Sinclair motor oils, too. These completely de-waxed, de-jellied, longer-lasting motor oils are produced by the same nationwide organization that originated the famous patented cracking process, which makes Rio Grande cracked the best gasoline you can buy. Get your copy of Calling All Cars News from your independent Rio Grande dealer. Learn how you can help some boy or girl become a junior detective with free gifts of police badges, fingerprint outfits, handcuffs, sirens, and other valuable items. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, speaking for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Without warning and no explanation, an experiment in terror has begun.
I've been in this room before.
We've all been here before. Have crew members been kidnapped and memories erased?
I need to know if anyone comes on or off this ship.
It looks as though your arm has been severed and then reattached.
And will they be sacrificed as human guinea pigs?
Commander Riker has been taken from the Enterprise.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Rhythmaires, and Bing's guest of the week, Miss Peggy Lee and Mr. Fred Allen. And now, this being Boy Scout Week, it gives me great pleasure to present a former boy who is still a good scout, Bing Crosby.
Say, you're right. You're right, Ken. You're right about This is the 40th anniversary of the Boy Scouts.
Yes, sir.
Ken, the Boy Scouts is truly a wonderful organization. As a matter of fact, I really thought of it, but I didn't think I should. I was going to wear my old scout uniform tonight.
Yes?
But it's got a little tighter right around the merit badge. Binds me a little.
A little snug around the canteen.
Now you'll tell you what.
Well,
look who's here, our favorite Girl Scout, Peggy Lee.
Hi, brother.
Hey, Peggy, you're still playing up at the Venetian room at the Fairmount, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, yes, I am, but I gotta get...
n'est-ce pas, too.
I gotta get back to Hollywood soon, though,
What's
Bing.
the matter?
Well, a big producer flew up here, and he wants me to do a picture.
Oh, wonderful. That's quite a break.
Mm-hmm. Well, you might know him. He's with Paramount.
Yeah, who's it?
His name is Barney Dean.
Peg, I don't want to upset you or anything, but I know Barney Dean. He's not a producer.
Oh, but he must be, Bing. He even invited me over to his hotel to audition tonight.
Don't go. Do not go.
Why not?
It's a trap. I know how this fella operates. He gets you up into his hotel room under false pretenses. He gives you a great big build-up, calls room service to send up a bottle of Roma wine. Showers you with attention, and then, when your head is reeling, he strikes.
Oh, no.
Yep, before you know it, you've signed an order for 300 Christmas cards.
Oh, Bing, this upsets me terribly.
Well, I don't see why. You got to have Christmas cards.
Oh, gee, I never looked at it that
You
way.
see, there's a bright side to everything. Peggy, buck up now, kiddo. Let's scurry into the opening number, which happens to be Sunshine Cake from the forthcoming Paramount picture, Riding High. John Scott, boys and girls, let's bake this cake, huh?
We're gonna bake a sunshine cake. It's everything nice. It's sugar and spice. It's a cinch.
We'd ought to bake us a sunshine cake. It does more good than a big, thick steak.
Well, start.
You start with
Tablespoon of trouble.
then add a smile and let it bubble up. How now?
Fresh tears
A pound or two of pleasure.
kind words
You needn't use a measure cup. Any questions, ladies? Then we proceed. Well, it's not a recipe book, and you don't have to be a good cook.
Or run to the oven and look
With such a simple dish, all you do is wish. So why not bake us a sunshine cake?
Of course, it may keep your dreams away.
Friends say there's nothing like the flavor.
Don't wait to do your friends a favor. And for goodness sake,
What are we waiting for? Let's bake a sunshine cake. Well, we got the right ingredients, so let's proceed. Cheerful disposition, that's all we need. We need some happy poetry. We need a lot.
then you put them all together. Tell me, what have you got?
Add a little dream about a long, sharp bet. Put on your slippers, light a Chesterfield cigarette. Add a little feeling in your measure cup. And then you give it to the lady, let her stir it up.
Stir it up,
Stir it up,
stir it up,
stir it up,
Stir it up. Up, up. Bubble, bubble, bubble it up.
It's got vitamins A,
vitamins B,
vitamins L-O-V-E.
If you're fat, it's for that.
If you're thin, pack it in.
What's wrong if you get a double grill? We'd ought to bake us a sunshine cake. Of course, it may keep your dreams away. We ought to say there's nothing like the flavor. Don't wait to do your friends a favor. And don't just say your friends a favor. Don't forget to do your friends a favor. And for goodness sake, what are we waiting for? Let's make a sunshine cake. They say, and gypsies know, one day, many moons ago, two lovers knew such bliss, 1,000 violins played when they would kiss.
And now, like days gone by, when two gypsy lovers sigh, 1,000 violins, sighing violins, come from the sky.
Ah, sweet serenade, please come to me. I need your aid to make her see, to make those lips that haunt me so, and haunt me so, haunt me so.
My darling, take my heart and make magic music start.
Be still, so we may hear those 1,000 violins so near. My darling, take my heart and make magic music start. Be still, and we may hear those 1,000 violins so are the dustiest, the winds are the gustiest, the gates are the rustiest, the pies are the crustiest,
the songs
the lustiest,
the friends
the trustiest, way back home.
The trees are the sappiest, the days are the nappiest, the dogs are the yappiest, The kids are the scrappiest.
The jokes,
the snappiest.
and the folks
the happiest. Way back home.
I don't know why I left the homestead. I really must confess I'm just a weary exile singing my song of loneliness.
The grass is the springiest, the bees are the stingiest, the birds are the wingiest, the bells are the ringiest,
the heart's the singiest,
the
arms the clingiest, way back home.
The sun is the blaziest, the fields are the daisiest, the cows are the graziest, the help is the laziest, the boys the wittiest, the girls the prettiest, way back home. The pigs are the snootiest, the owls are the moodiest, the plants are the fruitiest, the stars are the shootiest, the grin's
the funniest,
the
smiles the sunniest,
way back
I don't know why I left the homestead. I really must confess I'm just a weary exile singing my song of loneliness.
The home food's the spreadiest, the old wine the headiest,
The old pal's the readiest, the home gal's the steadiest,
the love
the liveliest,
the life the loveliest,
way back home.
The new Walt Disney picture, Cinderella, is just full of good tunes. Peggy Lee wants to do the ballad for you now.
A dream is a wish your heart made when you're fast asleep. In dreams you will lose your heartache. Whatever you wish for, you choose. Have faith in your dreams, and someday your rainbow will come smiling through. No matter how your heart is grieving, if you keep on believing, the dream that you wish will come true.
that you wish will come true.
Pretty Peggy. Well, folks, we kind of feel like we certainly hit the jackpot in our guest department tonight because our distinguished visitor is a former top-ranking radio star. I say former because he's been in retirement. He's been enjoying a hiatus from his career. However, we were able to interrupt his respite from radio and coax him out of the luxury of hibernation. And we're proud to welcome Fred Allen.
Well, thank you, Bing. Bing, pardon me, what is that introduction? Retirement, hiatus, respite, hibernation?
Pretty classy?
Well, yes, it is, offhand. That's what a college education does for you. It takes you 20 minutes to call a guy a bum. But I must say it was nice of you to give this apprentice derelict, this neophyte in the welfare state, a touch of respectability, Bing.
Well, I didn't do it exactly for you, Fred. No. I was really thinking of the program. You see, we feel obligated here to maintain a certain amount of dignity. You know, class.
Class? Mm-hmm. On this program? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bing, for your information, I have seen more class hanging on B.O. Plenty's clothesline. Bing, any man who goes around dressed the way you do should never mention class. You're the only man I know who has baggy buttonholes. I am out of work, and you look it.
Now, wait a minute. Steady, Freddie. You're getting more crotchety than Barry Fitzgerald with me. If you're so touchy about being unemployed, why'd you quit radio?
Well, it was the pressure, Bing, the pressure, the strain. Mm-hmm. The circles under my eyes were so deep, I looked as though my nose was riding a bicycle. For a while there, I was bouncing so many pills down my throat, my tonsils were black and blue.
Well, all I can say is it must have done you some good because you seem to be in good shape now.
I am.
And all, yeah?
I am in good shape. I must admit that, Bing, and I owe it all to those new miracle drugs.
Oh, yeah?
They're wonderful. You know, they have cures for colds, asthma, rheumatism. They have cures for so many things. The Mayo brothers are sitting up nights thinking up new diseases.
Oh, now you're exaggerating.
No,
they're
3 maladies behind at the moment. They have one cure for which there's no disease. There seems to be no limit to those miracle drugs. They have even invented a long-distance aspirin.
What's this?
Well, you can drop one of these aspirins in a phone slot here in San Francisco and cure a friend's headache in Toledo.
No.
Bing, the American Medical Journal got out a bulldog edition on it. I heard about a case. Last week, a fellow dropped a long-distance aspirin in a phone here and got a wrong number and cured a stranger's sinus condition in Omaha.
Well, I must say your gay approach to such a lugubrious subject indicates that you're feeling better.
Yes,
you're back on the
am.
way to recovery, and I know those of us in radio, we felt kind of bad seeing your whole show go off the air.
Well, I tried to go off a little at a time, but they couldn't. They couldn't arrange it, son. Technicality.
Could have kept Minnie on just to the last.
Well, the Min tried to make it, but she was finally taken out of the building forcibly between 2 commercials. I hated to break my show up, Bing, but the cast and my writers were all talented people and had no trouble, of course, getting other jobs.
I don't think so, no.
However, it was quite a blow to the 3 can't men on my show.
But what do you mean, can't men?
Well, you know those stuffed non-entities in radio who say you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't. They were really left stranded when the show went off the air.
Oh, they were sort of caught with their can'ts down.
Bing Crosby, how can you be so selfish?
What have I done?
Well, I was going to say that. What do you want? You have a beautiful voice, a wife, and 4 wonderful children, one of them working sporadically. And all I have is a couple of small jokes and very few places to tell it. Gosh, that line was my big chance. I was building up to it. And you step in with the zinger before I had a chance.
Well, you were caught with your chance.
Now, please, Bing, no wonder a comedian can't find work
Oh, now,
today.
Freddie, you're feeling sorry for yourself. It doesn't become you. You've been doing okay. You've been doing all right.
Jousting with malnutrition is all right. Bing, this job on your show is the first money I have made all year.
Well, what about Bob Hope? You were with him last night.
But when Hope showed up with his arm in his sling,
You knew you were
a routine about an accident or
You
something.
knew that was it.
He had a short arm and his money was low in his pocket.
Well, it sounds just like him.
Yes, Hope is tighter than a ping pong ball in a test tube. He's tighter than a kumquat in a thimble. Say, confidentially, you don't like Bob, do you, Bing?
Well, I can't say I dislike Hope, but I will say that my admiration for him is completely under control. Let's put it that way.
Well, incidentally, Bing, we've been beating around the bush. The bush is in a sorry state here at the moment. But these subjects, money and me laying off, remind me that's what I came to see you about.
What was it?
You can put me on my feet and help me make a buck.
I'd certainly be glad to help out, Fred. What's the pitch?
Well, I understand that you're going to make a picture with Along Cassidy.
Right.
Now, I thought, if you're in the mood, perhaps you could use some of my Western songs.
I didn't know that you wrote Western music, Fred. did you?
Oh, yes, Bing. I'm practically the Irving Berlin of the bunkhouse. Would you like to hear one of my latest laments?
I'm game. I'll stand by.
All right, this number is called Lonesome in the Saddle.
Oh, this must be an outstanding thing.
It is, really. You'll hear it when
I
it
hold
comes
you
out.
down?
Yes, if you will.
Thank you.
Lonesome in the saddle since my horse has gone away. My horse has gone away. My horse has gone away.
Which way to go, partner?
There are teardrops on my saddle, 'cause it's all I've got to straddle since old Paint has gone to graze up in the sky. Tararoo, tararoo, tararoo.
Out on the trail at twilight, my old cayuse I miss. In my blanket I am longing for his goodnight kiss. We would sit around at sunset, gazing at the evening star. Then I'd sing a cowboy ditty, and old Paint would play guitar.
To the far-off ranch up yonder, they have taken my cayuse, and I'll join him when I catch a ride aboard that old wild goose.
My heart knows what the wild goose knows, and I must go where the wild goose goes.
Without a horse and just a saddle, you're up up the creek without a paddle. Yippee-yi-yi, hurrah-roo.
Ballad seems to be catching on. Rather a nice song, too. Why remind me the way we used to talk and laugh? I don't need any photograph to think of you. Why remind me the way we danced the whole night long? I don't need records of our song to sing it through. I don't need books of matches to remember our cafe. What earthly good are matches to a flame of yesterday? Why remind me? I know our love has played its part. I'm only asking of my heart to stop reminding me of you.
Why remind me? Why remind me? Why remind me?
I know our love has played I'm only asking of my heart to stop reminding me of you. Certainly my deepest thanks to the mighty Fred Allen for appearing with us tonight. Someone
Ken Carpenter saying so long for Bing from Hollywood to the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For most of us, is there any more alluring form of minor masochism than the good old-fashioned ghost story? The icy fingers running shivering shocks up and down the spine, playing that fascinating dichotomy of, this might have been me, but, oh, thank the Lord it wasn't. So this ghost story begins with Joel and Jane Trent, early 20s, married 8 months, starting out in life with a future unlimited, except the present unfortunate necessity of counting every penny to make life work and to live in some dignity and comfort. And then, the fabulous break, or what seemed a fabulous break, that marvelous ad in the classified section of the Sunday Chronicle.
Joe, I found us a home. Are you listening?
All ears.
Eminently desirable, 2 bedrooms and bath for the right couple. Fully furnished, sublet for at least 2 years. Please, not before 10 a.m. Sunday, HSM Apollyon, 27 Southwest 62nd Street.
So?
So what?
That's right off Central Park. It'd cost a fortune.
I saved the best for the last. Rent, $200 a month. 1 month's security.
Oh, there's got to be something wrong with it.
Why?
It's too cheap.
Does that mean we can't look at it?
No, we'll be there on the dot, fighting the line. What have we got to lose?
What indeed? And don't be afraid of a crowd. Yours is the only paper this ad will appear in, because it's you I want. One advantage of being a rather special printer's devil.
Our mystery drama, The Real Printer's Devil, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Jada Rowland. Could there be a more mundane, run-of-the-mill beginning to a really haunting ghost story than 2 young people on the way early on a bright Saturday morning to answer an ad for a sublet furnished apartment? But such an apartment. From their point of view, a steal at the price, at the location, containing everything they ever wanted, a long-term lease, a promise of heaven. But from another point of view, oh, well, that, as we shall see, is the hell of it.
The rooms will be small.
So, how big are we?
It'll be crawling with cockroaches.
My best friend's uncle's cousin is an exterminator.
It did say 2 bedrooms, didn't it?
That's what it said.
The second one is probably just a walk-in closet.
So, I'll build a fresh air duct to it. A crib doesn't take all that much floor space.
Oh, hold it.
What's the matter? The baby didn't...
No, the baby didn't do anything. It's me. Oh, the way my tummy's revolving, it's lucky there aren't 3 of us here already instead of 2. I'm scared.
Of what?
Look, 62nd Street. This is the corner. Supposing it really smells. Supposing the price was a misprint. Supposing the John's out in the hall. Suppose someone got there first and took it.
No way. It isn't even 10 a.m. yet.
Oh, never mind. Let's get going. What was the number? 15? 17?
27. There it is, on the other side of the street.
Oh, it's an attractive building.
Yeah. Hey, there's a nice little garden around the main door.
And it looks so well kept up. Oh, Joel, it just seems too good to be true.
Well, come on. Let's find his bell. Ah, here it is. HSM Apollyon. That's our fairy godfather.
Don't call him that.
I don't care how gay he is. The apartment's all I care about. Press the bell.
Okay. Be ready when he buzzes down.
Yeah.
Oh, why doesn't he answer?
Maybe he's in that John down the hall.
Oh, you.
Enter, my love.
Oh, I love the carpet. Bittersweet.
I hope nothing I said hurt his feelings.
Well, the elevator's waiting. Let's get it over with before I faint.
I have a few butterflies myself.
Got the floor number?
Yeah. And we are off.
Everything's so clean and efficient. Well taken care of. You sure it wasn't East 62nd?
No, look, here. 27 West.
I hope it's not too high up. What floor is it?
Oh, forget it, darling. That's for later. Well, here we are.
Aha! I thought I heard the lift. My Anglican background, or I should say English. Elevator, I meant, of course. Are you here to see the flat? Apartment, I mean, naturally.
Yeah, we are. I'm Joel Trent. This is my wife, Jane.
HSM Apollyon here, and won't you come in? You know, everyone always thinks I must be retired Navy or something. HMS, you know. His Majesty's ship, whatever. Only it isn't. It's HSM. Stands for something quite different, I assure you. And besides, I'm not one for water at all. Can't abide it. Well, this is the vestibule or the foyer or perhaps the hall, you'd call it. As you can see, it's very much like any other of its kind.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Apollyon. It's absolutely fabulous.
Oh, well, not exactly, but how nice of you to say so. One does do quite a bit of traveling, and some of the things you see, particularly those from the East, are quite, well, I won't say fabulous, unique, perhaps. Now, that Chris, for example, would you believe that it has both perfume and poison forged into the steel of its blade? And the sorcerer's cane, well, that's real hair, you know, at the handle. Now, which would you like to do first? A cup of tea and get acquainted and then do the flat, or the other way around?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'm just dying to see the apartment. I mean, the flat.
Then off we go. Oh, no. By the by, before we do start, only because once before I did have quite a disappointment after showing a rather peculiar individual the apartment some 19 years ago. This man went all the way through the apartment. He was some sort of a minister, as I remember. And after deciding to take it, he changed his mind when he learned the number of the flat. You did notice it, didn't you?
Joel knows it. I don't. What is it, Joel?
It's apartment D.
On the 13th floor.
Oh. Well, that's just a silly superstition, isn't it?
Isn't it? Well, now, shall we have a look about? Do you take sugar with your tea, Mrs. Trent?
1 month, please. But really...
Mr. Trent, or would you prefer something stronger?
No, tea's just great. 2. Lumps, I mean.
How about milk, Mrs. Trent?
No, thanks. Neither of us. But really, Mr. Apollyon, this is awfully kind of you, but we must be holding you up. I'm sure there'll be loads of other people in answer to your ad.
Well, they're not here yet, so we can enjoy our tea, eh? Besides, my dear, I have a sneaking suspicion that... your cup, Mr. Trent.
Thank you.
That not so many people are going to turn up in answer to the ad.
For a dream apartment like this, I can't believe that.
I was surprised there wasn't a line a mile long.
Well, how nice both of you are. You know, I've really taken quite a fancy to you.
That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
It's so difficult today to find young people with all the good old-fashioned virtues. What am I saying? It's been very difficult for generations. So for my purpose, you're quite ideal.
I don't quite understand.
Oh, I thought I'd made myself quite clear. You're just the people I want in my apartment. That is, of course, if you're interested. And if there's anything I can do to make it more attractive to you,
Attractive? Well, the whole place is just a dream. It's the sort of place Joel and I made up dreams about living in after saving everything we could make for the next 10 or 20 years. And now to think that at a price we can afford, we can start living that way right now.
Oh, dear me, now, I didn't mean to upset her.
She's only crying because she's so happy. You see, you got to excuse her. It says in the book that women in her condition sort of... Uh-oh.
Oh, Joel.
Oh, it just slipped out, Jane.
Women in...
We just thought we'd have trouble finding something we could afford, and we wanted to have plenty of time. And Aunt Gertrude's place in Mount Vernon just doesn't have room for all of us now, let alone...
Why, you're going to have a baby. Well, now, isn't that nice? My congratulations. It's a sort of a bonus in a way.
You mean you don't mind babies?
Mind? I love them, just adore them. You can't know how much extra pleasure they afford me.
Oh, gee, that's great. What did you mean, a sort of bonus?
Oh, that. Why, to think of being able to use the crib and the baby bath and all those things I once bought for a tenant and his wife and baby who were unfortunately lost in a plane crash on the very day they were to move in.
How awful.
Yes, snatched away from me at the last moment. Oh, I don't mean that the way it sounds. You see, I've grown almost as fond of them as I have of you. Now, we must get down to business. I'll have the bed taken out of the small bedroom and set up the crib for you. And when could you move in?
Why, the sooner the better.
At your convenience, of course.
Oh, if I told you my convenience, my dears, I'm sure I would shock you.
Try me.
Well, today. This minute, this afternoon. If at all possible, not later than 6 o'clock.
You shocked me.
I know the ad said immediate occupancy, but I wasn't quite expecting
Let me
it this soon.
explain. I had a tenant, you see, a most interesting man, a sort of a Billy Sunday, you might say. Fascinating challenge.
Challenge?
Oh, well, I shouldn't admit it, but I feel I know you both so well, even after the short acquaintance. Do you know, I've traveled a great deal, and I've never been able to resist the inordinately evil things that men have dreamed up as the centuries went rolling by. The grimoires, the devices of the Inquisition, our own New Englanders. Well, I bought all sorts of quite horrible things. Pictures, instruments, statues, charms, and so forth. I keep them all hidden away in that big closet at the end of the hall. Oh, that's the only thing that's off limits, by the way. I keep it locked.
Oh, that would be perfectly all right. There's plenty of other closet space.
And you wouldn't be interested in this awful stuff anyway. As I said, this man was a minister, so I thought I'd really give him a start. So I replaced everything and hung up all this perfectly awful stuff. Oh, quite bone-chilling and terribly evil.
But why?
Well, I wanted to see his reaction, so I thought I'd scare him off.
And naturally, you did.
Good gracious, no, he loved it. Couldn't wait to move in. But someone greater than us solved the problem. Unfortunately, he was taken from us with a heart attack.
Oh, the poor man.
Yes, actually, he never realized how fortunate he was. Oh, but I didn't mean to depress you. Let's get back to all the fun and practical things. Now, I have some urgent business in the Near East, and I've booked an overnight plane for tonight. If I could possibly make that.
Joel, there's no reason why not, is there? You have the money.
Yeah.
And we'd have the time to run up to Mount Vernon and back and get enough clothes to settle in. Then we could bring the rest later.
Well, I guess it might be arranged. By the way, what business are you in, Mr. Apollyon?
Oh, that's a little difficult to explain. Rather like the import and export business.
Oh, you deal in objet d'art.
In a sense, yes, but perhaps a better word would be subjects. But to get back to our business, if you have the rent and the security with you, we'll exchange them for the keys, sign the leases, give you a thorough briefing on the entire apartment, and then I can be off just as soon as you return.
Well, Mr.
Joel... Oh, forgive me, but at my age, I think I can take the liberty to use your first name. I'm a rich old man with no children, and money is no object to me. Now, if the rent is too high...
$200 a month for a two-bedroom apartment furnished like a palace? Why, it's...
Hush, 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 hush. Now, it's all I want from the right people. Besides, there is one little catch to the whole thing. Oh, dear, I hope it won't prove too much of a problem.
Oh, catch?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Are you by any chance afraid of cats, Jane?
Cats? No, I love them. So does Joe. In fact, we've been thinking of getting one.
Oh, well, now that is a relief. You have one. And such a cat. Pure Abyssinian and the delight of my life. He's the only reason I must always find just the right tenant.
Can we meet him?
He might not like it.
Oh, have no fear about that. Smokey, that's his name. Smokey, he loves everyone.
Well, where is he? I'm dying to see him.
At the moment, he's at Le Chat Salon being attended with loving care by Pierre and Christophe. So he will look his very best for his new conquest.
Conquest?
You, my dear. Oh, I promise you he will win your heart and soul when you meet him on your return.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, darling, it's marvelous. Just what we need.
Yeah, and just what we can afford.
You won't have to go tiptoeing around Aunt Gertrude's every night.
We both won't have to take a subway and a bus for 45 minutes to get to work every day. We could even walk. Jane, darling, the whole wide world's our oyster. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, but something is bothering you.
Oh, I know it's silly. It's just that... That's 13. Why couldn't it have been 12 or 14 or any other number?
Now, you're not going to let something silly like that bother you.
You know how superstitious I am. I just have such a funny feeling.
Maybe it's the number made it so cheap. Maybe we ought to be grateful.
I sure hope we're going to be. I guess we're in it now.
Jane, you and me just made the damnedest deal in the world.
If only Joe could know how prophetic those words are. If only all of us were a little less gullible, the devil might have a long, hard task that could even discourage him. And if only he'd just take the people who are going his way. Why is he driven to tempt and maneuver and triumph by winning the others by artifice and indirection? Is it because he was once an angel, and when Lucifer fell, in his own shame, he must drag the rest of the world into the pit with him? I'll return in a moment with Act 2. Rocking in her chair, the bright hook flashing as she crocheted away at another rug, Aunt Gertrude found it hard to share completely in Joel and Jane's bubbling enthusiasm. 2 reasons. One, she knew how large a gaping hole they would leave in her lonely life. And 2, Aunt Gertrude was a pragmatist.
You say only $200 a month for that apartment.
Where shall I put my baseball spikes?
Oh, Lord, do we have to take those? What did you say, Aunt Gertrude?
Well, I just can't get over the price. It's a giveaway.
I know. But we do have to take care of the cat.
Oh, my, such a chore. Open a can twice a day.
Don't forget the litter pan.
Now, don't change the subject. Tell me, what's wrong with the apartment, I wonder? There's something fishy.
Auntie, you had Bob Anderson go over the lease with a fine-tooth comb.
And he's a real estate lawyer.
Oh, I'm quite satisfied with all the legal aspects. It's just, I don't know, something else gives me a funny twinge in the left shoulder blade. Used to be a kind of storm warning. Now I guess it's just arthritis.
Don't worry about us, Auntie. And please don't have any doubt.
Why? Have you been having some...
For the love of Mike, would you 2 Cassandras, would you lay off? Here we have the break of a century.
Oh, you're quite right, Joel. I guess I'm getting so old that the milk of human kindness is beginning to sour. Now, I feel just like both of you. It's just too good to be true. And to be practical, it does solve all our problems. There really isn't room for the three of us in this tiny apartment of mine, and when the baby comes...
Like the clowns climbing into the midget car.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm going to miss not being part of bringing up that baby, though.
Oh, you'll have plenty of chance. I'm going to leave that bed in Baby's room as well as the crib. Besides, there's a huge couch in the living room.
There's the cab. Oh, brother, are we all packed?
Yes. Well, I guess this is it.
I'll take the heavy suitcase out first.
Oh, it's going to seem strange with only one instead of three.
At least we're not changing numbers. Well, the cat makes 3. He's pretty special. He's an Abyssinian.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, they're gorgeous. Looks like a Siamese with blue eyes and a lovely gray coat, like the gray in chinchilla, only shorter. His name is Smokey.
Come on, Janie. Rustle the bustle. Our chariot's waiting.
Oh, wait a minute. I need the phone number.
Jane, take a couple of the shopping bags out, will you, honey, while I write it down for Andy?
Sure. Only how did you get the number? I forgot all about it.
I took it off the bedroom phone.
Let me see. 3131313. Oh, my, that's a terrible number. Especially after apartment 13D.
Janie doesn't know it yet. I want to break it to her slowly. You superstitious people.
Oh, I got a twinge in my shoulder blade now like I was bit by a horse. Who was bit by a horse?
No one, dear. Come on. Grab the rest of this gear before our impatient hacky runs out on us. Come on, be right out.
Oh, Jane, I'm going to miss you.
Oh, me too. So will Joel. What the heck? It's not the last time we'll be seeing each other. Don't forget we're having dinner Thursday night at the New Dig.
Oh, that reminds me. Just in case I forget the address, can I have your copy of the newspaper?
Yeah, oh, no, I left it downtown.
Oh.
Don't worry, I picked you up a fresh copy. The ad is on page 37, column 5, first one in furnished apartments. Now, look, this really is goodbye. Let's go.
I'll worry about you. Promise me to call as
Yeah.
soon as you're settled.
Okay.
Oh, it might be almost midnight.
Don't
Come
mind.
on. Now, that's the last call. It sounds like the trump of doom.
Oh, goodbye,
Goodbye,
darling.
Anita. We'll call you. Don't worry
All
about
right, dear. Oh, I better get that address written down before I forget. Now, let's see. On page 37, column 5. Oh, furnished apartments. Here we are. Oh, that's very strange. The ad isn't in this paper. There's no ad at all.
Well, he didn't answer downstairs, and we had to let ourselves into the building. Maybe he's off getting old Smokey.
Well, I guess we should just use our keys and go right in.
Well, that's what we paid the rent for. You want the honor?
Oh, no, I'm terrified to let go of this bag with the eggs in it. You open the lock.
Okay, here goes. Well, I guess we need the bottom one, too. There we are.
Mr. Apollyon? You try, you're louder.
Mr. Apollyon?
Oh, look. It must be Smokey.
Hey, Smokey boy.
Oh, isn't he cute? Rubbing himself against your leg, just as if he'd known you all your life.
Well, where's Apollyon? Hey, you don't suppose that he's...
Look at Smokey. He's backing off as if he was inviting you to come in.
Look, leave the rest of the gear here. You dump that stuff in the kitchen while I look through the rest of the house.
Joel?
Yeah, Jane, what is it?
There's a note on the refrigerator door explaining everything. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, what happened?
Darling, you know the oil shortage. They canceled the plane he was to leave on because of too few reservations, but offered him a seat on an earlier plane.
Oh.
Well, that's a relief.
Yeah.
What are you getting all head up about?
I don't know, Jane. I just had a kind of nutty feeling. I don't know what to call it. Death, I guess. I honestly thought I was going to find that nice old man lying somewhere with a heart attack or something. Gee, I feel silly enough as it is. Now Smokey's laughing at me.
Not him. It's explained on a very detailed note on the fridge. It's Smokey's din-din time.
Oh.
He's hungry. Look what he gets.
Ugh, looks like raw flesh.
Well, whatever it is, you can see he loves it.
That cat is losing its attraction for me.
Oh, don't be a goon. Look how crazy you are for steak tartare.
Well, that's different. You give him some mouthwash after he's through.
Where are you going?
I'm going to bring the rest of our stuff in.
Great, just dump it in the bedroom. I'll sort it out later.
wonderful dinner.
Oh, ought to be. Took long enough. What time is it?
Gee, I don't believe it. It's just midnight.
Oh, it's been a long, glorious, wonderful, relaxing...
What's that?
I don't know. Joel, that was a shot.
Oh, don't be silly. She walked out on him and shut the door.
She?
Or he, someone. Didn't old HSM give us a rundown on our neighbors?
Let's see. According to the bulletin he left on the fridge door, upstairs, no problem. A very ancient hermit who winters in Florida and seems to estivate in summer? What's that mean?
Advantages of a classical education. If you sleep through the winter, you hibernate. If you sleep through the summer, you estivate, from the Latin estivare.
And I thought the Greeks always had a word for it.
I'm pulling your leg. I haven't the faintest idea what it is. What's the poop on our other cliff dwellers?
Let's see. A, across the hall is a widow who just left on a round-the-world cruise. B, next door is a couple of swingers who never seem to be home at the same time. And next door are two young kids he thinks we'll like, who go to the movies and theater a lot.
Okay, I'll blame the noise we heard on the swingers. Let's hope that's their last contribution for tonight.
Well, we're forgetting the dishes tonight.
Oh, good. We're going to bed and pull the covers over our heads.
It mightn't be a bad idea.
Okay, let's go.
Well, what are we standing here for?
You're not just standing. I have my arms around you, and I'm loving you, and I'm wondering if maybe I was just the most trusting, gullible dum-dum in the world, and maybe you should fetch me a smart karate chop to the left temple.
What are you talking about, my darling idiot?
I'm just wishing your darling idiot hadn't taken all our dough and paid it out in cash for security and the first month's rent. How's the bed?
Like floating on air.
Then look a little happier.
I'm just remembering I forgot to call Aunt Gertrude.
Well, you can't call her now. It's after 1 o'clock. Hey, where are my pajamas?
In the old beat-up case on top. Toilet stuff, too. Oh, but before you do that, could you do me a favor?
Sure.
I forgot my calcium pill. It's with all the vitamins in the kitchen.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, Lord. Please don't let me have made a terrible mistake. I loved this apartment so at first, but now... Joel? Who's that? No. Please. Oh, Smokey. Oh, what a start you gave me jumping on a bed like that. Oh, you mad at me? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I forget to say goodnight? What is it? You want me to come somewhere? Oh, maybe I should have given you some milk. All right. We'll take care of it. No, the kitchen's that way. Not... Where is it you want to go? Joel, come here.
I'll be right there. What is it, honey?
It's Smokey. Look at him. He came and got me and led me here. And he seems desperate to get into this closet.
And that's the one Apollyon has all his little ghoulish treasures tucked away in. We couldn't open it anyway. It's locked.
Try it, just in case. Oh, there may be something of Smokey's that got locked in there by accident.
Okay, here goes.
Oh, how terrible. How terrible. And vicious. And unspeakable. And vile. Oh, no wonder that mess. Oh, Joel, close it up. Oh, just shut away that horror. Oh, for God's sake, take me to bed and help me forget I ever saw it.
Okay, honey. What about Smokey?
Whatever it was, he found it and ran. Close that door up. Shut it. Oh, I wish I could think I'll ever be able to shut it out of my mind. No wonder I thought this was all too good to be true.
Too good to be true? Better to interpolate and make it read, too true to be good. Poor Jane and Joel. But how were such simple, ordinary people to know the language of black magic? Or that HSM Apollyon is only a synonym for the more familiar and deadly spirit we usually call the devil? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A short and classic definition of tragedy is The downfall of a noble person whose character is flawed by a single weakness which causes him to break a moral law, which leads to his destruction. But how much more tragic is the destruction of the innocent, particularly when they happen to cross the path of someone who makes their disaster equally inevitable. Which brings us back to Joel and Jane Trent.
Jane?
Yes, darling.
You stopped shaking? You think you can sleep now?
I'm sorry I was so childish before. I think it's because I'm carrying one.
No, you aren't childish. I'm just the same. I got the willies, too. I guess it's just because it's all so strange to us.
I think so, too.
Let's get a good night's sleep, like everyone else has had. Good Lord, what was that?
I don't know. It's from upstairs.
It must be the old man. What's happened to him?
I don't know. Just pay it no attention.
Pay it no attention? No one could sleep with that noise going on. I'm going to go up and tell him to stop.
Oh, no, please. Don't do that. Please don't go up there.
Oh, why not? Are you going to be ill?
No, it's... that, up there.
You mean our noisy neighbor?
I'm scared, Joe.
Yeah.
I've had about all I can take, and that noise is really driving me up the wall.
Yeah, me too. I know what I'll do. I'll call the superintendent. Got his number on the sheet?
No. Wouldn't you know it's the one thing he left off? It's just his apartment number, 1A.
Oh, yeah. Look, I'll take a run down in the elevator and get him to come back up and see what's going on up there. Will you be all right alone?
Yes. No. Oh, Joe, I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm not usually like this. I don't know what's got into me.
I do.
What?
My son and heir.
Oh, you male chauvinist. Just because she's carrying a baby doesn't mean a woman has to act like one.
I'm sorry. I know, honey. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll just take the elevator up there, and then I'll find out what's going on myself.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't know what you'll be getting into. Go get the super. His name is Bill Joseph, 1A.
All right. Want to stop that somehow. Oh, well, here's your protector standing guard by the door. Go on in, Smokey. Keep Mrs. Trent company. I'll be right back.
Ghastly racket up there doesn't turn you a hair, Smokey. Then you're a male cat, so I suppose that makes us totally different breeds. Joe?
Yeah, Jane, it's just me. Would you believe it? That damn elevator's out of order. I rang and rang. It just stays in the first floor. That damn racket's still going on.
Yep. Only one it doesn't bother is old Smokey here. Joe, are there fire stairs?
Yeah, but I'm not going down any 13 flights just to find a locked door. All the doors, even ours, have a safety lock on them.
What are we going to do?
Well, first off, I'm going upstairs to tell Barnacle Bill, or whatever his name is.
It's Nemo.
Oh, like Captain Nemo in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?
I guess.
Okay, I'm going to tell Nemo to up anchor and get out of range.
Joel, don't get into any fight.
With a guy old enough to be my great-grandfather?
Joel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's me, Jane. Half a sec.
Joel?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Well, what did he say when you got him to open the door? What was he doing?
I don't know. He didn't open the door.
Why?
Look, I don't know how to tell you this, Jane.
Well, just tell me anyway, but tell me. What is it?
Well, I took some newspaper with me to wedge the door so I wouldn't get trapped. I fixed ours. Then when I got to the top of the stairs, it was a different kind of door.
What do you mean, different?
Well, it was, one of those heavy steel fire doors with a big, heavy strap bars you slide home.
But why would 14 have a different kind of door from ours?
Because... Well, look, Jane, darling, maybe I just try to skip the...
Well, you better not, or I don't know what might happen to...
Well, all right. Take it easy. Just hang on, because I'm going to have to give you a real rocker.
Let me have it.
It's a different kind of door, because there isn't any 14th floor at all, or 15th, or 20. All that's over us is the roof.
What's that you've been giving me?
Oh, Brandy, I had a good jolt myself.
The sound, it's still there.
That's right.
What causes it? Something loose up there on the roof?
No, I searched it thoroughly. It's not coming from the roof.
Where? The neighbors?
I checked that out. Whatever other lies Mr. Apollyon told us, there isn't anyone in any of the apartments on this floor. I've done everything but break down the doors to make sure.
Then what are we going to do? I can't take this all night, Joel.
Nobody could. I am going to call the police. I don't know what we've gotten ourselves into, but we are now getting out.
Oh, I'm afraid it's a little too late for that, Mr. Trent.
Apollyon, where the devil are you?
Sitting right in front of you. In his other form.
Smokey?
I should have known from the beginning, from his eyes. Shine a strong light in a cat's eyes, and what happens?
The pupil closes up.
Into a long, narrow slit. But in a human being?
It closes into a tight, round, dark circle.
Like Mr. Smokey. Look as the lamp shines in his eyes.
Yes, very observant, Jane. I should have been more careful. But since the illusion serves no function anymore, I might as well resume my Father Christmas guise. Normally, I wouldn't have had to return to it except for you.
Why not?
Oh, people act in so many strange degrees. Some just go to sleep no matter how strange the noise is. Some trap themselves between floors. Some very hysterical ones try to leap from roof to roof. Some break through the neighbors' doors and meet quite unexpected deaths, since there's nothing but space beyond them. And some sit awake all night, not realizing that morning will never come again. And some are a little troublesome.
But none escape?
Well, it wouldn't be very good for my reputation, would it?
Who are you?
Oh, Jane, you tease me about my classical education. Little good it served me. Apollyon, of course. A synonym for the devil. And the HSM? His satanic majesty, I presume?
We all have our little conceits.
Well, this time, maybe we can take that conceit down a peg or two.
Well, not with the phone. It's not connected. As a matter of fact, it doesn't really exist. Huh? Listen.
Now what?
Well, if you will forgive the devil quoting scripture, or to be more exact, the book of common prayer, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be.
You'd kill us?
Oh, my dear, as attractive as they are, I have no interest in your corporeal presences. The soul is all I'm after.
Well, you won't get ours without a fight.
Oh!
There was no pain, my dear.
You killed him. But you won't get me.
Jane, it's too late. The contract is made.
The elevator. The elevator.
No, don't step in there. The car is... Now, why didn't she wait for me to tell her the car was still on the first floor? Poor, crushed little sparrow. But what matter? The bodies live and die in the blink of time's eyelid. The soul is what lives forever. No time to waste philosophizing. Tomorrow is another equally busy day. A quick general cleanup, and then the ad must be sneaked into that one right paper so the Smithers will get it. I wonder what the New York Chronicle would have to say if they knew that they had a real printer's devil. Yeah?
Oh, look, my name is Gertrude Conway, and my niece and her husband are renting Mr. Apollyon's apartment. Now, I've been trying to call them ever since last night, and I have now not only been informed by the telephone company that there is no such number, but that there could be no such number. Also, Jane, my niece, she promised to call me if I didn't call her, and even if she thought last night was too late, she would have called this morning. You see, she's going to have a baby.
Oh, well, then maybe she went to a hospital.
In the middle of her second trimester.
Huh?
The baby is less than 5 months old.
Oh. Still,
it doesn't matter anyway. Now, I've checked with all the hospitals, and she has not been admitted. Now, I'm worried something may have happened. I want you, please, to take me up to the apartment with the keys.
Oh, what apartment?
Mr. H.S.M. Apollyon, who sublet it to them.
Lady, we ain't got no Mr. Apollyon on it, or whatever his name is in this building.
Oh, certainly you have. This is 27 Southwest 62nd Street, isn't it?
Sure, that's right.
Oh, very well. It's apartment 13D.
13D?
That's right.
Well, that solves the whole problem.
Oh, good.
There ain't no apartment 13D in this building.
What?
Point of fact, lady, there ain't no 13th floor. You know, like most New York buildings. We go from 12 to 14 and then right up to 30.
Are you sure?
Look, I've been running this building for 22 years.
Oh, my God. I have this terrible feeling there's something awfully wrong. Nothing unusual happened around this building last night or in the neighborhood.
No. Quiet as a church, ma'am. Not even a mugging. And believe me, I get all the word when Officer Strauss drops in for his morning coffee.
But two healthy young people can't just disappear into thin air. What was the floor, George?
13.
Good thing we ain't either of us superstitious, huh?
Yeah, not at this rent. Look out for the catch, huh?
Don't worry. You just trust me.
Aha! I thought I heard the lift. My Anglican background, I should really say English, actually. Elevator, I meant, of course. Are you here to see the flat? Apartment, I mean?
Yeah. I'm George Smithers, and this is my wife, Violet.
H.S.M. Apollyon here. Everyone always thinks I'm Navy, but I'm not. It isn't H.M.S., you see. H.S.M. stands for something quite different.
Oh, yeah.
Well, do come along in. I'm sure you're dying to see the apartment, and I can promise you I won't disappoint you.
2 more sacrificial lambs to the slaughter. Their doom, of course, is sealed. But, as Mr. Joseph says, so many people disappear in a big city every day. Not quite in this way, of course. But I suppose you can never be too careful. The sad trouble is that, as Elizabeth Barrett Browning said, the devil is most devilish when respectable. I'll be back shortly. Caveat emptor, the Latin phrase which says, let the buyer beware. This is true of all advertisements, of course. And the tighter the economy gets, the more the buyer should beware. But we wouldn't want to suggest you need fear the kind of ad we have featured tonight. In the beginning, we promised you a spine-tingling ghost story, which featured the 2 phrases, too good to be true and too true to be good. As a good night, we just like to suggest it was all in fun. And even if it wasn't true, we hope you found it good. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
We've been married for 20 years, happily married. You can't throw years away like old shoes. Destroy everything we've built together. Everything we've come to mean to each other.
I'm powerless to do anything else.
Well, I am not.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're suffering from some sort of aberration. You're sick, Norman. Mentally sick. And I am not letting you do anything as stupid, as disastrous as marrying that girl. I will not divorce you, Norman.
Agnes.
No, Norman. In a few months, it'll all be over. This sudden romance of yours will be dead. Stone cold dead.
No. In a few months, I will be stone cold dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and True Shade, the beforehand lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show. With Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, Eddie Cantor Von Zell Jr., played by Billy Gray, Leonard Seuss's orchestra, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Brethren and sisters of our Wednesday night congregation, lend an ear while Deacon Seuss and Sister Martin join me in. You've got to accentuate the positive feelings, finate the negative, lash on. To be affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You've got to spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom, and to the minimum, have faith. A pandemonium liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark.
What did they do?
What did they do?
Just when everything was dark. Man said
we better accentuate the positive feeling, minate the negative, latch on. To be affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked dark?
What did they do, Brother Cantor?
Accentuate the positive feeling, minate the negative, latch on. To the affirmative, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In-Between. Thank you, Nora Martin. You know, ladies and gentlemen, of course, you, Harry Von Zell, I am not speaking to at all. I mean, at all. I'm just not speaking.
Well, Eddie, listen, can't you take a little joke for
Joke. Friends, I want to tell you Harry's idea of a little joke.
Oh.
Yes, last Saturday, Harry and I were out walking, wheeling Harry's baby along Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, Eddie, isn't it a beautiful day to take the baby walking?
Yeah, and he loves it, don't you, little fella?
Isn't
he cute? You know, Harry, it's a great thing about California. No matter how hot it gets in the daytime, in the evening you still have to wear a coat, a raincoat.
Well, now, Eddie, you shouldn't complain. After all, the rain is good for the soil. That's what it does for your victory garden.
Yeah, I know. During the big rain last week, I looked out at my garden, and there were my vegetables coming up for the first time.
Now, there, you see?
And my gardener was going down for the third time.
Well, listen, stop complaining, Eddie. The sun is out today.
Yeah, and I hope it stays out, too. Extra, read all about it. Russians, 29 miles from Berlin. 29. Get your paper. Russians, 28 miles from Berlin. So fast. Here, boy, give me a paper. Keep the change.
You didn't pay me.
Oh. Pay the man, Harry.
What is the news there, Eddie?
Oh, look at these two headlines, Harry.
What?
Sinatra faces draft. Army pleads for 10,000 nurses.
Yeah, and look at this one, Eddie. Fuel shortage grips East Coast. Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, I know, Harry. Nowadays in New York, when Mayor LaGuardia goes to a fire, it's to keep warm.
Look here, it says, lack of fuel closes many nightclubs.
Yeah, it's very cold in New York, in the nightclubs there, Harry. I know. Yeah, my friends tell me. You know, Sally Rand is working in one of those nightclubs, and because of the fuel shortage, instead of fans, she's doing a dance with 2 smudge pots.
No.
And Harry...
Yeah?
Since... Yeah, there's a smudge pot I know. Harry, since they won't allow fuel in places of entertainment, some of the nightclubs got so cold... They had to put alcohol in the liquor to keep it from freezing. Look, Harry, look.
What?
Isn't that Leonard Seuss and Nora Martin looking at furniture?
Yes.
Hello, Leonard. Hey, Nora.
Oh,
Leonard.
hello.
Come on in, kids. Hey, what are you two doing looking at furniture here in Bullock's window?
Well, Nora's always talking about getting married.
Yes, and I think the furniture in this window makes a lovely room.
I'm against it. Well, against it? Why? It would be embarrassing to spend my honeymoon in Bullock's window.
Honeymoon. Listen, kids, take it from a man who knows. These things should take time. First you get the right partner, then later you get the wedding ring. After that you get the furniture.
And then what do you get?
Don't rush him. Don't rush him. Don't rush him. Nora, look, let me give you a tip. There's nothing so romantic as a beautiful song. Why don't you try singing to this bird?
Well, I did. Last night we sat by the fire, and with Leonard's head resting on my shoulder, I sang...
Oh, well, what happened?
Between Tura and Laura, he fell asleep.
It's a nice place to fall asleep between Tura and Laura. Take him into the store. Take him in the store, Nora, huh?
Look, Eddie, I forgot to tell you, but I'm going to have to go in the store, too, and get the baby some things.
Well, go ahead, Harry. I'll mind the baby. I'll be out here.
Go.
Oh, stop goo-gooing. Your daddy will be right back. What are you trying to say with that goo-goo anyway, huh?
Goo. Popeyes is sure good to me. It's nice of him the way he wheels me around in my baby carriage. In a couple of years, I'll be wheeling him around. Maybe in a double-seater with my old man. Bet if they stuck to drinking milk like they'd never be able to be wheeled around if they just stuck to milk. I wonder what they drink. Bet I know. Rum and Coca-Cola. My goodness, I wonder if Popeyes had big eyes like that when he was a baby. I bet he wasn't delivered by the stork. Must have been an owl. Oh, boy. Look at the sky. It's going to rain. My daddy says that rain is good. Lots of moisture makes things grow. Then I'm going to be big.
Well, little fella, you've been sneezing, and your daddy's still in the department store. Oh, wait a minute. Don't cry. I better go in and buy you a bonnet to cover your little head. You stay here and listen to the record they're playing in the music department. Uncle Eddie will be right back. Don't worry about it. We'll be
And here's the young man with the horn, Leonard Suze.
All alone.
Oh, hello, darling.
Harry Bonsell, you're a fine one to trust with our baby. Leaving him alone here, all at the mercy of anyone passing by.
Well,
I might have found him in the arms of some dirty, no-good, I don't know what.
Well, but I didn't leave him with a dirty, no good, you don't know what. I left him with Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor? He's a dirty, no good, we both know what.
But, honey, listen.
Eddie's walking off and leaving this child alone. Well, we'll teach him good, Harry. We'll teach him a lesson.
What do you mean?
I'm going to take the baby home, and when Eddie comes out, you pretend that the baby disappeared.
Yeah, but then Eddie won't know what has happened to the baby, and he'll feel responsible. And he won't know what to do. He might have a nervous breakdown. He might even leave the program. I'd have to do the whole show by myself.
You too. Now, don't you tell Eddie I have the baby. You just put on an act.
Well, all right, darling. Leave it to me. Goodbye. Gosh, put on an act. I don't know if I can. I never get a chance to act. Even on the radio, all I say is, ladies and gentlemen, if you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, take a glass of sal hepatica. That's not putting on an act. That's just telling the truth. People know that sal hepatica is a great help to make them feel better faster. Helpful particularly when they take sal hepatica the minute they get up. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. Gosh, I don't know if I can convince Eddie the baby's missing by just putting on an act. I'm only convincing when I'm stating a fact. Like when I say, besides quick, gentle relief, sparkling sal hepatica gives you another advantage. This famous saline helps an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. And, of course, my most important fact is when I say, so tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
Oh, Harry. Hey, Harry.
Now to put on my act.
Harry, look at this little hat I bought for the baby. Is that darling?
Oh, boy, that is cute, Eddie. Where is the baby? Let's try it on him.
What do you mean, where's the baby? Now, let's sit here. I thought you had it.
Well, I thought you had it.
Yeah, but I thought you had it.
Well, I thought you had it.
Harry, let's not stand here talking like two outfielders from Brooklyn. Harry Bonzell, this is serious.
Yeah, well, where is he? Where's my baby?
What do you mean?
My little package of happiness, my bundle of joy. He's gone. My only son, my own flesh and blood.
The blood he got from his mother.
Well, Eddie, my son has vanished. My child is gone. My offspring has sprung.
Harry, calm down, will you?
What do we do? What do we do? What
Harry,
do we do?
Wait a minute. Maybe the baby went home.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Poor little baby can't even walk. How do you expect him to get home?
W.C. Fields makes it. Now, I'm sure the baby's all right. Look, here comes Leonard and Nora. Maybe they haven't. Well, kids, what about the baby?
The baby? I haven't even proposed yet.
I mean Harry's baby. It's disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yeah, my baby. Oh. My little package of happiness. My bundle of joy. I'm hysterical.
Ah!
Cheer up, Mr. Bonzell. Maybe he was kidnapped.
Yep. Leonard, kidnapped? Wait a minute. Leonard, stop trying to be comforting. You don't understand about things like this. Harry's baby is lost.
Oh, I understand. When I was 3 years old, my mother lost me in a department store. But it was nothing to worry about.
It wasn't?
No. She'll find me someday.
Oh. Harry, promise me, don't go home until we find that baby. Oh, manager.
Huh?
I'm Eddie Cantor.
Yes?
You gotta help me. I'm looking for a little baby boy.
I know, but coming to a department store is ridiculous.
Nora's looking, Leonard's looking. We went to the Bureau of Missing Persons. 3 hours waiting by this telephone, and not a single call. Harry, all afternoon I've been pacing to and fro. And when I get to 2, I can hardly make it back to fro. This suspense, this waiting, my nerves are shattered.
Listen, Eddie, wait, control yourself. Now.
Wait a minute. Listen. There.
What?
That phone. It didn't ring.
But, Eddie...
There, see? It did it again.
Did what?
Didn't ring. Every few minutes it does that, like a drum beating in my ears. Must be my eardrums. Oh. I can't stand it.
Look, Eddie, I'll tell you what you ought to do.
What?
Put the phone in the next room. And then when it doesn't ring...
Yes?
You won't hear it.
This is terrible. That poor baby lost. And it's all my fault. I've been a fool. I've met a lot of dopes in my time. But when it comes to the biggest dope I've ever met... How do you do?
Russian, listen to me. My baby is missing. Now, you must help us find it.
Leave it to me. Leave it to me. I'll put on my hat and coat and go looking for the baby.
Are you going to the police?
No, sir.
Why?
The police are looking for me.
This is no time for fooling. Have you any ideas?
Let me see. If I was a baby, where would I go? The Burbank. What would a kid want with burlesque? He wears less clothes than they do.
Well, what is it, Russian? Please.
Say, Ivangelo, give me some kind of a clue. Did he run around with any women?
Women? The baby's only 10 weeks old.
Bashful, huh? Tell me, Ivangelo, where did you last see the little kiddie?
At Wilshire and La Brea.
Okay. I'm going immediately to Hollywood and Vine.
But my baby was at Wilshire and La Brea.
You look for your baby and I'll look for mine.
Russian, we're desperate. You usually find what you go after. Please help us.
Very well. I'll go to Wilshire and La Brea. Take out my compass and head north. If no baby, head south. Then west.
Why don't you go east?
Can't get reservations.
Listen, never mind him. Let's get in my car and start searching.
Wait a minute. You got your car outside?
Well, yes.
Can I drive it?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make it happen. Well, I hope so, Eddie.
Yeah, once he gets to the car, and he's on. Hey! Oh, my heavens. What happened?
Russian, look, you ruined my car. You smashed right into that lamppost.
Basil, it's your fault.
My fault?
Yes. I asked you if I could drive your car, and you said yes.
Well?
Who can drive?
I'm telling you, Nora, I'll go crazy if we don't find that baby.
Eddie?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Eddie, listen, I just got word. My baby. The gang of crooks has him. Hello, Nora.
Hello, Harry.
And this gang of crooks said they'd only give the baby back to me if I meet him right away at Wilshire and Fairfax with $5,000.
$5,000? This is awful. We could call the police if we knew where the baby is, but who would know where he is?
Well, my wife would.
What did you say?
I said my wife would that she knew where the baby is.
Okay, Harry. I'll get the $5,000. Here, take my coat.
It's in your coat?
No, here. Take my pants.
Oh, it's in your pants?
No. Now then.
Oh, what a wonderful place to hide money.
No, that's not. My long underwear happens to be droopy. Look, Harry. Now, off with my shoes and socks.
Oh, it's in your shoes.
No, it isn't. Now, hand me that diving helmet.
A diving helmet? Where is this money?
In a box at the bottom of my swimming pool. That's the only place Ida hasn't looked. I'll have that money for you right away, Harry. You've got to bring back Eddie Cantor, Fontel Jr.
Oh, Harry, I'm so glad you got home.
Yeah, I couldn't wait to see you and the baby. Say, your scheme worked out swell.
Oh?
Cantor not only went for the part about someone taking the baby, but he came across with $5,000 ransom money.
Oh, wonderful. With $5,000, you can afford to take a month off from work. Why, we could go someplace and rest.
Oh, I couldn't stand being off for a month. After 6 days, I'd get restless with all that time on my hands. I'd go crazy wondering.
Wondering about what?
Wondering about thousands of women.
Harry.
Oh, no. No, in a purely professional way, dear.
But, Harry, you've got to think of yourself, too.
It's more fun thinking of women. I mean, dear, it's more fun thinking how wonderful it is the way so many women have learned to put Trouchet on their hands before they put them in hot, soapy water. For that's the test of how different and unique Trouchet is, you know. You put it on your hands before you get to work. And Trouchet's beforehand protection will actually help guard your hands, even while they're in that hot, soapy water, and so help keep your hands soft and lovely. So many women have found, too, that Trouchet is swell for rough elbows, chapped legs, as well as hands. And it's a powder base. But why not get a bottle? You'll really love Trouchet's luxurious creaminess, its fragrance. But most of all, you'll love how Trouchet helps keep your hands soft, smooth, and lovely.
Harry, are you sure that's all you're thinking of, women's hands?
Sure.
Then wipe that silly grin off your face.
There. I think Eddie has worried long enough about the baby. He's had a terrible time. I'm going to take Junior over to his house. Goodbye, darling.
This started off like a beautiful day, and now look. Leonard, answer the door, will you?
Gee, Mr. Cantor, I hope it's Harry Von Zell.
Eddie,
here he is.
Here's our little
Oh,
darling.
the baby, he's safe. Come here to me, my arms. Come on. Are you all right? Look at the fella. Tell me, are you all right, Harry? What happened?
Yeah,
tell us all about it, Harry. What happened?
Well, listen, it was terrible.
Yeah.
I walked into this apartment, and there, standing before me, were 4 bloodthirsty gangsters.
Gee.
And there, lying on the couch, was Junior, bound hand and foot. And his diaper...
His diaper, yes?
His diaper was way up.
Way up?
They used it for a blindfold. So I walked in. I gave the 4 killers the $5,000, and I said, give me the baby. And they said, no, you don't get the baby unless you give us $50,000.
Yeah.
I said, I wouldn't go back to Cantor and ask him for $50,000. $50,000, I said to him. Cantor hasn't got $50,000. It's some lie, huh? Yeah. Well, sir, the leader, Herman the Furman, pulls out a knife. I have nothing with me but a pencil, but
Yes.
I pull that out, and we go at it. Zip, 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 and it's all over.
Tell me, what happened?
He sharpened my pencil. I put it back in my pocket, and then they came after me. 3 guys in front of me with Tommy guns, and 1 guy behind me with an axe. Yes. The guns started blazing.
Harry.
I'm dodging bullets right and left, Eddie.
What about the guy with the axe, Harry?
The bullets come faster and faster.
What's that?
Guns jammed. I figured...
Harry, what about the guy in back of you with the axe?
There I am on the chandelier. These 3 murderous bugs have got their revolvers out.
Revolvers? Wait a minute. Oh. How did you get up on the chandelier?
How did I get up on the chandelier?
Yeah.
Well, when they asked me for the $50,000, I hit the ceiling. I'm on the chandelier. I jumped from the chandelier, fell on the 3 guys, and knocked them flatter than Georgie Jessel's voice. And it was all over.
Yeah, I know, but Harry, the guy behind you with the axe, what happened to him?
The baby got him.
Well, little fella, you have a very brave father. Don't you think so?
Love them.
Harry, now that you're here and the baby's safe, I'd like to rehearse this little thing I wrote for next Wednesday's program, huh? Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Shut up. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you, please, don't fence me in. Just turn me loose underneath the western sky on my cayuse till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to where the west commences, gaze until I lose my senses. Can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. What is that getting here?
I don't know.
Oh, you can't sing the Tooraloola.
Why?
'Cause it's a western lullaby.
Mr. Von Zell.
Well,
I came around here to ask you for your daughter's hand.
well, you'll take all of her or nothing.
But, Pa, we want to get married.
Well, now, I'll never let you marry a drinking man, Cal. Say, son, what you got there in that satchel?
Corn whiskey, but I just got it in case I get bit by a rattlesnake.
What you got in the other bag?
A rattlesnake? I want to ride to where the west commences, gaze until I lose my senses, and look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. Von Zell, you don't know how thrilled I am to have the baby safely back again.
Oh, yes, it's been a great day for me, too, Eddie. I got a chance to sing and a chance to act.
Well, of course. A chance to act?
Yeah. My baby. My little package of happiness. My bundle of joy. The whole thing was a gag about the baby.
That's a good one on you.
Well, that is the dirtiest part. What about my money?
Oh, well, everybody got a Christmas bonus but me. So what? I waited till February, but I got it. Oh, I'm an actor, huh?
Yeah. It's a great joke, Harry. Have you got the money with you, Harry?
No. I took the money home to my wife.
Oh, you lied, huh? She was in on the joke, too, huh? Wonderful. Come in.
Harry Bonzel, what kind of a joke is this?
Eh?
The package you gave me did not contain $5,000. It's a bunch of Eddie Cantor's old press clippings. Look.
Press? Well, if that ain't the dirtiest... Read those clippings, Harry. You'll find out I'm a pretty good actor, too.
Eddie Cantor, you're not going to get away with a thing like this. You won't get away with it. I'll take you to court. And if you win, I'll take you to a higher court. I'll take you to a court so high, Cantor, your nose will bleed.
I hope you... Be sure to listen in next week, ladies and gentlemen. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Trouchet Be Beforehand Lotion. Sal Hepatica, Trouchet. This is Eddie Cantor saying good night, everybody, and victory very soon.
Say, if your child is suffering from a cold and is feeling miserable and making it pretty tough for you, too, heed the advice from Papa Von Zell here. Help relieve those annoying cold symptoms with Minute Rub, modern chest rub. Honestly, you'll be amazed, surprised, and delighted with Minute Rub's quick results. Just rub a little Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back, and in a minute there'll be a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to stimulate healthy circulation. At the same time, Minute Rub's active menthol vapors help relieve that clogged feeling in the nose and throat. What's more, Minute Rub is greaseless, and Minute Rub is stainless. It disappears like vanishing cream, so it can't possibly harm your clothes or bed linen. Now, why not get a jar of Minute Rub and let Minute Rub help you and every member of your family suffering from a cold get quick relief from those unpleasant cold symptoms? Just ask for Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. And now, let's look in on the Coopers. It's 3 days before Valentine's Day. Well, she's been hinting about it all morning, but George doesn't seem to notice. And now at breakfast, Liz is making one last try by arranging her toast crusts in the form of a heart.
George. Hey, George. George, look at my plate.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, you should eat those crusts, Liz. They're good for your teeth.
That's my romantic husband. George, didn't you notice what shape they're in?
Oh, yeah, a triangle.
No.
A pumpkin?
No. George, when two people are in love and are going to get married, what does it affect the most?
Oh, don't tell me that's a pocketbook.
No, it's a heart. Doesn't that remind you of anything?
Oh, yes, I've got to take my liver pills.
Oh, why don't you go read your paper? I was trying to remind you that Valentine's Day is coming up.
Oh, that's it? Well, you didn't have to remind me.
I didn't?
No, every ad in the paper is full of it. What a racket.
It is not a racket. It's a wonderful romantic holiday, and I like it.
You know how it started?
Well, St. Valentine was No, I don't. Do you?
Well, it so happens I do. It seems that years ago there were two kindly old gentlemen who thought love was so wonderful that they set aside a day to honor all sweethearts and lovers. And they called it St. Valentine's Day.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Who were they?
A candy maker and a florist.
Oh, George, I suppose you think a department store owner invented mothers so they could have Mother's Day.
You know, you may be right.
Well, St. Valentine's Day doesn't mean just candy and flowers. It's the spirit of loving that counts. If you really love someone enough, they'll know it without any presents.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Liz, I love you.
You mean no presents?
No, I love you too much.
But, George, what's Valentine's Day without candy and flowers?
I thought so.
You know the real reason I like Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
Because it's such a good excuse to be all mushy and gushy about you.
Yeah? Well, what's your excuse for the other 364 days? You're mushy all the time.
Yeah, but on Valentine's Day I can be mushy and loud. I love you, George!
Liz, keep quiet.
I love you, George!
Liz, stop. What about Katie?
Katie loves you too, George!
Oh, the lady next door.
What about the lady next door?
Well, she might hear you. Now, simmer down.
All right, I'll be quiet.
I love you, George.
That's better.
Do you love me, George?
Yes, I do.
I'm glad to hear that, George. Anybody want more coffee? No thanks, Katie.
No, thanks.
What are we whispering for?
Well, it was just a joke, Katie. We're kidding about Valentine's Day.
Kidding? Oh, you should never joke about Valentine's Day. Oh, it's a beautiful occasion.
Why, Katie, I think you've got a boyfriend.
Well, I have been working on a Valentine poem, and I'm going to give it to...
To whom?
I'm going to give it to...
Is that his first or last name?
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it's for Mr. Dabney, the butcher.
Oh, old heavy thumb.
Is the butcher your boyfriend, Katie?
Well, sort of.
That explains why we've been able to cut the steaks lately.
Well, he isn't exactly my boyfriend, but I've always sort of liked him.
Well, you could do worse than Mr. Dabney. He's quite attractive and a very good butcher.
Well, some people may have better beef, but his liver's good. And no one has oxtail and pig's feet like his.
Say, what's it cost to see him?
I do have a problem, though, Mrs. Cooper. I haven't got the nerve to give Mr. Dabney the Valentine I wrote to him. Would you go shopping with me today and give it to him for me?
Why, sure, Katie. Anything to help out romance.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Cooper. I'll go finish it.
Liz, are you going to start playing Cupid again? Now, you know what happens...
Now, George, what harm can come from handing him a Valentine for Katie? I'll not only help their romance along, but he'll give us better meat. This isn't just an affair of the heart. There are a couple of stomachs mixed up in this, too.
There he is, Mrs. Cooper.
Well, give me the Valentine. I'll hand it to him.
Here.
What have you got on this, Katie?
Well, I wanted it scented with an odor he'd like.
But it's all soggy. What'd you do, soak it in perfume?
No, bacon grease.
Oh, that's romantic. Well, give it to me.
I'll be watching from the grocery department.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Dabney.
Hi, Miss Cooper.
How are things in the meat market?
Hi, Miss Cooper. What can I do for you today?
Well, I didn't come to buy anything today, Mr. Dabney. I'm here on sort of a personal matter. I happen to know that one of your customers thinks you're rather nice.
No.
Yes. She's been too bashful to tell you, but since this is almost Valentine's Day, she wants you to know she likes you a lot.
You know something, Miss Cooper?
What?
I like you a lot, too.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not the one.
Still bashful, eh? Oh, you little minx.
Just a second, Mr. Dabney. I happen to be speaking for someone else.
What's that you're hiding behind your back?
Oh, how did I get mixed up in this? Here, this'll straighten things out. It's a Valentine.
Oh, Miss Cooper, I feel like such a heel. I don't have one for you.
Now, stop this nonsense.
No, wait a minute. I'll cut you a heart-shaped piece of salami.
Oh, no. Look, just read this Valentine and you'll see what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, Liz. Oh, gee, it looks beautiful. And how did you know? My favorite aroma, Swift's Premium.
Read the Valentine.
All right. If you'll be mine, then I'll be thine. You set my heart a quiver. Say you'll be my Valentine and send 2 pounds of liver.
Well, that's a practical thought.
Oh, Miss Cooper, this is touching. Did you write this all by your little self?
For the last time, no. Look at the signature.
Well, it signs you bashful redhead.
Oh, no! Katie! Oh, she's gone.
Oh, don't try to pretend, Liz.
No. You stay there. You stay right behind that counter.
Oh, come here, you bashful redhead.
Now, you listen to me. Katie has red hair, too. We're both redheads. She's the one for you.
Listen, 2 houses may have red roofs, but you don't pick the one with the sagging foundation.
Well, it's too bad your fish isn't as fresh as you are.
Oh, don't try to fight this thing, my little tenderloin. It's bigger than both of us.
Now, stop this, Mr. Dabney. What about Katie?
She's bigger than both of us, too. Oh, Miss Cooper, I've admired you for years. Each little lamb chop you bought, I personally put the pants on. I feel as though part of me belongs to you.
So do I.
You feel as though part of me belongs to you?
Yes, your thumb. I've paid for it often enough. Goodbye. Oh, it was simply awful, Katie. He came right out of his store and followed me down the block. We'll just have to stop trading there. I could never face that Mr. Dabney again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cooper. I shouldn't have gotten panicky and run away.
Well, I'm sorry it ruined your romance.
Oh, I'll get over it in time. I have a date with the milkman tonight.
Well, that's good. Now that we're going to get tough meat again, it'll be nice to have fresh eggs.
I left his Valentine in an empty milk bottle.
Well, that's romantic. What did you say?
I said, I love you, dear. Don't be surprised. Leave 2 quarts of homogenized.
Uh-huh. Well, listen, Edgar Guest, do me a favor, will you? I've made out a check for Mr. Dabney, and I wish you'd go out and mail it. The sooner I sever connections with that wolf, the better.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Here, mail this one, too. This is a Valentine.
Why, Mrs. Cooper, who are you sending a Valentine to?
To George, of course. I thought it'd sort of be fun for him to get it at the bank. It's a copy of the first Valentine I ever sent to him when I was only 16 years old. Here you are, Katie. Better hurry. They pick up the mail soon.
All right, I'll get my coat and go right away.
Better wear your gloves. That Valentine's pretty hot.
Hi, Liz.
George, what are you doing home in the middle of the afternoon?
Well,
You've been fired.
No,
You quit.
Oh, no.
You're sick.
No, I feel fine.
The bank burned down?
No.
Isn't that just like a man comes home early and won't give you a word of explanation?
Well, give me a chance. Let me get in the house. You talk so much, the breeze keeps blowing me back out the door.
All right, come on in.
I'm going to Chicago for a couple of days on business, and I have to pack and catch the 4:00 train.
Oh, good. I'll go with you.
No, sorry, honey. Mr. Atterbury has a new rule. No wives along on business trips.
Well, he took his wife along on his last trip.
That's when he made the rule.
Well, I'll go pack for you. Oh, wait a minute, George. You'll be back by Monday, won't you?
No.
Oh, dear. I'll see you in a minute, George.
Hey, where are you going?
Down to the mailbox. I have to see a man about a letter.
Katie! What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
Did you mail those letters yet?
Yes.
Oh, darn it. Has the mailman collected them?
No, I don't. Oh, there. He's just opening the mailbox now.
You go home, Katie. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Mrs. Cooper.
Hello.
Hey? Oh, hello.
How are you today?
A lot you care. Never seen you before in my life. If you really want to know, I feel rotten. My rheumatism's acting up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sure.
Are you, picking up the mail?
No, I'm a Confederate soldier, and these are messages for General Lee.
Well, you don't have to get nasty about it.
What do you got on your mind, young lady?
It's very simple. There's a letter in that box I want.
Oh, tampering with the mails, eh?
No, I wrote it myself. There's my letter, that blue one on the top of the pile.
Take your hands off that letter.
But it's mine. See, it's addressed to my husband, and there's my name in the corner, Liz Cooper, see?
Prove it.
Well, look at the initials on my purse, LC.
You gotta have better proof than initials on a purse.
Oh, well, here's a snapshot.
What about it?
Well, see, it's me.
Let me see. By golly, it is you. Well, that's proof of... Now, wait a minute. You can't trick me like that.
Look, the flap isn't on very tight. Look inside. I'll tell you what's in it.
Well, I'll just peek in here and
See, it's a valentine I sent to my husband.
It's a valentine,
Yes,
eh?
uh-huh.
Don't look like... Just as I thought. Trying to rob the United States mail. Young lady, you can go to the penitentiary for this.
What?
There's no valentine in this envelope at all.
There isn't?
No, it's a check made out to Mr. Dabney, the butcher.
Oh, good heavens. That means Mr. Dabney's getting the valentine I sent to George. Oh, quick, look for another letter made out to Dabney.
Oh, no. These letters are going on their way, legal.
Liz mailed a valentine to George, but she got it in the wrong envelope. And it's going to Mr. Dabney, the butcher, who already mistakenly thinks that Liz is in love with him. Well, it's early the next morning, and Liz is at Mr. Dabney's waiting to intercept the letter when it comes. In order to make it look like strictly business, Liz has been making purchases every few minutes.
Mr. Dabney, I think I better have 2 more pork chops, please.
Miss Cooper, you already bought a roast, 2 pounds of bacon, 3 steaks, 4 lamb chops, 5 veal cutlets, and some liverwurst. Now, I got an idea.
What's that?
You now have more meat than I do. Why don't you start selling it back to me?
Never mind the attempt at humor, Mr. Dabney. By the way, when does your mailman get here?
Look, Miss Cooper. Red. You're not fooling anybody pretending to buy meat, making small talk about the mailman, all because you want to be near me. Come on, admit it.
Mr. Dabney, I don't like you. I don't like your looks, and I don't like your manner. And I think you're completely revolting.
That's right. Make love to me.
Oh, thank goodness. Here comes the mailman.
Well, good morning, Mr. Dabney. Here's a letter for you.
I'll take that.
Oh, it's you again. Young lady, you must curb this impulse to grab every blue envelope you see.
That letter's for me.
But it's mine. I wrote it. It's got my name on it. There's a valentine inside.
That's the same story she told me yesterday.
Miss Cooper, you sent me another valentine.
I have not. It's all a mistake.
That's the same story she told me yesterday.
I don't think she's got all her buttons. Mr. Dabney, here's your letter.
Over my dead body.
Hey, give me that letter. Come back here. Oh, my God. Help, police. He just held up the United States. Help, police.
Now, don't fret, Mrs. Cooper. Everything's going to be all right.
But, Katie, how will I ever be able to tell George I was arrested for robbing the United States mails? And that he has to appear in court with me tomorrow.
That won't be easy.
Well, anyway, this is one time I'll have an answer when George says, "What's new?"
Here he comes now. Good luck.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, dear.
Well, what's new?
I'm glad you asked that. I'm being sent to Alcatraz.
Alcatraz. Liz, you joined a pyramid club.
No, let me explain, George. You see, I sent the butcher a valentine by mistake, and since it was already mailed, he wouldn't give it back to me.
The butcher?
No, the mailman. I waited at the butcher shop until he got there, and when I grabbed the valentine, he called the police.
The mailman?
No, the butcher. And I tried to explain how it was all a mistake, but he wouldn't listen.
The mailman or the butcher?
The policeman. Then we all had to go to police court, and he said it was a federal offense and I ought to be ashamed.
The mailman, the butcher, or the policeman?
The judge. Now, do you understand, George?
Perfectly. The butcher sent the mailman a mushy valentine, and the judge will send you to prison if I don't marry the policeman. What's going on here?
Oh, keep calm, George. Look, they'll drop the charges if you and I will appear in domestic relations court tomorrow.
Domestic relations?
I'm a victim of circumstantial evidence, George. The judge wants to make up his mind.
About what?
Whether I should stay with you or marry Mr. Dabney.
Oh, no!
All right. The domestic relations court will come to order. Now, Mr. Cooper, if you and Mrs. Cooper will sit on this side of the table.
All right, Judge Skinner, but I tell you there
Please.
isn't
And you, Mr. Dabney, over here.
Okay, Judge. Hiya, Red.
Oh, drop dead.
What does he mean, Red?
Oh.
Please, Mr. Cooper, we must control our feelings. Now, I have studied all the facts in this case kindly supplied to me by Mr. Dabney.
Oh, great.
And before we start, I want you all to realize that there's no problem too big to solve. Into every life a little rain must fall. Every cloud must have a silver lining, and it is always darkest before the dawn.
Well, now that we've had the weather report, let's get on with the case.
Please. Mrs. Cooper, I want to start this hearing with an open mind, bearing no prejudice towards either party.
Uh-huh.
Now, when did you first realize you were in love with Mr. Dabney?
Wait a minute. I'm not in love with Mr. Dabney.
Ha! She finds me irresistible. She wrote me 2 valentines. She hung around the store all morning.
That wasn't because I was in love with you. I was waiting for the mailman.
Please. One grimy amour at a time.
Oh, look, Judge. This is all a mix-up. I know how the whole thing happened.
Please, Mr. Cooper, no tears. Don't talk if it hurts. Let me review it for you. I'll recreate the scene. You, Mrs. Cooper, the bored, indifferent housewife, tired of your drab, humdrum life, just waiting for an opportunity to break away from it all. And then one day your husband announces he must leave town, and you realize this is your chance, your opportunity to escape from this colorless, unimaginative man.
Just a minute.
Don't stop him, George. I want to see how this comes out.
Oh, this is a lot of nonsense. There's no basis for the whole business.
Are you forgetting this valentine your wife wrote to her lover?
Oh, she wrote that to me.
Oh, Mr. Cooper, you're a hard loser. Mrs. Cooper, I suggest you read the valentine.
All right. Dear sweetheart.
That's me.
That's me.
Please. The way this woman operates, it could be me. Continue, Mrs. Cooper.
Thank you. Dear sweetheart, I'm under your spell. I love you more than tongue can tell.
Tongue. 59 cents a pound.
A good point, Mr. Dabney. Continue, Mrs. Cooper.
Thank you. My lover, I have this to say. I care for you in the very worst way.
That ought to prove it. Love or worst.
Oh, that's just coincidence. She wrote this to her husband, not to her butcher.
I must say she writes a valentine with a lot of meat in it. Continue.
My love for you is not a phony. This valentine is no baloney.
That proves it.
It certainly does.
Well, George, it's been nice knowing you. If you ever need any meat, come and see us.
Now, just just a minute. You're not going to get away with this. I love Liz. I've been married to her for 10 years. And no judge or butcher or anyone else in the world is going to take her away from me without a fight.
Why, George.
You understand?
I'll now hand down my decision. I award the custody of Mrs. Cooper to Mr. Cooper.
Hooray! You've got my custody.
Hey, what's the big idea, Judge? Well, Mr. Dabney, I think Mrs. Cooper is in love with you. But we must think of Mr. Cooper. When I give a man a chance to get rid of his wife after 10 years of marriage and he doesn't take it, he's in bad shape. He needs someone to look after him. Case dismissed.
Liz, I hope this will be a lesson to you. Now, see what can happen when you start messing around in other people's affairs?
Yes, George.
Now, this might really have been nasty and gotten spread all over the papers.
Oh, wouldn't that have been terrible?
Quiet, please. I must have quiet. You have been listening to your daily radio session in kindly Judge Skinner's Domestic Relations Court. With us today...
Oh, no, George. This whole thing's been on the air.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call They Struck It Rich. Our story tonight begins behind the high gray walls of a state penitentiary. It is early Monday morning, and Dr. Richard Worth has just taken up his duties as a newly appointed staff psychiatrist at the prison. As he sits in his office studying the medical records that have been turned over to him, there's a knock on his door.
Come in. Sorry to bother you, Doctor, but they just brought a prisoner from the warden's office for you to examine. Case of hysteria.
Hysteria?
That's what they said.
Very well, Cook. Show him in.
Okay, in here, fellow.
That's a hot one, really a hot one. Me, Frankie Williams, on top at last. I'm a big shot.
Here's his medical record, Doc.
Well, thanks, Cook. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
All right, sit down, Williams. Williams, sit down. That's better. Here, drink this. Drink this. Now, let me see. Frank Williams, age 34. Uh-huh. How do you feel now, Williams?
I'm okay now, Doc. I guess the news was too much for me. Everything's going to be all right now. You know what I mean. You take care of me, Doc, and I'll take care of you.
I see. Williams, tell me about yourself.
What do you want to know?
Well, anything you feel like talking about. Tell me about Your childhood. How you happened to be in prison.
Well, when I was 14, I was sent to reform school for knifing a guy. When I was 18, I got a 4 to 6 year stretch for a stick-up.
Mm-hmm. Well, why are you in prison now?
You mean you don't know?
I'm afraid not.
Doc, 6 years ago, my picture was in every paper in the country. I was famous.
Well, 6 years ago, I was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp, so I'm not familiar with your exploits. Well, why don't you tell me about it?
Sure, Doc. It all began back in 41, about a month before Pearl Harbor. I'd just gotten out of the big house on parole, and I managed to land a job as a sandhog on a tunnel that was building under the East River between Brooklyn and Manhattan. Well, one day I'm knocking off for work when I hear my name being called back.
Hey, Frank. Frank Williams. What's the matter? Don't you recognize an old pal?
Marty! Marty Davis, how are you, pal?
Swell.
Hey.
When'd you get out, kid?
2 weeks ago.
Parole, huh?
Yeah. You working on this tunnel, too?
Yeah, 6 months now.
Huh?
Frank, you're just the boy I'm looking for.
What's up?
Ever since I got out, I've been working on a little idea of mine. It'll take 2 guys, and the haul will be at least $100,000.
Oh, nothing doing, Marty. What do you think I took this job for? I'm a 3-time loser. One more rap and they'll send me up for life.
Look, kid, ain't I in the same boat? I'm a 3-time loser, too.
And you ought to have more sense. From now on, I'm going straight. I'm not going to risk getting a life sentence.
But, Frank, this idea of mine, it ain't any cheap stick-up. It's something big. And there's enough dough in it so that we can retire for the rest of our lives.
Nothing doing.
Ain't you even interested?
No.
They sure got you scared of that life sentence, ain't they?
Yeah. So long, Marty. See you around. I left Marty standing there, Doc, and walked away. There's one thing you got to say for Marty. He don't discourage easy. Day after day, he'd be waiting for me when I knocked off work. We'd have a few drinks together, and then Marty would go to work on me, trying to suck me into this big job he kept hinting about. Got so I took to avoiding him. And one night, while I was in a bar on the east side, Marty comes in and sees me sitting alone at a table. He pulls up a chair and sits down.
Hello, kid. Did you hear the news?
What news?
Now that this country's in the war, they're going to stop working on the tunnel. You and me are going to be out of work in a couple of days.
It's okay with me. I was getting sick of that job anyway.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know.
Why don't you play it smart? Throw in with me. I tell you, kid, this job I got lined up can't miss.
That's what you keep saying.
Frank, I feel so sure that if you knew what the job was, you'd go in with me. So I'm going to tell you about it.
I ain't asking you to.
I'll take a chance. While we was in stir, you remember me telling you about where I grew up?
Yeah, on the East River up around 106th Street.
Yeah, at Hellgate. I also told you about the way I was a sewerage pipe inspector for the city when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember.
Frank, not many people know what the island of Manhattan is like underground. It's more than just a couple of subways. Why, underneath the streets are big gas mains, water pipes, electric lines, phone cables, and tunnels. And sewerage pipes big enough to drive a car through.
What are you getting at?
Kid, there's hardly a square foot underground this island that ain't honeycombed with pipes and sewers. And when it comes to sewerage systems up in my old neighborhood, I'm what you might call an expert.
Okay, so what?
Come on over to my room. I want to show you something.
Yeah, what?
You'll see. Come on. Let's go. Give me a hand unrolling this map, will you? It's pretty big.
Okay.
There. You recognize it?
Well, this is the East River, ain't it? And this is a section of Manhattan from 86th Street up to 125th Street.
That's right.
What are all these red, yellow, green, and blue lines on it?
The red lines are electric cables. The yellow lines are gas mains.
Huh?
The green are water pipes, and the blue are phone cables, and the black lines are sewerage pipes. This is an official city map that I lifted.
You were sure right when you said this island is honeycomb.
Yeah. You see this place I got my finger on?
Yeah, 106th Street and East River.
That's right. But what this map doesn't show is that this is where the Hellgate Bank and Trust Company is.
Hellgate Bank?
Yeah.
Oh. Now I'm beginning to get your idea.
Look at this black line that runs into the East River. That's a big 10-foot sewerage pipe, and it runs past the bank, only 60 feet away.
Uh-huh.
You and me, we ought to be able to dig a tunnel from the sewer to under the vault of the bank in 10 nights.
Oh, there's one thing you're forgetting.
What's that?
This island is all sandstone. How are we going to tunnel through stone? That calls for drills.
Kid, the island of Manhattan may be all sandstone, but at this point, where the bank is, it's all dirt.
Dirt?
Yeah. You see, the riverbed has been shifting these past hundreds of years, and during all that time, mud's been accumulating along this stretch at 106th Street. Today, all that mud is part of the island, with buildings on it. And one of the buildings on it is the Hellgate Bank.
Yeah, I sure gotta hand it to you, Marty. You got all the answers.
I spent enough time casing this job to make me an expert.
Wouldn't be too tough to tunnel through 60 foot of dirt.
Of course it wouldn't. And think of what the jackpot would be, kid. I'll guarantee you there'll be at least $100,000 in the vault. What do you say?
100 G's. And a two-way split. Okay, Marty. You can count me in. A few days later, Marty and me moved into a basement cold water flat a block away from the bank. Every night for a week, we kept bringing to the flat things we would need for the job. A two-man rubber raft, shovels, pickaxes, flashlights, tape measures, small boards for shoring up the tunnel. No college engineer ever cased the job better. A couple of weeks later, Marty and me figured we was ready. We waited until a dark night, then we took the rubber raft, shovel, and a pickaxe and left the flat. We went to the rear of the old tenement house where there was a manhole that led down into the sewerage pipe. We eased the manhole cover off, and Marty started down the ladder. I handed him the stuff, and then I followed, after pulling the cover back on the manhole. 15 foot down, Marty was standing on a small ledge. The water swirled past a little below the ledge.
Frank, hold the raft while I fill it with air.
Okay, Marty.
Now, where'd I put that tube? Ah, here it is. It shouldn't take more than a minute to fill it up.
Hey, is there any danger of gas down here, Marty?
Not in winter.
Boy, that water's sure running fast.
Yeah. We'll have to be careful or we're liable to be swept out to the river. Okay, Frank, she's all filled up. I'll drop the raft into the water and hold on to it.
Right.
Ah, just wait until I tie the end of this rope to the ladder. There. Now get in, kid.
Yeah.
That's it. Now hold the raft steady while I get in.
Easy does it, Marty.
I'll play this rope out nice and slow, and we'll float down to the right spot. Here's the first knot on the rope, and that's 50 feet. 100. 150. 200. This is it, kid. Right here.
Okay, Marty. Now try to hold the raft as steady as you can while I break into the wall with this pickaxe. This is gonna be a tough job.
Yeah. I feel as though my arms are being pulled off, trying to hold this raft steady in this current. I only hope that this rope I'm hanging on to don't give.
We shoot out to the river. If it did.
Are you coming?
I'm getting there. That night, we broke through the concrete wall and reached dirt. The second night, we tunneled through 5 feet, slanting it upwards so that if the water in the sewer rose, our tunnel wouldn't be flooded. The third night, we dug another 6 feet, shoring up every other foot so there wouldn't be any cave-in. Night after night, we worked. And soon the tunnel was slanting down sharply so as to end up under the floor of the vault. While one of us dug, the other would get rid of the dirt. On a Wednesday night, exactly 2 weeks from the time we'd started, we figured we were under the vault of the bank. Marty and me rested up a couple of days. Then on Saturday afternoon, we went over our plans for the last time.
Well, this is it, Frank. Tonight's the payoff. At about 9 o'clock, we'll leave.
Yeah, it shouldn't take us more than an hour to burn through the floor of the vault. You know what those old bank vaults are like. The sides and top are a couple of feet thick, but the floors are always thin.
Sure. We won't have much trouble. We should have the vault cleaned out by midnight. We'll spend the rest of the night getting rid of the equipment.
The river, huh?
Yeah. Then we'll go over this flat with a fine-tooth comb. Make sure we ain't leaving anything behind. And we'll wipe down the whole place so the cops won't find any prints.
By tomorrow morning, we should be ready to travel.
That's right. When the bank opens Monday morning, we'll be in the hideout upstate. A few months there, the heat'll be off. And then you and me, kid, are gonna have ourselves a time.
We sure are, Marty.
Okay. We'd better try to grab a couple hours shut-eye. We got a tough night ahead of us.
I hit the sack and tried to get some shut-eye, but I was too keyed up to fall asleep. The hours dragged by, and soon it got dark. At 9 o'clock, we left the flat. A few minutes later, we were going down the ladder into the sewer. We filled the raft with air, loaded our equipment on it, then floated down the sewer to the tunnel we built. Each of us grabbed a suitcase and started snaking our way through the tunnel. First, there was a gradual climb of 15 feet. Then the tunnel sloped sharply for 50 feet, with us ending up under the vault. Marty got out the tools and scraped away the last foot of dirt, exposing the floor of the vault. Then I got to work with the acetylene torch. It was tough working in a 3x4 hole. A half hour passed, and I was still burning my way through.
How's it coming, Frank?
Won't be long now, Marty.
The air is sure foul in here.
Yeah, it's hard to breathe. I think that does it. Hand me the pickaxe, Marty.
Here you are, kid.
Just a couple of taps, and this piece of floor should give... Here it comes. Help me ease it down.
It's a pleasure.
There.
Okay, kid. Up you go. You got your flash?
Yeah, I got it. Hey, Marty. I'm in the vault. It came up dead center. You sure had it figured out to the inch.
Not bad for a guy who never finished the 5th grade. Come on, kid. Let's take a look at the cash drawer.
Yeah. Hey, Marty. Look at it. The whole drawer is full of bundles of bills. There must be 100 G's here.
That's only part of it. Now remember, no new bills and nothing smaller than 20.
Okay, Marty. I'll get the suitcases.
Well, kid, that does it. 120 G's. We couldn't cram another bill into these suitcases if we tried.
Gee, Marty, look at all the dough we're leaving behind.
Yeah, I know how you feel. But this is as much as we can carry. Come on, Frank. Grab one of the suitcases and half the equipment.
Okay, Marty.
We're going to have a tough time hauling all this stuff back through the tunnel. You all set?
Yeah.
I'll lead the way. Make sure nothing's left behind.
Don't worry, I've double-checked.
Okay, Frank. Come on.
I'm coming.
The best way is to push the suitcase ahead of you.
Yeah.
With the equipment piled on top of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You okay, Frank?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
That's funny. I feel as though I'm slowly sinking.
Yeah. Marty, the floor's caving in. We're falling. We're falling! Marty. Marty, where are you?
I'm over here. You okay?
Yeah, I think so. What about you?
I just had the wind knocked out of me.
Sure is dark. What happened?
The floor of our tunnel caved in.
Yeah. I wonder where we are.
You got your flashlight?
No, I dropped it when I fell.
Yeah, so did I. Feel around, Frank. Should be near you.
Okay, Marty. This would happen to us just when we hit the jackpot.
Yeah. What lousy luck. You find it yet?
No, the ground here is just mud. Soft mud and puddles of water.
Frank, I found my flash.
Does it work?
Wait a minute. Yeah. Now let's have a look at this place.
Hey. It's a small cave.
Yeah, you're right. Wait till I shine the beam on the ceiling.
Marty, look. There's the hole in the ceiling where we fell through.
Yeah, that was a 30-foot fall. If we hadn't landed on mud, we'd really been banged up.
Without a ladder, we'll never be able to reach that opening in the ceiling.
Yeah, I know. Now, let's see what the rest of this place looks like. Ain't very big, is it?
There's nothing but mud walls. Marty, We're trapped.
Take it easy, kid. It ain't that bad. We still got our tools, the torch, and most important of all, the dough.
A lot of good that'll do us if we don't get out of here.
We'll get out. Give me that pickaxe.
What are you going to do?
I want to see what this wall is like. This is the river end, all right. Nothing but mud. Now, this is what we're going to do, Frank. We'll dig in about 5 feet or so, and then we'll start tunneling our way up.
60 feet? That'll take us a week.
Well, I'm hoping we'll run into a shaft or something. It's our only chance, kid.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now, hold the flash for me. That's it. Now, shine it against the wall while I start digging.
I guess you dug about 3 feet, Marty.
Yeah, just about.
Want me to take over?
I ain't tired yet. Frank, I struck wood. Heavy wood.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. Maybe it's the wall of an old cellar.
A cellar? This deep?
Could be. Hold the flash closer while I scrape away the mud from the wood. Look, it's a solid wall of heavy timber. It must be at least 100 years old. See how rotten that wood is? Sounds hollow. I'll bet it's a cellar.
You think it might lead up to some old building?
Could be. Get the torch, Frank. Let's burn our way through.
Okay, Marty.
It feels about 8 or 9 inches thick.
Well, here's the torch, but it ain't gonna last long, Marty. It's almost all used up.
Yeah, I figured as much. Well, go ahead, kid. See what you can do.
Yeah, just about got it, Marty.
Good.
Oh, there goes the torch. It's out. Now we'll have to break in the rest of the way.
Yeah, hold the flash, kid, while I use the pickaxe. That's it. A couple more and it should give. We got an opening. Give me the flash, Frank.
Here you are. What do you see, Marty?
Looks like a room of some sort. The floor's about 3 feet down, covered with mud. I'm going to climb in. Come on in, Frank.
I'm coming. Hold the flash this way.
The air in here is sure musty. I'll shoot the beam around so we can see what this place looks like. What's the matter with you?
Marty, didn't you see it? Over there in the corner. Something white. It looked like a skeleton.
A skeleton? Yeah, you're right. Let's take a look at it.
Marty, I want to get out of here. I don't like this.
Get hold of yourself, will you? Well, look at this. A sword.
A sword?
Yeah, and an old one, too. And the skeleton, it has the remains of a uniform on it. Frank, this ain't no cellar. We're on a ship.
A ship?
Yeah. This is a cabin we're in.
But what would a ship be doing here?
Back in the old times, the East River at this point was dangerous to sailing ships. That's how it became known as Hell Gate. So many ships used to sink at this part of the river.
And this is one of the ships that sank in Hell Gate?
Yeah. It probably sank over 100 years ago. And the tide swept it along the bottom of the river to this bank. As the years passed, the wreck became covered with mud. The riverbed changed, leaving it behind.
You mean this wreck is buried under the East River shore?
Yeah, that's what I figure. There ought to be a door somewhere in this cabin, leading to a passageway. You see it?
No. Then the walls are so covered with mud, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. Wait a minute. There may be a door here. Hand me the pickaxe.
Here you are.
It's a door, all right. And here's the handle.
Is it a passageway, Marty?
No. No, it's a small room. Look, there's a half a dozen chests in here.
Chests? Yeah. They have locks on them, too.
Wait till I break the lock on this one. That does it. The lid seems stuck. Help me lift it.
Okay. Now lift. Hey, look. It's full of copper coins.
Frank, these ain't copper coins.
Huh?
Look, scratch one. These coins are gold.
Gold?
Frank, this is a treasure ship. A treasure ship, do you hear? Well, there's 10 times as much dough here as there was in the bank. We're rich, kid. We're rich.
How much do you think there is in here?
I don't know. But there must be millions. Think of it. And it's all ours.
How are we going to get it out of here? How are we going to get out of here, Marty?
Yeah, that's right. This wreck is probably buried 60 feet under the East River bank.
Yeah.
We'll have to go back to the cave and find another spot where we can start digging our way out.
But what about all this gold?
Don't worry, kid. We'll be back for it. But first we got to get out ourselves. Come on. Let's go back to the cave.
Yeah. The air is sure better in the cave.
Yeah. Now, let's try one of these other walls. You start digging, Frank.
Okay, Marty, you just... The beam is flickering.
Yeah, the batteries are shot. There it goes.
Marty, we can't dig our way out in the dark.
Well, don't you think I know it? It looks like the game is over, kid. Well, you may as well sit down and take it easy.
But we just can't stay here in the dark.
You got any better ideas?
No. Guess not. What's going to happen to us, Marty?
Come Monday morning, the cops will be swarming all over the bank. They'll find the tunnel we dug under the vault. Then they'll find us. Probably some fat sergeant will fall through the tunnel and land in our laps.
And the 120 G's and all the gold we found?
Well, the bank will get back the 120 G's, and as for the gold we found, your guess is as good as mine.
That's a hot one. We hit the jackpot twice in one night to the tune of millions, and we end up behind the 8-ball. This is really a hot one. All that has to happen now is for that fat sergeant to fall through the tunnel and land in our lap. And you know, Doc, that's just what happened. A fat cop fell through the floor of the tunnel and landed right on our laps. Ain't that hard one?
Williams, get hold of yourself. Get hold of yourself.
Yeah. I'm okay, Doc. I'm
All
okay.
right. What happened after the police found you in the cave?
Well, Marty and me led the cops to the wreck. You should have seen their faces, Doc, when they saw the gold.
And the wreck you discovered, what ship was it?
You mean you didn't read about it in the papers, Doc? Back in January of 42? Oh, it was in all the headlines.
I told you that at the time I was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp.
Oh. Well, Doc, that wreck that Marty and me found buried in the mud was the British treasure ship Huzzar, which sank in the East River at Hellgate on September 13, 1780.
British treasure ship, huh? How much gold was it carrying?
£1 million in gold, Doc. That's over $4 million.
$4 million?
Yeah. The gold was sent over here to pay off the British soldiers who was fighting the Americans during the Revolution.
I see.
Marty and me heard all about it while we was waiting to go on trial for robbing the Hellgate Bank.
Ah. I see by your record here you were found guilty and received a life sentence.
Yeah, me and Marty both. The Hellgate Bank robbery made us 4-time losers. It's been 6 years, Doc, since we found the wreck. 6 years.
Tell me, who got the $4 million in gold that you found?
Ain't you heard, Doc?
Heard what?
Well, I just come from the warden's office. The warden, he tells me that after 5 years of legal scrapping by my mouthpiece, Marty and me are going to get $2 million of that gold. Think of it, Doc. $1 million apiece.
$1 million?
Yeah. Ain't that a hot one, Doc? The court gives me $1 million. You know what that means? I'm a millionaire. The richest guy in this prison. Only, Doc, how am I going to spend it?
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What happened to Frank Williams? Oh, the rich fellow is still serving his life sentence.
All of his fellow prisoners have nicknamed him the Millionaire. But the problem of spending the money is driving Frank crazy. However, he hasn't given up yet. Right now, he's figuring out how he can take it with him. Now, I recall another young man once who decided that money was the root of all evil, so he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joe DeSantis, and Frank Thomas. Original music by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
7 Years to Wait.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. If all the recipes women collect were laid end to end, they'd probably reach to the moon and back again. But out of them all, only a few are such big favorites that they're used week after week, year after year. Such a recipe is the Pet Milk Recipe of the Month for barbecued corn and meatballs. Nothing fancy about it, just the kind of homey, satisfying food that a family doesn't get tired of. Meatballs, tender and juicy, teamed up with good whole kernel corn in barbecue sauce seasoned just right. Boy, oh boy, that's eating. And what makes those meatballs so extra good the family wants them extra often? Pet evaporated milk. If you've never tasted meatballs made the Pet Milk way, you just don't know how good they can be. So take my advice, and tomorrow get the Pet Milk Recipe of the Month for barbecued corn and meatballs. It's being featured right now in grocery stores from coast to coast. Look for the recipe and give your family this Pet Milk Treat of the Month soon. When a newlywed husband takes his wife to the movies, he brings her home in a taxi. After they've been married a few years, he brings her home in a streetcar. So here, walking home from a matinee, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, that was a wonderful picture, Magee. I just enjoyed every minute of it.
Enjoyed it? My gosh, you cried your eyes out through the whole picture. That was the soggiest popcorn I ever tasted.
Well, that's the way women are, dearie. We always enjoy a good cry.
Well, you must have all been having a picnic today, then. Every dame in the joint was bawling like a calf with its tail caught in a barbed wire fence. Some fun.
Well, come clean now, dearie. Didn't you ever cry at a movie yourself?
Well, once when I was a kid.
Well, good.
Yep, it was one of them Western pictures where some pioneers were caught in a snowstorm in the wilderness, and a bunch of wolves came along and ate them all up.
Oh, my goodness, no wonder you cried. Those brave people being devoured by wolves.
Oh, it wasn't that. I cried because there was one poor skinny little wolf that didn't get himself a pioneer.
What a lovable child you must have been.
Well, I always have had a tender spot for dumb animals, and speaking of dumb animals, look who's coming.
For goodness sakes, Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. And a twitch of the eyebrow to you, bag britches.
Hi, low belly.
I I was just over to your house, Molly. You had an appointment at my office for a checkup this morning.
Oh, dear, I forgot all about it, Doctor. Magee and I went to the movies.
Oh, well, don't worry about it. Can't be much wrong with a woman who's lived with this little monster all these years and managed to survive.
That tough talk don't fool me none, Fatso. You love me and you know it.
Oh, sure. To put new words to an old song, like a schoolboy loves geometry, that's how I love you. As I was saying to the fellows during the penny ante game last night, what a relief.
Hey, wait a minute. There was a poker game. How come you forgot to call me?
We didn't forget. It was purely intentional. The way you behaved at the last session made you about as popular as a busted flush.
Gosh, I didn't act no different from usual.
Exactly.
What'd he do, Doctor?
Well, we just have a small game, 10 chips for a penny, and this mad plunger said he'd take 5 chips and pay for them with an IOU.
I was only kidding.
We persuaded him to buy a whole nickel's worth, and the game started. Dealer's choice. When it came his turn to deal, he said we'd have a hand of double-breasted Willie in the woodwork.
I never heard of that one before.
Neither had anybody else. According to this half-baked Hoyle, it's played with all spades wild except the king, which becomes a deuce of hearts if you have a club in your hand, or a tray of clubs if you have a diamond in your hand higher than the 7. Also, the red 5s count double if you have more black cards than red cards, unless the man on your left has a one-eyed jack.
Well, how could you remember all those rules?
We couldn't, so Magee won every time he dealt. When the game was over, he discovered that he was short 1 chip, value 1/10 cent. "Lock the door," screams Gaylord Magee, the riverboat gambler. "I've been robbed."
Heavenly days.
He insisted that we all strip to the skin so he could search us. We picked him up, tossed him out the door, and the missing chip fell from the cuff of his trousers.
Well, I can understand why he wasn't invited again.
Yes, without Magee, we had a quiet, simple game of penny ante. Nothing was wild, including the players. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Huh. He sure don't let the truth interfere with a good story.
You mean he made that up?
Why, sure. That chip didn't fall out of my trouser cuff. It fell out of my pocket.
Well, that's different, but no better.
Well, now, don't go scolding me, Tootsie. I ain't the one that ought to be ashamed of himself. You're the one of herself.
Me? For what?
For not keeping your appointment with Doc, that's for what. My gosh, there just ain't no excuse for not remembering stuff.
Oh, all right. So I forgot something, but it doesn't happen very often.
Well, it shouldn't never happen. Me, I got a terrific memory. My mind is like a big filing cabinet. If you could look inside my head, you'd see a whole line of long drawers.
Sounds like wash day in the wintertime.
Nothing to laugh about, kiddo. You ought to be like the...
Well, Magee, we've reached our little nest.
Oh, yeah.
Shall we go inside and let the subject drop?
Okay. But it's pretty embarrassing for a fellow like me, which never forgets, to have a wife which, in spite of the example set by her husband, does.
Go ahead, dearie. Open the door.
I can't.
Why not?
I forgot to bring my keys. We're locked out.
Well, well. What were you saying about a terrific memory?
Funny, I can't seem to remember.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I Talk to the Trees.
this isn't a fine thing locked out of our own house.
Didn't you bring your keys either?
I didn't even bring my purse.
Oh?
I left all those little details to my lord and master with the long drawers in his head. What do we do now? Go downtown for dinner, I hope?
Oh, no, it ain't that serious, Tootsie. There's ways to get in without a key.
Well, name one.
Well, we could dig a hole under the house and crawl around till we found a loose board in the floor. Forget it, huh?
Yes. Look, what about the windows? I know the front windows are locked, but we could put a ladder against the house and try the upstairs windows on the sides.
Say, that's a great idea. I was just going to think of that myself.
Well, good. Run, get the ladder out of the garage.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you, kiddo. I already done that.
When?
Week before last, when I had the gutters cleaned out. It's laying right down here in the flower bed.
Well, good.
Well, come on, grab one end of it.
All right. I'll get a hold of...
No, not the big end of it. That's too heavy for you. You take the little end, Tootsie.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's thoughtful. There, I've got it. You got the big end?
No, a ladder always works better if you leave one end of it on the ground. Come on now, raise it up. That's it. A little higher. Walk it forward. Easy.
Oh.
Back a little. Left, right.
Oh.
Now, let it go. There. We got it.
Would you care to rest for a minute, Magee? Given all those directions must have tired you out.
No, I feel fine.
That's Mother's big, strong boy. Well, up you go.
Oh, not me, kiddo. I couldn't.
Why not?
I got no head for high places. Sometimes I even get dizzy when I wake up in the morning and look over the side of the bed for my socks.
Well, now, I'm certainly not going up that ladder. I don't want the whole neighborhood looking at my legs.
What's wrong? Are your seams crooked?
No, they're not, but that doesn't mean I want more Toops or Hector Howell to see them.
Oh, why worry about them guys? More Toops' wife looks like she's walking around on 2 rayon radishes. And that Hector Howell's wife is so bow-legged she could straddle a barrel without picking up a splinter. They wouldn't dare make no cracks about yours.
Well, you certainly build up a girl's ego.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
What's with the ladder? Getting ready to paint the house?
No, we're locked out. I want Magee to climb up and see if that bedroom window's open, but he's afraid of the height.
Yeah, I wish we had Uncle Dennis here. He'd do it. The higher he is, the happier he is.
Well, hey, I'll run up and take a look.
Swell, Junior. I'll hold the ladder. Hey, look at him go up.
Sorry, Kyle, it's locked.
Hey, look at him come down.
My goodness, Mr. Wilcox, you certainly did that fast.
Well, I learned how to climb ladders from the boys in the fire department, Molly. You should see those boys do it.
Yeah, they're great, Junior.
Oh, I was over there yesterday having a little coffee with the boys. Real coffee with plenty of pet milk in it.
Oh.
And the chief said he'd show us how they do a rescue.
Yeah, I'd like to saw that. Daredevil stuff, huh?
Oh, you bet. Wilcox, the chief said to me,
Yeah?
Set down your cup of delicious, steamy hot coffee. Coffee at its best because it has the beautiful creamy color and the delightful flavor that pet milk always brings to coffee.
Yeah?
And come watch how we do a rescue, he said.
Firemen always talk like that?
In Wilcox's stories, everybody talks like that. Well, go on, Junior. What happened?
Well, the chief grabbed a cup of coffee, sloshed it full of pet, and ran up a 10-story ladder with it.
With the coffee in his hand?
No, in a cup. Too hot to hold in his hand, you see. Well, anyway, he reached the top, made his rescue, and started down.
Boy, I'd like to saw that.
Ah, what a picture. What a picture of skill and daring.
Yeah?
The fire chief nonchalantly climbing down an 80-foot ladder with a beautiful blonde under one arm and a cup of coffee with pet milk in the other hand.
My goodness, down a ladder, no hand.
Boy, I'd like to saw that.
Well, sir, let me tell you. About halfway down, he suddenly hit a spot where the ladders joined, and he had to have one hand free, you see.
Boy, I'm afraid to ask what he did, Junior.
Well, he did the only thing possible, of course.
Yeah?
He dropped the blonde and grabbed the ladder and never spilled a drop.
Heavenly days. He dropped the girl and held on to the cup of coffee?
Why, sure. Any intelligent, able-bodied, red-blooded coffee lover faced with a choice like that, a choice between a beautiful blonde and an even more beautiful cup of coffee, coffee with the handsome creamy color and the tantalizing flavor that pet evaporated milk gives it, well, gee whiz, anybody would... Am I going a little too far with this?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
No, Junior, you can go a little farther. Go home.
Okay, so long.
Boy, that boy's getting a little confused, you know. Well, come on, I'll help you move the ladder over, Mom.
Good. Maybe the next window might be open.
Easy now. Watch it. That's it. Easy. There.
That's it. Now, could I persuade you to climb up there, please?
I already told you, Molly, I can't stand altitude. You remember the time I tried on them elevator shoes and they give me the nosebleed? Any kind of height, just...
Hello, daughter. Hi there, Johnny. What's up to, kid?
Oh, hi, old-timer. We got ourselves locked out of the house.
And Magee doesn't want to climb up to the window, claims it makes him giddy.
I'll climb up, daughter. Won't bother me none. I've been giddy all my life.
Oh, you shouldn't, Mr. Oldtimer, not at your age.
Oh, I'm still pretty spry, daughter. As I was saying to my girlfriend Bessie t'other night, Bessie, I says, I'll never see 40 again, but who cares? I already seen it twice.
How are you and Bessie getting along these days?
Oh, fine, Johnny.
Good.
Had a little spat a while back, but now we're cool like 2 pigeons full of popcorn.
Yeah.
What was your little spat about?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I took Bessie on a tour of the hot spots.
The nightclubs, eh?
Nope. Them open gratings in the sidewalks. We like to stand over them and feel the hot air come up.
That sounds real entertaining.
Yeah, well, while we were standing there, some soldiers come by, and Bessie made eyes at them, and we had a beef.
Oh?
Next day, I got to thinking, if Bessie was so crazy about uniforms, I'd get one myself. So I went down to the recruiting office and lied about my age.
Yeah, how'd you make out?
Fine, Johnny, till I took off my shirt, and there on my chest was tattooed, "Remember the Maine."
I suppose you gave up after that.
Nope, I kept trying, but he was pretty discouraging. Said soldiers had to march a lot, and then he made a ridiculous request.
What was that, old-timer?
He said, "Let me see your legs, Pop." I said, "I can't make my legs pop, Buster. Would you like to see my eyes pop?"
I suppose you wound up getting classified 4F.
Not 4F, Johnny. He gave me a classification all my own. 4B.
4B?
Yep. Badly battered, but belligerent.
The King's Men and Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Leaving New York on track 29, Sunshine Limited.
Check your baggage.
Bound for Washington, Roanoke, Asheville,
Chattanooga. Pardon me, boys. Is this the Chattanooga Choo Choo? Yes, sir. Track 29. Boys, you can give me a shot. Oh, I can afford to board the Chattanooga Choo Choo. I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. You read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far. Shovel-alla calling, gotta keep it rolling. Boo-boo, Chattanooga, there you are. Widely celebrated Chattanooga, situated on the moccasin bend of the Tennessee River. Missionary Ridges off the west, 120,000 population. Them's the folks I love the best.
Iron and steel are the principal products. Boilers, furniture, cast iron pipe. Many resorts to attract the tourists.
You ought to be there when the peaches get ripe. Chattanooga, Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's the place for me. Boy, there's gonna be a certain party at the station, dressed in satin and lace. I used to call Funny Face. Oh, she's gonna cry until I tell her they'll never roll. So Chattanooga, choo-choo, won't you
choo-choo me home. Chattanooga choo-choo. Chattanooga, Chattanooga choo-choo. Chattanooga choo-choo. Won't you choo-choo me
Rat the luck. Whoever closed this house up when we left for the movie, you sure locked the windows tight, kiddo. Dead rat, the dead rat.
Well. Practicing to be a burglar, Magee? Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. We're locked out of our house.
Yeah, Latrell, we went to a movie this afternoon, and Molly forgot to bring her door key.
I forgot to bring his, too.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can help you, Molly. How about the back door?
Locked.
Well, let's go have a look at it. I carry an old-fashioned door key on my ring, sort of a skeleton key. You'd be surprised how many different locks it will open.
Wonderful. I hope it works.
Yeah, where'd you learn about locks, Latriv? You a Yale man, boy? Oh, gee whiz, don't you get it, kids? Yale locks, Yale University.
Tain't funny, McGee.
Tain't?
I wasn't amused by it. As a matter of fact, Magee, if you really want to know, I was educated in England. Graduated from Eton College.
My gosh, them English have a special college where they just teach that?
Just teach what?
Eating. You said you graduated from an eating college. I had no idea they specialized like that over there.
I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Molly. You see, Eton College is a famous English school.
Gee whiz, what'll they think of next? I've heard of business college and barber college, but an Eton College is a new one on me.
I didn't say I attended an eating college, Magee. I merely said I attended the Eton School. The one and only Eton School.
It's the only one I've ever heard of. I know that.
Yeah, me too. What'd you major in, Latriv? Out of carb at a formal dinner, or did you just go for a straight degree of LLD, Doctor of Light Lunches?
Just a moment, please. This confusion is really
I'll
too
bet
bad.
you were a wonderful student. I just bet you were. Honor student, probably.
Yeah.
How did you graduate? Magna cum and get it?
Yes. No.
I'd sure like to see your diploma sometime, boy. What's it look like? A cross knife and fork on a saucer of tea with a mutton chop rampant on a field of Yorkshire pudding?
Oh, stop it. Of all the stupid, deliberate ways to...
Now, Mr. Mayor, temper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now, listen, please. I merely said that I attended Eton College in England. E-T-O-N. Eton.
E-T-O-N?
That's the name of the school. They don't teach eating there.
Boy, they don't teach spelling there either. E-T-O-N, Eton. You hear that, Molly?
Yeah. A college man, and he can't even spell either.
I'm not trying to yell Steeton. Spell Yeaton. Beaten. Smell Eaton. Look, when I said I went to Skeetnool in England, I didn't mean I skent to wool to earn to leap. Went to school to burn my feet, to earn the meat, beat my seat. Feet. You were the ones. It was Magee?
Yes, boy?
This key of mine works as I thought it would. It unlocks the back door, you see?
Oh, good.
I can open it, you see?
Oh, that's swell, Trev.
And I can close it and lock it.
Yeah, but you got to leave it unlocked, or we can't get back in.
Yes, I know. Good day.
Well, if that isn't a fine attitude. Try to be nice to people and
yeah,
have a
just
nice...
because he went to Eton school, he takes it on the lam. Well, I guess I'll just have to bust the window.
I guess you will.
Yeah.
Might as well be this one here you'll break, I guess. The pantry one.
That's a good one.
I've got to get inside and start dinner because I can't...
Okay, here goes.
Oh. Reach in and unlock it now.
I got it.
Think you can get through there all right? It's a little small.
Well, give me a leg up.
There.
That's it. I'll get my head and shoulders through first.
You want me to push?
Yeah. I can't get my hips through.
Oh, dear, what a tight fit.
I'm stuck. I can't go either way. Help, Molly. It's cutting my wind.
I'm trying.
Push. Pull. No, don't do both at once.
Well, I'm trying to help you.
Help. Run. Get a saw. Get a carpenter.
No. Took it easy, McGee. Took it easy.
Who's in there, McGee?
It's me, Mrs. Ole Svensson rides again.
Well, come on. Drag me through here, Ole. Grab my arms.
You know, it's a good thing I'm here, McGee. Easy now. I pull you right on in the pantry here. Now. There. That's it.
Whew. Boy. Thanks a lot, Ole. Open the back door for Molly.
Well, hello, Mrs. Come in. It's your house.
My goodness, I'm certainly glad you were here, Ole. Sit down, I'll put some coffee on.
Well, thanks, Mrs. I used dropped in to bring back eggs my missus borrowed there on the Sanko there.
Oh, that's swell, Ole. And any time you want to borrow anything else, boy, you're welcome to come over here. Hey, wait a minute. How did you get in this house, anyhow?
My goodness, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
That was very simple, McGee. I knock at the front door, nobody answers, so I push it open and holler McGee. Then you holler back help, I come in the pantry, and there you was in the window, stuck like a pig.
You just pushed the front door open?
Sure, you should leave the door unlocked like that, McGee. That's a very careless habit.
Careless my clavicle. This is ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Ask any good cook who cooks with pet evaporated milk, and she'll tell you that there is no better milk. You'll say so, too, once you discover how many favorite family foods you can make extra delicious and extra nourishing with pet evaporated milk. Whatever you use it in, from cream pies to puddings, from casserole meals to cake frosting, pet milk makes a wonderful and noticeable difference. It's bound to, because there's a difference in the milk itself. You see, pet milk is actually more than twice as rich as ordinary bottled milk, because more than half the water has been removed by evaporation. By removing that much water, all the richness, all the natural goodness that's in a full quart of good, sweet country milk is concentrated in just a pint of pet evaporated milk. That's right. Just 1 pint of pet evaporated milk has the same natural richness and food value as a full quart of good, sweet country milk. So is it any wonder that pet milk is the first choice of good cooks? Make it your first choice, too, next time you go to your grocer's.
And anytime we can pull you out of a window, Ole, you just let us know, huh?
That's okay, McGee. I was just thinking, though. I don't know which way I should tell the fellas at the Elks Club, McGee, about this.
And what you mean, which way to tell it?
Well, I could say it 2 ways.
Yeah?
You're an American fella, of course.
Why, of course, Ole.
Well, I don't know if I should say I gave a big yerk and pulled a yank through the window, or I give a yank and pull a big yerk through the window. That's a yoke, McGee.
But not when you're the yerk, the yoke's on it, ain't it? Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Some husbands forget wedding anniversaries. Others remember with a gift. But Jim Carter spends time on his wedding anniversary buying a present for someone else's wife. It all happens in the Story of the Week next Saturday morning on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program. Be sure to listen. In addition to a wonderful story, you'll hear the special recipe of the week for a tasty, easy-to-fix one-dish meal, Frankfurter corned bake. Don't miss the Story of the Week and the Recipe of the Week on next Saturday morning's Mary Lee Taylor program, coming your way on NBC.
Now enjoy the Eddie Cantor Show on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Say, that's tough, Barbie. Dan having to go out of town this week. He's missing the chance to act in a swell story at Mystery House tonight.
It's a very peculiar story, Art.
Good characters, Barbie?
Oh, if you're worrying about a good part for yourself, Art, you have a honey.
Oh, listen, Barb, you know it wasn't that. Tom, you tell her my sole interest is in the show as a whole. She won't believe me.
Well, Art, I think everybody has to have a personal interest in everything they do.
You have a personal interest in all your work, do you, Tom?
Why, certainly. Now, you take this message. Just listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Laugh? I thought I'd die. Tonight's story opens in the luxurious but overly ornate dining room of Amos Gadley, a millionaire and an incurable practical joker. 3 other people are seated around the table.
I think you'll find this coffee a rare treat. It's my own special blend, imported especially for my use. Give everybody a generous cup, Jefferson.
Yes, Mr. Gadley.
Drink hearty, friends. You'll never get anything like it.
Is this another of your jokes, Gadley? What's wrong with the coffee?
Wrong? Don't trust me, Carmen. It's wonderful coffee. Wonderful.
No, thank you. And I wouldn't take any either if I were you, Garnett.
Don't worry, Lance. I won't.
Drink up, all of you. I'm a man of whims, and I might decide that I don't like one of you, unless you do as I say. That would be pretty funny.
You're always funny, Gadley, but I have no sense of humor.
Quiet. Nobody who lives on my charity can talk that way to me. It doesn't amuse me. Drink your coffee, all of you.
The clown prince has spoken. If he tells me to eat gravel, suppose I must.
I'll drink it, but I don't have to like it, do I?
You'll love it.
5 will get you 10 on that. Well, here goes.
A toast to the funniest man in the world.
Carmen, sit down.
Awfully sure of yourselves, all of you. It's about time I had this little dinner.
I've been wondering what the point is. I suppose it's something screamingly funny.
We have a point to make, too, Gadley. We've talked things over, and we've decided we're through feeling like charity wards. You're giving us no more than we deserve. We don't propose to go on being stooges for your stupid jokes.
You think not, eh? You'll go on.
Oh, no, no.
Carmen, what's the matter?
Your face. And Garnett.
What's up?
And yours, too, my dear.
We're all turning blue. Our skin.
Not me. I ain't blue.
What was in that coffee?
A little chemical, Mr. Garnett, and don't worry, it's quite harmless.
As harmless as all your little pranks, I suppose?
I have the word of a reliable doctor that all it'll do is tint the skin a brilliant blue. It'll wear off completely in 24 hours.
So for 24 hours, we look like circus freaks.
Yes, Carmen, darling, for 24 hours. Maybe a little inconvenient.
Anything for a laugh?
Maybe, but this isn't for laughs. I wonder which one of you has seen this letter before.
How would we know whether we've seen it before or not? It's just a plain white envelope with your name and address typed on it. And no return address.
Of course you wouldn't know. None of you would know. Maybe I'd better read it to you.
Yes, that might be a good idea.
Dear, fat, funny boy, nobody loves a good laugh as much as you do, and this'll kill you. You'll be dead by midnight, Saturday.
What? That's tonight.
Don't interrupt. You probably won't appreciate the humor of your murder, but it'll be a big laugh to at least 3 people. And the letter's signed, guess who? Pretty good, eh?
Excellent.
Yeah? Well, it was supposed to scare me, but it didn't.
Maybe it should have scared you, Gadley.
It had to be one of you three. And so we're going to have a most amusing experiment this evening.
Experiment? What are you up to now?
Jefferson and I will search all three of you for any possible weapons.
Listen, you don't
I think that you three are the ones mentioned in that letter. The ones who'd get a big laugh from my murder.
Maybe you're right.
I've been a practical joker for years.
You're telling us.
I've had a lot of fun. You three were, well, my failures. 3 jokes that failed to come off.
3 jokes that failed to come off. Just like that. Why, you rotten, filthy, fat old devil.
Shut up! I'm not joking now, Lance. And I can be pretty mean when I'm in the mood. I've paid all 3 of you. Made up for everything.
If you think you could ever make up for what you've done to me, you're mistaken.
I've never felt humble about taking your money.
Fine. I wanted to be sure I had the right 3, and I'm sure I have. Now we're going to have some fun. What time is it, Jefferson?
10:30, sir.
Excellent. The experiment should take about an hour. Jefferson, telephone the police station for me.
Yes, sir.
What is this, anyway? What are you trying to pull?
You'll know soon enough.
Here you are, sir.
Hello? I'd like to speak to Captain Linwood, please. Oh, hello, Captain. This is Amos J. Gadley, Delacourt Apartments. I'm about to be murdered, Captain Linwood. Who? I don't know exactly, Captain. But certain people are very blue about it. No, I'm not joking. Never was more serious in my life. Goodbye. Well, I'm satisfied none of you has any weapons. Hey, Jefferson?
Yes, quite satisfied, sir.
All right, bring in the tray.
I don't get this, Gadley.
You will, Carmen. You will.
Here you are, sir.
The tree. A revolver, a hunting knife, and a sledgehammer on it. Say, what's this going to be, a suicide party?
That wouldn't be a bad idea at all, Garnett. No, these weapons are for your convenience. In deference to the weaker sex, I think Carmen should have first choice of weapons.
What's the big idea? Is this another of your jokes?
No joke, Garnett. Here's the idea. You make a choice of weapons. Then Jefferson will turn out the lights at a signal. Each of you will grab your weapon from the tray.
You're crazy.
Lights all out. Each of you with a weapon. And then, if my guess is right, you try to kill me.
This isn't funny, Gadley. I'm going home.
Oh, no, you're not. Because if any one of you refuses to go through with my plans, you don't get any more allowance. You're broke.
No use arguing with him. He'll win as usual. All right, Gadley. I'll take the revolver.
Revolver it is. A very ladylike choice. Lance, I suppose you yield second choice to Garnett. He costs me more than you do.
I want no choice at all.
You take one, all right. Mr. Garnett, this knife or the sledgehammer?
The sledgehammer appeals to me, Gadley. And I hope I can make a lucky swing in the dark. I'll be trying, I assure you.
Thank you, Mr. Garnett. You make the game so much more fun for me. I guess that leaves the knife for the ex-surgeon, Lance. Something poetic about things working out that way, isn't there?
You're out of your mind. You can't go through with this.
You think not? Line up against the wall, all 3 of you. Hurry.
We might as well.
All right.
I'm going to stand over here at the opposite end of the room. The second the lights go out, make a dash for the weapons.
I suppose we'll stumble over a cord or something.
No, I promise.
See here, Gadley. You can make us play this game, but you can't make us pick up those weapons or use them.
No, don't argue with him, Lance.
Are you ready, Jefferson?
Yes, sir.
When I count to 3, turn off the lights.
Right, sir.
Keep your eyes on the tray, all of you. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what the...
Oh, pardon me.
May the best man win. Close, Carmen. 4 more cartridges left.
Don't worry. I just wanted to see if the gun was really loaded.
Hey, be careful of that gun, Carmen.
Nice try with the knife, Lance. I believe you cut my coat sleeve a little.
You're bats. I wasn't even near you.
Very good, Lance. You're smarter than I thought. That was exactly the right thing to say. Oh, excellent. You're really putting me on my mettle. Unfortunately, Mr. Garnett, you hit my shoulder instead of my head, and the shoulder's much better padded.
Oh, you devil! You're asking to be murdered. All right, you'll get what you want.
Carmen, no!
exciting. But the novelty's worn off. Turn on the lights, Jefferson. Turn them on.
Right, sir. Mr. Garnett.
Garnett? Speak to me. Garnett?
No use, Gadley. He's dead.
No, he couldn't be dead. Somebody's trying to...
You wanted a murder tonight, and it looks like you got it. I hope you're satisfied.
Murder?
Certainly.
You killed him, Gadley. First you killed his soul, and now his body. I hope you hang.
I know your reputation as a practical joker, Gadley, or I'd have been here sooner. I thought you were trying to be funny.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was, Captain Linwood.
Say, how about having one of your cigars, Gadley? Hope you don't mind.
Don't
mention it. Thanks. All right, good cigars, Gadley. Hey! What the blazes are you trying to pull, Gadley?
Oh, those cigars aren't dangerous now, Captain Linwood. His exploding cigars have been toned down considerably since
when?
Since I was a young surgeon. Gadley gave me one of his cigars before he'd quite perfected his formula. Tetanus infection in my right hand. Result, 3 fingers amputated. End of a career.
Yeah? Real cute, wasn't he?
I've made it up to him, Captain. I pay him $200 a month. My lawyers drew up a life contract with him.
Life contract, huh? Then it'd be worth $200 a month to you for him to be dead, as far as you're concerned.
Well, I don't mind the expense.
I don't suppose you was paying Garnett anything, too, by any chance?
I can answer that for you, Captain. Garnett got more than any of us. $500 a month.
You little ingrate.
Garnett was an artist years ago, and a good one. But Gadley had a funny boutonniere in his lapel one day. It squirted water in your face when he squeezed a bolt.
Shut up, you little fool.
Gadley wasn't satisfied with just squirting water. He worked out a solution that would make your skin itch. Got into Garnett's eyes and practically blinded him. That was the end of Garnett's painting.
Beg pardon, miss, but is Gadley connected with your...
My being crippled?
Yes.
I was a dancer 10 years ago. Did an adagio act with my partner. Gadley was sitting in one of the front upper boxes. He tossed some carpet tacks onto the stage, just as I was starting our hardest routine. I stepped on a tack and missed my partner's arms. I was in the hospital 2 years.
Well, I paid all the bills, didn't I?
Sure, you paid the bills. You've been paying them ever since. And isn't that just wonderful of you?
Yeah, seems like a comical guy, all right. Hey, you.
Me, sir?
Yes, you. What's your particular ailment?
Ailment, sir?
Yeah, what's Gadley done to you?
Oh, nothing, sir. He's been wonderful to me, sir.
Jefferson's his stooge.
Oh. There's some things I don't get about this. Sounds awful fishy. You say you gave all 3 of these, wards of yours a chance to kill you.
Oh, but that was all a joke, Captain Linwood. They couldn't kill me.
What do you mean they couldn't kill you?
I wanted to see which one had the nerve to try murdering me. Which one had sent that letter. The revolver was loaded with blanks. A knife wouldn't kill a flea.
Why not?
Very clever knife. The blade slips right up into the handle the minute it touches anything. See?
Somebody spent a lot of time to make a fool thing like that. But this sledgehammer, now don't tell me
Looks
that...
murderous, doesn't it?
No! I didn't hurt a bit. I scarcely felt it.
Yeah, the weight's all in the end of the handle. The actual sledgehammer is made of balsa wood, painted black. Doesn't weigh half an ounce.
Anything for a laugh, huh? But here's something I found. And it ain't so comical.
What? It's a toy balloon. Like they sell at circuses.
Yeah. But this little toy balloon killed Garnett. See how much of a chuckle you can get out of that.
Garnett killed by a toy balloon. Doesn't seem possible. But strange things happen in Mystery House. You'll find out all about it in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act 2 of Laugh? I thought I'd die. We go to Captain Linwood's office in the police station. He's talking to Amos Gadley's butler, Jefferson, as the scene opens.
You know anything about that balloon, Jefferson?
A balloon?
I talk plain enough. The big red rubber balloon in the base of the ash stand in Gadley's apartment.
You're all wrong about Mr. Gadley, sir. He's innocent, absolutely innocent. He's a good man and a generous one. And he has a wonderful sense of humor.
Yeah, I'm laughing fit to bust. Now, what was that balloon doing in the base of the ash stand?
Why, what difference could it possibly make, sir?
Because there were faint traces of a very deadly poison gas in it. And that's what killed Garnett.
Oh, you're all wrong, sir. Mr. Gadley filled the balloon with air and put it down in the base of the ash stand for a joke, sir.
A joke?
Yes, indeed, sir.
Now tell me why I should laugh.
Why, don't you see, sir? Somebody drops their cigarette down into the ash stand and presses the button to let it down into the hollow base. It hits the balloon and bang.
You saw him blow it up with air?
Why, yes.
The balloon wasn't busted, Jefferson, but it was empty. And you're lying.
Well, maybe I didn't see him actually blow it up, sir. But he told me he did.
Oh, he told you he did, huh? And he told you he didn't mind paying Garnett $500 a month, too, I suppose.
You've got to let me out of this jail, Linwood. My lawyers will have you walking a beat before you get through with this.
So you don't know from nothing about a balloon in the ash stand, huh?
No. I've told you that.
You weren't playing a cute little practical joke.
No. How many times do I have to tell you no?
Oh, it's no good, Gadley. You were tired of paying. If you could kill one and make it look like one of the other two did the job, you could cut your payments a lot.
That's ridiculous.
You thought you were safe. You had the balloon filled with deadly poison gas.
I don't know anything about any balloon, I tell you.
Yeah, I heard that before. Garnett was getting more money from you than either of the others. You held the balloon in front of his face and slowly released the gas.
You're mad.
Then you dropped the empty balloon back in the ash stand and pressed the button to let it down into the base. You thought it would never be found.
You can't do this to me. It's a frame-up.
A silly little toy balloon, but it collapsed with a bit of poison gas still in it. You know what that means, Gadley?
You're an utter idiot. You're insane.
It means the electric chair for you, Gadley.
Hello, Carmen. I think the police have found out that Garnett loaned you money after his wife left him. He didn't? Oh, but I happen to know. And you hadn't paid it back, had you? I'd tell the police all about it if I were you, before you get into trouble.
Hi, Mr. Jefferson. What do you think you're doing?
You heard what?
Yeah, every word of it. I've been following you, and you might as well quit trying to clear your boss, because this is going to be one joke that's on him.
You again.
Yeah, and this time maybe I got something that'll help you. I don't know, but I ain't a guy to let my prejudices overcome my duty.
You're a stupid fool.
Maybe, but I'm not alone if I am. Did Mr. Lance and Mr. Garnett ever have a quarrel when they were in your apartment?
Why, I don't know. Maybe they did.
You didn't hear one?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Oh. You know, I'm going to throw that butler of yours in the clink right along with you if he don't quit messing up this case.
What do you mean?
He told me Lance and Garnett nearly came to blows at your place a couple of weeks before the murder. That you pulled them apart. And that Lance said to Garnett...
Yes, it's true. Absolutely true.
Oh, you remember now, huh?
Certainly I remember. They had a fight, a bad one.
Then suppose you tell me what Lance said to Garnett.
I don't remember.
That's what I thought. Your butler told me Lance said to Garnett, I'll kill you the first chance I get. Oh, you'd have remembered that, Gadley, if it had ever been said.
Millionaire joker found guilty of murder. Read all about it.
Good evening, Mr. Gadley, sir.
Jefferson. Good old Jefferson. They let you come to tell me the governor's going to grant a reprieve?
I'm sorry, sir.
He's not. But they can't convict an innocent man, Jefferson. They can't do it.
I hate to see you so nervous, sir. You were always so gay, so full of jokes and hijinks, sir. This is, well, it's no way to die, sir.
You're right, Jefferson.
You could, how is it they say, the young people, sir? You could dish it out. Are you going to let them say you couldn't take it?
No. Thanks, Jefferson. You've meant a lot to me. You've stood by me through everything.
It was nothing, sir.
They're going to electrocute me, Jefferson. That'll be quite a shock, eh? Get it, Jefferson? Quite a shock.
Oh, very good, sir.
The silence will probably be electrifying. I guess I can take it. Jefferson?
Of course you can, sir.
I'd give a sparkling performance tonight, Jefferson.
Oh, very good, sir.
Anything for a laugh, Jefferson. Have a card, No, I'm afraid. Don't leave me, Jefferson. No. Don't leave me, Jefferson.
Oh, that's very funny, sir. That's the funniest yet. Well, I'll be seeing you in tomorrow's paper. Say, that wasn't bad either, was it? Bye-bye.
I'm holding a wire open to the governor's mansion. There may be a last-minute reprieve.
What do you think, Captain?
Well, if there is, I'll resign.
What? Jefferson?
Yes. I just came from the death cell. They told me you'd know if a reprieve had come through.
Yes, I will know. Sit down, Jefferson. How was he?
Oh, very brave, sir. Until just before I left. I had quite a time trying to cheer him up then.
How many minutes to go, Captain?
Just one.
Something could still happen?
Yeah, but it would be a miracle. What was it you liked so much about the guy anyway, Jefferson? You know, that's been bothering me.
It was, I suppose, his jollity, sir. So full of jokes.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
He did such comical things. Things that some people wouldn't think were funny at all. But Mr. Gadley could find the humor in them, like...
Just a minute. Linwood speaking. What? Pronounced dead, huh? Thank you.
It's all over?
Yeah, all over.
Well, that's that. Say, did they ever manage to trace Garnett's wife?
No, she disappeared completely.
Too bad you didn't trace her, Captain Linwood.
Why, Jefferson?
Because she was my daughter.
What?
If you had found her, you'd have known I killed Garnett.
What's that? You killed Garnett?
Yes, I killed him. I imagine he thanked me for it. He had nothing to live for.
He was getting $500 a month, wasn't he?
Garnett wasn't interested in money. He was interested in achievement. Yes, I killed him.
But if you weren't sore at him, why kill him?
Because it was the best way to kill Mr. Gadley. He was to blame for all my daughter's trouble. She and Garnett were extremely happy till Gadley ruined his career.
But you were trying to protect Gadley all the time.
Yes, but in an extremely bungling way, wasn't it?
Great Scott. And we've electrocuted an innocent man.
Innocent? I'd hardly say that, sir. I don't think you've ever electrocuted a wickeder man.
I'm sorry, Jefferson. I'll have to put you under arrest.
It's quite all right, sir.
All right. And Gadley electrocuted when he was innocent?
Yeah. Good joke on him, wasn't it?
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Circulars about Snowbody. Well, come on in. The door ain't locked. Oh, forever more. Like a body could open the door for theirself.
Good morning.
Oh. Well, come on in, mister.
I want to see the marshal.
Well, he ain't here just now. He rode out south of town a little piece. Something I can do for him, mister?
Are you a good man?
How's that?
They say the marshal's a good man. Are you good likewise?
Well, now, I don't rightly know. I can tell you one thing, though. I expect I just do about the best I can.
Can you open the lockup?
Well, of course I can, but I don't know what that's got to do with it.
I want you to unlock it.
Well, now, that just don't make sense. Ain't even nobody in there.
I want you to put somebody in it.
Oh, well, that's different. Where's he at? What's he done?
I want you to lock me up.
You? You wanted somewhere? You giving yourself up, are you?
My hands are clean.
Well, then what in the world...
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
Well, of course. But I can't just go throwing somebody in jail without they've done something. There's probably a log in there.
There's the Lord's law.
Well, I know that, but what's that got to do with
Thou shalt not kill.
Yes, but you said yourself you ain't done nothing.
It's heavy upon me to kill a man. I want you to lock me up to stay my hand.
Look here now, mister. You don't have to kill nobody if you just set your mind to it. Leastways, locking you up won't do no good. What about when you come out?
It will be safe by tomorrow. He will have left town by tomorrow.
Well, now, I don't know that I can go around putting... Oh, Mr. Dillon, you sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Hello, Chester. What's the matter?
It's him, Mr. Dillon. He wants me to lock him up. He claims he feels like killing somebody.
Oh? Anybody in particular?
Well, he ain't said. I was just fixing to ask him.
Oh, never mind, Chester. See to my horse, will you? I'll take care of this.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Are you the marshal?
I'm the marshal.
I'm called Jacob Leach, Marshal. I'm a God-fearing man.
What's this about locking you up?
It's upon me to kill a man, Marshal. I want to be locked up till morning so I'll not be tempted.
Oh, and who would tempt you?
A man of sin.
Does he have a name?
His name is Radford.
Radford?
Ollie Radford, a man of sin.
Well, what's he done? What have you got against him?
He lives with sin, Marshal. He shall be punished with everlasting destruction.
That's not exactly your job, is it?
I pray that I may not be the instrument of the Lord's destruction. I ask that you lock me up, Marshal, until Radford has left town tomorrow.
All right, Leach. I've had a hard ride, and I don't feel much like arguing with you about destruction. Yeah, I'll lock you up for the night. Come on over here. All right, go on in.
You've acted wisely, Marshal.
Maybe. Well, let me tell you something. After you get out of here, you go right on leaving the destruction business to the Lord. Or to the law.
The sinner shall surely be put to death.
Yeah. Well, so shall the murderer. You might remember that.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about a military hero. Well, at least a hero of the military. Kilroy's his name. That's about all the information there is about his vital statistics. But since the beginning of World War II, he's been in every theater of operation from Africa to Australia, from Kwajalein to Korea, and all points west, as the saying goes. And when they finally get to Mars, they'll probably find out that he's been there first, too. They all claim him as their own. The Army, the Navy, Air Force, even the Marines. So it's kind of hard to tell just what uniform he wears. But there's one thing for sure. Whatever his uniform might be, he's become a symbol of the courage and ingenuity of American men in uniform who have accomplished the impossible wherever it had to be accomplished. He was on Heartbreak Ridge and Guadalcanal. He was out in front with Jimmy Doolittle's squadron over Tokyo. He climbed Mount Cassino, walked through Berchtesgaden, crawled through Anzio, and waded ashore at Iwo Jima. You name the place, and his mark is there. Kilroy was here. Paul Bunyan, Mike Fink, Pecos Bill, and all the rest of our legendary heroes have more or less confined their activities to the boundaries of our country. But Kilroy has been wherever our men in uniform have been, and what's more, he's usually been there first. Impossible? Well, you might easily think that. If you hadn't seen his signature on the wall in a prison camp, or inside a concrete bunker, painted on a blown-up enemy tank, or chalked on the top of a bleak, bomb-cratered hill in Korea, you might say impossible. But there are those who don't. And I'm not going to argue with them because they're fellas who've been there. This is sort of their story I've been telling you, theirs and his. They're the ones who have made it sort of nice being citizens of our United States. Citizens with freedom to talk and laugh, and free to write and read and worship too. Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Well, there's just no doubt about it. In my mind, Radford, it was the only thing to do.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, I know it was a hard move to make, but it was the only thing to do.
Whatever is right for her, Doc, I'm going to do it.
Well, you've done it, Radford. I expect living in one room at a boarding house is a little cramped after ranch living.
Oh, well, we've lived in one room before. Anyway, it won't be forever.
No, it won't. I guess about a month at the outside. Oh! Morning, Matt. Yeah, see, that's Marshal Matt.
Morning, Doc.
Yeah.
You're out early. You looking for business?
Oh, I've got so much business I don't have time to look for it. Oh, Matt, this is Ollie Radford.
Marshal? Radford, huh? I haven't seen you around here before, have I?
No, Marshal, I don't get to town very often. I set up ranching out near Cimarron a few months back.
No? You got business in Dodge?
Well, no, Marshal. To tell the truth, I don't have no business in Dodge at all. But my wife has, don't she, Doc?
Yes, you see, I moved the Radfords into Ma Smalley's for a few weeks, Matt. Mrs. Radford's expecting. And she's not very strong. I just want to kind of keep an eye on her.
And they'll be here for a while, huh?
Oh, 3-4 weeks, I figure. Yes, well, I'll see you two later. I've got to get on up to my office there.
All right, Doc.
Yeah, you tell Molly what I said, Radford.
I'll do that, Doc, and thanks.
So long, Doc.
Goodbye.
Radford, you know a fellow named Leach?
Jacob Leach? Where did you run into him?
Right here in Dodge. He says that he might have to kill you.
Marshal, that man's crazy.
Yeah, maybe so, but he sounds like he might really go after you. Has he got any reason for killing you?
4 years ago, back in Missouri, I was married to his sister.
Oh. Would you go off and leave her or something?
No, Marshal. She died.
I see. Leach blamed you for it, huh?
Well, he said I killed her. She died trying to have our baby. That's why I want Doc close by this time.
Doc's a good man with babies. Does Leach know that you're married again?
Well, if he's here in town talking about killing, he must have found out. Oh, he'd think it was a terrible sin, Marshal, me marrying again.
Yeah. Well, he thinks you're just in town to pick up supplies, and they're heading back this morning. We'll just try to keep him thinking that way.
I'd be obliged, Marshal. I've never been afraid to meet a man in a fair fight, but this don't even make sense. You can't even reason with that man.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it dangerous. You know, Radford, it might be a good idea if you'd stay off the streets for the next day or two, and I'll try to encourage Leach to go back where he came from.
Marshal.
Yeah?
I ain't a man to want to get into trouble, but I can't stay off the streets and hide from him forever. There ain't no justice in that. I'll fight him if I have to.
Radford, I'll tell you just about what I told him.
What's that?
You let the law handle justice.
Well, that's quite a story, Matt. But I haven't seen anybody like Jacob Leach in here.
Well, he might not let himself come into a sinful place like a saloon, Kitty.
Some of them do, to preach.
Well, anyway, you send me word if he does come in here, will you?
Yeah, sure will, Matt.
Just want to keep track of him if I can.
Yeah.
He's a fanatic. You can't tell which way he's going to jump.
Did he say how long he'd be in town?
Well, he's going back to Missouri in 2 or 3 days. So if I can keep Radford out of his sight, I think we'll be all right.
Oh, Matt.
What?
Doesn't look like I'll have to send for you.
How's that?
I think that's your man coming in the door right now.
What? Oh, yeah. Hello, Leach.
They told me you'd be here. This is a strange place to find a good man, Marshal.
What's on your mind?
I was thinking to tell you goodbye, Marshal. I have a call to leave this town of temptation.
Oh? That might be a good idea.
You set a sinful example, Marshal, frequenting this den of iniquity.
Why don't you let me worry about that, Leach?
With this woman, this brazen woman.
Now, just a minute.
All right, come on, Leach. I think it's about time you got out of here.
Mr. Dillon?
My word shall be heard.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, do you know where Doc's at?
Not right now, Chester. Why?
Well, it's Ollie Radford's wife over at Moss.
Chester.
She
all
took
right.
sudden and she took back.
Okay, all right, Chester. I'll help
right
you
away.
look for it. Come on. Kitty, you listen to what Leach has to say now. You
Right.
understand?
Sure, Matt. Sure.
Did he say Ollie Radford?
I didn't hear him, Mr. Leach. Don't you want to go on with what you were saying?
Don't lie to me, woman. They all lie. They lie and they sin. But it's clear now.
Oh, Mr. Leach.
There's no other way. He is here. I must seek them out and kill them. I can no longer shirk my duty.
Them? Well, no.
I must kill Ollie Radford and the marshal. He is no better than the others. He lied to me. He protected a sinner.
Mr. Leach, do you want to help save a sinner?
Woman, it is my cross to bear to seek out sinners and save them. I must find my way to this Ma Smalley's. I must ask my way and seek them out.
Mr. Leach.
What?
How can I be saved?
Saved? I'm afraid it's too late for you, woman.
But if I helped you find them, if I showed you the way?
A Jezebel come to repent?
Why not?
Yes. Jacob Leach is indeed the instrument of the Lord.
Well, then let me take you there. You won't have to ask your way.
Yes, woman. You lead the way. Lead the way, and we will save the sinners.
Come on, then. We'll go out the back way and come up behind them. I sure want to help save those sinners.
Some of us think Connecticut is a suburb of New York City, but it isn't really. It just seems that way because so many people working in the city commute daily between their jobs and the grassy country-like atmosphere of Stamford, Greenwich, or Larchmont. Those who don't commute, preferring to work where they live, may 9 to 5 it at the Electric Boat Division of General Dynamics in New London, selling insurance in Hartford or making clocks in Bristol. But regardless of where they work, both groups of people have a great deal in common. They don't share merely the nutmeg or Constitution state, for the place of their residence is shared with others, such as P.T. Barnum, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Nathan Hale, Noah Webster. People in Connecticut today share the yearly excitement of the Yale-Harvard crew races, the beauty of the mountain laurel blossom in late spring, pride in their state's early Yankee peddlers, and more than anything, the true meaning of their state motto, he who transplanted sustains.
I'm much obliged to you both for finding Doc and coming here to warn me.
It's all right, Radford. You just stay here and Doc will fix her up. We'll handle Leach.
Sure, Marshal. Good night.
Good night. Come on, Chester.
Miss Kitty sure moved right in and took over with old Leach, didn't she?
Kitty's a smart girl, Chester.
You got a plan about him, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I just hope I can sort of ease him out of town. You push that kind too hard, and they're likely to go wild on you. Then people get hurt.
I declare I don't know why I didn't have no more sense than to just blurt out Radford's name like I did.
Well, maybe he didn't hear you.
No, but what if he did?
We just have to hope that Kitty can handle it.
Hurry, woman. Time is running out.
I'm going as fast as I can, Mr. Leach. There's not much farther to go.
We've already come quite a way. Are you sure you know the house?
Oh, yeah, of course. Just down there. You see it? It's off the road to the left, over there.
Judgment approaches. The sinners shall be punished. We shall not fail.
I hope not.
I see no lights. Are you sure of where you're leading me?
Well, Ma Smalley doesn't encourage callers this time of night. There'll be lights in the back room where Ollie is.
And the marshal. The marshal must be there, too.
I hope he'll be there, too, Mr. Leach. Just as much as you do.
reckon they went, Mr. Dillon?
Well, Sam says Kitty seemed to go with him of her own accord.
Well, why would she do that?
To keep him from following us. Well, one thing's sure, she's not leading him to Ma Smalley's.
Yeah, but if we don't know where she went, how are we going to find her?
I don't know.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
This Leach, would he kill Miss Kitty?
Yeah, Chester, I think he would.
Isn't this the house you pointed out?
Well, yeah, it is, Mr. Leach. I just thought we might wait for some sign that they're in there.
Why do you doubt it all of a sudden? You promised me you'd lead me to the sinners.
Oh, I've led you to them, all right, Mr. Leach. It's just that...
We'll go in.
Well,
Come. You go up the steps with me. Open the door.
Yeah.
Isn't it strange that there are no lights?
Well, no, Mr. Leach. Ma will bring a light. She doesn't believe in waste. She believes wastefulness is a sin.
A small sin. There are many others of greater importance. I'm going to strike a light. It's empty. This is no rooming house. This place is deserted. Woman, you have led me astray.
I must have been mistaken.
It was no mistake. You are indeed a Jezebel. Now I must punish you, too. Stand still.
The light went out.
I need no light to see you, to carry out your punishment.
You lay a hand on me, I'll scratch your eyes out.
Woman of sin, you're going to die.
Not likely, mister. Now, you keep away from me. You don't want to get blown in half.
You took my gun.
I sure did, mister. You come near me, I'll shoot you, sure.
You woman without shame. You shall not escape. No gun will protect you.
Keep back. I warn you. Keep back.
You cannot escape me.
Shot him. I shot him.
Kitty, you all right?
I'm all right. I shot a man, Matt.
He's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt.
Ah, Kitty.
It's an awful thing. To kill a man.
Yes, it is, Kitty. Even when a man's nothing but a killer, it's always bad.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course. That's it.
Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49 American. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And speaking of tobacco, here's what Mr. John William Hill, Jr., independent tobacco buyer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, said.
I've seen Lucky Strike buy ripe, naturally mild tobacco. And I know that when this tobacco goes into a cigarette, it means real smoking enjoyment. So when it comes to buying a cigarette for myself, I naturally add these things together and choose Lucky's.
Quote, I've seen Lucky Strike buy ripe, naturally mild tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the contest ended at midnight December 24th. However, there were so many people that couldn't stand Jack Benny. It will take a couple of weeks to finish reading all the letters, and the winners will be announced shortly afterwards. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack, Mary, and Rochester busily sorting the latest entries.
Gosh, the way this mail has been pouring in the last few days.
Yeah, there sure is a lot of it, boys.
Yes, sir. Quiet, Polly. Daddy's working. Look at this mail. It's absolutely amazing how many people can't stand me.
Yeah, and Jack, look at this pile of letters over here. 48,000 of them. They're all from St. Joe.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. There must be some mistake. They love me in St. Joe. You remember when I was there last year, they put up a statue of me in the public park.
Well, they're sending it back. There's a hunk of granite in each envelope.
Oh, Mary, you're just making that up.
No, I'm not. Here's a note in one of the letters.
What does it say?
We're sending back all of Mr. Benny's statue except the ears. We're keeping those for bird baths.
Let me see that note. It doesn't say that at all. Gee, it does at that. What am I going to do with all these pieces of my statue?
Well, why don't you glue them together and set it out on your front lawn?
No, I'd look silly out on the lawn without any ears.
Well, maybe a couple of snails will crawl up and go to sleep in the right places.
No, you can't depend on it. Well, come on, let's try.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Polly, Christmas is over. And I gotta teach her to say Happy New Year. Polly, now listen, Polly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No. It's Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No, Polly. Now listen, Polly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Come on now, Polly, say it. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Atta girl. Isn't it wonderful how you can train a Mary?
It sure is.
And now, Polly, a very Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
Smart parrot.
Well, she's just a little nervous since I told her that the carrier pigeon she's engaged to is coming back from overseas. He'd be here now, but he couldn't get a train out of San Francisco. He may have to fly. Now, let's see. We got to finish sorting the... Rochester, why did you tear up that letter?
This one was a mistake, boss. It said, I can't stand Rochester.
Who signed that?
The gas man.
Well, we haven't heard from him in about 5 years. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Get this letter. I can't stand Jack Benny because he plays the violin. Signed, a dead cat.
That's probably from somebody. Probably from somebody who doesn't like me.
Could be.
Certainly, huh?
Oh, boss, you won't believe it.
What is it, Rochester?
Here's a letter from the Big Three.
The Big Three? Well, what does it say?
We couldn't stand Jack Benny before the contest. Signed Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, they just think they're smart because they're on the way to Palm Springs. Anyway, there's the phone.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, you stay with the mail. I'll have Nottingham answer it.
Nottingham? Jack, have you still got that English butler around here? I thought you only hired him for last week to impress the Colemans.
Well, we're so busy with the mail, I kept him on to help out. Nottingham, answer the door. Isn't he classy? He even puts on his coat to answer the phone.
Please tell me it's gone.
Nottingham, who was that? Oh. All right, Mary, now we'll have...
Jack, what did Nottingham say?
He said my lawyer was on the phone.
I thought he said the grocer.
No, Mary. Grocer is growful. He used to confuse me at first, too. You know?
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Phil. Glad you came over.
Say, Phil, did you have a nice Christmas?
Well, Liv, I got a lot of presents. And look at this. Here's what the boys in my band gave me.
What is it?
Well, it's one of them new fountain pens, and it's guaranteed to write 2 years without having to refill it.
Well, what good is it to you? You can't write.
A lot of things can happen in 2 years, Bob.
Yeah, I hope so.
And while I'm thinking of it, Jackson, I want to thank you for the present you gave me.
Well...
What was it, Phil?
A pair of black and pink lounging pajamas with a bare midriff. And they're a little snug, but I wore them all day.
Phil, those were for Alice. A bare midriff.
Phil, surely Alice must have known those pajamas were for her.
Yeah, but I looked so cute in them, she just hated to tell me.
Oh, brother.
Say, Livy, what did Jackson give you for Christmas?
I gave her a fur muff. There it is over on the chair there. It's sable.
It's rabbit.
It is not. It's sable.
Rabbit. I wore it at the farmer's market yesterday, and it snapped at a head of lettuce.
Well, a lot of sables are vegetarians, too. Believe me, Phil, the muff I gave Mary is sable.
It's rabbit.
Would I pay $19 for rabbit? Would I?
You wouldn't pay $19 for $20.
I would, too. Now, Phil, as long as you're here, stick around and help us read some contest letters.
Jackson, you know better than that.
All right, then open the envelopes. At least you've got muscle. Come on, open the envelopes. Gosh, I never saw so many contest letters. Take 2 weeks before we can finish reading them.
Hey, Jackson, listen to this letter.
Phil, stop showing off. We know you can't read.
This one's got pictures on it.
Oh.
Now, the first 6 words must be, I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Yeah?
And then there's a picture of your face and the body of a jackass.
There is?
Yeah. You know, Jackson, if you didn't need to shave that jackass, it'd look pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Nottingham would like to see you.
Well, have him come in here.
He can't at the moment. He's indisposed. He's standing in the kitchen in his shorts and socks.
My goodness, what happened?
Well, after lunch, we decided to idle away a few minutes in a game of chance.
Rochester, you didn't gamble with Nottingham.
I won everything but his English accent.
What?
I'd have got that, but he wouldn't open his mouth.
Well, I think that's awful. Imagine leaving him standing there in his BVDs.
I got an IOU on those.
Well, I want you to go in there and give Nottingham his clothes back.
Okay.
Imagine anybody doing
Hiya,
it.
Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, Don!
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No, Polly. Polly, it's Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy?
That's it. Happy?
Happy?
Happy what?
Happy what?
I wish that carrier pigeon would get here. Don, how did you happen to be around this neighborhood?
Well, I just wanted to drop in and thank everybody for their Christmas gift.
Hey, Donzie, what did Jackson give you?
Well, Jack didn't give me anything for Christmas because he gave me a birthday present, and he thought my birthday was too close to Christmas.
When is your birthday, Don?
The 23rd of August.
Well, what did Jack give you for your birthday?
A rabbit's foot.
No wonder my muff limped.
Never mind. And as long as we're on the subject of presents, what about that gift you kids all chipped in and bought me?
Well, we thought it was a good idea, Jackson. Something you could use.
Something I could use. A fluorescent toupee so people can see me at night. When I sing Rise and Shine, I'm not kidding. Some gift.
Merry Christmas.
Polly, it's Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I'm going to train that bird if I have to get...
Jack, now with a whip and a chair.
I'll talk to him when we're alone.
Say, Jack, I'm kind of thirsty. May I have a glass of water?
A glass of water? Sure, Don. Go right out in the kitchen.
Okay, thanks. Oh, kiss me once and kiss me twice and LSMFT. It's such a great, great smoke. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so easy on the draw. It's such a great, great smoke. Lucky's have tobacco that is milder. It's wonderful the way I make this rhyme. Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo.
Hey, kids, listen to Don.
So smoke it once and smoke it twice and smoke it once again. You'll have a grand, grand time.
He means with Lucky.
Grand, grand time.
Don, that was wonderful. I didn't know you could sing like that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Larry.
Larry.
Kid.
Hello, kid. When'd you get here?
Well, I came in right in between smoke it once and smoke it twice.
Well, I'm glad you came over. You can help us with the mail.
Well, I have to run along. I just dropped by to wish you a Happy New Year.
Oh, same to you, kid. By the way, Larry, I got a lot of compliments on your song last week.
Well, thank you. I've got another one I'm working on for next week.
You have? Well, come on, let's hear it.
Yeah, sing it for us, Larry. Come on.
Okay.
Smoke it once and smoke it twice.
Holly, Larry's going to sing now.
I'm glad I waited for you. But then, what else could I do? Yes, there were one or two I used to date with, but they always knew I used them to wait with. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too.
that was swell, Larry. I'm glad you picked that one. Now, kids, let's try and get the rest of this contest mail finished so we can try... Nottingham, answer the door.
Hello, Bradley's the name. Steve Bradley. I'm Mr. Benny's press agent, and I'm here to see him.
Hello, Mr. Benny's bringing
Huh? What'd you say?
Mr. Benny's bringing
Well, thanks, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Yeah, how's the riding to see Benny?
Oh, it's you, Steve.
Well, hello. Long time no see. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year.
Well, Benny, guess you know why I'm here. The contest is over.
Yes, I know.
Now, all we have to do now is finish reading the letters, pick the winners, and then award the $10,000 in prizes.
10,000... Steve, look, Steve, wouldn't it be more sporting to forget about anything so commercial as money and keep the whole thing on an amateur basis? Wouldn't it? Huh? Wouldn't it?
Benny, are you crazy? You can't do a thing like that.
Well, I don't see why we...
Look, let me put it to you this way. Which do you value more, $10,000 or your reputation?
Better put it to him another way.
Oh, well, all right.
Attaboy, Benny. Now just hand me over that $10,000 and I'll buy the victory bonds for the prizes.
But, Steve, we don't know the winners yet. We still got mail to read.
Yeah, I know, but you don't want anything to hold us up. I gotta go out now and buy those bonds and have them ready.
Okay. I'll have to go down to my vault and get the money. Before I go, I want you all to repeat the oath after me. I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
And if I should tell anyone, either consciously or unconsciously...
And if I should tell anyone, either consciously or unconsciously...
May I lose my umbrella during the rainy season.
During the rainy season.
Now, everybody bow their heads while I go down in the vault. Tore my pants on the barbed wire. Now, I better be careful about those landmines.
Halt! Who goes there? Friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Greenberg's on 3rd.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
That's right, Ed. And here's a little present for you.
A present for me?
Yes, Ed. Last week was Christmas.
Oh, did you have a nice New Year's?
No, Ed. You see, it isn't New Year's yet. You see, New Year's comes after Christmas, you see.
Oh, I've been away from it so long I kind of forgot.
Oh, yes. You know, Ed, this year things are going to be a lot better. They're starting to make automobiles again.
Automobiles?
Yes. Yeah, they're like buggies, you see, with motors in them. You know, you drive them down the street.
Well, won't they frighten the buffalo?
No. You see, buffalo are extinct. There are very few of them around anymore. Well, I got to get into my vault now.
Shall I turn my back?
No, Ed. You're bonded. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. Then left to 110. There. the factories are reconverting. Now I'll be able to buy a louder burglar alarm.
Mr. Benny, how much money are you putting in?
I'm not putting anything in, Ed. I'm taking some out.
My, this is thrilling.
Well, so long, Ed. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Whoopee.
Well, goodbye. All right, Steve. Here's the money for the prizes.
Thanks, Benny. See you next week. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year.
Well, kids, that's that. Just think, another year almost gone. Boy, how they roll around. Imagine, it'll soon be 1946. I wonder what the new year will bring. I wonder what new things will come out. Science is certainly wonderful. Heliocopters, jet propulsion, atomic energy. It's amazing. I wonder what they'll... it's kind of late. I wonder who that can be. Oh, hello.
Hello, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Why, yes, little boy. Who are you?
I'm the New Year.
The New Year?
But all the other little New Years have always come on January 1st. You're early.
Maybe he's trying to pick up a couple of tickets for the Rose Bowl game.
Don't be silly, Phil. Maybe there's something wrong with our calendar.
No, I came early because 1946 looks like it's going to be a good year, and I'm raring to go. Got a lot of work to do. Automobiles, prefabricated houses, vacuum cleaners, fluorescent toupees.
Oh, yes.
How about nylon stockings?
There'll be plenty of those.
Oh, good. I was lucky to get this pair I'm wearing. They make my legs look so nice. See?
Well.
Hey, this kid's really ahead of time.
Well, look, Sonny, how about radio in 1946? That is, what I mean is television. What are my chances in television?
Would you really like to know?
Yes.
Sit down, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, all right, kid, I can take it. I mean, tell me, what are my chances in television?
Well, first of all, tell me, how old are you, Mr. Benny?
Sit down, kid.
Quiet. What did you say, Sonny?
I said, how old are you?
37.
37?
That's a joke, son.
It is not. Now, what were you going to say about...
Oh, Jack, look out the window. There's an old man coming up the walk.
Yeah, and he looks like Father Time.
Father Time? What is this, anyway?
Hello.
Hey, you're not Father Time, are you?
Father Time? I don't know what you're talking about, Bub. I'm looking for my grandson. I was told to come in here.
Oh, you mean...
He was supposed to be in a New Year's play the kids are giving at the schoolhouse, but they run away.
Oh, so that's it.
Hiya, Grandpop.
Oh, so there you are, you little shaver. Come on back to the schoolhouse. The people are waiting for the New Year. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, my ear.
Yeah, take it easy on the little fella.
I just told you, Bub is my grandson. He's in a school play. He ain't for real New Year.
Well, he sure fooled me. So he's going to be in the school play, huh? But isn't he a little old to be wearing those diapers?
He just got out of the army and he can't buy any clothes.
Oh, fine. Well, take him along then. Goodbye, Grandpa. So long, Sonny.
So long. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Sonny. Happy New Year.
Oh, boy, what a cute kid. Gee, I remember when I was his age. I was in a little New Year's play at school, too. You know, I was so good.
Well, so long, Jackson. I got to beat it.
Yeah, me too.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Anyway, Mary, I was so good in this school play that I held the audience spellbound. In fact, just recently they made a picture of it, you know. I'll never forget how cute. I'll never forget how cute I was in that play. In fact, you know, that's what gave me the idea that someday I'd be
Well, I gotta go. Happy New Year, Jack.
Happy New Year, Mary. Anyway, I'll never forget it. Yeah, I walked out on the stage wearing a little pair of wings, and across my chest was a banner saying, Happy New Year, 1912. And when I spoke my first line...
Boss, who are you talking to?
Huh? Oh, they've all gone. Sit down, Rochester. Yeah, Rochester. I walked out on the stage and I looked so cute with my long curls and blue eyes and dimpled cheeks. And when I got all through, there was so much applause that the teacher came right over and kissed me. She said, Jackie, you're the best New Year's Eve we ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, while history will point to 1945 as the year of victory, 1946 will be the start of a new era. An era in which people the world over must live together in peace and mutual respect. We want a lot more than just battles in this war. We want a realization that all men everywhere want to live out their lives in peace and freedom. While there are many different points of view of how this peace should be secured, the important thing is that all mankind wants it, and it will be accomplished. There's no place for hate, greed, suspicion, and prejudice in a world that has the atomic bomb. The old era is dead, and 1946 is the beginning of the new one. The era of Wendell Willkie's One World. Happy New Year, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all know the contest is over, but on account of the vast amount of letters that still have to be read, we will announce the winners as soon as possible. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
Remember this, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Sure thing, LSMFT.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
48, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Happy New Year to everybody all over the world from all of us.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
A businessman's viewpoint on that, because the motion picture studios look on such things strictly from a business angle. They use our product to save money. Personally, I use Lux Flakes to save my socks. Now for the story of what happened once upon a honeymoon, starring Claudette Colbert as Katie and Brian Ahern as Pat, with Laird Krieger as Baron von Luba and Albert Decker as LeBlanc. 1938. Europe is sitting on top of a bombshell, which at any moment will explode into the Second World War. From a newspaper office in New York comes a cable to a foreign correspondent.
O'Toole, European News Service, Vienna. Get all available information, possible resignation, Chancellor Schuschnigg. Hot tip, Hitler reported on Austrian frontier. Confirmed.
Later.
O'Toole, European News Service, Vienna. We are informed American heiress, name Catherine Butte Smith, about to marry Baron von Luber. Who is von Luber? Who is Catherine Butte Smith? Get interview, photographs, confirmed.
In the office of European News Service, Vienna, Pat O'Toole is on the telephone.
Hello. Will you listen? I want to speak to Miss Bud Smith.
Hello, is this the fitter?
No, I'm
Madam
not.
is waiting for the new dress. Hurry, please.
But I'm not a dressmaker. I want to speak
1
to...
minute, please.
Hello?
Hello, is this the fitter? Where are you? My maid said you were to be here at 11.
Oh, hello. Is this Miss Bud Smith?
What?
Bud Smith. B-U-T-T.
This is Miss Butte Smith speaking.
Oh, well, this is the American Embassy, Miss Butte Smith.
Oh, yes, the American Embassy, did you say?
Yeah, it's about your marriage to an Austrian baron. You see, Miss Bud Smith, in an international alliance of this nature, there are a great many technicalities to be considered.
Oh, really? I had no idea. Are you the ambassador?
No. I'm Mr. O'Toole, Foreign Marriage Department.
Oh.
Well, for one thing, we'd like to know if you've considered the matter of your American citizenship. We'd be very glad to send a man over to discuss it with you.
Well, to be very honest, Mr. O'Toole, I'm frightfully busy.
You may lose your nationality.
My nationality? Oh, well, let me have your number. I'll call you back.
Oh, thank you. It's R6382.
I'll call you back.
Thank you.
How'd you do, Pat?
He thought I was a dress fitter.
I've been looking up the Smiths in the social register. There's 57 varieties, but I can't find a Bud Smith. What's she going to do now?
Call me back.
Yeah, you're dead. I've tried every way I know of to interview that dame. Baby, she's tough. And her fiancé's impossible.
Hey, you've been here longer than I have. Who is this von Luber?
Don't ask me. I never even heard of him. Have a drink.
Thanks. Oh, maybe I'm a sucker, Ed. What do you think?
Go back to radio. That's my advice.
Oh, I'm not giving up radio. I want to broadcast news, that's all, if I can get any.
You did all right announcing on the Peppy Prune Hour. At least you didn't have to write your own copy.
Hey, boy, that was quick. Hello?
Hello? Is this the American Embassy?
Oh. Yeah.
I'd like to speak to Mr. O'Toole, please.
What about?
It's about my fiancée. This is Baron von Luber speaking.
Oh, how do you do, Baron? I take it Miss Bud Smith...
You are unduly concerned about my future wife's status, Mr. O'Toole. According to United States law, a woman who marries a foreigner retains her American citizenship unless she specifically renounces it. Am I correct?
Well, yes, of course, that's quite true.
Also, Mr. O'Toole, it is dangerous for newspapermen to represent themselves as members of the diplomatic service. Am I correct?
Well, I admit it was a little clumsy, Baron. No harm meant. All we wanted was a story.
How long does your visa permit you to remain in Austria, Mr. O'Toole?
For some time.
Well, I'm sure that you'd like your stay here to be a pleasant one. Goodbye.
Oh. What'd I tell you?
That guy intrigues me, Ed. Maybe there is a story here. Hey, what does a fitter talk like when he comes to fit?
Have a drink.
No, I mean it. I go up there, I walk in the door, I'm the fitter. What do I say?
The fitter.
The fitter. Thanks.
Have a drink.
Madame, yes, sir, he is here at last. Madame the fitter. Well, send him in, Elsa. Herein, bitte.
Guten Morgen, gnädige Frau.
Well, who are you?
Der fitter.
Oh, isn't this annoying? Maurice promised me a Frenchman who understands English.
Oui, madame. That is me.
Oh, well, start right in, please.
Start in, but of course. Now, let me see. The measurements first, eh?
Certainly.
Certainement. Now, let me see.
Elsa, get some music, please.
The waist, 24. Now, the hips, 58, shall we say?
58?
For the riding habit. The flair.
Oh, no riding habit. It's our honeymoon. We're not taking the horses.
An diesem Tage seien die Österreicher der Zukunft furchtlos entgegen. In der Zukunft
Elsa, can't you get something else? That's all I hear all day long.
That is the new Austrian premier. I think what?
Oh, my future husband likes him.
Don't say. Your future husband's a Nazi?
Oh, no, dear me, no. No, he hates Hitler.
But Seisinquad's giving away his country without even a plebiscite.
Oh, you talk like all the rest. These little countries over here, what difference does it make? The people are the same. They're all foreigners.
Good morning, madame. I hope I'm not too late.
I beg your pardon. What do you want?
I am the fitter.
The fitter? Oh, I see. I'll be with you in a minute. Mr. O'Toole, will you step in the other room with me, please?
Yes, madame.
Well, now that you know my measurements, what are you going to do with them?
Oh, look, I've got to get a story. There's a lot of interest in this marriage, and I'm supposed to get a picture of your husband. And say, were you ever in show business by any chance?
You mean the theater?
The theater, yeah.
certainly not.
No, I didn't think so, but there's something about you. There was a dancer in a burlesque show in New York. Only, well, you know, she did one of those 1, 2, 3 zip routines. Oh, no, of course it couldn't have been you.
No, hardly.
No, that's all. And yet, Miss Butt Smith...
It's Butte Smith. B-U-T-T.
I don't see how you can do that. You don't say Connecticut, do you? We couldn't find a single one of those Smiths in the social register. Don't your folks believe in advertising?
Mr. O'Toole, maybe I haven't made myself clear. Not only will there be no interview, but...
Butte.
But, for your information, my fiancé, the Baron, will soon...
Madame.
Elsa, isn't the Baron expected at any moment?
No, Madame. He's here.
Here?
He wishes to see you at once, Madame.
Oh, but... Did you tell him I'm with the fitter?
Madame, he has already seen the other fitter.
Oh, I'll be right there.
Yes, Madame.
Awkward, isn't it?
I hope you'll be gentleman enough to keep out of sight.
Don't worry. I'll cooperate. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Catherine?
Oh, darling, you're so early.
Forgive my haste. We must change all our plans, little pigeon. Hitler is here, in Vienna. At this very moment, Austria is no more than a name in history.
Well, what are we going to do?
We're going to leave immediately. Fortunately, I was able to get train reservations.
Oh, but, darling, I couldn't possibly. What about my clothes?
We'll order new ones in Prague.
But our wedding.
We can be married in Czechoslovakia.
Now, please, Franz, just a minute. I don't know if I approve of this. Just because Austria falls, I mean, we're
my
really...
darling, I understand American respectability. You see, we have separate compartments. Now, hurry, my pigeon. I'll meet you in the lobby. 30 minutes.
Elsa, pack my things.
Yes, Madame.
All right, Mr. O'Toole, you can leave now.
Hey, look, there's a demonstration down in the street. Hitler's here.
Well, I can't see him now. I'm going to Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia?
Yes, if you'll get out of here and let me get dressed.
You know, I've been thinking, maybe you haven't given this enough thought. Marriage is a serious thing. I wouldn't want to see a girl like you, with your background, make a mistake.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. O'Toole. I appreciate it, but I'm in a hurry. Goodbye.
Goodbye. But I still don't see how a lovely creature with your possibilities could
Mr.
marry.
O'Toole, you're a newspaper man, aren't you?
Yep.
Why?
Well, that's what I wanted.
It's that simple, Mr. O'Toole. Goodbye.
O'Toole, European News Service, Vienna. Have arranged series news broadcast. United Broadcasting System, origination Prague, Czechoslovakia. Go there at once. Your first broadcast, October 1.
A few short months ago, to the tune of a German band, Hitler marched into Austria. And today, the scene was repeated in Czechoslovakia, when troops crossed the frontier at 2 p.m. The world is wondering when and where that scene will be reenacted. This is Pat O'Toole returning you to our studios in New York.
Excellent, Mr. O'Toole.
Oh, thanks.
Nice going, Pat.
Suppose they left me on the air.
I think so. Hey, here's an item you may like. Your friend, the Baron von Luber, was shot a couple of hours ago.
Von Luber?
Yeah, 10 minutes after he got married. He was getting on a train and some guy poked a gun at him.
Kill him?
No, he got patched up in a hospital. Taking the next train out.
For where?
Warsaw.
Warsaw? Austria? Then Czechoslovakia? Now Poland.
Huh?
Could be.
Are you comfortable, Franz?
No, I'm quite all right. Can you imagine anything worse than this on a honeymoon?
Oh, yes, the bullet could have gone through your heart.
Oh, you are worried, Liebchen.
Well, if it had been a German who shot you, that's one thing. But a Czech, that poor, confused man. Oh, darling, promise me you won't try to save any more countries.
Liebchen.
Do you really feel you must help the Poles?
You must not worry your little head over these things, Liebchen. We are on our honeymoon at last. Everything would be...
Oh, Franz, your wound.
Yes, my wound.
Oh, I'll let you rest. Good night, darling.
Good night. Good night.
Hiya, Butte.
Oh, Mr. O'Toole. Well, how nice.
Oh, what's new, Butte?
Baroness, please. I got married this afternoon.
You're always correcting me. Say, how's the Baron's injury? That shot almost put you back in circulation, didn't it?
You've sort of got an ear to the ground, haven't you, Mr. O'Toole?
Oh, sure. I'm quite a fella now. They call me a radio news analyst. Look, I've got a lot to talk over with you. Where are you staying in Warsaw? I said, where are you staying in Warsaw?
I heard what you said.
Oh, all right. I'll find you. I'm going to break this thing up between you and the Baron for your own good.
This is your suite, Baron. The finest in Warsaw. Thank you. Have the luggage put down over there. Luggage, here.
Oh, Franz, what a beautiful city. I think I'm going to find it extremely stimulating.
Good evening, Baron. Good evening. Liebchen, there's one thing I wish you'd do for me. Give a little more attention to the care of my wardrobe. You must remember now you are the mistress of my...
Oh, Baroness, Franz. Pardon me for interrupting.
I've been meaning to speak to you about this for some time, my precious little pigeon. There's one thing the Baron must insist on from the Baroness, and that is obedience. Purely a matter of discipline.
I see. Well, you may insist on my compliance with your wishes, Franz, but believe me, if my acquiescence isn't voluntary, you're not going to like it.
Answer it, Liebchen. Answer the phone. Will you please answer that telephone?
Hello? Who? Yes? Mm-hmm. No. You're welcome. It was for you.
Who was it?
Oh, I don't know. Some general or other. Boretsky.
Boretsky? The man I came all the way from Prague to see? Hello? Oh, yes, General. This is Baron von Luber. I must see you at once. Yes. Splendid. Liebchen, I must leave you for a little while. Let's not have any more words. We will take up the discipline at some future date.
I'm sure we will.
Auf Wiedersehen, Baroness. Oh, Clara.
Welcome to Warsaw, Baron.
I'm seeing Boretsky at once. You know your orders?
Yes, sir.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Madame will have dinner alone?
Yes, please.
Make it for two, waiter. Well, hello there.
Hello.
I told you I'd find you.
Oh, yes. You said you had something to discuss with me.
Yeah. Would you like a little snifter first?
I beg your pardon?
A snifter. A little drink.
Oh, well, I don't usually take anything.
Oh, come on. What'll it be?
Well, I might this one. Waiter, what's that man over there drinking?
Vodka, madame.
It looks like water.
Well, it is. Vodka's Polish for water.
Oh.
Bring us big glasses of vodka, please.
Well, I think I'd like a little something in mine. A jigger of cognac and plain vodka.
Madame.
Say, I never tried that. Bring me the same, waiter.
The same.
Yes. You know, I stayed up all night on the train thinking about you.
Really?
Yeah, now that we're together again. Oh, look, if you're really in love with your husband, I'll shut up.
Oh, please go on, Mr. O'Toole. I think I could still be curious.
Good. I made about 5 yards on that play. You know, I've started a private little war of my own. Just me and the Baron. Little territorial dispute.
Is that what you have to tell me?
Yep, but that was supposed to come later. Now, what's he up to with General Borelsky?
I never discuss business with my husband.
Ah, you should.
Vodka and cognac.
Say, that took a long time. You better get going on 2 more.
2 more?
Well?
2 more, yes.
Well, Baroness, here's mud in your face. How do you like it?
It's rather mild, but very pleasant. Tell me something. How did you know my husband was seeing General Borelsky?
I didn't.
Oh, that was clever of you.
The more I think about this, it wasn't very gentlemanly. You know what I mean?
What do you mean, Mr. O'Toole?
Like getting you tight.
Oh, I'm all right. Let's have another little snort,
No, you still don't get it. That vodka, that wasn't plain water. That's plain alcohol. It's murder.
Well, it's funny. I don't seem to feel it.
That's what you think. What's holding you up anyhow?
Maybe it's all those things you've been telling me about my husband. Are you sure you're right about all those things?
Quite certainly I'm right. I've been investigating them.
A what again?
Investigating. I conducted an investigation.
Oh.
You know what the Baron does? He goes into a country, see, and he tells the head boy there that he's going to help preserve them from Mr. Schickelgruber. Then he sells them guns, and they feel pretty good. Only there's a catch in it, see? The guns don't work.
Oh.
By the time the boy finds out, he's knocked off. Like Borelsky's going to get knocked off, see?
I see.
In brief, Baroness, your husband is what is known as an international termite. Why, he's even phonier than you are, Miss Butte-Butt Zipsy. Zipsy. Oh, that kills me.
Why?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I remembered that girl I told you about. You know, the burlesque queen. Her name was Kitty, too, just like yours. Kitty O'Hara. 1, 2, 3, zip. They used to call her Zipsy.
You are intoxicated, Mr. O'Toole.
Well, you're a little tipsy, Zipsy, yourself. Ah, Zipsy. That was a great girl. Strictly on the level. No foolishness about Zipsy. No, sir.
Tell me what she looked like.
You. Look, Zip, life's got you over a barrel up to here. Don't let it throw you.
No, it won't. You see, I think life is what you make it, Mr. O'Toole. Life can be beautiful. Sunshine and daffodils.
Yes, but you've ruled out love, Baroness. And you can't do it, see? You're messing up your life. Something awful.
Sigh no more, ladies. Sigh no more. Men were deceivers ever. 1 foot in sea and 1 on shore. To one thing constant never.
Who's that?
Shakespeare.
Oh, poetry, eh? Well, listen, baby. Don't wait too long building castles in the sky. Don't wait too long. While you're waiting, time may fly. Love songs are best when they're sung in the springtime, when everything's young. So don't wait too long, or happiness may pass you by. Irving Berlin.
General Borowski was assassinated late last night. An arrest is expected momentarily.
Hello.
Hello, who is this?
Kitty, this is O'Toole.
Oh, it's you. Listen, I'm in a terrible jam. They took my husband, the police.
Left him already, huh? Great.
Did you know they were going to arrest my husband?
Sure, I snitched on him.
Oh. Well, look, I'm in a bad spot.
Oh, don't you worry, baby. They're not going to bother you. I've arranged it with the second head boy.
You did?
Sure. I told him how beautiful and innocent you were. Innocent, you know, like the daffodil.
Oh, Pat, now what am I going to do?
Don't you do anything. Just sit tight.
Tight?
Yeah, and I don't mean on vodka.
New York, calling Warsaw. New York, calling Warsaw. Come in, Warsaw.
This is Warsaw. We are experiencing our 5th air raid in 24 hours. There are no reliable figures as yet of the number of civilian casualties, but about 1/3 of the city is a mass of smoking ruins. In this tragic hour, one fact of paramount importance emerges, a fact which the world had better heed before it's too late. Foreign agents, fifth columnists, and saboteurs have worked their way like maggots into the country's vital defenses. You people who love England, and you Frenchmen whose fathers died for the soil of France, at the Marne, in Flanders, and at the Battle of Verdun, you have a new enemy now, an enemy in your midst. You won't suspect him. You may never even know who he is, but he's there, in your towns and villages, in your factories and fields and shipyards, working day and night to destroy you. This is the lesson of Poland.
Claudette Colbert, Brian Ahern, Laird Krieger, and Albert Decker will be back for Act 2 of Once Upon a Honeymoon in just a moment. The other day, there was a note in the paper saying that a typical American housewife had been chosen. Well, that started us wondering about the typical Lux girl. What would she be like? Here are a few thoughts on the question.
A typical Lux girl? Why, that's me. Lux flakes were made for girls like me. Typists and file clerks and stenographers. We're the ones that have to look fresh and trim and well-groomed every day. And Lux helps us do it within our war bond budget. We're the ones that need Lux to help our clothes last longer. And the way it cuts down stocking runs is simply wonderful. The typical Lux girl is, well, a business girl. Me.
Now, wait a minute. I think new improved Lux flakes were made for busy mothers. Now, my baby's just at the creeping stage, and what a pile of things I have to wash every day. But I just whisk them through those gentle, rich Lux suds, and it's no time at all before they're fresh and sweet. If you ask me, I'm the typical Lux woman, a mother.
Oh, wait a minute. What about me? Bill and I were married a few months ago, and I'm doing all my own housework.
I love it, even washing dishes. But I'm not so sure I'd feel that way about dishwashing if I didn't have new, improved Lux Flakes. You see, I want to keep my romance alive, and Lux lets me keep my hands soft and smooth, the way Bill likes them. I think a bride like me is the typical Lux girl.
Well, I guess we've started something we just can't finish. Lux belongs to too many women to pick out just one typical Lux girl. Business girls, brides, mothers, women everywhere depend on new, improved Lux Flakes because it helps them in so many ways. It's the mildest, gentlest Lux ever made to help in that important wartime job of conservation, of making things last longer. The suds are richer. They're more cleansing, too, so they're very thrifty. And that helps save money. It's at your dealers now, in the same familiar box. New, improved Lux. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Once Upon a Honeymoon, starring Claudette Colbert as Katie and Brian Ahern as Pat, with Laird Krieger as the Baron von Luber and Albert Decker as LeBlanc. The city of Warsaw is a smoldering heap of ruins. There are no bombs falling now, and people walk like ghosts in the quiet streets, dazed and wondering, searching for homes which are no longer there. Through the debris, Pat O'Toole picks his way toward Katie's hotel.
Baroness? Where are you? Hey, anybody home?
Come in.
Oh. Still here? Well, I'm surprised at you, Baroness. I thought you...
Hey, you're hurt. What's happened to you?
Oh, it's nothing very much. Little burn from a piece of shrapnel. A couple of nights ago, a guy stuck a stretcher in my hand, and I've been carrying it ever since. Do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. I live at the Marshal, or I used to when he was standing. It's quite a walk.
Is there anything I can get you?
No, this is fine. Well, as I said before, I'm surprised.
I know. You're wondering why I haven't left. And by the time I got everything straightened out, they weren't evacuating anybody.
What took you so long?
Well, I had all my jewels in the box downstairs. I don't know why the hotel wouldn't let me have them. They were my jewels, and they knew perfectly well the Baron was in jail.
What are you going to do about it?
Oh, I finally got them.
I see.
Are you quite certain there's nothing I can do for you?
Well, I could eat a sandwich or something. I take it there's no question about the Baron's credit.
No.
Well, in that case, I'll have a porterhouse steak.
I'll order it.
Meanwhile, I'll have a short nap.
That's the Baron's room over there.
Thanks.
Don't let anybody disturb me, will you? And see what you can do about that phone.
Hello? Yes? Oh, yes. Oh, look, you've been saying that for days. Other people are leaving. Well, I haven't been a Baroness very long. I'm really an American. Yes, I have my American passport. Oh, you think so? Oh, well, thank you very much. Yes, I'll be right down. Thank you. Anna, my hat and coat. Anna! Oh, for heaven's sake. Anna, what are you doing in my closet?
Oh, Madame.
Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Trying to take one of my nicest dresses, as if I didn't have enough to worry about.
Oh, no, Madame, Hush, darlings, don't cry.
What are those children doing here?
They are mine, Madame. They came to the hotel to find me. They heard the Germans only 4 miles away.
Well, they're trembling. Here, don't be frightened. You have your mother. What's the matter with them?
They are Jewish. They remember how it was in Germany.
Oh. Well, maybe I can help you. There's a bus downstairs. They're taking people to a train somewhere.
Oh, Madame, but the border we could never cross. You see here it says Jew on my passport.
Anna Beckstein, Uden.
You see, Madame?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Say, if you had another passport, I mean, if we cut your picture out of this one and put it in another passport, you might be able to get through.
But where could I find another passport, Madame?
I have one.
Yours, Madame?
Here, get me the scissors. Your name will be Catherine Butte Smith, an American.
Oh, Madame.
You'll at least get into Latvia. From there on, you'll have to do the best you can.
Oh, God bless you. God bless you, Madame.
second.
Hiya, Pat. Hello, Ed. This is the Baroness von Luber. Mind if we stay here a while?
Make yourself at home. You're as safe here as anywhere.
Thank you.
I suppose you know they let the Baron out of the jug.
Yes. I'm not going back to him.
Congratulations.
You finally wised up. Well, what do you think we ought to do, Ed?
If I could just get on a plane or something.
No planes, nothing.
But I can't stay here. He'll find me. He'll have the whole Gestapo looking.
Hey, why don't we say she's been killed? We could get her name on the casualty list. Everything's a mess here. The Baron won't be able to check up for weeks.
Could do. But we ought to have something to prove she's dead. A piece of jewelry or something.
Jewelry? Oh, look, does it have to be jewelry? This bracelet's real diamonds. Here, you can have my handkerchief. It's got my initials on it.
Zipsy, take off that bracelet.
Oh, all right. Here, take it.
Here, Ed.
I'll get this in the casualty record. So long.
I'm terribly grateful, Mr. O'Toole.
Oh, forget it. You're doing swell yourself.
All I want to do is to get out of here. I want to go home. This isn't my war.
Sure. We'll manage. How about Paris first? That might be safe.
Paris, it sounds like heaven.
Oh, it's a cinch they can't touch you. The Baroness is dead. You're Catherine Butt Smith, an American, with a passport.
With a Oh, yeah. But...
What?
Look, O'Toole...
What?
Nothing.
You know, Baroness, when I was trying to doze up there in your apartment, I had a beautiful dream.
You did?
Yep. I dreamt about a very frightened, selfish girl who ran into someone worse off than she was. And what do you think she did?
I don't know.
She forgot all about her own troubles and helped the other woman. Magee, it made me feel good all over. The way you feel when you find out you've misjudged someone.
You must have had a pretty low opinion of her.
No, because I understood her. You see, this girl had worked very hard to get where she was, from burlesque to the social register. She taught herself a lot of long words, but underneath it all, there was another girl worth 1,000 of them.
All right. Look, her name was O'Hara. Does that satisfy you?
O'Hara. Well, it's taken a long time. I wonder what made her change, huh?
She didn't want to. She wanted all that social register stuff and everything that goes with it. And then she met O'Toole. And when an O'Hara meets an O'Toole,
Katie, you're wonderful.
So now all we have to do is get O'Hara across the border.
Oh, come on. When an O'Hara meets an O'Toole, there's no such thing as a border.
Polish refugees pouring into Latvia. Nazis in Norway. British captured Dunkirk.
Davis from O'Toole. I am in Paris. Cable instruction.
French roads blocked. Paris crowd flee Nazis.
Hey, O'Hara.
Pat, where have you been?
The American Embassy. Come on. You've got to have your picture taken.
You mean I'm getting a passport?
Sure. I told the ambassador you wanted to get out of Paris so that you could divorce the Baron, and he's all in favor of it. Here. The photographer's name is LeBlanc, see? Now get over there right away.
Right away.
Madame is ready to have taken the passport photo?
All set.
Sit right here, madame. Now, the face this way, please. You're in Paris a long time.
No, I just got here. I'm supposed to be on a honeymoon.
This is not a very good time for the honeymoon.
Well, you have to be a little tough to take it. I got bombed in 9 cities and all along the road to Paris.
C'est très drôle.
The more I think about it, the madder I get.
Hold, please. Bon. Okay. Thank you, Miss O'Hara.
What? Say, what is this? You're no Frenchman.
No. I come from the States. My country is your country. I'm what you call an operator.
You mean a spy?
I prefer to say that...
LeBlanc.
Quiet. Stay right here. Now, don't move out of this room.
LeBlanc.
Oui, un moment.
Who's out there? Who is it?
I'll be right back.
Monsieur. Vous êtes sûr? Ja, kommen Sie rein. Willkommen die Bilder abholen. Ich habe sie hier. Gut. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Sorry, now, where were we? Yes, Miss O'Hara? Oh, yes.
What was that you gave those men?
Some film. It had a message on it in Nazi code. So, Miss O'Hara, you are the wife of Baron von Luber, eh?
Yeah. How did you know that?
I also know that he was a trusted friend of General Borelski, who was assassinated the night before the Nazi invaded Poland. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
A good friend might have saved the general. Or maybe the friend didn't want to.
Look, if you think I know anything about this, you're crazy.
You knew your husband was working for Hitler.
Well, maybe I did. And so were you. What about those men? They were heinies.
Right? They're members of the Gestapo.
Well, what does that make you, brother? You're pretty pally with them. giving out with that spy stuff.
I have to keep in their confidence.
You do, huh?
Yes, but I'm afraid I'm losing yours.
You're darn tootin'.
And perhaps I'd better tell you something about myself.
Yeah. And you'd better start way back when you were a little boy, too.
I will. I was born in Germany. When I was a little boy, we moved to America and became American citizens. When I got to be a big boy, my father sent me to Europe to be educated. So now I'm a spy for Uncle Sam, passing as a Frenchman in the employ of the Gestapo.
Wait a minute. You said you went to America when you were a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you live, huh?
I wasn't born in old Kentucky, but I was raised in Tennessee. And if you don't like my peaches, don't you all shake my tree.
And then came the flood, huh?
That's right. Then we moved to Texas, right across the border from old Mexico.
Well, I was never down that far.
Where were you born?
Parkside Avenue, Brooklyn.
Oh, right near the ballpark.
Yeah. Them lovely bums.
It's a grand country, America.
Oh, you're telling me.
You'll be there before I will, and I may never get there.
Now, look, what goes on? What do you want from me?
I thought perhaps you might want to do something to help your country. We go on taking and taking from her. But very few of us give anything back. Isn't that true? We stand up for the Star-Spangled Banner and pay our income tax. But that's about all.
Well, maybe. What else is there to do? We're not at war.
You have a husband, Miss O'Hara, that your country would like to be on guard against. We'd like to know what his plans are for us.
You mean you think I could find out?
You don't look like a schemer exactly, but I think you could get what we want.
Mm-hmm. I could, only...
Only what?
Well, for one thing, I'm not living with the Baron anymore. I left him. And since I left him, I've met someone else. He's terribly important. To me, I mean.
You see, Miss O'Hara? We're all patriotic until it comes to a personal sacrifice.
Oh, listen, if you're going to put it that way, but what's the use? I couldn't even tell you where the Baron is. He may be in Africa for all I know.
No, he's right here in Paris.
What?
At the Hotel Crillon.
At the Oh, boy, have I let myself in for something.
I'll tell you a secret. With all my years of training, I can't be as useful to America as you can at this moment.
As a spy, you make a great salesman, that's all I can say. What am I supposed to do?
Go back to your husband at the Hotel Crillon. Learn whatever you can. I'll keep in touch with you.
Yeah, but look, I can't.
Hey, O'Hara, you finished?
Oh, Pat, in here.
Don't say anything to him.
Hiya. Italy's declared war on France. Roosevelt says the hand that held the dagger has struck it into the back of its neighbor.
Your country will be next, monsieur.
Pat, pay the man for the picture.
20 francs, monsieur.
Oh, all right. Here you are.
Merci bien. They'll be ready in the morning.
Vive la France.
Vive la liberté.
O'Hara, I got a surprise for you. Hey, O'Hara, snap out of it.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
I got a surprise for you. Tomorrow we leave for Bordeaux.
You mean we're sailing?
Uh-huh. You happy?
Happy? Oh, makes me want to cry just thinking about it.
You ever come home from Europe before?
No.
You'll cry, all right. Wait till you see the Statue of Liberty outside your porthole, and the Staten Island Ferry, and the Empire State Building.
I know I'll make a fool of myself.
Of course you will.
Pat, don't you think we ought to celebrate a little?
Now you're talking, O'Hara. Where would you like to go?
I don't care. I don't care about anything in the whole world tonight, but just being with you.
There's Paris for you.
Beautiful.
And there's the Sacré-Cœur. You can see it for 50 miles.
Champagne, monsieur?
Ah, oui.
Listen.
The German guns, madame. They are close every hour.
Guns? Now, for a few minutes, I'd forgotten there was a war.
So had I. Oh, darling, you're sweet. You're terribly sweet.
Go on. I'm a contented man, that's all.
O'Toole, have you always been bashful?
Maybe. I don't know. You see, I never told a girl I was in love with her before.
Why?
Because, well, I guess I never was.
Are you going to tell her now?
What?
Oh, try it, Mr. O. It isn't hard.
I love you, O'Hara.
When did you find it out?
Oh, I don't know. You see, when we were more or less thrown together, I thought, well, it's just one of those things. Ships that pass.
I know.
It's usually that way.
Mm-hmm.
But this time, everything's different. It doesn't wear off. You make me want to do things and be somebody. I've even been thinking about writing a book. Now, you know that's just downright idiotic.
No, I don't. Go on.
Well, I'm sold on one thing. We've got to get home and do something for our country. Don't you feel patriotic tonight? Oh, don't you?
Yes. Oh, darling, let's not be serious. Tonight's ours. Let's make it ours no matter what happens.
All right. Come on, let's get out of here.
What?
Keep on the move. We'll give Paris its last coat of red. How about the Hotel Crillon?
No.
Huh? Well, what's the matter?
I just... Oh, let's just stay here, Pat. Please, darling.
Sure. What do you mean she went out? She went to call the American embassy.
She made a telephone call, monsieur, yes, and then she left the restaurant. I myself saw her get into a taxicab. Madame, you know yet where you wish to go.
Just keep driving.
We have been driving 2 hours, madame.
Well, just go on a little while longer. Then take me to the Hotel Crillon.
After a brief intermission, we'll hear Claudette Colbert, Brian Ahern, Laird Krieger, and Albert Decker in Once Upon a Honeymoon. Now, there's an old saying about this month. Remember? April showers bring May flowers. But before you can have flowers, you must have seeds. And here's a way you can get your flower seeds at a wonderful bargain.
You can get 6 large packets of flower seeds from one of America's best-known seed companies for just 10 cents. And either an opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes or a Lux toilet soap wrapper.
Of course, you're planting vegetables in your victory garden, but you'll probably be spending more time at home, and you'll appreciate more than ever the beauty of fresh-cut flowers, the joy of having a pleasant garden spot to show your friends.
These 6 flower garden favorites can give you a whole garden of bloom from early summer to frost. They're a gorgeous, large-flowered cosmos, giant African marigolds,
Low-growing candy tuft in shades of pink and lilac and white,
beautiful long-stemmed Shirley poppies, single and double ones, too.
prize-winning zinnias in their full range of brilliant colors, and last but not least, heavenly blue morning glories to climb over your trellis or sun porch.
Morning glories are grand for window boxes, too.
The candy tuft and marigolds will thrive in boxes or pots in any sunny window.
Another thing, our Lux flower seeds have been treated with plant hormones for bigger, earlier blossoms. On the back of each packet are suggestions for planting arrangements and directions for care.
Here's what you do to get this flower bargain. 6 packets of seeds. Take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes, or the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to enclose your own name and address, of course. Your dealer has a handy order blank that you can use. And please allow at least 2 to 3 weeks for the seeds to reach you. Remember, for each set of 6 seed packets you order, send 10 cents in coin and either an opening tab from Lux or a Lux toilet soap wrapper to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. No stamps, please. This offer expires May 31st and is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the play, we'll ask our stars to step out of character for a little personal talk. Now the third act of Once Upon a Honeymoon, starring Claudette Colbert and Brian Ahern, with Laird Krieger and Albert Decker.
Paris has fallen. The Nazis are entering the city now. We don't know how long we will be permitted to remain on the air, but we will try to give you...
Paris has fallen. At the American Embassy, Pat tries vainly to find a trace of Katie, missing since the night before.
But something's happened to her. Don't you understand? People don't just disappear.
Mr. O'Toole, will you please listen to reason? The Germans are in Paris. Everywhere you look, the world is crumbling. And all you want to know is where your girl is.
You're darn right I do.
Well, I'm sorry. At the moment, we can't help you.
Another cognac, Baron von Luber?
Yes, and hurry.
Yes, monsieur.
Oh, hello, Baron. Remember me? Name's O'Toole.
O'Toole?
Yeah, we had a little telephone conversation in Vienna about your fiancée's citizenship.
Oh, yes, you're a newspaper man.
Well, I was, until you guys came along and put me out of business. They won't let me broadcast anymore.
Is that so? Well, perhaps we can remedy that. I have a little influence now in radio. Sit down. Let us talk about it.
You mean you can fix it so that I can broadcast to America?
Yes. You'll be known as the voice of Europe. You will be famous. It might even help you to get your girl back.
Why?
Because she's very fond of you, Mr. O'Toole. And if I wished to, I could let her go, even though I distrust her.
I don't get this. You know where she is?
Yes. She doesn't know it yet, but she... Well, you might say she's my prisoner.
I see. Where is she?
Mr. O'Toole.
Now, remember, she's
please.
an American citizen. All I have to do is to report this to the American Embassy.
And all I have to do is to explain that Catherine Butte Smith was killed in Warsaw during an air raid. I have records to prove it, as well as identification. No. The wiser course would be to follow my suggestion. On this card is the address of my broadcasting studio. I shall look forward to seeing you.
Baron, you're going to.
Your first broadcast will be very important, Miss O'Toole. I'm sure I needn't impress upon you the importance of painting the scene here in, shall we say, the brightest colors.
Oh, I'll make Hitler a saint if you let the Baroness go.
Yeah, we shall see, Miss O'Toole.
Hello, LeBlanc. This is the Baroness. I have some more information for you. Write this down. 208 West 173rd Street, New York City. He's been writing to that address. Apartment 9D.
Get off the telephone.
Well, Frank, darling.
What a fool I've been, Liebchen. I should have locked you up at once.
Lock me up? What are you talking about?
You will know soon enough, my little pigeon.
Oh, Frank, what is it? I can't understand it. You were so sweet to me when I came back.
Yes, wasn't I? But it seems I talked too much. In a weak moment, I thought I might win you over.
But I agreed with everything you said.
That's the trouble. No, Liebchen. Our little honeymoon has come to an end. I have great responsibilities now. I cannot afford unnecessary risks.
I see. But what do you intend to do?
I'm not sure. Right now, I intend to listen to a speech on the radio. Rudolph?
Yeah, Baron.
Is it time for Mr. O'Toole's speech?
1 more minute, Baron.
O'Toole, what is this?
Call the rest of the men in, Rudolph.
Die Zeit für die Radios hier, mein Herr.
You mean O'Toole is going to broadcast?
In very flattering terms, my pigeon.
You're lying. He wouldn't.
It is the selling price of your freedom, if I decide to let you have it. Be seated, gentlemen. Sit down, Liebchen.
Hello, America. This is Pat O'Toole broadcasting from Paris. Today, the French capital plays host to the conqueror, to Adolf Hitler. And let me say here that Hitler, in spite of reports to the contrary, Hitler has nothing but admiration for America.
Ah, splendid.
In fact, I might even say that towards the nations of the New World, Hitler's admiration knows no bounds.
Excellent.
Now, we have heard that Hitler wants our steel to make guns. That is a misjudgment. Hitler wants steel for peace, to build bridges, to make toys for children. Sell this to America. Sell it to your children. And tell it to the Marines.
Ah, you see, my little pigeon.
Yes, I'm beginning
to. I'll show you how human the Nazis are. I want to describe one man to you. He happens to be a very important man, and his name is the Baron von Lüber.
Thank
you. He is brilliant, astute, subtle, and resourceful. He doesn't even fear the Führer.
What's that?
Yes, the Baron
What was that about fearing the Führer?
I don't like it.
He's being too flattering. That wasn't in his speech when I read it.
Sit down, Baron. It was only a joke. An American joke.
The Baron von Lüber has been referred to as Nazi number 5. But before he's finished, and mark my words, the Baron will be Nazi number 1, and Hitler will be number 2.
No. No, he's going too far. He shouldn't have said that. Turn him off. Turn him off.
Baron, what shall I do?
Call the station. Come and take him off the air. This is horrible.
Oh, the Führer must be proud of you, Franz. He ought to do something wonderful for you after this. Did I say for you or to you?
Be quiet.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Baron von Lüber.
I am Baron von Lüber. What do you want?
I'm from the American consulate. I'm delivering your wife's passport.
My passport?
Yes, Mr. O'Toole told me to deliver it to you and see you to the boat. When do you plan on leaving?
Oh, right now, mister, with you.
Mr. O'Toole? That's O'Toole.
Yes, O'Toole?
Good evening, sir. The purser wishes to see you, Mr. O'Toole.
Oh, thank you. Will you excuse me, darling?
I'll go once around the deck and I'll meet you here.
All right. Which way, Stuart?
Right over here, sir. Good evening, Katrina.
Where? Don't tell me. I didn't know you were aboard.
I'm sure you didn't, my pigeon.
I thought the Führer had purged you by now.
No, I'm back in his good graces. I explained that you and Mr. O'Toole were desperately in love, and he recalled that all was fair in love, too.
So now you're headed for the United States. Well, you're headed for trouble.
Now, Katrina, there'll be no trouble. I'm on a goodwill mission. Our country's at peace.
Mm-hmm. You've goodwilled 7 or 8 peace-loving nations right out of existence up to here. And now you're headed for my country. Well, you've got trouble with me. I'll pin your ears back.
Katrina, you've lost your polish. And now you're not very bright.
I don't have any trouble understanding you. And the day you set foot on our shores, I go to work on you.
Who will listen to you?
Well, there'll be plenty who'll listen to me. First of all, a judge, the jury, and the press when I sue you for divorce. And mention, among other things, that you're a traitor, a saboteur, and a murderer. That ought to introduce you to America.
Katrina, you're still a foolish, impulsive child. The masses don't want to think. They want the thinking done for them. And why not a few great minds to do that thinking? It's coming to that, and very soon. You were speaking of a divorce. I got the divorce, and here's your copy. The Fuhrer signed it. Someday his signature will make that very valuable.
Couldn't be more valuable than it is now. Good night, you heels.
Wait. We were talking about individual thinking, Katrina.
Let go of me.
Listen, my sweet.
Get away from me.
In the past, you have caused me considerable trouble, and I should hate to have it continued, especially in America.
How are you going to stop me? Once I get there, I'll spill the story so
But,
fast.
my dear, you are not going to get there.
Let go of
Katrina.
me. Let go, you.
Katrina, my little pigeon.
Hiya, Kitty.
Oh, Pat, I'm sorry.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Why, you're shaky. I can hear your teeth chattering.
Will you buy me a drink?
No, don't talk for a while. Breathe deeply.
Oh. Oh, what speed are we making?
25 knots? Why?
Here, look at this.
What is it?
My divorce papers.
You're divorced? You're a free woman?
Uh-huh.
Who gave you this? The Baron?
Uh-huh.
So he's aboard, eh? Oh, well, meeting him must have been a shock. But don't you worry, dear. As soon as we land, we can be married.
Pat, before you talk about marriage, there's something I want to tell you. I killed a man once.
When?
About 5 minutes ago.
Somebody we know?
It was the Baron.
Where is he now?
I don't know. If the boat goes 25 knots an hour, how far back would he be if he went overboard 5 minutes ago? Maybe you better make it 6 minutes.
Overboard?
Uh-huh.
Dead, eh? Well, what do you know?
He tried to kill me, Pat.
Yeah?
We were standing by the rail. He grabbed my arms, and we started to wrestle, and...
And you won. But how?
Well, I'm pretty good at it. I've had practice.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there was a manager in Cincinnati who...
Oh.
Yeah. Von Luber was out to get America. He told me plenty. The new order intends to rule the world. He tried to kill me because I told him I was going to get him.
Then it was self-defense.
Well, it was either him or me, and in my mind, it suddenly dwindled down to me. Do you think we should tell the captain?
You think we should?
Well, I don't. Oh, yes.
Well, seems a shame to upset him. Still, I guess he'd like to know there's a man overboard. Come on.
Well, Captain, sit down, Mr. O'Toole. Miss O'Hara.
Did you get an answer, Captain?
Yes. I wirelessed the facts to the American authorities in Paris. I have their reply here.
Well, what goes?
What do they say?
Greatly distressed to hear Baron von Luber committed suicide on your boat.
Our stars will be back in a moment. Meantime, Oh, lady, don't do that.
Why? What's the matter?
Don't throw that fat away.
Oh, but I cooked fish in it and strained it and reused it several times, and I can't use it anymore.
That's exactly the kind of waste kitchen fat our government wants so badly for the glycerin in it.
Well, there's such a little bit, only about a tablespoonful.
If you save even a tablespoonful of fat a day, it adds up to a pound a month. Enough to make nearly 1.5 pounds of smokeless powder.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize a little bit I can spare these days is important.
It's important that every one of us saves every tablespoonful. Did you know that the Army and Navy have been saving 2 pounds of waste kitchen fat every month for each man in service?
Well, no, I didn't know that. I guess the least we civilians can do is save every bit we have. What's the best way to do it?
Strain the fat into a clean can, any kind of fruit or vegetable or soup can. The cans are salvaged as well as the fat. Don't use glass or paper containers because they break or leak. When the can is full, take it to your meat dealer. He'll pay you cash for each pound of fat. Turn in your fats promptly so they can get into action. Within 21 days of the time you turn them in, They're being made into gunpowder or other vital war necessities. Remember, Uncle Sam wants only what you would otherwise throw away. Only waste fats, which you can no longer use. Save every bit, every day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to preview a scene from next week's play before our stars join us again. According to my stopwatch, it takes just 25 seconds.
Jeff, you fool. Do you realize what you've done?
Certainly.
You've told 6 people that one of them was a murderer. You even pretended to know which one it was. Don't you know what he'll do now?
Sure. As soon as he thinks we're asleep, the murderer will sneak down here and try to knock me off, too. Then we'll find out who he is.
Oh, no, I won't let you do it. You're getting out of here, and right now.
Darling, you don't want a husband who's a coward, do you?
I'm not particular. I just want a husband.
That's a sample of what we have for you next Monday night. We'll tell you the name of the play in a moment. But now, Claudette Colbert, Brian Ahern, Laird Krieger, and Albert Decker are returning to the footlights for a curtain call.
It's grand being back with you again, C.B.
How many pictures have you two made together, anyway?
3, and I wish it were more, Brian.
Isn't that a kind of a habit?
Well, Claudette and I even went to Hawaii to make one last.
And scared the life out of a few people doing it. Did you ever hear about C.B.'s jungle miracle, Brian?
It sounds like a yarn, Phoebe. Spin it.
I think Claudette means a huge idol we built in the jungle on Hawaii. It happened to be near a hospital for mental patients and caused quite a little confusion.
That's not hard to understand.
You see, some of the patients went out for a walk and discovered this DeMille creation right in the middle of a lonely trail.
Well, back at the hospital, a guard asked them if they'd seen anything unusual. Not wanting to admit delusions, they said no. The guard said, "Are you sure you didn't see an idol about 60 feet high?" They still denied it.
Smart boys.
Well, that night, C.B. got word the steamer was coming the next day to pick us up, so he had the idol taken down. There wasn't a board or a nail left.
Trust those Paramount carpenters.
Now, the next day, the guard took the patients down the trail to show them that there really was an idol. You can imagine his surprise when he found no idol there. The patients looked at one another, then they all looked at the guard, and one said, "Who's crazy now?"
Very fair question, I think. Now, C.B., what about next Monday's play?
Well, the scene we heard a little while ago was from the Columbia picture hit, A Night to Remember. And our stars will be Ann Southern and Robert Young. A Night to Remember is a delightful comedy mystery that deserves 2 delightful stars like Robert Young and Ann Southern.
That sounds wonderful, C.B. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Stars like you are the best insurance the theater can have. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ann Southern and Robert Young in A Night to Remember. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Claudette Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, So Proudly We Hail. Brian Ahern's next picture is the Columbia production, Attacked by Night. Laird Krieger will soon be seen in the Ernst Lubitsch Technicolor production, Heaven Can Wait. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal, Dee Benaderet, Fred Mackay, Regina Wallace, Leo Cleary, Dennis Green, Norman Field, Stanley Farrar, Griff Barnett, Cliff Clark, Art Gilmore, Ken Christie, and Barbara Jean Wong. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Robert Young and Ann Southern in A Night to Remember.
Why should food rationing and shortages worry me? I know how to get vitamins and minerals for my family. I just buy Vims and add them to my ration meals.
A great idea, for Vims give you all the essential vitamins and all minerals commonly lacking. They're pleasant to take, too. Children love them. Ask for Vims at your druggist. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with locked doors and shuttered windows and ended in a coffin.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Anyone want a nice, clean job? Here's one that'll take you on a shoe leather tour of Chicago to find a yarn that has to be written before an editor's blood pressure blows a hole in his hat. And that job is mine. Find one man or woman or child with a story to make good reading. 1 out of 3 million. Tonight, the score stood Chicago 3 million, Randy Stone 0. And then I went north on Michigan Avenue and turned west on Cermak Road. It was about 11 when I came to Wentworth Avenue and Chinatown. And all of a sudden I was hungry for some of Chinyuk's fried wonton and almond dog. Don't ask me why. So I turned up Wentworth toward Chinyuk's little restaurant. Then I noticed something. Every door was closed, every window was shuttered, and not a soul walked the pavements. I got to Chinyuk's and it was closed. I knocked on the door. I heard the sound of a car pulling up at the curb. I turned. It was a prowl car. One of the cops got out, walked over to me. His partner stayed in the car, and I got a funny feeling that there was a gun pointed at me.
Hey, you. Come away from that door.
Sure.
That's good enough. Now, face the building.
Hey, what is this?
Face that way. Get your hands away from your sides.
Sure. What's the frisk for?
His suit was bulging.
Well, it's a bad fit. You can't get much for $39.50 these days.
Now you're clean.
Well, I never carry a gun, officer.
What's your name?
Look, officer, what is all this?
I asked you a question.
Can I get my wallet?
Yeah. Be careful.
Oh, I certainly will. Here, all you need is in there.
Yeah? Randy Stone, huh?
Yeah, Chicago Star.
What are you doing in Chinatown?
Well, I got hungry.
Huh?
I wanted something to eat, preferably Oriental, so I came here.
Okay, Stone, but take this advice. Settle for a sandwich, preferably Occidental.
What's going on around here? This place is as dead as a morgue.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, look, Stone, don't stay here. Get out fast as you can and don't come back.
What's the reason for that?
We don't know. It's like waiting for a bomb to go off.
There's not a soul in sight. Every store, every restaurant, every shop is as tight as a drum.
I'd give $100 to see one Chinese on the street, just one.
Why'd you frisk me?
You get the word that a lot of hoods are moving in.
To Chinatown?
Yeah.
Why?
I told you, we don't know a thing. Now, take my advice, Stone, and move out fast. Because once things break loose here, they really break.
The prowl car moved off slowly and carefully. I stood there for a minute and I looked around. I got that funny feeling that a million eyes were watching me. Sure, I wanted to leave, but that old curiosity referred to in some circles as a news sense kept me from going. I headed toward the rear of Chinyuk's place through an alley. It was pitch dark in there, and I felt my way along until... I bumped into someone who'd disappeared. I felt the hair on the back of my neck hunting for a spot under my hat. And then I was in front of Chinyuk's back door, and I wanted inside fast. Chinyuk. Chinyuk, open up. Chinyuk.
Who is it?
Randy Stone. That you, Eileen?
Please go away, Mr. Stone.
Let me in, Eileen. I want to see your father.
Please go away. Please.
Listen, Eileen, I want to see...
My father is not here.
Well, where is he? Where can I find him?
I do not know.
Then let me wait for him.
I must not.
Well...
Please go away.
Let him in, Eileen.
Oh, yes, Father.
Thank you.
Lock the door, Eileen.
I am honored, Mr. Stone. Please to come in.
Thank you, Chinyuk.
I am sorry. I gave orders to my daughter to admit no one. She was obeying me.
Well, obedience is a virtue, Chinyuk.
In a world of little virtue, yes.
I went to the front door first. The place is locked.
You're an observing man, Mr. Stone.
Sure, all I had to do was try the door. I figured the rest out all by myself.
Just so.
Look, we've known each other a long time, Chinyuk.
5 years, perhaps.
That's right.
I value your friendship.
Well, thank you. What's going on, Yuk?
The world goes on.
There isn't a soul on the street outside, and everything is locked up. Eiling was scared to death to open the door, and I met a policeman outside.
Perhaps the officer can enlighten you.
No, he didn't know anything.
Knowing when to hold one's tongue is another admirable virtue.
In other words, you're as scared as Eiling.
Man is always afraid. And now leave Chinatown, Randy Stone. And above all, ask no more questions of anyone.
Well, I'm not afraid, Chinyuk. I'm not afraid because I know that no Chinese turns to violence.
That is true. No Chinese would harm you. But what about your own countrymen, Randy Stone?
Well, what about them?
I have said enough. Now go, if you wish to live. Go.
Underneath the old world courtesy, there was terror. Chinyuk wanted to talk, but something stopped him. Chinatown is like that. The Chinese settle their own disputes. Seldom, if ever, do they allow their quarrels to spill over into the world outside their settlement. But this was more than a dispute. It held all of Chinatown. I walked out and away, knowing I'd learned nothing. And then a block away from Chinyuk's restaurant, I heard... and someone was following me. I slipped into a doorway and waited. Eiling!
Oh, Mr. Stone,
What are you doing out here?
I want to talk.
All right. Get in this doorway. Now, what's the matter?
I can only take a minute. My father does not know I came out.
Well, how did you manage it?
Through the restaurant.
I see. All right, Eiling, what do you want to talk about?
Help us, Mr. Stone.
Well, if I knew what was going on, I'd have an answer for that.
I will tell you. If this thing happens, many men will die. Not only here, but in New York, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco.
Wait a minute. A Tong war?
In 2 hours, the Tong banners will be brought out, and men who want to live will die.
What's the fight about?
A quarrel between 2 men of rival Tongs.
Well, that's happened before. Things have been cleared up without a war.
But this time there is something else.
What?
White men, evil men. They have...
That is enough, Eileen.
Father.
Hello, you.
Eileen, go home.
No, Father.
Heidi.
As you will, my father.
You will forget what she has said, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sure, forget it, but... How about you, Chinyuk?
I? What do you mean?
Well, you've seen Tong wars. They're nice, pleasant little affairs. Hatchet men, the eldest sons of families killed. Why?
You are a white man. We are Chinese.
Yes, I know, yes. East is east and west is west.
And never the twain shall meet.
Which is a polite way of telling me to mind my own business.
Get out of Chinatown.
After one more question.
No more.
Well, here it is anyway. Do you want a Tong war? Well?
Once I had a son to carry on my name. That son is no more, Randy Stone. The hatchet men of the old Tong saw to that.
Well, then why don't you...
Oh, get out, Randy Stone. Get out, or I shall once again look down upon one whom I love. You, Randy Stone.
Chinyuk turned and left. I watched the shadows swallow him. I heard the door to his restaurant close. It was a sound as final as the last name on the phone directory. The silence in the street was eerie. A waiting, watching silence. I walked to the end of the street, and I looked back. A light rain began to fall, and from somewhere in the back of my head, I recalled a poem. This is the time between life and death, the cold, bleak moment of emptiness after life. and before eternity. And then I remembered something else. What the officer had said. What Eiling had told me about white men, evil men. Where did they fit in? Why was Chinook afraid to talk? Afraid or wouldn't? For the next 15 minutes, I made phone calls, and I got some answers that made more than a little sense. The answers sent me back toward Chinook's restaurant. I didn't get there.
Hey, you.
Huh? You talking to me?
Uh-huh. Hold it right there. Randy Stone?
Why?
No reason, just want to know.
Oh. Okay, I'm Stone. Now, who are you?
That don't make any difference.
Well, it's nice meeting you so long.
Let's get better acquainted, huh?
Well, sure. Tell me about yourself.
Nothing to tell. Now, if we're going to talk about you, that's different. It's not polite to walk away.
Okay, Buster, let's stop the chit-chat. I'm Randy Stone. You know who I am. Now let's hear from you.
Don't get excited, Stone. Everything's all right.
I never get excited. It builds up my blood pressure.
Nice to hear you got blood. Want to keep it?
Oh, well, now we're getting somewhere.
Not here, but we will.
Meaning?
Let's take a ride.
By invitation?
So far, invitation. I'll even hold the door open for you while you climb in.
Oh, that's nice. If it starts to rain harder, you can put down a cloak for me.
Okay, Elizabeth. Let's go.
Well, where to, Sir Walter?
That's enough, Stone. You just get in the car and we'll take a ride. Come on.
What if I don't?
I'll withdraw the invitation and make it an order. One I can back up.
I see what you mean. Okay, where to?
You'll see when you get there.
I have to be back by midnight. My head changes into a pumpkin.
I like you. You're going to get along fine with the boss.
Oh?
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. Before we get going.
Yeah.
It all depends on you whether you get back by midnight or get back at all. You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Well, as they say, no two ways about it. My questions had stirred up a little interest outside of Chinatown. I was taken to the north side, to a penthouse, and there I met...
Hello. I'm Luke Farwell, Stone.
I've heard of you.
Good. Read your column in the Star. Good stuff.
Oh, thank you. I read your stuff in the papers, too.
Mine?
Yeah, front page items.
You believe all you read, Stone?
I always have, ever since my first fairy tale.
Here, sit down.
I'd rather stand.
Oh, come on, Stone. We've got to talk. You look uncomfortable standing there.
Well, I will admit I've been more comfortable.
Certainly. Sit down. Oh, drink?
No, thank
you. Cigar?
Have I got one coming?
Beg pardon?
Well, cigars, you get them when you hit the bullseye or ring the bell.
Oh, I see. All right, Stone. Maybe you've come close.
Maybe too close, huh?
Nobody gets too close.
And so I've heard.
You don't seem surprised you were brought here.
Well, I asked questions. News got around to you. I expected this, Farwell.
I see. Mm-hmm. How much does the Star pay you?
Enough?
$5,000 a week?
Oh, sure. Sure, but they make the check out for a smaller amount on account of taxes.
Of course. Well, here's a week's salary, according to me. $5,000.
Am I worth that?
To forget this story, yes.
Do I have a story?
You do. You ask questions, put two and two together.
Yes, so I did. Want me to tell you what it adds up to?
I'm interested.
Okay, here it is, Farwell. You got your fingers in a lot of rackets. Now you'd like to move in on the Fantan and the Mahjong games in every Chinatown in the country. And so far they've kept you out, right?
Go on.
Yes, I will. And now two Chinese of rival tongues have quarreled, and the tongues are ready to fight. It's an affair of honor between them, but to you it's a chance. So you've hired out your hoods and killers, your muscle men, and your dirty torpedoes.
That's enough.
No, not quite. It's an old story, Farwell. Divide and conquer, play one side against the other, then move in and take over, no matter who gets killed.
And who cares about a few China?
Well, maybe I do.
Misplaced altruism.
Yeah? Well, there's still almost 2 hours before the deadline, before the killing starts. It's not too late to settle that dispute, to show them what they're doing. Letting you in for a minute so you can stay there for the rest of their lives.
Stay out of it, Stone.
Maybe not.
You think your newspaper connection brings you an immunity another person may not enjoy.
I always lived in a dream world.
Exactly. Excuse me.
You ring for me, Mr. Farwell?
Yes, Charlie, I did. Mr. Stone is having a dream. Take him somewhere and wake him up.
You take a roll of nickels in a fist, a piece of rubber hose in expert hands. No, you don't break any bones. You don't even bring blood. You don't have to. But the one who takes the beating wishes it had been a nice, quick slug from a gun. I woke up somewhere along the lakefront. The rain was coming down in sheets. It felt good. It was clean and it was cool. I got to my feet and the buildings leaned over, closing in on top of me. It was funny. All I could see was Farwell's face smiling. It was in front of me all the way back to Chinatown in the cab. Still in front of me when I knocked again at Shinyok's back door.
Who?
Open up, Eileen. Come on, open up.
Mr. Stone.
Yeah, it's Mr. Stone. Where's your father?
He is here.
All right, will you close that door and lock it?
You are hurt.
Well, I felt better. Hello, Shinyok. I'm back.
Oh, you would not listen to me.
No, I wouldn't, so I got paid off.
Eileen, bring medicine.
Yes, Father.
You did a good job on me, didn't I, Yok?
I'm sorry. Here, sit down.
Thank you.
You concerned yourself with that which I warned you was better left alone.
Okay, say I told you so, so I stuck my nose in, and this is what happened.
You were dealing with violent men.
Uh-huh. And so are you, Shinyok. You know who's in back of those hoods hired by one of the tongues?
I can guess.
It's not a guessing game anymore. It's Farwell.
Yes.
You know?
I know.
Well, then you know what he wants and what he's after. You know that he's...
The medicines, Father.
Good.
No. Get that stuff away and listen to me.
But your wound...
I know they hurt. Yes, they hurt. I've been worked over by a couple of thugs. I saw Farwell.
You went to him?
Well, he sent for me.
The police?
Tell the police Farwell will have a million witnesses to swear he was in Florida an hour ago.
Yes, that is so.
And what if I write my story after the damage is done, Shinyok?
Huh? It will be just a story.
Yeah, and Farwell will have what he wants. Look, Shinyok, how much time is there before the killing starts?
Less than half an hour.
Well, you got time then. You got time to stop it.
Randy Stone, why do you concern yourself with this?
Why? I'm a reporter, remember the story?
No, there is more. Because of friendship for me?
Well, maybe I just hate men like Farwell.
Yes, of course, but...
But what, Shinyok?
Randy Stone, it will be hard for you to understand. But that which is bringing evil to me and my people is a thing of honor between two men.
Honor? Oh, sure, honor. All right, Shinyok, you better save up a lot of it. Put it in jars and bottles so you'll have some of it to look at after Farwell's got his hooks in. Got him in deep enough to tell all of you how to breathe and when. All right, Shinyok, I've said my piece. Now I'm going to do what you wanted me to do in the first place. I'm getting out of Chinatown. I'm going to stay.
Wait.
Yeah?
When I was a boy, I was told, and I believe, that we Chinese were inventing paper and a compass when your ancestors were savages. Perhaps that is so. But now I find myself learning something from a white man. That all mankind is one.
Well, the lesson is free, Shinyok. Goodbye.
I'm not finished. Eileen.
Father?
Attend Mr. Stone's wounds, see that he is helped, and then bring him to the place of meeting.
Father, you are...
Obey me.
Yes, Father.
What are you talking about, Shinyok?
Honor is not held cheaply, nor is a debt incurred to be forgotten. No, honor is held dear, so dear that before the night is over, one of two men must die.
Before I knew what had happened, Shinyok was gone. Without speaking, Eileen did as her father asked. I knew better than to try to get her to explain. And then she took me through the dark, twisting back ways. Not once did we have to go into the streets. And I kept thinking of what Chinyuk had said, that one of two men must die. And I had learned a secret that was dangerous. More than once, as Eileen guided me, I thought of getting away and out of this. But how? I was lost in the maze of hallways and strange buildings. And then we came to a door, and Eileen knocked. A Chinese I didn't know opened the door and looked at me hard for a moment, and then spoke to Eileen.
Follow him.
What about you?
I may not go. Please, follow him.
All right. I know enough Cantonese. He had told me to sit down, and I did. I was in a big room filled with Chinese. They saw me. They looked at me in silence. All those eyes studied me curiously, but with a strange, detached curiosity. And then I saw Chinyuk, dressed in the fashion of old China. He walked to me.
Randy Stone, you will hear first a story. Then you will speak.
Chinyuk.
Listen. Fengler. We will speak in the foreign tongue so that my friend will understand. Randy Stone, a long time ago, two men tied their fortunes together in business. One was Ali. You see him there. The other was Chinyuk.
You?
Ali and Chinyuk were of rival tongues. Yet the strange ways of business forced them together. Ali and Chinyuk had put aside so much money so that each could be buried in China. But now, because of misfortune, there is only enough for one to return to China to be buried among his ancestors.
Then that's what the quarrel is about?
Bitterness came upon these two men. They spoke words of hatred until...
Until they're willing to fight about it and bring on a Tong war?
Honor will not be satisfied unless the tongue that wins is that of Ali or Chinyuk.
I've told you, Chinyuk, neither Tong will win. The only winner will be Farwell. He'll control you through this. First the Fantan and the Mahjong, and then the restaurants. Everything every Chinese does will be dictated by Farwell. I've seen it happen in other places. Why not here?
Yes, but there is a debt we Chinese owe you, Randy Stone.
You don't owe me anything.
You could have given your life.
He wouldn't have killed me.
That you did not know. Ali, will you honor us by coming forward?
I am here, Chinyuk.
Ali, look at this white man who is my friend, who by his actions has become the friend of all of us. There is a debt. What say you, Ali?
There is a debt, Chinyuk.
And what of the payment of the debt, Ali?
What say you, Chinyuk?
I am willing to let fate decide our quarrel.
So say I.
Ah. Has everyone heard this, men of the snake and the hawk? It is decided. Bring cakes and wine.
It was like a strange dream. The Chinese of the two tongues waiting. The polite, time-honored ritual. A plate full of rice cakes and a flask of wine. And then I guessed one of the cakes was poisoned. Only one. Then silently, Chinyuk and Ali each chose a cake and ate and sipped the wine. And then another cake. In silence, the two Chinese ate until no more cakes were left. And then...
It is finished, Ali.
It is finished, Chinyuk.
Then listen, men of the hawk and men of the snake. It has been decided. I say let there be no violence. Ali?
Let there be no violence,
Chinyuk.
Yes, my friend.
Will this hold? Will everyone go through with it?
We have pledged our words. There is no more to be said. Ali?
Yes, Chinyuk.
In a few moments, one of us will mount the dragon. Let there be no rancor between us. No bitterness now.
It is written, even the tiger and the deer may drink at the same stream.
So be it.
So be it. So.
He's dead, Chinyuk.
Yes, Ali is dead. Now go, you men of the hawk and the snake. Go and tell those of evil who have come among us that the thing is finished.
Without a word, the Chinese left the room. Chinyuk and I were left alone with Ali. For a moment, Chinyuk looked down, and then silently he led me away, back through the twisting passages, back to his restaurant. And there...
Eileen.
Yes, my father.
Bring tea.
Yes, my father.
Randy.
What, Chinyuk?
The debt is paid.
Yes, the debt is paid. Total for the night, some bruises and one dead man.
Ah, but this is better than many dead men, Randy.
Oh, I know it is. But Look, Chinyuk,
Yes, my friend. What is it?
Well, you know how I mean this. Ali... Well, I'm sorry he had to die, but Well, I'm glad it wasn't you.
It is strange what men will do to reach heaven.
Yes, 1,000 different religions in the world, and each tries for one thing. The same goal.
In my religion, it is easier for a man to attain heaven if he rests among his ancestors.
And you... Well, Ali is dead, and you're left. Well, there's nothing funny.
No, nothing. Except that you still do not understand. You see, even now, Ali's body is on its way to China. Ali won. I lost.
East is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. But they met tonight in a strange way. Someone once wrote, the best study of mankind is man himself. But where do you start? How do you tie together all the loose ends that different people have hanging around? I guess you begin as Chinyuk said, by remembering that when you get right down to it, all mankind is one. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight's script was written by Russell Hughes. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. The part of Chinyuk was played by Ben Wright. Others in tonight's cast were Jack Crucian, Paul DeBuff, Barbara Jean Wong, and Tom Holland. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. On Wednesdays, hear 3 great mystery programs on NBC. Yes, on Wednesdays, hear Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. You'll hear adventure, intrigue, and action-packed stories on all 3 of these thrilling shows. Richard Diamond each Wednesday fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend in 30 minutes of fine entertainment. Mr. District Attorney, the champion of the people, adds to your Wednesday night listening pleasure as he upholds the causes of law and order. And to complete NBC's Wednesday trio of action-packed mystery shows, you'll hear The Big Story, presenting true tales from the front pages of America's newspapers. Be sure to tune for thrill-packed action drama every Wednesday night on NBC. Now it's Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and Bicidol Mints, that quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. Present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, may I make a suggestion that you will probably thank me for someday? It is simply this. The next time you suffer from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, try Anacin. The reason we suggest this is because we feel sure you will be surprised at how incredibly fast Anacin gives you relief. Thousands of people who have tried Anacin say its action is truly astonishing. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thus, in taking Anacin, you are following sound principles. The next time you suffer pain from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. On this guarantee, if the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin in any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll spell the name for you, Anacin. Well, there are many reasons why our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, and her landlady, Mrs. Davis, get along so well. Having lived together for many years, they've developed a system of cooperation that begins the first thing in the morning.
Yes, we do everything on schedule. At 7 o'clock sharp, the alarm goes off in Mrs. Davis's room. She gets up, brushes her teeth, and promptly at 7:10 comes into my room and wakes me up. I hop out and brush my teeth, and then at 7:20, I walk into Mrs. Davis's room and wake her up once more. Then she combs her hair, slips on a house dress, and by 7:30, she's all ready to dash in and get me out of bed again. But by 7:40 or so, when we sit down to breakfast, we're both as chipper as two larks, eager, bright-eyed, and ready to face the new day. Take last Friday morning, for instance, when Mrs. Davis set my plate before me, her first words were,
Connie, wake up and eat your eggs.
Huh? Oh, I'm wide awake, Mrs. Davis.
Good. Then get your chin out of your tomato juice and eat.
I'm pretty hungry now that I'm up. This juice is good. Feels nice and cool on my chin. Now I'll just do a job on these scrambled eggs. They seem a little different today. Oh, where did you get these eggs, Mrs. Davis?
Now, Connie, you're just not used to powdered eggs.
Powdered eggs?
The grocer assured me that we'd never be able to tell them from the genuine article.
He's right. They taste just like real powder. Well, I'll settle for toast and coffee. Pass the butter, please, Mrs. Davis.
Certainly, dear. But it's margarine.
Margarine?
Yes, it's quite a bit cheaper than butter.
Oh, I see.
Here, care for a part of the paper, dear?
No, I'll just eat a big lunch. Oh, you mean to read? Yes, thanks.
I know the breakfast isn't what it should be today, Connie, but frankly, it was my way of hinting that it's difficult to make ends meet.
I know, Mrs. Davis. I owe you 8 weeks back rent now.
It'll be 9 tomorrow. I don't like to dun you, dear, But I've got to raise $50 by next week or lose all my living room furniture.
But you own that furniture outright, Mrs. Davis. You made the last payment 2 months ago, don't you remember?
Certainly, dear. But then last month I had to have the roof repaired.
So?
So I borrowed on the living room furniture.
This is getting pretty involved, but since it's my fault that you don't have the money, I'll try to get it for you someplace. Maybe Mr. Conklin will advance it to me.
That's very considerate, dear. Things could be worse, I suppose. Look at this story in the newspaper, the third robbery in this vicinity in a week. Last night in the next block, a house was robbed by cat burglars.
Cat burglars? Who did they rob?
Mr. and Mrs. Katz. My goodness, some people have all the luck.
Luck?
Why couldn't they have broken into this house while we were out? I could have collected enough insurance to pay what I borrowed on the furniture and get some new stuff besides.
Well, that's no way for you to think, Mrs. Davis. After all, that must be Walter Denton to drive me to school.
Oh, dear. Do you suppose he's got a big appetite this morning?
That's like asking if John L. Lewis has eyebrows. Come on in, Walter.
I'll set a place for him.
Top of the morning, gracious ladies.
And the rest of the day to yourself, Barry Fitzgerald. We haven't much to offer today in the way of breakfast, Walter,
Well,
but...
what's wrong with the stuff on this platter? I'll just help myself to a plateful, if I may.
Certainly you may, dear. Here's a knife and fork.
Oh, this is delicious.
You like it?
Oh, sure I like it. Oh, this is one of my favorite dishes.
You know what it is?
Well, I ought to know what it is. I've been eating it since I was 4 years old.
You have?
Well, sure. No, I don't want to sound like a connoisseur or anything, but these are absolutely the best hominy grits I ever had.
Hominy grits?
Yes, doesn't Mrs. Davis prepare them wonderfully, Walter?
If you'll excuse me a moment, I'd better clean up the kitchen.
I thought you had. I mean... I'll see you later, Mrs. Davis.
Yeah, see you later, Mrs. Davis. Well, now that we're alone, Miss Brooks, I'd like to ask a favor of you. It's in connection with Harriet Conklin.
What about Harriet Conklin?
She's broken 3 dates with me this week, and she won't tell me why. Now, Miss Brooks, you're a woman. Warm, attractive, desirable.
Have some more hominy grits. Go on, Walter.
Well, being the kind of person you are, you can ascertain better than I how another such person would act toward a person like myself if a third person entered such a person's life.
From the adage, one man's meat is another man's person. Look, Walter, I've got to see Mr. Conklin this morning about getting an advance. So if Harriet's around his office, I'll try to find out whether or not there's a new romantic interest in her life.
Wonderful, Miss Brooks. How do you propose to accomplish this?
In a very devious, feminine, and mysterious fashion, Walter.
How?
I'll ask her.
Daddy, just because you and Mother are going to be away until tomorrow doesn't mean someone has to stay over with me. Well, I think it's ridiculous.
Silence, Harriet. After the years we've been married to one another, your mother and I ought to be better judges of what is ridiculous. What I mean is we have better judgment in these matters.
But just because of a few silly holdups in the other end of town... Honestly, I was too ashamed to even tell Walter Denton why I couldn't go out with him all this past week.
Ashamed? With gangs of hoodlums roaming the streets? I want your mother's mind to be at ease about you tonight. She's worried enough about that emergency call from your grandmother as it is.
Oh, there's nothing really wrong with Granny. She's just lonesome. And, Daddy, you must look at my side of this. Why, here I am, a 16-year-old girl, and you want to get me a babysitter. Why, if any of the kids at school find out about this, they'll laugh me right out of Madison.
Well, don't worry about that. I'll giggle you right back in. Now then, it's just a question of whom to persuade to stay over with you. I'd like someone dependable and reliable, someone who could think fast in an emergency. Who is it?
It's Miss Brooks, sir.
I may have to settle for less. One moment, Miss Brooks. Now then, Harriet, to avoid any unnecessary discussion, you will kindly leave through my inner office.
But, Daddy, won't...
March, Moppet! Come in, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. I have a favor to ask.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I, too, have a favor to ask. Well, you know what I always say, one hand washes the other.
Yes, I know, but the last time you said it, my hand didn't even get into the basin. What I wanted to ask you, sir, was
Later, Miss Brooks. Mine is by far the more pressing business at the moment. No doubt you heard of the recent robberies round town?
Yes, I have, Mr. Conklin. I don't like to sound redundant, but just last night, cat burglars robbed the Katzes.
Yeah. It's disgraceful. Nobody knows where they'll strike next. Now, it so happens that my wife and I have to be out of town tonight, and we want someone to remain in our home with Harriet.
Well, I'd like to help you out, sir, but tonight is Friday.
Oh, thank you for a most illuminating prognostication.
What I mean is I have a previous engagement, sir, with Mr. Boynton.
For the sake of your principal's peace of mind, Miss Brooks, a mere social engagement can easily be broken.
But, Mr. Conklin, he'd be very disappointed and... Oh, wait a minute, I've got an idea. Maybe Mr. Boynton could spend the evening with me over at your house.
At my house?
Well, I'm only suggesting it in case of an emergency, Mr. Conklin. I was thinking of Mr. Boynton's good right arm.
Since when have you become partial? No, Miss Brooks, I'm afraid you won't have any time for Mr. Boynton. It just happens I have a long report to the board, which I expect you to type out for me in triplicate.
A report?
Yes, and I'll need it as soon as I return. So you see, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton would just be in the way.
But, sir,
Miss Brooks, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming in here and volunteering for this assignment.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Conklin. I don't. What about my favor? Remember, one hand washes the other?
Oh, we must get around to your favor by all means. Please be sure to remind me of it next week.
Mr. Conklin.
I said next week, Miss Brooks. Now, I'm quite busy, so that will be all. Miss!
Yes, sir. Here we go again, me and my unwashed hands. Well, of all the nerve. Forcing me to break a date because he has to leave town.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I've been waiting until you got out of Daddy's office to talk to you.
Well, if it isn't my little roommate. What's up, Harriet?
I knew Daddy would hook you into staying over at our house tonight, but you've got to promise me you won't breathe a word of it to a soul. Oh, golly, if anyone heard I needed a babysitter, why, I'd die of shame.
But what'll I tell Mr. Boynton when I break my date with him?
Well, just tell him it's a secret. Please, Miss Brooks, it's vital.
All right, Harriet, I won't say a word about it.
Will you take an oath on that?
In blood, Harriet. And I know whose blood I'd like to use.
Friends, if you suffer from acid indigestion, I hope you didn't miss reading this wonderful news. A headline that says, New mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. That headline is talking about new Bicidol mints. Doctors recommend Bicidol mints because the Bicidol medication acts at once to make painful acid harmless and give you fast 5-way relief. 1. Speeds relief from gas. 2. Sweetens your breath. 3. Gives complete, longer-lasting relief than baking soda. 4. Relieves stomach upset from too much eating, drinking, smoking. 5. Lets you sleep when acid indigestion strikes at night. So don't suffer acid indigestion, heartburn, or gastric distress from excess acidity. Remember, new mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. And remember the name, Bicidol mints. Bisodol. Get Bicidol mints for fast relief.
Well, it was bad enough having to look forward to a night at Mr. Conklin's typing reports. But I faced my most unpleasant task at lunchtime. That's when I had to break my date with a man I hoped would someday make me the proud babysitter for my own babies. It was doubly difficult, since I'd promised Harriet I wouldn't mention the real reason. So when Mr. Boynton sat down at our usual table in the cafeteria, I decided to sneak up on the subject in a subtle manner. Mr. Boynton?
Yes, Miss Brooks?
I can't keep our appointment tonight.
You can't keep it?
May I ask why not?
Of course you may ask.
Well, I'm asking.
Well, I'm not telling. You see, I promised the person I am going to be with that I'd keep it a secret.
Oh, so it's that way.
That way? What is that way?
Oh, come now, Miss Brooks. You know, and I know that you know exactly what way that way is.
Oh, you do? Well, what would you say if I were to tell you that you may think you know that I know exactly what way that way is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I do know what way that way is that you're talking about? If any members of my English class are listening, please don't.
Dissembling will get you nowhere, Miss Brooks.
All right. Then I'll try assembling. I didn't want to break this date, Mr. Boynton, but I honestly didn't think it would matter so much to you.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't matter in the least. Not in the least.
Good.
If you found some other man you'd rather go out with, go right ahead.
Well, that's very... Some other man?
You probably met someone who's taller, more handsome, and with a better personality than I have. If so, good luck to you.
If so, who needs it? That is, you don't understand, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't try to spare my feelings. I don't blame you for preferring to drive around in a Cadillac instead of my old Heap.
A Cadillac?
After all, why should a girl waste her time on a poor school teacher when she can enjoy the comfort and luxuries a wealthy playboy has to offer?
Well, that clears up where the Cadillac came from. But, Mr. Boynton, as far as tonight's concerned...
I said it was all right, Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to pass up cocktails and dinner and dancing in some swanky restaurant to go out with me.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed about tonight, Mr. Boynton.
Well, you'd be disappointed, too, if you had to go to a boring ladies' bazaar because somebody broke a date with you.
Ladies' bazaar?
No, in a weak moment, I promised my landlady that I'd attend if anything unforeseen happened to my engagement this evening. Well, it just happened.
Well, cheer up, Mr. Boynton. The bazaar may not be so bad.
Not so bad. I'll have to work in one of those booths.
Doing what?
Selling kisses, that's what.
Yipe.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get myself some milk and wash this all down.
Get two, will you? I might as well be loaded as the way I am.
I'll bring it back to the table.
Here's the dime for mine, Mr. Boynton.
Well, that's all right. I'll lay it out. All the times to get a stand-up.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, will you come over a moment?
Oh, Mr. Conklin. Well, this is quite a surprise. As a rule, you don't eat here in the cafeteria.
I thought I'd live dangerously today. Boynton, I noticed you talking with Miss Brooks, and I thought I ought to warn you. If you're entertaining any thoughts of coming over to my house tonight to see her, dismiss them.
To your house, sir?
Yes. Miss Brooks will be much too busy typing a report for me to engage in any social activities.
Oh, so that's where she's going to be tonight.
Didn't she mention it? With all these robberies lately, I asked her to remain overnight with Harriet, since Mrs. Conklin and I will be away.
Well, what do you know about that?
What do I know about what?
She told me she had a date to go out with a wealthy playboy in a big Cadillac. I've got a good mind to teach her a lesson. By Godfrey, I'll do it. I'm going to drink both glasses of milk.
Our Miss Brooks will return in a moment. Say, did I ever tell you about what happened to my late friend, Roadhog Harry? Roadhog Harry was one of the nicest guys I ever knew, off the highway. He was good to his mother, loved his wife and children, never showed up late to work, never watched the clock. Roadhog Harry was a steady performer in every respect, until he got in behind the wheel of his car. Harry's inhibitions left him in a hurry when he began to drive, or maybe he left them. Roadhog Harry actually believed that every time someone new bought an automobile, it was just to spite him. He drove like that road was his. Peculiar part of it was, for a long, long time, he got away with it. Somehow the police didn't catch up with him. And somehow, even when he crowded the opposing traffic over by crossing the center line, he got away with that. Lived a charmed life, you might say. Until C-Day. Crash Day, that is. Some fool driver came along who didn't know Roadhog Harry owned the road, and, well, it happened fast anyway. Poor old Roadhog Harry. CBS Radio suggests, don't drive like Roadhog Harry. Drive to survive those hot summer weekends.
Well, by that evening, the babysitter brigade had multiplied. I was babysitting for Harriet Conklin, and Mrs. Davis was babysitting for me.
Oh, listen to that wind howling. I'm glad you came over after all, Miss Brooks. It's a great night for a robbery, all right.
Now, Harriet, we said we weren't going to mention the word robbery again. Just close that window near the piano and you won't hear the wind.
All right.
It was nice of you to invite me over too, Harriet. I get awfully jittery sitting home alone with my cat Minerva on such a dark, gloomy night.
I get jittery sitting with Minerva on a sunny day. She just gives me the creeps sometimes. Maybe the cat burglars will swipe their namesake.
Now, Connie, that's no way to talk about Minerva. You know how fond she is of you.
Yes, I know. She won't manicure her nails with anybody else's nylons.
I read where one of the robbers' latest victims suffered a concussion, and the pictures showed 3 huge bumps on his head where he'd evidently been blackjacked.
Don't be an alarmist, Harriet. For all you know, he was just a tall man who forgot to duck when he went into a pawn shop. Now let's change the subject.
Yes, let's discuss something else entirely.
Anybody read any good books lately?
I just read a corker the other night.
What was the name of it?
She Knifed Her Mate. Or, The Way to a Man's Heart is Through His Chest.
Well, maybe we ought to discuss the robberies again. But if conversation won't help, maybe some good music will. Harriet, suppose you put a few cheerful records on the phonograph.
Oh, good idea, Miss Brooks. Oh, gee, I just remembered. I lent most of my collection to Nellie Miners. All I've got left are those on top of the machine.
Well, they're better than nothing. Let's see some of the titles. Oh, here's a dandy one to perk us up.
What's it called, Connie?
Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Maybe the one on the back's more lighthearted. Oh, sure. Murder, he says. Yes, we'd better turn on the radio, Harriet.
I'll do it.
Trying to determine whether or not broadcasting race results is in the public interest. And now for the local news. Those burglars who have terrorized the residential sections of our city 3 times during the past week have stepped up their pace tonight. Already 2 more homes have been robbed.
2 more tonight.
One of the victims, Mr. George Stewart, a high school principal, was found unconscious in his living room.
How could they tell?
The police have requested that we broadcast this warning. Keep your home brightly illuminated until bedtime. I repeat, keep some illumination in your home throughout the night. If the phone rings and there's no one on the other end when you answer it, it may be one of the gang calling to see if your home is empty. Women especially should exercise extreme caution. If you are...
Miss Brooks, why did you turn off the radio?
Because you 2 are nervous enough without it.
But 2 more robberies tonight. One of them a principal's house. And did you hear what he said about the phone calls?
Well, we haven't had any phone calls, and there's no reason to assume that we will. Even if the telephone should ring, there's no point in getting panicky about it. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. Take everything in stride, so to speak.
The cat burglar.
Don't answer that phone, Miss Brooks.
But if we don't answer it, Harriet, they'll think there's nobody home.
Let them think what they like. The announcer said that women especially must exercise extreme caution, Connie.
Oh, I'm scared, Miss Brooks. I don't know what to do.
Nonsense. There's absolutely no reason to get so frightened. After all, it's a... That's funny. Stopped ringing. Oh, well. Now let's all calm down and stop being so fearful. One thing we can do is put some more lights on in this room.
But they're all on now, Miss Brooks.
No, not quite, Harriet. There's a bulb missing in that lamp by the sofa.
Well, we've got a bulb for it right here on the bookcase, but Daddy says that's a faulty socket.
Well, this is no time to worry about Daddy's faulty socket. I'll just take this bulb, screw it in here like this, and... Ow!
The lights. The lights. What happened to the lights?
They're out all over the house. Oh, you must have caused a short circuit.
Where's the fuse box, Harriet?
Back in the garage. Are you going out there?
I certainly am. About 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
But we can't leave the house in darkness like this. Well, the burglars may be here any minute.
But I don't know anything about fuse boxes, Harriet. Maybe Mrs. Davis would know how to... By the way, where is Mrs. Davis?
Right over here, dear, under the piano.
What are we going to do, Miss Brooks?
Don't worry, Harriet. I know exactly what to do.
What?
Mrs. Davis, move over.
I'm sorry if my phone call disturbed you, Walter, but I've got to know if you've been out with Harriet tonight.
No, Mr. Boynton, I haven't been out with her in a week. But aren't you with Miss Brooks tonight?
No. She's supposed to type some report at Mr. Conklin's house tonight and stay over with Harriet. Mr. Conklin wanted somebody there because he and his wife are out of town and...
Well, if the Conklins are out of town and Miss Brooks is with Harriet, what are we waiting for?
Please, Walter, listen. I heard a report on the radio that alarmed me, so I telephoned the Conklin's house to see if everything was all right, but there was no answer.
No answer? Well, maybe they all stayed over at Mrs. Davis's tonight.
No, I tried that number, and it doesn't answer either. Frankly, Walter, I'm worried.
Well, now that you mention it, so am I.
Well, just sit tight for now. I'm going over to the Conklins.
But how will you get in?
Well, I'll get in some way and find out just what's happening, one way or another.
Well, dark house or no dark house, now that we're ready, we'll give those burglars a warm reception. Are you all set, Mrs. Davis?
All set, Harriet. I can swing this waffle iron like a tennis racket.
If you hit anybody with that, it should be loads of fun for the interns. They can play tic-tac-toe on his head. This skillet I've got is no slouch as a weapon either.
And I've got the double boiler. It ought to be... Oh, quiet. I think I saw something move outside this window.
Battle stations, everyone. He's coming in. He is in. Okay, girls, pots away. When you hear the tone, the time will be 9:31. Let him have it again.
No. Wait. It's me, Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton? I know teachers aren't paid very well, but this is a fine way to pick up a couple of bucks.
You don't understand, Miss Brooks. I phoned here, but there wasn't any answer. So I came over to see if you were all right.
Now, wasn't that sweet?
I hope we didn't batter you too badly, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll probably have a few bumps, but I don't think it's...
Just a minute. I think there's someone else at the window.
Yes, it's a big shadow this time.
This must be the real burglar.
Now, don't be alarmed, ladies. Thanks to heaven I'm here to protect you.
Okay, girls, pots away! I got him! Hold his arm, someone!
Miss Brooks, will you kindly remove those pointed knees from my chest?
Mr. Conklin!
This is outrageous! Can't a man return to his own home after his car breaks down without being assaulted by one of his teachers?
We didn't know it was you, Mr. Conklin.
Of course, we didn't, Osgood.
We couldn't see who it was, Daddy.
So there are four of you in on it. Miss Brooks, what have you to say?
How about a rubber bridge?
Miss Brooks, starring Rod transcribed, is produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Oldsberg and Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joel Samuels. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Mercury Theater on the Air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure tonight in bringing you the first of a new series of weekly broadcasts by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. 2 months ago, this brilliant Broadway company came to radio as the first complete theatrical producing unit ever to take the air. Hailed by stage critics as the brightest moon to rise during recent years over New York's legitimate theater, the name of Orson Welles has become a byword to the greater Broadway of the country as a whole. After 9 weeks, this is what the radio critics say.
The radio dial declares everything was well-nigh perfect. A feather in the cap of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bill Bird and the Pasadena, California independent units, the programs sparkle with originality, cleverness, and skilled acting. The series suggests new avenues of approach in the development of radio drama.
Says the St. Louis Democrat, a master of the theater, be it stage or radio, Mr. Welles' choice of classics is a master strike.
A must for any listener, declares the Camden, New Jersey Post.
And finally, the Cleveland Plain Dealer asserts there was nothing in the production the ear could not see. It's now a habit for Orson Welles to produce hit radio shows.
And so tonight, by overwhelming popular demand, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air open a new cycle of broadcast dramas with a radio production of their greatest stage success to date, Shakespeare's Caesar. And here is Orson Welles himself to tell you about it. The director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these programs, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Julius Caesar was done by the Mercury Theater without benefit of toga. It was as timely last October as it was 1,650 years after Caesar's murder when Shakespeare wrote it. And it is as timely today. A glance at your newspaper headlines and you will understand why tonight we could wish for the extra dimension of television. Shakespeare's great political tragedy about the death of a dictator, which is also the personal tragedy of a great liberal, exists in all times without identification or special reference to its time. Its story is real Roman history, and its source is the Roman historian Plutarch. From the Plutarch texts for the medium of radio broadcasts, we have arranged a running commentary on the action of the play. No voice is better known, and none could be more suitable than that of radio's outstanding news commentator, Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn.
And so tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System begins the new series of the Mercury Theater on the Air with Orson Welles' world-famous production of Julius Caesar, starring the original New York cast, Orson Welles as Brutus, Martin Gable as Cassius, George Coulouris as Antony, and Joseph Holland as Caesar, with music by the celebrated American composer Mark Blitzstein and H.V. Kaltenborn as the narrator.
This is the history of a political assassination, the killing of a man who tried to make himself king. It is an account of how the murder was prepared, how it was carried out, and what happened later to the men who took part in it. When the Civil War was ended, Caesar was 55. By Pompey's death, he had made himself the most powerful man in the empire. His countrymen, in the hope that the government of a single person would give them time to breathe after so many civil wars and calamities, now made him dictator for life. Honors were conferred upon him which seemed to exceed the limits of ordinary human ambition. This gave offense to those who looked with an evil eye on his position and felt oppressed by his power. A conspiracy was formed against him, headed by Cassius, one of Pompey's generals, whom Caesar had pardoned after the Civil War. But what gave the common people their first quarrel with him was their growing suspicion that he aspired to be king. The 15th of February was a national holiday. and there was a huge gathering of the people. As Caesar went through the streets, a strange voice was heard in the crowd, warning him to prepare for some great danger on the Ides of March.
Beware the Ides of March! Did every noise be still?
Oh, no.
Caesar paused for a moment, and then, as the voice was still, marched on between the rows of soldiers who guarded him.
Caesar, my lord. I hear a tongue shriller than all the music cry, Caesar.
Caesar! Ah, who calls? Speak! Caesar is turned to hear. Beware the Ides of March!
What man is it?
What sayest thou to me? Speak once again.
A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March.
Set him before me. Let me see his face.
Come from the throng.
Look upon Caesar.
He is a dreamer. Let us leave him.
In the forum, high above the heads of the people,
don't look at me. Go ahead.
A golden throne had been set for Caesar. Mark Antony, his friend, was consul at the time. When he came into the forum and the people made way for him, he went up and reached to Caesar a crown wreathed with laurel. Upon this there was a shout, but only a small one, made by the few who were planted there for that purpose. And when Caesar refused the crown, there was universal applause. Later, Caesar's statues were found with royal diadems on their heads. Marullus and Flavius, two tribunes of the people, went presently and pulled them off. For this Caesar had them arrested. This was the day on which Cassius, the leader of the conspiracy, first came to Brutus, the most honored man in Rome, and tried to enlist his aid.
Tell me, good Brutus. Louder.
Can you see your face?
No, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself, but by reflection, by some other thing.
It is just.
Quieter.
And it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow. I have heard where many of the best respect in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus, and groaning underneath this age's yoke, have wished that noble Brutus had his eyes.
Into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius? That you would have me seek into myself for that which is not in me.
Therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear. And since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of.
What means this shouting? I do fear the people choose Caesar for their king, don't you people?
Fear it? Then must I think you would not have it so?
I would not, Cassius, yet I love him well. But wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it you would impart to me?
I cannot tell what you or other men may think of this life. But for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar, so were you. We both have fed as well, We can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. For once, up in a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood and swim to yonder point? Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in and bade him follow. And so indeed he did. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive the point proposed, Caesar cried, help me, Cassius, or I sink. I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I, the tired Caesar. And this man has now become a god. And we, petty men, walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings.
Will you cue people? I'm not running this show.
Mr. Kaltenborn.
I have no such insert.
Keska, would you speak with me? Aye, Keska. Tell us what has chanced today.
Why, there was a crown offered Caesar. And being offered him, he put it by with the back of his hand, thus. And then the people fell a-shouting.
Who offered him the crown?
Why, Antony.
Tell us the manner of it.
I can as well be hanged to tell the manner of it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown. It was not a crown, neither. It was one of these coronets. And as I told you, he put it by once. But for all that, to my thinking, he would fain have had it. Then he offered it to him again. Then he put it by again. But to my thinking, he was very loath to lay his fingers off it. And then he offered it the third time. He put it the third time by. And still as he refused it, the rabblement hooted and clapped their chopped hands, and offered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown that it had almost choked Caesar. For he swooned and fell down at it. And for mine own part, I durst not laugh, for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air.
What said he when he came unto himself?
He said if he had done or said anything amiss, he desired their worships to think it was his infirmity. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, alas, good soul, and forgave him with all their hearts. But there's no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less.
Did Cicero say anything?
Aye, he spoke Greek.
To what effect?
Those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. I could tell you more news, too. Marullus and Flavius, for pulling scarves off Caesar's images, are put to silence. There was more foolery yet, if I could remember it.
And so it is. For this time I will leave you. What you have said I will consider. What you have to say I will with patience hear, and find a time both meet to hear and answer such high things. Till then, my noble friend, chew upon this. Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions as this time is like to lay upon us. Farewell both.
Well, Brutus, thou art noble. Yet I see thy honorable metal may be rough from that it is disposed.
Therefore it is meet that noble minds keep ever with their likes. For who so firm that cannot be seduced?
If I were Brutus now and he were Cassius, he should not humor me. I will this night, in several hands, in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens, writings, all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar seat him sure, for we will shake him, or worse days endure.
It is probable that Caesar was not unaware of the conspiracy, for when it was reported to him about that time that Dolabella was in a plot against him, he said he did not fear such fat, luxurious men, but rather the pale, lean fellows, meaning Cassius.
Mark Antony. Caesar.
Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' night. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. Such men as he are never at heart's ease whilst they behold a greater than themselves. And therefore are they very dangerous.
Fear him not, Caesar. He is not dangerous.
I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear. For always, I am Caesar.
No production there. No press or anything.
In the weeks before the murder, many strange prodigies and apparitions were observed. As to the lights in the heavens, the noises heard in the night, and the wild birds which perched on the housetops, these are not perhaps worth taking notice of in so great a case as this. But a number of men were seen in the forum, looking as though they were heated through with fire, fighting with each other. A quantity of flame issued from the hand of a soldier's servant, so that they who saw it thought he must be burned, but he had not been hurt. There were fearful storms over the city. The conspiracy continued to spread.
Who's there?
A Roman.
Catch us by your voice.
Here it is.
Good evening, sir. Brought you Caesar home?
What night is this?
A very pleasing night to honest men.
Are not you moved when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing in turn? Oh, Cassius, I have seen tempests when the scolding winds have rived the knotty oaks. And I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam to be exalted with the threatening clouds. But never till tonight, never till now, did I go through a tempest, dropping fire.
I saw you anything more wonderful?
Oh, they were drawn upon a heap 100 ghastly women, transformed with their fear, who swore they saw men all in fire walk up and down the streets. And yet today the bird of night sit even at noonday upon the marketplace, hooting and shrieking. When these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say, these are their reasons, they are natural.
Indeed, it is a strange disposed time.
Whoever knew the heavens menace so?
Those that have known the earth so full of faults. Now could I send a name to thee, a man most like this dreadful night. A man no mightier than myself. Or me.
Caesar that you mean? Is it not Cassius? Indeed, they say the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king, and he shall wear his crown by sea and land in every place, save here in Italy.
I know what I will wear this dagger then.
Hold my hand, and I will set this foot of mine as far as rule goes farthest.
There's a bargain made. Come, sinner. You and I will yet ere day see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already. And the man in Tyre up in the next encounter yields him ours.
Still Brutus hesitated, and still the conspirators tried to win him to their cause. Letters were placed where he would find them. You are asleep, Brutus. You are no longer Brutus.
Brutus, thou sleepst. Awake and see thyself. Shall Rome speak, strike, redress? Brutus, thou sleepst, awake. Such instigations have been often dropped where I've took them up. Shall Rome, thus must I piece it out. Shall Rome stand under one man's awe? What? Rome? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquin drive, when he was called a king. It must be by his death. And for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general, he would be crowned. How that might change his nature, There's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder and that craves wary walking. Crown him. That. And then I grant we put a sting in him that at his will he may do danger with. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affection swayed more than his reason. But 'tis a common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the utmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may, then, lest he may, prevent.
In the end, Brutus agreed to meet the conspirators in the garden of his house. The men who came that night were Cassius, Casca, Cinna, Trebonius, and Decius Brutus. It was decided that Caesar should be killed in the Senate on the 15th of March, the day on which the crown would again be offered to him.
Shall no man else be touched but only Caesar?
These is well urged. I think it is not meet Mark Antony, so well beloved of Caesar, should outlive Caesar. We shall find of him a shrewd contriver, and you know his means, if he improve them, may well stretch so far as to annoy us all, which to prevent. Let Antony and Caesar fall together.
Our course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off and then hack the limbs. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrificers, but not butchers, Caius. We all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, that we could come by Caesar's spirit and not dismember Caesar. But alas, Caesar must bleed for it. Quiet in the studio. And gentle friends, let's carve him. The dish fit for the gods. Not hew him as a carcass fit for hounds.
Count the clock. The morning comes upon us. We leave you, Brutus.
Give me our hands all over one by one.
Let us swear our resolution.
Jesus. No, not an oath. If not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the time's abuse. If these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. So let high-sighted tyranny range on, till each man drop by lottery. But if these, as I'm sure they do, bear fire enough to kindle cowards and to steal with valor the melting spirits of women, then, countrymen, what need we any spur but our own cause to prick us to redress? What other bond than secret Romans that have spoke the word and will not falter? And what other oath than honesty, to honesty engaged, that this shall be, or we will fall for it? Music.
On the 14th of March, the day before the assassination, Caesar supped with Marcus Lepidus, and as he was signing some letters, and according to his custom, as he sat at table, there arose a question of what sort of death was the best, at which he immediately, before anyone could speak, said, "A sudden one." After this, as he was in bed with his wife, all the doors and windows of the house flew open together. He was startled at the noise and the light which broke into the room, and sat up in his bed, where, by moonlight, he perceived his wife fast asleep, but heard her utter in her dream some indistinct words and inarticulate groans. She fancied at that time she was weeping over Caesar, and holding him butchered in her arms. When it was day, she begged Caesar not to leave the house, but to adjourn the Senate to another time. Caesar laughed at her fears, and when the time was come, he started for the capital. On his way, he was handed a paper in which the whole plot was disclosed with the names of the conspirators. After his death, it was found still unopened. When Caesar entered, the Senate stood up to show their respect for him. Of the conspirators, some came about his chair and stood behind it, and others stood in front of him and talked to him. Then Tilius, laying hold of Caesar's cloak with both hands, pulled it down from his neck, which was the signal for the assault. Casca, that stood behind him, gave him the first wound in the neck. It was not mortal, and Caesar turned and put his hand on the dagger and kept hold of it. The conspirators closed around him with their naked knives in their hands. Which way soever he turned, he was met with blows, and saw their blades leveled at his face and eyes. For it had been agreed that they should each of them make a thrust at him, and flesh themselves with his blood, for which reason Brutus also gave him one stab in the groin. Some say that he fought and resisted all the rest.
Pleasure. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die as here by Caesar, and by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of this age.
Oh, Antony, beg not your death of us.
What compact mean you to have with us? Will you be pricked in the number of our friends?
Friends, am I? With you all, and love you all, upon this hope that you shall give me reasons why and wherein Caesar was dangerous.
Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you, Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied.
That's all I seek. And am moreover suitor that I may produce his body in the marketplace, and in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral.
You shall, Mark Antony.
Brutus, a word with you. You know not what you do. Do not consent in Antony speak in his funeral.
Know you how much the people may be moved by that which you will utter? By your pardon. I will myself into the pulpit first. Mark Antony, here take you Caesar's body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do it by our permission. Else shall you not have any hand at all about his funeral. You shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended.
Be it so. I do desire no more.
Prepare the body, then. Follow us.
Then Antony was left alone with the body of the man he loved best and admired most in the world.
O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, front to this little measure? That I did love thee, Caesar, oh, 'tis true. If then thy spirit look upon us now, shall it not grieve thee dearer than thy death to see thy Antony making his peace, shaking the bloody fingers of thy foes? Most noble, in the presence of thy corse, had I as many eyes as thou hast wounds, weeping as fast as they stream forth thy blood, it would become me better than to close in terms of friendship with thine enemies. Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy, which like dumb mouths droop their ruby lips to beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war, and Caesar's spirit ranging for revenge, with Ate by his side come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch's voice cry havoc and exlift the dogs of war.
Those who will hear me I will hear Brutus. I will hear Cassius and compare their reasons. And senators, be not affrighted. Fly not, stand still. Ambition, get his pay. The noble Brutus is ascended. Silence!
Then Brutus came down from the Capitol among the crowd and made a speech to the people, who listened without expressing either pleasure or resentment, but showed by their silence that they pitied Caesar and respected Brutus.
Be patient. Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, lovers, hear me for my cause, and be silent that you may hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor, that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses, that you may the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus's love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves than that Caesar were dead, to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honor him. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. There is tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any, speak for him have I offended. Who is here so rude that would not be a Roman? If any, speak for him have I offended. Who is here so vile that would not love his country? If any, speak. For him have I offended. I pause for a reply.
None!
Then none have I offended. I've done no more to Caesar than you will do to Brutus. Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying, a place in the Commonwealth, as which of you shall not? Good countrymen, let me depart alone, and for my sake stay here with Antony, do grace to Caesar's corpse, and grace his speech, tending to Caesar's glories, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke. With this I depart, that as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself when it shall please my country to need my death. You are listening?
You are listening to the CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the first of a new series of Sunday night dramatic productions. The performance of Caesar will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Caesar, presented with the original Mercury Theater cast and with Orson Welles in the role of Brutus.
When Brutus was gone, the body of Caesar was brought out into the forum, all mangled with wounds. And Antony made a funeral oration to the people in praise of Caesar, and finding them moved by his speech, he unfolded the bloody garment of Caesar and showed them in how many places it was pierced, and the number of his wounds. He also told them at this time of Caesar's will, in which it was found that he had left a considerable legacy of money to each one of the Roman citizens.
For Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you.
What does he say of Brutus?
He says for Brutus' sake he finds himself beholding to us all.
They speak no harm of Brutus here.
Caesar was a tyrant.
Bless the throne is rid of him.
You gentle Romans. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Let us see what Antony can say.
I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. And it was so. It was a grievous fault. And grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to say what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me.
Methinks there is much reason in his saying.
Thou consider rightly of the matter. Caesar has had great wrong.
I hear there was a word come in his place.
Mark ye his word. He would not take the crown.
He would not take the crown.
Therefore, it certainly was not ambitious.
If he found so, some will purify. Poor Antony! I was weak.
But yesterday, the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. But here's a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. 'Tis his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read, and they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood, yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and dying mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue. I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it would inflame you, it would make you mad. Yes, it is good you know not that you are his heirs. Or if you should, or what would come of it?
Let's hear the will. The will. The will. The will.
You be patient. I have all shot myself to tell you of it. Here I wrong the honorable man whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. That's the will. The will. You will compel me then to read the will. Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend?
And will you give me leave?
Come down.
Descend.
You shall have leave. Room for answers.
Most noble and
Silence! A ring. Stand round.
Stand from the hearth.
Stand back. Room for Anthony. Stand back.
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. It was on a summer's evening in his tent. That day he overcame the nervii. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this, the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it as rushing out of doors to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knocked or no. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O ye gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him. Then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen. Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what, weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here. Here is himself, marred as you see with traitors.
Vengeance!
Hey, countrymen!
Here's the noble Antony.
We'll hear him.
We'll follow him.
We'll die with him.
Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not that made them do it, but they are wise and honorable, and will no doubt, with reason, answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but, as you know me all, a plain blunt man that love my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him, for I've neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor the powers of speech to stir men's blood. I only speak right on, tell you that which you yourselves do know, show you sweet Caesar's wounds, poor, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there where an Antony would ruffle up your spirits and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny.
We'll mutiny.
We'll burn the house of Brutus.
Mount. Seek. Fire. Kill. Slay. Downfall.
Why, friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your love? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then. You have forgot the will I told you of.
Caesar's will?
Here's the will. And under Caesar's seal he gives to every Roman citizen, to every several man, 75 drachmae. He has that glorious walks his private arbors and new planted orchards on this high Fibber. He has left them you and to your heirs forever. Common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar. When comes such another? Now let it work. Mischief, thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt.
In the streets there was nothing to be seen but confusion. Some cried out to kill the murderers. Others tore away the benches and tables out of the shops round about, and heaping them all together, built a great funeral pyre. On this they set the corpse of Caesar and set fire to it. Then they took brands from the pile. Some of them ran to the houses of the conspirators. Others ran up and down the streets to find out the men who had killed Caesar and tear them to pieces. That night Brutus, having said farewell to Portia his wife, left the city with Cassius and their friends. Soon after, there arrived in Rome young Octavius, Caesar's adopted son, who was immediately elected consul. As his first act, he ordered a judicial process to be issued against Brutus and Cassius for having murdered a principal man of the state, holding the highest magistracies of Rome without being heard or condemned. No one appearing for the accusation, the judges were forced to pass sentence and condemn them both. It is reported that when the crier of the tribunal, as the custom was, with a loud voice cried Brutus to appear, the people groaned audibly, and many of the nobler citizens hung down their heads for grief. After this, Antony and Octavius made up a list for proscription, in which were set those of their enemies that were designed for the slaughter, amounting to over 200 persons. In the months that followed, the empire was divided into two factions, some going over to Brutus and Cassius, others to Antony and Octavius. 2 years after Caesar's murder, the armies of the two factions came face to face on the plains of Philippi. That night, Brutus sent for Cassius to come to his tent. There had been dissension between them lately. There was talk of corruption in Cassius' army, and Cassius himself was not above suspicion.
Noble brother, you've done me wrong.
Wrong I mine enemies, that if not so, how should I wrong a brother?
That you've run me disappear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letters praying on his side because I knew the man was slighted up.
You wronged yourself to write in such a case.
In such a time as this, it is not meet that every nice offense should bear its comment.
Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and march your officers for gold to undeserved.
Aye, an itching palm. You know that you're Brutus that speaks this, or by the God this speech, or else you're last.
The name of Cassius honors this corruption and chastisement that ever hide its head.
Chastisement?
Remember March. The Ides of March, remember. Did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touched his body that did stab? And not for justice. What? Shall one of us that struck the foremost man of all this world but for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? I'd rather be a dog and bait a moon than such a Roman.
Bait not me, I'll not endure it. You forget yourself to hedge me in. I am a soldier, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions.
Go to, you are not, Cassius.
I am.
I say you are not.
Urge me no more, I shall forget myself. Tempt me no farther.
Away, slight man.
Is possible, must I endure all this?
All this? I more. Fret till your proud heart break. Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. For from this day forth I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter when you are waspish. You say you are a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noblemen.
You wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus.
I said an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better?
You did, I cannot.
When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me.
Peace. You durst not so have tempted him.
I durst not.
No.
What durst not tempt him?
Your life you durst not.
Do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for.
You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me by as the idle wind, which I respect not. I did send you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me. For I can raise no money by vile means. Why haven't I rather coined my heart and dropped my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection? I did send you for gold to pay my allegiance, which you denied me. Was that done like Cassius?
I denied you not.
You did.
I did not. You was but a fool that brought my answer back. Brutus hath rived my heart. A friend should bear his friend's infirmities. But Brutus makes mine greater than they are.
I do not till you practice them on me.
You love me not.
I do not like your faults.
A friendly eye could never see such faults.
The flatterers would not, though he do appear as huge as high Olympus.
Come, Antony and young Octavius, come. Revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is a weary of the world. Hated by one he loves. Braved by his brother, checked like a bondman. All his faults observed. Set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. Ah, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There's my dagger. I that denied thee gold will give my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar! For I know when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovest him better than ever thou lovest Cassius.
Sheathe your dagger. Be angry when you will. It shall have scope. Do what you will. Dishonor shall be humor.
Has Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus? When grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him?
I was ill-tempered too.
Do you confess so much? Give me your hand.
And my heart, too.
I did not think you could have been so angry.
Oh, Cassius. I'm sick of many griefs.
Of your philosophy you'll make no use if you give place to it.
Portia is dead.
Portia?
She's dead. Mark Antony have made themselves so strong. But with her death, that tidings came. With this, she fell distract.
And died so?
Even so. Deep of night has crept upon our talk. There's no more to say.
No more. Good night. Early tomorrow will we rise and hence.
Noble, noble Cassius. Good night. And good repose. Lucius.
Here, my good lord.
What, thou speakst drowsily. Poor knave, I blame thee not. Thou art all watched. Look, Lucius, here's the book I sought for so.
I was sure your lordship did not give it me.
Bear with me, good boy. I'm much forgetful. Canst thou hold up thy heavy eyes a while and touch thy instrument a strain or two?
Aye, my lord. And please you.
It does, my boy. Trouble thee too much, if thou art willing.
It is my duty, sir.
Should not urge thy duty past thy might. I know young bloods look for a time of rest.
I have slept already.
It was well done. I shall sleep again. I will not hold thee long. If I do live, I will be good to thee.
Orpheus with his lute made trees and mountain tops that freeze bow themselves when he did sing. Da-dum, dee-dee-dum. To his music like plants and flowers, ever sprang as sun and showers. There had made a lasting spring. Da-dum, dee-dee-dum. Everything that heard him play, even the billows of the sea, hung their heads and then lay by. In sweet music is such art, killing care and grief of heart. All asleep or hearing die. Dee-dee-dum, dum-dee-dee-dum.
The advice of Cassius, Brutus resolved to meet the enemy on the plain of Philippi. Never had two such large Roman armies come together to engage each other. That of Brutus was somewhat less in number than that of Antony, but in the splendor of the men's arms and the richness of their equipage wonderfully exceeded, for most of their arms were of gold and silver, which Brutus had lavishly bestowed upon them. There is a story that immediately before the battle, two eagles falling upon each other fought in the space between the two armies, that the whole field kept incredible silence, and all were intent upon the spectacle, until at last that which was on Brutus' side yielded and fled. As soon as it was morning, the signal of battle, the scarlet coat, was sent out in Brutus and Cassius' camps, and the two friends met for the last time in the middle space between their two armies.
Now, most noble Brutus, if we do lose this battle, then is this the very last time that we shall speak together? You're contented to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome?
No, Cassius, no. Think not, thou noble Roman, that ever Brutus will go bound to Rome. He bears too great a mind. But this same day must end that work the Ides of March begun. And whether we shall meet again, I know not. Therefore our everlasting farewell take.
Come ho! Away!
The tide of battle was with Brutus. The right wing which he commanded drove back their opponents with great slaughter. Then they fell upon that part of Octavius' army which was exposed and separated, and pursued them towards the sea. During this time, however, Cassius, with the main body of the army, was retreating before the attack of Antony. Expecting Brutus to come to his aid, and acting by delay and expectation, rather than boldly and with a clear purpose, soon Cassius saw his whole army begin to give way. He did as much as ever he could to hinder their flight and bring them back, and snatching a flag out of the hand of one that fled, he stuck it at his feet and begged them to stand with him and fight. When he found that he could not even keep his own personal guard together, Cassius retired to an empty tent, taking along with him only Pindarus, one of his freemen, and pulling his cloak over his head, he made his neck bare and held it forth to Pindarus, commanding him to strike. Cassius' head was found severed from his body, and beside it was found the same knife with which he had stabbed Caesar in the Senate house.
Back to the previews.
Oh, Cassius, Brutus gave the word too early, who, having some advantage on Octavius, took it too eagerly. His soldiers fell to spoil, whilst we by Antony are all enclosed.
This day I breathe it first. Time is come round, and where I did begin, there shall I end. My life is run its compass. Come hither, Fibber, and with this good sword that ran through Caesar's bowels, search this bosom. Stand not to answer. Here, take from the hilt. And when my face is covered, as 'tis now, guide thou the sword. Caesar, thou art revenged, even with the sword that killed thee.
Some time later, Brutus, returning from the pursuit, wondered that he could not see Cassius' tent afar off, standing high as it was wont, and appearing above the rest of the camp. Then, for the first time, he suspected the defeat of Cassius, and made haste to him. He heard nothing of his death until he came to the camp.
Where Solid does his body lie?
Lo, yonder. He is slain.
The last of all the Romans. Fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow. Friends, I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. I shall find time, Cassius. I shall find time. Oh, Julius Caesar, thou art mighty yet. Thy spirit walks abroad and turns our swords in our own proper entrails.
Statilius showed the torchlight, but the Lord, he came not back. He's ordained or slain.
Slaying is the word. It is a deed in fashion. Come hither, good Volumnius. List a word.
What says, my lord?
Why this, Volumnius? The ghost of Caesar hath appeared to me 2 several times by night. At Sardis once, and this last night here in Philippi fields. I know my hour has come.
Oh, not so, my lord.
Nay, I'm sure it is, Volumnius. Thou knowest that we two went to school together. Even for that our love of old, I pray thee, hold thou my sword hilts, whilst I run on it.
That's not an office for a friend, my lord. Fly, my lord. There's no tarrying here.
Farewell to you, and you, and you, Volumnius. Strato, thou hast been all this while asleep. Farewell to thee too, Strato. Countrymen, my heart doth joy that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day, more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once, for Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life's history. Night hangs upon mine eyes, my bones would rest that have but labored to attain this hour.
Fly, my lord, fly.
Hence I will follow, for Christ's sake. I prithee, Strato, hold thy lord. Thou art a fellow for good respect. Thy life hath had some smatch of honor in it. Hold then my sword. Turn away thy face. I do run on it. Wilt thou, Strato?
Give me your hand first. Fare you well, my lord.
Farewell, good Strato. Caesar, now be still. I killed not thee with half so good a will.
Brutus' dead body was found by Antony, who commanded the richest purple mantle that he had to be thrown over it. Then, before the assembled armies, he spoke over the body of his enemy.
So Brutus should be found.
This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He, only on a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man.
Tonight, Orson Welles and the original Mercury Theater cast have produced Caesar, the hit of last year's theatrical season on Broadway, as the first in a new series of weekly hours which the Columbia Broadcasting System will present during the coming months. In response to the tremendous enthusiasm evoked by these programs from all parts of the country, CBS has made the Mercury Theater on the Air a regular feature of its Sunday night schedule. The drama was adapted from the play of Shakespeare, and the narration was taken from Plutarch's Lives. Orson Welles directed the entire production. H.V. Kaltenborn was the narrator, and the cast included later. The original music was composed for the Mercury Theater by Mark Blitzstein. Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. Dan Seymour speaking.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early days of the western United States. No one could match his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Frozen River! Hail, Silver, away!
Ebenezer and Baldy were fairly old men. They had been pals and partners for most of their lives and lived together near their mine. Rheumatism made it difficult for Ebenezer to move far from his fireside. But since the recent arrival of his niece Carolyn from Virginia, he had been very contented. Until one day...
Uncle Eben, there's something wrong.
Oh, nonsense, Caroline. What could be wrong? We got a comfortable house, plenty of firewood, and now you've come to live with us.
That's just the point. When I first came here, you and Baldy were as thick as two peas in a pod. I never saw two men that thought more of one another.
Now, never mind Baldy. You tell me more about Virginia.
I want to talk about you and Baldy, Uncle Eben. Now, there's no need snorting like that.
I don't want to talk about Baldy. He's changed.
I don't know about that.
Cantankerous old weasel. He's turned into nothing but a frittering old pipsqueak. He's a regular old woman.
That's exactly what I want to talk about. When I used to get a letter from you once in a while, before Daddy died, you were always saying how fine Baldy was and what good friends the two of you were. Now, since I've been here, I've noticed things.
It's him, that's all. I'm same as I've always been.
I don't know about that.
Well, I do, Caroline, and I'd sooner have no more to say that calls for mentioning Baldy at all.
Uncle Eben, what's the trouble between you two?
Nothing.
Have you had a row about the gold claim you own?
No. Shucks, no.
Well, then what is it?
Jealousy, that's all. The green-eyed monster that's known as jealousy. It's eating the innards out in Baldy. That's what it's doing. It's soured his soul and turned his brain to cornmeal mush.
But what in the world is Baldy jealous about?
Oh, it's on account of you being a blood relation of mine. That's what's rankling his mind.
Oh, but that's so silly. Why, I call him Uncle the same as I do you. I know him as well as I do you. And I never saw either one of you before I came here. Why in the world is he jealous?
That's what riles me. He's got equal claim on you. You just said so.
But Uncle Eben...
You call him Uncle, same as you do me, and him no relation at all. That's what's got to him. He's stuck up. He's got so uppity a man can't talk to him no more.
Uncle Eben, if my being here is going to break up your friendship...
What's more, he's rubbing it in. Now, look what he went and done my birthday. He sent all the way to Frisco and ordered that fur coat for riding when he knows doggone well I'll never straddle a horse again.
But he meant well.
He meant nothing but honoriness, that's what he meant. He gives me that fur coat as much as to say he's giving me a present because he's got to. But he'll be hanged if he'll give me something I can use.
But, Uncle Eben, didn't you give him the same sort of a present?
I didn't give him no jacket. I give him a rifle and a good one.
Yes. But he's so nearly blind that he can't use a rifle.
I'll fix him. Precious little good he'll get out in that rifle.
Oh, it's all so silly and so impossible. If you two are going to go on like this, I'll go back east.
You can't do it. You ain't got no relatives to live with there.
I'll find something to do. I'll work. I'd sooner do anything than to stay if my staying is going to make a break between you and your friend.
Yeah, now you're my blood relation, Caroline, and you're staying here. If that bald-headed, sawed-off galoot don't like it here, by ginger, he's free to move whenever he wants to.
Aren't you all wrong about Baldy?
No, sir.
He took the rifle when he left the house today.
I can see through him like he was window glass. He figures to sell the rifle to the first pilgrim he meets, then come and laugh at me because I ain't able to move about to sell that no-account hunk of skunk fur. I'll bet right now Baldy's chewing with some stranger, trying to persuade him to buy that rifle I paid good money for. That's just about what he's a-doing.
You'll never get another chance like this to buy a rifle, stranger. Take a look at her.
It certainly is a beautiful weapon.
Say, hold on. Let me see you closer. By ginger, ain't that a mask on your face?
Yes.
I thought so. My eyes ain't what they might be. That's why I hanker to sell a rifle. It ain't no good to me. But it's a good one for a man that's got shooting eyes. You're an outlaw, huh?
No, I'm not an outlaw.
But mask. Well, don't matter none to me. This is a chance to buy a fine rifle. I'll sell it real cheap.
But I don't need a rifle.
You gotta buy it. It'll do me a heap of good to tell that skinny old cuss that I sold her to an a masked man.
Who?
The coot that gave it to me as a present. We've been pards for years, till his sister's daughter come here and he seen how pretty she was, and ever since he's been lording it over me.
And you're not friends anymore?
I'm fed up with a crazy sidewinder. Every time that girl looks at me, he gets up and starts limping and working his rheumatic legs till she's all sobbing sorry for him. I never seen a man make such a fool of himself over an 18-year-old young'un.
Men who've been friends for a long time shouldn't break up so easily.
Well, we're breaking. As soon as I can find another place to stay, I'm moving out in the house. Now, look, stranger, will you buy the rifle?
Perhaps I will.
Good. Then take her, and if you ain't the cash, I'll trust you.
And not yet.
Huh?
I don't want to take the rifle just yet.
But why?
Well, there are reasons that I can't explain just now. What's your name?
Sid Sherwood. But everyone calls me Baldy. I don't mind none.
I'll tell you what, Baldy. You know where the cafe in town is?
I should.
Then I'll meet you there tonight.
Tonight? Sakes alive, for what?
To finish the deal. You come and bring the rifle with you.
And you'll buy her then?
Yes. But there's one condition.
What's the condition?
It mustn't be known that I'm buying a rifle.
Then maybe you're an outlaw, huh? It's all right, stranger. I won't make no mention of it to anyone.
Remember that.
Sure thing. I'll remember, and I'll see you at the cafe tonight.
Right. Come on there, Silver. During the afternoon, the Lone Ranger learned more about the two old men and the fur coat that had been Eben's gift from Baldy. That night, Eben was sitting in his usual place before the fire, and Baldy came out of his bedroom and...
Look at the doggone old fool. Slicked up like he was going to a wedding party.
Oh, how nice you look, Uncle Baldy.
I'm going out.
He looks like a fool. What you do to plaster your hair down? Where you got any hair?
Seems like there's certain folks here that's pretty jealous when they see a man dressed up.
Seems like there's someone here that's doggone mysterious about his business.
My business happens to be private.
Oh, stop it, both of you.
All right, honey. I didn't mean to...
Now, don't you call her honey. She ain't no ways a relation to you.
You don't know her any better than I do.
Will you please stop it?
I'm hanged if I blame you, Caroline, for getting het up. Must be downright tiresome to spend all your time sitting with a rheumatic old man.
Well, gad rat you, Baldy.
Save your wind. You ain't none too much and can't be wasting it.
By thunderation, if you could handle a gun, I'd offer to duel you.
You'd have to set while you done it.
I'll not stand for any more of this fighting and bickering. If you two can't get along, then I'll get out of here.
Don't let the old man catch cold, Caroline.
Blast it all, Caroline. I never can think of things to say to him while you're here. Drat it, I'm plumb without words to use when I can't use some of my best cussing words. Did he take the rifle along with him?
Yes, he did.
Thought I seen him take it from the corner. Like he's not, he's going somewhere to sell it. Ugly old fool.
Oh, Uncle Eben.
What the... Hey, who are you?
Me, Tonto.
An Indian.
What's the idea of you walking in like this? Get my gun, Caroline. Get it fast.
You not get gun. You here, Tonto.
What do you want here? Did Baldy send you to scalp me or something?
Me hear you got good fur.
Huh? Fur?
Got fur coat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a fur coat. What about it?
Maybe you want sell it, huh?
Of course he doesn't want to sell a fur coat.
Hey, now, hold on there, Caroline. Where'd you hear that, Redskin?
Oh, me here. You sell fur coat?
I'd sure admire to see an Injun wearing that coat around town. You want to buy it, eh, Injun?
Maybe.
Oh, Uncle Eben, you can't sell your coat. It was a gift.
Don't tell me what I want to do. That coyote's out peddling the rifle I gave him. I'll get square. I'll sell you the coat, Injun. How much you figure to pay?
Me get money tomorrow. In morning. Me buy coat.
I'll sell it. You just get some cash here.
Me pay $50.
Well, it ain't much, but...
You send coat to Tonto.
Send it? Well, I got it right here. You can take it.
Oh, Tonto not take it. That'd be bad. You send it.
I reckon if you were seen around here with my coat, someone figure you stole it, eh?
That right.
Well, send her.
You send to North Trail. North Trail near Frozen River. Me wait there.
That's a pretty long ways, and in cold weather like this, I'd never make it. My legs ain't what
You send coat there?
I'll try and find a way to get her there.
You not say you sell coat to Tonto.
Oh, you don't want me to say so?
Oh, no.
Well, all right, then. I won't say nothing. I'll get the coat to you somehow.
Me bring money in morning.
Oh, that'll be all right. Oh, Caroline, you'll do your old Uncle Eben a favor, won't you?
Take that coat to the frozen river up north, huh?
Would you do it, honey? Oh, take a hard trip for a healthy girl like you. Baldy selling the rifle I gave him. It'd be just fair and square, wouldn't it now?
Oh, I suppose so. Baldy sells the gifts you gave him.
That's what he's a-doing right now. I'll stake my life on.
We're agreed then, Baldy.
Agreed, stranger. And you'll get one of the finest rifles that's been made. It's a doggone shame I can't use it my own self. If I could, I wouldn't let her go at 10 times the price.
There's only one thing you'll have to agree to do.
What's that?
As I've explained, it would be awkward for me to be seen around town with a new rifle. It might make lots of people question you about me.
Oh.
You'll have to send that rifle to my camp.
Oh, where's that at?
Follow the trail north from town to Frozen River.
I can't follow no trail. My eyes...
You can find someone to send with a rifle, can't you?
Gone it, I don't know.
What about that girl? Your niece, isn't she?
Well, the same as...
Well, let her deliver the rifle to me.
I don't know about that.
Well, it'll be no trip at all for a girl who can ride.
I reckon not.
Baldy, you don't trust me, do you?
It's that doggone mask. I like your style and all else, but that there mask, hang it,
I can't take off the mask, Baldy, but I can show you something that may tell you why I wear the mask.
Huh?
Now, this bullet.
What's about a bullet?
Now, look at it closely. You can see well enough at close range.
Is she silver?
That's right.
Silver bullet. Mask. White horse. Jumping Susan. The Lone Ranger.
Yes.
But what do you want to buy my rifle for? Why do you want it sent to your camp?
Will you send it there?
Doggone I will. Hang it all, you do some mighty odd things from what I heard, but you always got a reason for 'em. This shooting iron will be at your camp in the morning. Count on it, Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Tonto arranged to buy Eben's coat and the Lone Ranger Baldy's gun. Both articles were to be sent by Carolyn to a camp on Frozen River. And the next morning, both Eben and Baldy tried to speak to the girl alone. Finally.
Well, I reckon I'll step outside and get some fresh air.
Good. I say good.
I reckon I need it. The air in here is right bad.
You're right. Go on, step outside.
Too bad you can't do the same, Eben.
If you go, the air in here'll be all right again. I won't need to.
What did I tell you two about this bickering?
I'm downright sorry, Caroline. It's your uncle's fault for riling me like he does.
Caroline, now's your chance.
But Uncle Eben,
Hurry now and take the fur coat and skip out the back way while Baldy ain't here.
Are you sure you want me to take it to that Indian?
I'm sure, Aunt.
But maybe he didn't sell the rifle last night. He'd have said something about it if he had.
All the better. I'll get the first laugh. Now hurry, honey, and don't let your old uncle down.
Oh, I hate to be a party to a thing like this.
Oh, never mind that.
I'd a lot sooner leave here myself.
It make your poor old uncle die of misery for thinking about you?
Oh, Uncle Eben.
Oh, go on, mosey along. And see to it that you bundle up good. There's a sharp wind outdoors.
Caroline, honey.
Oh, yes, Baldy.
Caroline, I've been wanting a chance to speak to you this morning. That's why I come outside. I hoped you'd come out in the house.
What is it, Baldy?
What's that you got there?
Oh, Uncle Eben's coat. It's pretty cold, and I thought I might need it to keep warm.
Oh, I see. Look, you must be going somewhere then.
Oh, well, yes, I had a couple of errands to do, Baldy. Why?
Honey, there's a favor I want to ask of you. I'd sure appreciate it a plenty if you'd do something for me.
Oh, what is it?
It's that rifle Eben gave me. It's standing there in the woodshed. Now, if you just take her up the trail north, as far as Frozen River...
What for?
Why, Caroline, there's a man there. A masked man that'll be waiting for you. He'll buy that rifle from you.
A masked man?
I know it's asking a heap of you, but for a special reason, I can't go my own self. Will you do it for me? What's so funny?
Oh, Uncle Baldy, you haven't any idea.
But look.
North Trail to the frozen river. I'll do it for you. Yes, I'll take the rifle up North Trail to frozen river. I'll start right now.
An hour later, Carolyn found the camp where the Lone Ranger and Tonto were waiting. They took her into the shelter of a lean-to. But when she offered them the coat and the rifle, they...
And we haven't any desire to buy them.
Then why...
Tonto and I hope to see our plan work out. Those old men have been friends for a good many years. They're on the verge of breaking up.
You know about that?
Yes, I know about it.
Oh, I feel miserable when I think of Baldy and my Uncle Eben.
I thought you might, and that's why I felt we could count on your help.
My help?
Yes.
Oh, I'd do anything to bring those cronies together again. The trouble is I don't know what to do. If I left, each would blame the other for my going, and they'd be more bitter than ever.
You must go away.
I must?
But not for very long. Listen to the plan I have in mind. If you'll help, it might bring everything out the way you want it.
Baldy and Eben waited for Carolyn's return. But as the hours passed, they grew more and more nervous. At last...
I should never have done it. Oh, Crickety, if anything has happened to that girl, why...
She should have been back hours ago.
Huh? What's that you say, Baldy?
Eben, it's all my fault. All my fault, that's what it is. I sent her out in this cold and wind to meet a critter.
You? Oh, you're loco as usual, Baldy. It was me that sent her out.
Huh?
I sent her to take that dead-ratted fur coat you give me to a redskin.
Is that why she was toting the coat? But that don't matter now. I'm the one she was doing a favor for. I talked her into taking that darn shooting iron you give me to sell to a masked man.
A masked man?
Yeah.
A crook. Why, that's worse than sending her to see a redskin.
I know it is, Eben. I shouldn't never have done it. But I figured that it'd be all right in this case. I would have swore that he was the man that's known as the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah, that's what I thought, Eben. Hang it all. I figured it wasn't far for her to go and that she'd be getting back in no time at all.
Where to did she go?
To Frozen River.
Where to?
I said to Frozen River. That's where she was to take the rifle.
But that's where she was going with the fur.
What? It's a trick, that's what it is. That masked man and the redskin was in cahoots. I see it all now as plain as day. Oh, cracky Eben, we got to do something. We got to go after her.
If anything happens to Caroline, it's your fault. It's all your fault. You hadn't given me that coat in the first place.
What about you giving me the rifle?
We got to do something. We've got to.
I'll go out and hunt for her. There'll be a trail.
That won't help none. You couldn't see to follow a trail.
I got to.
I'm going.
You? Why, them legs of yours ain't no good.
I got to. I can see trail marks. She didn't go on horseback, did she?
Don't reckon so.
Look, Baldy, you got to hitch up a buckboard and help get me aboard.
Ain't no good, Eben. Cripple like you are, you wouldn't be no good. We gotta both go. I'll do what walking has to be done, and you do what seeing is needed. We got to go and stick together.
All right. Help me to that door. Let me see what the weather is like.
There now. Oh, my legs. Lean on to me, Eben. We'll get to the door.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Open her up and let's have a look.
Sounds bad.
Snow's blowing hard, but we've got to do it, Baldy.
I can do it better alone.
You need eyes. Get a rig fixed, Baldy, and a strong team, and make it fast. It gets dark real early these days, and we can't lose no time.
The two old men defied the cold and whistling wind as they guided the big team through the snow toward Frozen River. But at the same time, the Lone Ranger and Tonto remained close by to ensure their safety.
Be careful they don't see us, Tonto.
Me watch out.
They both deserve a lesson, but I don't want anything to happen to them. We've got to make sure they find Carolyn.
That's right. Maybe them get lost in storm.
That's why we've got to watch them every step of the way to see that no harm comes to them.
The two old men continued their trip. Finally, Eben sighted the camp, which seemed to have been abandoned, then pointed ahead.
Looks to be some fur catched off the coat on the tree right ahead.
Tell me when to stop the horses.
Now.
Whoa there.
Get down, Baldy, and see if that ain't fur right on the low branch there beside us.
All right, I'm going. I got it. It's fur, all right, Eben.
Then we're still... What's that?
All right. Listen, there's another. Another. Eben, that's a repeating rifle like you give me.
Where them shots come from?
That way.
Then let's get there. Come on.
Get up there. Get up there.
Guided by the rifle shots, the two old men fought their way through the snow until they came to a gully. Eben saw the girl lying in the snow at the bottom, wrapped in a heavy fur coat.
Is it her?
Sure. Caroline! Honey, are you all right?
I'm all right, but get me out of here. I just twisted my ankle. I can't walk very well.
I'll help you out in there, Caroline. Just a minute now. I'm coming down.
Careful you don't slip, Baldy.
I'm all right. There now. Can you stand?
I can stand all right. Oh, just let me lean on you, and I'll be all right.
Come on. We got the horses in a rig here. Get you home in no time at all. Poor young'un you. This must have been enough to scare the daylights out of you. Just lean on me. That's it now.
Here, take my hand. Let me help you to the wagon.
I'm not hurt so badly. I knew the rifle shots would bring help sooner or later.
Get aboard now. Bundle yourself tight in that fur so you don't get too cold.
Why, I'd likely have frozen if it hadn't been for the fur coat.
Yeah, how'd you come to get lost like that?
Must have missed the camp I was looking for and got started on the wrong direction.
Now at them horses, Baldy, and get for home.
Get up there. Get up there.
Warm and comfortable in front of the big fireplace, Carolyn sat on the floor between the two old men. Neither of them spoke for a long time. They seemed to be thinking, and then...
If it hadn't been for having my fur coat, you'd have sure froze, Caroline.
I guess I sure would have, Uncle Eben.
It's my rifle that fetched us, though.
We followed the trail of bits of fur that catched on trees.
But we'd have gone right by that gully if Caroline hadn't fired the rifle, and fast so's we'd known it was that fine repeater.
Maybe so.
Don't you see? If it wasn't for both the rifle and the coat, I mightn't be here right now. And if it hadn't been for both of you men working together, you wouldn't have found me.
Well, I've been thinking of that.
It took your eyes, Uncle Eben, to spot the clues.
Yeah, that's right.
But you couldn't have done much about him if it hadn't been for Uncle Baldy having the use of his legs.
Just so.
Ebenezer, I've been thinking.
Me too.
What are you thinking?
Well, here we are, a couple of stove-in old men. Each of us ain't much more than half a man.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Takes the two of us working together to do what either one of us could have done 20 years ago. We should have split up then.
Yeah, should have, but didn't.
Didn't then, shouldn't now.
That's just it. Oh, I care so much for both of you that I'm unhappy when you aren't good friends.
Look, Caroline, you didn't get to see the engine to complete the sale of the coat, did you?
I didn't sell it.
I'm sort of glad you didn't sell the rifle, neither. It's a right fine rifle. I reckon maybe I'd better clean it and run some tallow through the barrel. Don't do to let a fine rifle stand around without cleaning.
Baldy, while you're up to get the rifle, would you mind handing down that there fur coat?
You ain't going out.
No, but the heat ain't so good at this side of the fireplace, and I reckon that coat will feel good around my shoulders.
There you are, Eben. Maybe I could borrow it when I go out.
Sure you can. Maybe I can borrow your rifle when the weather's warm and nice again. I can sit out front and drop wild turkeys that get close.
Well, I'd admire to let you borrow it, Eben.
Thank you, Baldy.
There. You see? You each bought the thing you liked the best of all, then gave those things to each other. Oh, you two misunderstanding, suspicious old fire-eaters, you. Oh, it's the Indian.
Me come see about fur coat.
Shut that door. The coal's coming in.
You sell fur coat?
No, Dad Rabbit, no. I ain't a-selling this fur. Not for nothing.
And if you see that masked man, tell him the rifle ain't for sale neither.
Me tell him.
Nah, that settles that.
Oh, if you only knew, Uncle Eben, Uncle Baldy.
I still can't figure out what that masked man and the redskin wanted the coat and rifle for.
Or why in Tunket they were so doggone funny about having Caroline come to meet them in the same place on Frozen River.
Don't try to figure it out.
You're laughing.
Oh, you two old darlings. You don't even understand your own minds. So don't try to understand the Lone Rangers.
Oh, get over! Away!
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Unwilling Accomplice. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Society Burglar.
Hello, Lieutenant. What's new and interesting?
Well, if it ain't my old friend Nicholas Carter. Him that used to be a detective.
Yeah, what do you mean, used to be?
Sure, my boy, tell me. How does it feel to be old and retired?
Oh, come now, Riley. I get it. You're a little peeved because I've turned down those few cases you've offered me lately.
It's not a few separate cases, Nick. It's all been the same gang, I'm sure of it. They're the slickest bunch this department's ever been up against. We need your help, Nick. Look at this. Came over the wire only this morning.
Another society robbery. Quite a haul.
Yes, my boy, quite a haul. $75,000 in gems right out of the vault. What do you say now, Nick?
Riley, I think you're right. Looks like the same hand in every job.
Well?
Well, I suggest that for your criminal, you look for someone who's accepted in the homes of society. And is just about the greatest safecracker in the country as well.
Oh, thank you, Nick. That's a very great help, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Riley, but really, I'm not interested. You know I don't take a case unless...
Well, what in the name of...
Wow, that was close. That stone missed you by inches.
So, somebody's trying to bean me now, is it? Well, I'll fix that.
Oh, wait a minute, Riley. That isn't it. This seems to be a little matter of communication.
Communication?
Yes, look. There's a note tied to that stone.
Well, now, hand that over here.
Here you are.
Let's see what is... Well, listen to this, Nick. My dear Lieutenant Riley, since the jobs I have pulled off lately have so completely mystified your department, may I suggest that you call upon the services of your very good and able friend, Nicholas Carter.
What's that?
It won't help much, of course, but at least I'll then have an adversary more worthy of my talents. You see, I'm varying the pattern and going on to much bigger things. Today it has been the National Loan and Trust Company. It is not only theft, but murder as well. Well, Nick, what do you make of that?
Very interesting.
Interesting, is it? Why, the cheek of him. The National Loan and Trust Company, he says. And murder, he says. We're dealing with a conceited maniac. Give me that phone. I'm going to check up on this.
Well, as it's now 5:30 on Saturday afternoon, Riley, I doubt that you'll find anyone at the bank.
Excuse me, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
There's a lady and gentleman here to see you. They say it's most urgent.
Well, what are you waiting for? Show 'em in.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Riley?
Yes?
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Butler Pierce, and this is Miss Olive Belden, my fiancée.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Now, what can I be doing for you?
You can help us find Miss Belden's father. He's missing.
Oh, missing, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant. Dad's been gone for hours, and I'm beginning to fear something dreadful may have happened.
Oh, excuse me. This is Nick Carter, Miss Belden, and Mr. Pierce.
Nick Carter, the detective?
The same, Miss Belden.
Oh, I'm so glad, Mr. Carter. Would you, I mean...
Isn't your alarm somewhat unwarranted? Your father hasn't been missing very long, I take it.
That's true, Mr. Carter. Only 3 hours to be exact, but under the circumstances...
What Miss Belden means, Mr. Carter, is that it seems as if her father had disappeared into thin air.
How do you mean, Mr. Pierce?
Well, the last time she saw him, it was through the living room window. From there, she could look out over the court into his private office at the bank. And when she...
Bank? Did you say bank, Mr. Pierce?
Why, yes. Olive's father is Wayne Belden, president of the National Loan and Trust Company.
Did you hear that, Nick? The National Loan and Trust Company.
Yes, Riley. There's not a minute to be lost. Come on. Now, let me get this straight, Miss Belden. You say your father came into his private office here through that special passageway that leads from the house to the bank.
That's right, Mr. Carter. Father often spent Saturday afternoons here writing letters.
I see. And there was no one else in the bank at that time?
No. This is Saturday, you know, and it was after banking hours, of course.
When was the last time you saw your father?
About 1 o'clock, Mr. Carter. He was sitting at his desk here writing a letter. But when I looked through the window again a few hours later, he wasn't there.
You're sure he hadn't returned to the house?
Positive. I'd have seen him. The passageway opens right into the living room where I was reading.
Well, what happened when you looked for him and he wasn't there?
Well, just about then, Mr. Pierce called on me. I told him about Father's absence, and we both went to look for him.
I see. About what time was that?
Oh, about 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And so you both went into the bank as soon as you missed your father?
Yes. We found Mr. Belden's office just as you see it now. Then we looked all through the bank. There wasn't a sign of him anywhere.
Now, wait a minute, all of you. What was to prevent Mr. Belden from walking right out the front door of the bank? As easy as that.
Well, that's not very likely, Lieutenant. He was wearing his house slippers at the time, and he had no coat or hat.
And not only that, Riley. You see this letter here on Belden's desk?
Huh?
He was writing it when something interrupted him. You notice anything peculiar about it?
Well, no, except that he broke off in the middle of a sentence.
More important than that, Riley. He stopped in the middle of a word. Belden was interrupted very abruptly.
Oh, that must be the cashier now. Hello, Mr. Cook. Come in.
Hello, Miss Belden. I got here just as soon as I could.
This is Mr. Carter and Lieutenant Riley.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Now, what's all this I hear about Mr. Belden disappearing?
That's right, Mr. Cook. But I've an idea. He'll soon be found.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Carter?
I've asked Mr. Cook to come down here because, as the cashier of the bank, he's the only one beside Mr. Belden who knows the combination to the large vault. And I want that vault opened. Immediately.
But that's impossible, Mr. Carter. The large vault operates on a time lock. It can't be opened until 9 o'clock Monday morning.
We can't wait that long. It must be open now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter. That's impossible.
Then I'll do it myself.
But it's impossible, I tell you.
Give me 1 hour and we'll see how impossible it is.
You don't seem to be having much luck, do you, Mr. Carter?
Don't you worry about that, Mr. Pierce. I never saw the lock yet that could keep its secrets from Nick Carter very long.
But not that kind of lock, Lieutenant. Why, there isn't anybody in the world that could... By heavens, he did it.
There we are, gentlemen.
I told you so, Pierce.
Riley.
Huh?
Look there.
Yeah, what is it, Nick?
There in the corner.
His father!
Yes, Miss Belden. Your father's been murdered. How's Miss Belden, Riley?
Oh, she's all right now, Nick. Mr. Pierce took her back to the house.
Good. Well, Mr. Cook, have you finished examining the contents of the vault?
Yes, Mr. Carter, and you were right. There has been a robbery. $50,000 is missing.
Well, I'll be just as the note said, Nick. Remember? Theft and murder.
Yes, Riley. But the theft, I'm sure, was just an afterthought. Mr. Cook, did Mr. Belden have any enemies?
Why, not that I know of.
What can you tell me about Mr. Pierce?
What do you mean?
Well, was he friendly with Mr. Belden?
Oh, yes, quite. They were very good friends. They'd known each other for years.
And was Mr. Pierce in the habit of visiting Mr. Belden in his office at the bank?
Oh, yes, very often. He had an account here, rather large one, I might add. Mr. Pierce, you know, is a very wealthy man.
Indeed.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that you've got in your hand there, Nick?
Oh, this. It's part of a cufflink, Riley, with a very interesting stain on it. A fresh blood stain.
Well, where'd you find it, Nick?
In the dead man's hand.
But there was no blood on the body. He was done in by a crack on the skull. There was no bleeding.
Exactly, Riley. It's undoubtedly the murderer's own blood. Probably tore his hand on the broken edge of the cufflink in the scuffle.
Do you want me for anything else, Mr. Carter?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Cook. That'll be all.
Well, good day.
Good day, sir. Oh, Mr. Cook, one more thing.
Yes?
Tell me, is Mr. Pierce in the habit of wearing his gloves indoors?
His gloves? Why, no, never. But, wait. Come to think of it, he was wearing them just now. Wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Well, thank you, Mr. Cook. Thank you very much. Confound it, Patsy. This is the strangest case I've ever worked on.
Well, you've certainly been acting strangely, Nick. Pacing up and down, muttering to yourself.
There just isn't a shred of evidence anywhere, Patsy. As far as I can see, no motive whatsoever. Yet I'm positive that Butler Pierce is our man, that he's not only the murderer of Wayne Belden, but is also the society robber that's been baffling the police for months now.
But, Nick, he's a rich man. And Wayne Belden was one of his best friends.
I know, Patsy, but it still adds up to Butler Pierce. Look, he was thoroughly familiar with the bank, thoroughly familiar with Wayne Belden's habits. He called at the Belden house after the crime had been committed. He wore his gloves indoors, which might have been to conceal a bad scratch from a broken cufflink. He arrived at police headquarters immediately after that stone had been thrown through the window.
But, Nick, Miss Belden was with him when he called to see Riley. Surely you don't think he could have thrown that stone?
No, Patsy. But his chauffeur could have. While they were entering the building.
His chauffeur?
Yes. It was he who set me thinking on this line originally.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Patsy, I got a good look at that chauffeur. And I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. A long time ago.
Oh.
And he wasn't on the right side of the law either.
Well, it all sounds like a big hunch to me, Nick.
Yes, you're right, Patsy. It's just what it is. A big hunch.
Although I have to admit your hunches are usually pretty good.
Patsy, I feel so sure this hunch is right, I'm going to play it for all it's worth.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to start playing it right now. Get Scubby for me. We're going calling on Mr. Butler Pierce.
You're taking a long time opening that safe, Nick.
Well, it's a tough baby, Scubby. But I've almost got it now.
Well, I sure hope so, Nick. I don't think Mr. Pierce would like to come home and find us here in his library.
Well, at this stage, I grant you, that would be a trifle embarrassing. But when I get through... I did it. Now, let's see what we have here. No, not there. Scubby, look at this.
Why, it's full of jewelry. And it's the real stuff.
Yes. Unless I miss my bet, every piece of it will answer the description of some stolen gem. Well, let's see what else now.
Uh-oh. What's that, Nick?
What does it look like?
It looks like a package of bills, and all big ones, too.
That's exactly what it is, Scubby. Let's see how much. 5, 10...
Boy, look at those $1,000 bills.
25, 30, 40, 45, $50,000, Scubby, the exact amount stolen from the bank.
Well, of course, it could be a coincidence, Nick.
Yes, it could be, but I doubt it. This does it. Scubby, we don't have to speculate any further.
No?
This letter I found on the drawer here clears up everything. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Dear Butler, this is a warning to you to permit you to escape if you care to do so. I have definite proof that you're a thief, and on Monday morning I shall place that proof before the proper authorities. You have until that time to escape. Signed, Wayne Belden.
Gosh, Nick.
Yes, Scubby, gosh. And there we have the motive for Wayne Belden's murder.
So your hunch was right after all, Nick. The rich Mr. Pierce is nothing but a thief.
And a murderer, Scubby.
Oh, well, look, Nick, you better get out of here.
Scubby, it just came to me.
What?
Butler Pierce's chauffeur is really Jim Martin. I knew I'd seen him before.
Jim Martin? I never heard of him, Nick.
No, that was before your time.
Oh.
I tangled with him many years ago on the West Coast. One of the cleverest cracksmen in the business. He could open almost any safe I could.
Oh, so that's it. He and Pierce have been working together.
Yes. Pierce was the front and real brains, while Martin supplied the technical skills, so to speak.
Oh, I see. Well, what now, Nick?
Scubby?
Yeah?
I want you to clear out of here quick. Take Wayne Belden's letter with you.
Mm-hmm.
Get it to Lieutenant Riley immediately and tell him to pick up Jim Martin.
Oh, well, what about Butler Pierce?
Don't you worry about him, Scubby. I'm staying right here. I want to tackle Butler Pierce myself. Good evening.
Nick Carter. What are you doing in my house?
Waiting for you, Mr. Pierce.
What do you want?
I want you to be reasonable and not make any fuss. This isn't a water pistol I've got in my hand.
Have you gone mad? What in the world are you talking about?
It's no go, Pierce. You can drop the act. I took the liberty of going through your safe.
Oh, so that's it. You're pretty clever at getting into safes, aren't you?
Yes. As good at it as your pal, Jim Martin.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I underrated you, Carter.
No, Pierce. You overrated yourself.
Perhaps. What's your next move?
My next move is to turn over to the law a thief and a murderer. Turn around. Get your hands behind you. Uh-huh. So there is a scratch on your wrist, just as I expected. There. Guess those handcuffs ought to hold you for a while. Sit down in that chair. And stay there.
Police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley speaking.
Oh, hello, Riley. This is Nick.
Oh, yes, Nick. What is it?
Riley, I got the murderer of Wayne Belden for you.
Oh, you have, eh?
Mhm.
Good work. Who is it, Nick?
Butler Pierce.
Butler Pierce. Nick, are you sure you're not making a mistake?
Quite sure. Scubby should be at my headquarters any minute now with all the proof you want.
Where are you calling from, Nick?
From Pierce's home. He's sitting in a chair right behind me with a pair of handcuffs on him.
Oh.
I'll expect you to...
Nick, what is it? Hello! Hello!
Nick. Oh, Nick, are you all right?
He's coming to now, Patsy.
How do you feel, Nick?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess. Oh, brother, my head.
Yeah, that was a nasty bump you got, my boy.
Oh, well, take it easy, Nick. Here, give me your hand.
I'll
help you
up. You go, Nick.
There, easy.
All right,
So
now.
sorry.
Okay, can you stand up all right, boy?
Yeah, I guess I'm okay now.
Well, what happened?
Your guess is as good as mine, Patsy. All I know is that I had Butler Pierce in my hands, and now he's gone.
That's too bad, Nick.
Hey, look at the safe. It's empty.
Well, naturally it would be. You couldn't leave all that evidence lying around.
Well, it's a good thing we got that letter at least.
Yes, but the important thing is to find Pierce.
He must be pretty clever, Nick, getting away from you like that.
Yes, Patsy. He's all of that and more. He got away this time, but I'll bring him to justice if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, Nick, we got Jim Martin anyway. Picked him up late last night.
Good work, Riley. Well, that's half the gang anyway.
Yeah, now if we only had Butler Pierce.
Yes, but I think it's going to be a lot easier now with Jim Martin in our hands.
What do you mean?
Got an idea, Riley. If it works, it won't be long before we catch up with Wayne Belden's murderer. Well, Martin, we meet again.
Yeah. Been a long time, ain't it, Carter?
Yes. But I never forget a face, Martin, no matter how much has been changed. I must say, though, that the doctor did a pretty good job on you. But it just isn't quite good enough.
Yeah, you're a smart egg, all right. I guess the boss knows that by now.
He's a pretty keen one himself, Martin. I had him, but he got away.
Did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, he sure is a slick one.
Well, I thought when I had the cuffs on him...
Say, you didn't make the mistake of trying to hold him with a pair of handcuffs, did you?
Yes. Why?
There ain't a pair made that could hold Butler Pierce. He's a regular whiz.
Maybe so. Martin, you're in a pretty tough spot. Murder's serious business.
Murder? Oh, no. You're barking up the wrong tree, Carter. I didn't have nothing to do with that.
But you did open the vault at the bank.
Sure. Like I done all the jobs for Pierce after he paved the way. But murder, that ain't my racket.
Maybe not. But it'll go a lot easier with you, Martin, if you play ball.
Meaning?
You know where Pierce's hideout is.
Sure. What about it?
We want you to help us put the finger on him.
Now, you ought to know me better than that, Carter.
That's what I thought you'd say. I have a proposition for you, Martin. You help us track him down, we'll set you free.
The answer is still the same. I'm no stool pigeon.
Well, Martin, we're going to let you walk out of here anyway. What do you say to that?
I say it won't work, Carter.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm onto your game. You're going to set me loose so you can tail me. Ain't that it? Because that's the last thing I'd ever do. And I'm telling you that right now.
And yet, Martin, that's exactly what you're going to do. Lead us right to Butler Pierce.
You must be off your nut. I wouldn't even try to go near him. In fact, I'd do everything I could to throw you off.
I know that, Martin. And yet, in spite of yourself, you're going to help us catch Butler Pierce.
Clerk.
Yes, sir?
Any mail for me today? Name's Martin, James Martin.
Just a minute, I'll see. No, nothing, Mr. Martin.
Thanks.
Hello, Martin. You expecting a letter from someone?
Who are you?
I'll give you one guess. That ought to be enough.
Oh, you must be the guy that's following me.
One of the guys, Martin. I'm Scubby Wilson. I work with Nick Carter.
Ah, glad to see you. You know, I've been getting sort of anxious the last few days to know what you guys look like.
Yes, I can understand that. Must have been quite a strain on you, knowing that you were being watched every minute of the day and not knowing who was doing the watching.
Yeah, it was sort of getting me down a little.
Well, that's what Mr. Carter was figuring on, I guess.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good it's going to do him.
You never know, Martin.
Hey, I can't figure this thing at all.
Oh, you're not supposed to, Martin. No, you just keep on having a good time, that's all.
You bet I will. And as for Nick Carter, you can tell him from me, whatever his scheme is, it ain't working, see?
How do you know it isn't working?
I haven't led you to Pierce yet, have I, pal?
No, not yet. But you will.
You're nuts, too. You're all nuts. Good night.
Good night. Oh, but Martin, knowing Nick Carter as I do, I don't think we're the ones that are nuts.
Well, Nicky, you don't look like that little plan of yours is going to pay off, does it now?
Be patient, Riley. Just a question of time is all.
But Martin's been on the loose now for over 2 weeks. How much longer are we going to wait, Nick?
As long as necessary.
Oh, are we now?
Yes, Riley, you agreed.
Yeah.
I'm positive that what we're doing is the one sure way of getting on Pierce's trail.
It sure don't seem very positive to me.
You've got plainclothes men and detectives out looking for him, haven't you?
Well, sure. We set out a general alarm just as soon as Pierce got away from you.
Have they brought him in yet?
Well, no.
See what I mean? My way's slow, Riley, but it's sure.
Well, Nick, all I can say is I wish I was as sure of that as you are. If we don't get Pierce this way, they're going to laugh me right out of the department, using up valuable men and time just keeping an eye on his counter that should be behind bars this very second.
He will be, Riley. Just as soon as we get Pierce, too. They keep him company.
Police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley speaking. Yeah, he's here. For you, Nick. Yeah.
Thanks, Riley. Oh? Oh, yes, Scubby. Yeah? Oh, you did it. Okay, that's fine, Scubby. Good work. So long, Scubby. Well, Riley, it looks like this is it.
Yeah? What happened? Did Martin finally get in touch with Pierce?
No, Riley. It happened as I expected. The mountain came to Mohammed.
Huh? Who did what?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, Pierce has finally got in touch with Martin.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Oh.
Don't you recognize my voice? Hello, Jimmy.
Wow. Who are you?
May I come in?
Look, lady, I'm afraid there's some mistake. You got the wrong party.
There's no mistake, Martin.
Holy Mac, it's you, Pierce.
Yes, it's me.
Gosh, boss, I've seen most of your disguises, but this beats more. You really look like a woman.
Thanks.
Hey, you shouldn't have come here, though, boss. It's dangerous.
Yes, Martin, very dangerous. For you?
What do you mean, boss?
I don't like a squealer, Martin.
A squealer? Me? Hey, you got this all wrong.
Have I?
I never ratted on anyone, boss. I wouldn't start now.
Not even to save your own neck? You were in this thing as deep as I, you know.
Sure, I know that, but whatever gave you the idea I'd rat on you?
What gave me the idea?
Oh, I get it. You mean, why am I out of jail? Well, honest, boss, this wasn't my idea. Carter let me go. You see,
That's enough, Martin. Think I'm a fool? Let you go, huh? Just like that. Well, I won't be so generous, stool pigeon.
Hey, what are you doing, boss? No, you ain't gonna use that gat on me.
Guess again, squealer.
You're making a mistake, boss. Please, you gotta listen to me. Let me tell you how it happened.
No, Martin, you listen to me and I'll tell you. Carter didn't have a thing on me. Not a thing, do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Then he spotted your ugly mug and put two and two together. I didn't think anybody'd recognize that pan of yours anymore, but somehow Carter did. So he had you picked up. And what he got out of you must have been plenty.
I swear to you.
Shut up! Why else would Carter have let you go?
I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because you spilled the works, Martin. Spilled the works and got your freedom for it.
No, that ain't why they let me go. It was all a scheme they had.
What are you talking about?
Sure, boss. They told me they'd let me go if I steered them to the hideout. But I wouldn't do it. Not me.
No, so they let you out anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, squealer, I've heard enough.
No, boss, no.
Great shooting, Nick. You knocked the gun right out of his hand.
Nick Carter.
Yes, Mr. Butler Pierce. We meet again. You all right, Martin?
Yeah, I guess so, but you didn't get here any too soon.
Oh, so I was right, you rat. You were expecting
Relax,
me.
Pierce, relax. Martin wasn't expecting anyone. He played square with you right along.
Yes? Then what was he doing on the loose?
Just a temporary arrangement, Pierce. It was a trap we set for you. And you obliged us by walking right into it.
Very clever of you, Carter.
Not at all. You see, Mr. Pierce, I based my plan on the belief that at bottom you were not so clever.
Really? And how do you mean that?
Because instead of doing the really clever thing, getting as far away from here as you possibly could, I felt sure that your personal vanity would lead you to expose yourself to almost any risk in order to get the man you thought had betrayed you. All gangsters react that way.
You can hardly consider me a gangster, Mr. Carter.
At heart, that's exactly what you are. And that's what I counted on.
So you had it all figured out?
Yes. I also counted on your pal Martin doing exactly as he did. After we let him go, he laid low for a while. He was afraid of what we were going to do. But after a few days of that, he got bored doing nothing, just as I figured he would. Made a lot of money out of jobs you two did together, and now he wanted to spend some of it. So he stepped out, visited the high spots, stayed at a fine hotel.
So I heard.
Yes, I knew you would. Matter of fact, I counted on it. You figured we'd let him loose and had paid him well for squealing on you. Well, Pierce, you put two and two together all right, but you got the wrong answer. And the wrong answer you got is going to send you to the electric chair. It's the end of the road for you, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Carter, I gotta take my hat off to you.
Really, Martin? And to what am I indebted for this great honor?
Well, you said I'd lead you to Pierce, and I said I wouldn't. And you made me do it. And you even knew what I was thinking all the time I did it.
Yes, Carter. You're cleverer than I thought you were.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm very happy. I can't say the same for you two.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time each week by WOR Mutual. What's your story going to be next week, Nick?
Well, the title of the story that I want to tell you next week really gives you the clue to the whole thing. I call it The Corpse in the Cab.
Oh, you mean, I suppose, that you're going to tell us how the corpse got into the cab, who the corpse was, and so on. Is that the idea?
That's the idea, Mr. Scott. But it's not nearly as simple as it sounds when you tell it. There were no clues on the corpse. No means of identification at all.
That isn't quite true, Patsy.
It would have been literally true if you hadn't been called in on the job. You know, Lieutenant Riley was completely stumped.
Yes, but I'm not sure just how little it takes to stump our friend Riley completely.
Anyway, Mr. Scott, if Nick hadn't been able to apply a little real deductive reasoning to the few bits of evidence he could find, the case would still be a mystery. I know that.
Well, Patsy, however that may be, I can assure you that next week's story will keep you guessing right to the very end. And until then, so long, folks.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. The story was written for Nick Carter by Ralph Berkey. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Corpse in the Cab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder in the Park.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget, the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the golf course murder, when death drove along the fairway until a strand of hair and a woman's ring put an end to the grisly game.
And now, Masters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Sullivan, you've told me tonight's case was a murder mystery.
Well, Don Gardner, it was. But I think it would be best if we follow this gang of dangerous criminals through every move, and then see what the police did with the facts as they turned up in the course of investigation.
All right, Chief Sullivan, go right ahead.
Thank you, Don. Suppose we begin a little more than a year ago in the Astoria section of New York City on a dark, rainy night. A lone man had parked his car at the curb in front of an old frame house. Walked up on the porch, looked through the lighted window, then rang the doorbell.
With it? Come on, Nick, open up.
Brayer?
Yeah, open up.
Okay.
Nice night out, huh? I didn't come to talk about the weather. Give me a raincoat.
Carrie. Yeah?
Come on downstairs. We got company.
Okay, in a minute.
I want to talk to you, Nick. Not with her.
Okay, let's go in the parlor.
I ran into Gabe today.
Yeah?
He tells me he's been doing okay.
You know Gabe. He talks big.
You better start talking big, Nick.
What do you mean?
Your bookkeeping's been all wet.
Who are you going to believe, Gabe or me?
Till I learn different, Gabe.
You've been getting every cent that's coming to you.
I don't like to be held out on, Nick.
The original deal has been lived up to.
Gabe said his kids picked up 43 cars last month.
Gabe is a liar.
The original deal was that I'd also get $50 for every car Gabe's kids picked up. I want the rest of my dough.
Gabe's kids only brought in 18 cars. You got paid for those. I'll show you the books if you want.
I believe your books as much as I believe you.
Look, we got a good thing here, Brayer.
Trouble is, it's better for you than for anybody else.
Well, why shouldn't it be? Who goes to all the trouble painting the cars, fixing up the motor numbers, shipping them out of town?
Look, Nick, gonna get my dough one way or the other.
Hey, cut it out. Look on me, will you?
Playing rough, boys?
Oh, Carrie. Come in.
Hello, Brayer. Haven't seen you around in a long time. I missed you.
This is the last time you'll see me. Now, listen to me, Nick. I'm gonna get
Nick?
that... Yeah?
I'm fixing drinks. You'll have to come in the kitchen and open the bottle for me.
Sure, okay. I'll be right back, Brayer.
I'm not going anyplace.
Corkscrews scare me to...
What did you offer him a drink for?
To get you out of a spot.
That idiot, Gabe. I could wring his neck.
If you ask me, that'd be wringing the wrong neck.
Jerk.
Brayer's the guy that's putting up the beef. Either you pay him off with cash...
You don't get a cent.
Or you just pay him off.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a little too smart for this setup. You can't make any money out of the smart ones.
So how are you going to do it?
I'll figure out a way.
Here?
Yeah.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Then what?
We dump the strip out in the country.
What about Gabe?
Who knows? Maybe we'll give him the same treatment.
Get the bottle.
Yeah.
Let me keep our customer happy.
Well, how about out to the Pines, Gabe? That's a nice place.
Oh, Carla, baby, I don't feel like driving way out there in all this rain. Besides, the joint stinks.
It was all right when they had that blonde singer out there.
Oh, are you going to throw that up to me again, Carla? I never even met the dame. Just because once I said she looked okay, I'm nuts about her.
Watch it, Gabe. You got a red light.
I see it.
So? Where are you going to take me?
I don't know yet. First, I want to drive over and see Nick for a minute.
No?
Yeah.
For crying out loud, what are you going to go see him now for?
Because I want to talk over something with him, that's why.
You always got something to talk over. Can't you ever do anything without Nick? Always Nick.
You can come in if you want. Carrie will be glad to see you.
Yeah, well, I won't be glad to see her. How long are you going to be?
Only a couple of minutes, that's all.
I'll wait in the car.
Can't you come in?
I said I'll wait in the car. Go ahead, the light's green.
Dames. Another drink, Brer?
One's enough. When do I get my money?
Okay. I'll settle with him.
Carrie, I said I didn't want another drink.
This ain't for a drink. Carrie's the treasurer of the corporation.
Carrie,
Yeah, Nick?
Get me $12.50 for Brer.
$12.50.
that's what he said.
Has he got that much coming?
Yeah. Get it.
Well, come on, Brea.
Why?
Where do you think to get your dough?
You give in too easy to suit me, Nick.
Well, I guess he likes you. Don't you, Nick?
All right, Brer, don't move.
Put that gun up. What do you need a gun?
On your feet, Brer.
Look, Nick, you're not doing yourself any good.
On your feet. That's it. Now, don't try anything. Start backing up. Go ahead, back up. Open the door, Carrie.
Yeah.
All right, Brer.
What's down there?
The cellar.
What else?
Can't you guess, honey?
Go ahead. Back down the stairs.
Supposing I don't want to go.
That's no problem.
Shove him.
Now go. Come on, Carrie.
He's out cold.
No good chisel.
What are you kicking him for? Do it cleaner.
I feel like kicking him, that's why.
Shoot him in the head, Nick. Make it good and clean.
Sure. Good and clean. Stand back.
Nick.
I hear it.
Who is it, Nick?
How should I know?
You better answer.
You see who it is. Send him away. Don't know anything.
All right. But you keep your eye on this
Go
one.
on, go on.
All right, I'm coming. Yes, who is it?
Me, Carrie. Gabe.
Gabe? What do you want?
Want to see Nick?
Nick's busy.
Hi, Carrie. Can I see him for a minute?
I don't know. Come on in. I'll ask him.
I can only stay a minute.
I'll see if Nick will talk to you.
Well, he sure ought to.
Okay. Nick?
Yeah?
Tell him I only got a minute, Carrie.
It's Gabe.
Yeah? Come down here a minute, Gabe.
Hey, his steps are dark.
Go on, you'll find your way. I thought you'd want to make this a double party, Nick.
What are you doing down here, Nick? Counting your money in the dark, huh?
Over here, Gabe.
Hey, how about a little light? Turn on the light, Carrie.
Sure.
Oh, that's better. What happened to him?
Everything would have been fine, Gabe, if you hadn't opened up your big mouth.
What did I do? You talk too much. You and Brer are going to get it together. Me?
You heard him.
Hey, now, Nick, please. Nick, I didn't do nothing. I work with you, Nick. You know I work with you. You got it coming, Gabe. Nick, I didn't do nothing, honest. Carrie, tell him not to kill me. Tell him, Carrie, will you, please?
I'm not saying a word.
Nick, I'll do anything you say, Nick. Anything. Get out of the way. Nick, you're not going to kill me, are you? I haven't made up my mind yet. Stand back. Yeah, sure. I ought to wait until Brer comes around so he'd feel this.
Go ahead, Nick. Get it over with.
Yeah. I'll do anything you say, Nick. Honest.
You talk too much.
Please, Nick, don't. I'll do anything.
Yeah? Think you can get rid of this stiff?
Me?
Yeah, you.
And get rid of the gun, too.
Now?
Sure now. This ain't any morgue.
But I got Carl outside in the car.
Okay. Take her home, then come back here.
Okay, Nick, right away.
And be sure you come back. If you don't, I'll know where to find you.
I'll be back, Nick. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
That done was exactly how the gangland execution occurred. The murder itself was over. The task of disposing of Blair's body still remained. That and the gang leader's faith in his control over Gabe led to complications the criminals did not see until it was too late.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, how the gang leader Nick Mantor murdered his Confederate Blair and then ordered another underling to dispose of the body.
That's right, Don. Blair's body was stripped of all identifying clothing, then loaded into Nick's new Pontiac sedan. Gabe was under orders from Nick to report by telephone as soon as he had accomplished his task.
Get it, Carrie.
Sure. Hello.
Gary? Gabe, let me talk to Nick.
Just a second. Nick, it's Gabe.
Everything go all right, Gabe?
Yeah, Nick. I dumped the load right on the spot you said. The gun, too, right to the golf course.
Good work, Gabe. Come on back here.
There's one thing, Nick.
What?
Now, look, Nick. It wasn't my fault.
What happened?
It was nothing, Nick.
Well, what was it? Tell me.
It was nothing. Just that after I got rid of the load and wanted to drive away, the car got stuck in the mud.
Stuck in the mud?
Yeah, but it's okay. I got away all right.
You're sure?
Yeah, sure. It was a cinch. With a tow truck.
Tow truck? What tow truck?
Couldn't be helped, Nick. Honest, the car was...
Listen, you idiot. You'll be back here in 10 minutes.
Okay, Nick. I'll be there.
Stupid jerk. I know I should have given him the business, too. Dumping a stiff. He gets stuck in the mud. They find the body. They find the tow truck guy. They find Gabe.
So what's the matter with that, Nick?
What isn't the matter with it?
Honey, the cops will think he killed Blair. They'll have him dead to rights. He was dumping the body, wasn't he? All you have to say is Gabe and Blair were here. They had words, and then they left together. And that's the last we saw of either of them.
Well, what about the car? The garage guy will remember my car, sure.
What kind of a problem is that? You just tell Gabe to take a trip in your car. Then report it stolen. If they don't get him, nobody loses. If they do get him, he fries.
Yeah. You got a head on you, Carrie. I'll see that Gabe starts on his little trip tonight.
You sure got it going over, Captain. A good beating and 4 shots in the head.
Yeah. I hate to see it start again. We haven't had a gangster riot since Chippy got us.
Well, you sure wanted to get rid of this one, all right.
Well, if it is a riot job, be sure to have a record. We'll see what turns up at the fingerprints. Sergeant Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
Stick around until the medical examiner gets here.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Frank. You going to make plaster casts of those footprints?
And the lab crew's on the way out. And those tire tracks, too.
Good.
That's a pretty deep hole in the mud there. It looks like the murder car, if it was the murder car, had to be towed out.
You'll put a check in garages?
First thing, Captain.
Well, Frank, I've got to get back to town. I want to check on this gun. You let me know if there's any identification through fingerprints?
As soon as I hear, Captain. See you later.
So long.
This is a fine thing, Gabe. Get your things together. Throw them in a car. Start out. Drive for who knows where.
Oh, Carla, leave me alone, will you? All day you've been at me.
I never heard of leaving in such a hurry. You just don't do things like that.
You didn't have to come unless you wanted to.
I feel naked without my rings. I packed in such a hurry I even left my rings. That's no way to start in a trip.
How many times do I have to tell you your rings will be there when you get back?
How can I go any place without my rings?
I wish you'd have stayed home and sent your rings.
That's the way you feel about it. I'll go back.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. You're going to stay a while in Richmond?
I guess so. I got some business there for Nick.
And a wire my landlady to send my rings there?
No.
Oh, please.
I said no. Nick don't want nobody to know I'm out on this trip. Nobody.
Bailey speaking.
Lieutenant Frank, after we got an identification on that murder victim.
Oh, good.
The fingerprint showed up. He's Joe Breyer. Has a record for car theft.
Breyer, huh?
That's right, Captain. He was handled a little while back. Suspected of being a part of that car theft ring, but Auto Theft Bureau couldn't make anything stick against him.
Is there an address on him?
He's got a room down in Brooklyn.
Okay, pick me up, Frank. We'll go by there. Maybe we'll turn up with something. Well, go on, Carrie. What else?
Wait till I turn the page, Nick. Yeah, the two boys ran across the body as they were walking across the rain-soaked golf course.
Mm-hmm.
A .25 caliber automatic of Belgian make was found nearby. Police would not say whether this was the gun that killed Breyer until ballistics tests were completed.
Well, so far, Carrie, so good.
I can't make up my mind, Nick, whether I'd like to see him catch Gabe driving your car or whether I'd like to see him get away.
Well, either way, Carrie, it doesn't make any difference. We're in the clear. That's the important thing.
Yeah, there's only one thing about this. Getting rid of Breyer is okay. Gabe, too. It kind of puts a crimp in the organization. We can't make dough out of stolen cars if we haven't got people.
Don't worry about it. We'll get new people, better people. Cops are getting too close to Breyer and Gabe anyway. We got lots of cash. We're sitting pretty. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Nick. I'm not the worrying kind.
Well, Captain, we found the garageman that hauled that car out of the mud near the spot. It was Sunday night. Green Pontiac sedan, two-tone, brand new.
Good work, Frank.
And he made a note of the plates. The car is registered in the name of Nick Manta. Reported stolen Monday morning.
Nick Manta?
Rings a bell, huh? Well, it ought to. The auto theft boys have been trying to hang a stolen car deal on him for months.
Ah, I thought I recognized the name.
Yeah, Captain. Seeing that Breyer had a record as a car thief.
Okay, Frank. What do you say we go out and see Mr. Nick Manta?
I'm ready.
Let's.
Okay, just a second. What do you want?
I want to talk to Nick Manta.
Well, what do you want to talk to him about?
Open up to our police officers.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Thanks.
Nick!
Yeah?
You got company. Cops.
Who are you?
I'm Carrie, Nick's girl.
I hope you gentlemen have come to tell me you found my car. Yes, Nick, that's one thing on our minds, your car. That's too bad about Breyer. I was going to call you.
Oh, you were?
Hey, maybe I got some information for you guys.
Every little bit helps.
Breyer was here Sunday night.
The medical examiner thinks he was killed sometime Sunday night. Or Monday morning.
There was another one here, too. Gabe Miller. Two of them worked for you? We had dealings.
In the stolen car racket?
I'm a legitimate garage man. You can't prove nothing different.
Yeah, we'll try. But for now, what about your guests Sunday?
Well, they got pretty drunk, didn't they, Carrie?
Uh-huh.
And the next morning, my car was missing. I reported it.
Yes, I know.
Well, then I read about Breyer. Gabe hasn't shown up since. Then tonight, I noticed the gun I had around the house was missing. A Belgian automatic.
25 caliber?
Yeah, that's the one. I figured Gabe took it, took my car, and killed Breyer. Isn't that right, Carrie?
That's what he figured.
Yes, I suppose that's about the size of it. Why didn't you report this information sooner?
Well, you know how it is, Captain. Nobody likes to get mixed up in these things.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lieutenant, let's go. Captain, come on. Yes, sir.
We're sure glad we were of some help.
You're not planning on taking any trips, are you?
Oh, no. We'll be right here.
That'd be a good idea. You can never tell when we might need you again. Just stick around. Come on, Lieutenant.
Bye.
We're not going to leave those two on the loose, Captain, for a while. But get men on them and keep them in sight. And in the meantime, Frank, get descriptions out on the car and Gabe Miller. Also, I want a complete report on Gabe's contacts around town. Right.
Description of car believed driven by man previously described. 1946 Pontiac sedan. Painted green, two-tone. New York license 3P5612. All departments requested to be on alert for this car and detain occupants. Notify Chief of Detectives, New York City. Captain Bailey.
Frank, Captain, I've been checking up on Gabe's girlfriend. She left on a trip Monday.
Uh-huh. Gabe needed company.
Well, listen to this. Her landlady got a wire from her this morning. She left some rings here. The landlady should mail them to her.
Where?
The Suites Hotel, Richmond, Virginia.
That's our break, Frank. How would you like to go down to Richmond instead of the rings?
Captain, I'd like it fine.
To gangbusters.
Gabe, let's go see if there's any mail.
Mail? Who are you expecting mail from?
Oh, yeah, I guess I just like to look at it.
Ah, forget about the mail. Let's go have some breakfast.
Okay, I'll look in the mail later.
We don't know a soul in Richmond. Nobody knows we're here and she's looking for mail.
What?
You didn't send for those rings after I told you not to.
Gabe, I just had to have them.
No good looks. I ought to break every bone in your body. Come on, we're getting packed and getting out of here. Come on. I should have known better than bring you along.
That's far enough, Gabe.
Hey, who are you?
You're under arrest. Going back to New York. The charge is murder.
Hey, now look.
Come on. Get your things together. You're going back to New York. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long, Mr. Manta. And you too, miss.
Oh, we didn't mind. Did we, Nick?
Oh, no, Captain. If we can help, okay. Brea was our friend. Yes, well, I've just finished questioning Gabe in my office. And he admitted the murder? No, quite to the contrary. He accuses the two of you.
Us?
You're kidding. No, I'm not. And he's sticking to a story. He said you shot Brea in the cellar of your house and forced him to dispose of the body.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It sounds that way, doesn't it?
If I was the killer, do you think I'd let a dope like Gabe in on it? Do you think I'd report my car stolen?
Well, you've got a point there. Would you mind stepping into my office?
Oh, sure, anything.
This way, please. Gabe's in there.
Oh, that rotten heel.
I'll have to ask you to control yourself. I don't want a disturbance.
All right, Captain, for you.
Nick.
Sit down, Gabe.
There they are, the dirty double-crossers. They did it.
Quiet, Gabe. Would you have those chairs there, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Gabe, Nick, and Carrie deny all your accusations. And I'm afraid that at the moment I'm inclined to believe them.
They're lying. That's all they do is lie. I'm telling you straight, they killed them.
Excuse me. Certainly, Captain. Captain Bailey.
Frank, Captain, we're all finished out here.
Oh, what'd you find out?
We tore the cellar drain apart, Captain. The test showed everything you thought it would.
Good. Come back into the office and make out a report.
Okay, Captain. So long.
Well, as I was saying, we've got the case washed up. I'm going to ask the district attorney to file formal murder charges.
Hey, you see, Gabe? You do something like this, you pay.
I'd like to get my hands on you, Nick.
No, I'm afraid you misunderstand. The murder charges will be filed against you, Nick, and Carrie.
Who are you kidding?
You see?
Yes. While you've been waiting out in the reception room, my men were out at your house. Traces of blood and human hair showed up in your basement drain. Brea's blood and hair.
No, look.
Shut up,
Captain,
Carrie. I've got an explanation for everything.
No further explanations are necessary. If you have a story, you can tell it in court.
So, Don, the criminals were tried and convicted of first-degree murder. Nick was sentenced to death in the electric chair. Carrie was given life imprisonment. And Gabe was convicted as an accessory.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan, for giving us an insight into how police conduct a murder investigation. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers who were responsible for bringing these murderers to justice. To justice. To justice. To justice.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Three armed men against my gun are not very good odds. But you won't stop me from finding this girl's brother. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, your bags all in carriage.
Thank you, hey boy.
Hey, Missy Fulton bags in carriage also. She waiting for you.
She's very prompt.
Oh, yes, sir. Also very pretty. You be gone a long time, Mr. Paladin?
3 weeks, maybe. Long enough to see Marietta to Gila Bend.
Oh, Gila Bend?
Arizona territory. Marietta believes her brother is there.
Believes? Oh, she don't know?
Well, they've been separated for years, hey boy. They lost all contact with each other.
Ah, you take her to find out.
That's right.
Well, sir, from the way she looks at you, I think she's very happy you are one to take her.
Now, hey, boy, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
Yes, sir.
Believe me, Miss Fulton is interested in only one thing, finding her brother.
Oh, yes, sir. Now, when you get to Gila, then she'll be very happy.
Perhaps, if it really is her brother. Marietta Fulton was a beautiful and charming young lady. She and her brother, Marlon Fulton, had been separated since their parents' death when both were hardly more than babies. Marlon had been left with an uncle in California. Marietta had been sent to live with an aunt in Pittsburgh. All contact between the two had been severed. And only after her aunt's death had Marietta really tried to find her brother. She had hired the Pinkerton agency to aid in the search, and they finally discovered a man named Marlon Fulton living in Gila Bend. However, the man denied being her brother. In fact, denied having a sister at all. Nevertheless, Marietta came west and hired me to take her to Gila Bend to be completely sure.
You think this trip is a wild goose chase, don't you, Mr. Paladin?
I'm afraid I do. The man denies having a sister. You said you'd written several letters, which you didn't even answer.
But this is the only Marlon Fulton that could be found in the West. It just has to be him.
Well, I hope you're right.
Somehow I just know it is. I can feel it.
Well, far be it from me to dispute a woman's intuition.
How much longer do we have?
Oh, about an hour or two.
Oh. These stagecoaches aren't the most comfortable things in the world.
No, I know. Get down.
What is it? What happened?
Wait a minute. Outlaws. They blocked the road.
Oh. Well, what do we do?
Just be quiet. We'll see.
Driver, throw that strong box down. I don't know who you are, mister, but you sure held up the wrong stage. I got no strong box. Better be telling the truth. All right, everybody inside, get out.
You stay here.
Paladin, I'm frightened.
Come on now, move.
Just be still now.
All right, mister. Unbuckle that gun belt and drop it. There's 3 rifles pointed right at you. Gee, go on, get a look inside. Sure thing, Duke. Well, look at what we got here. Find something, Keith? I sure did, Duke.
You leave her alone.
You best keep your mouth shut, mister. You can step right on out of here, ma'am, so Duke can get a good look at you. Come on now.
Paladin?
You better step out.
Now you're using some sense, mister. Hey, Duke. Ain't she pretty, though? She sure is, Ferdy. Been a long time since I've seen a girl dressed up so fancy, looking so pretty as you, man.
Oh.
Hey, Duke. I got me an idea. Let's take her with us. Hey, maybe that ain't such a bad idea, Duke. She might be worth something, too.
Robbing a stage is one thing. Kidnapping is another. Now, I warn you. Don't take that girl.
Can I hit him, Duke? Why, sure.
talking again, mister. Next time you'll wait till someone asks you.
You dirty polecats! Watch out, you!
Oh, you murderers! You killed the driver.
Who's going for a gun, lady?
You'll hang for this. You'll hang.
Hey, Cook, she fainted.
Pick her up and let's go.
No. No, you won't.
Look out, he's got a derringer.
Well, I guess you won't be a hero anymore. No, sir, not ever.
Good to see you coming around, son. Afraid I'd lost you.
Who are you?
Man, I'm Doc Jonas. You're in my office.
Huh? Office?
In Gila Bend. Sheriff Tom found you laying in the dust when he went looking for the stage. Brought you and that dead driver back with him. You're lucky, son. If that bullet had been a fraction of an inch lower, you'd have had a hole through your head instead of that crease in it.
How long have I been here?
6, 7 hours.
Marietta. You got to get Marietta.
No, you just lie back there. Take it easy.
I tell you, I've got to find her. Those men have got her.
Sheriff Tom has already figured out there was a woman on that stage, and he figured she was kidnapped, too. He's been looking for them outlaws for hours now, so it won't do you no good to try and get up. Besides, you'd only fall on your face if you did.
Yeah.
Sheriff Tom's a good man. He doesn't take to outlaws and kidnapping, not at all. You'll find them.
I hope you're right, Doc. I sure hope you're right. The next morning, Doc Jonas put a new bandage on my head and reluctantly let me get up. The room spun for a few minutes and then settled down, and I felt my strength slowly returning.
You're a fool, son. You should stay down at least another day or two.
I can't, Doc.
You can, too. Going to open up that head wound again, then you'll be down for good.
Now, that's something I have to chance.
There isn't any sense to it. How do you expect...
Doc, open up.
That sounds like the sheriff. I got the girl. Bring her in here.
Marietta.
Now, put her down here. Easy now.
Oh, please. Oh, please, don't.
Where did you find her?
In a line cabin. They left her there to die.
Marietta.
She's been hurt. She's been hurt real bad.
You two get in the other room. Go on now, get.
Sure, Doc. Come on, mister. Dirty scum. Dirty, filthy scum.
Did you find them, Sheriff?
Nah. I had to get her back. But I'm going to find them. It was the last thing I do in my life. Oh, I tell you, mister, it's times like this I feel like throwing my badge away.
I was responsible for that girl, Sheriff. And I let those 3 vultures get her.
3 of them, huh? Yeah, I kind of figured as much by their tracks. Who was they, do you know?
I know what they called each other. And I know their faces. That's something I'll never forget.
Well, you tell me. You're the only witness to what happened.
That's right, Sheriff. That's one thing those 3 don't know. They think I'm dead. So maybe, just maybe, they'll come into Gila Bend sometime.
I want you to tell me their names and what they look like. Oh. How is she, Doc?
You are too late, Sheriff Tom. She's dead.
Oh, them rotten, dirty skunks. Now, mister, you tell me what their names are.
Not now, Sheriff. Not now. I'm not wearing a badge. And I'm going after those men myself. Marietta was buried in the cemetery outside the squalid little town of Gila Bend.
Far from Pittsburgh. Far from the laughter and delicate way of life she had known. For 2 days, I tried to trail the outlaws who had murdered her, but too much time had passed and the trail was cold. As it turned out, I could have saved myself a lot of trouble because when I got back to town, I found 2 of the men I was looking for playing poker in the saloon. Keach and Ferdy.
I tell you, it just don't seem right, Keach. No matter how good a hand I get, you always win.
I don't have to fret you none, Freddie. I'm just lucky, that's all. There'll come a time when I... Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe he did.
What?
Hey, Keach, he's supposed to be dead.
Shut up, Freddie.
Now, both of you, put your guns on the table. Slow and easy.
Hey, what's biting you, mister?
Just do what I said.
Well, I ain't going to argue. He got a gun pointed at me. But I still don't...
Shut up! The girl died. The one you took off the stage.
What's that got to do with us?
Get up from the table. Both of you. I'm going to show you what it has to do with you.
You can't shoot us, mister. There's a law.
I'm not going to shoot you. I'm going to beat you. There. My gun's on the table.
Oh, well, now. There's 2 of us, and there's only 1 of you.
And that's just the way I want it.
You'll be dead sure enough this time, Mr.
Freddie? Boy, you can't take both of us, mister, and I'll get you.
Now you, Ferdy, get up.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, mister. You took all the fight out of me. I don't want no more.
I said you get up.
Please don't.
Where is he, Ferdy? Where's Duke? Where is Duke?
I'll tell you. He's in his hotel room, that's where.
Now, what's going on here? What's all the commotion about?
Sheriff, these are 2 of the men we've been looking for.
I know these men. Ferdy and Keach.
Now, there's just 1 more.
Yeah. You don't need to tell me who he is, neither. These 2 always ran around with the same man. A guy named Fulton.
Duke Fulton?
That's right. 3 of them. They've been living in Gila Bend for, 8, 9 months now. Always was troublemakers.
And now here's a message from the watchmakers of Switzerland.
Win a fabulous vacation for 2 in beautiful Switzerland. Enter the Swiss Vacation Contest. Pick up a free entry blank at a jewelry store or other store that sells quality watches. Then in 25 words or less, complete this statement. A quality watch is the best value because there are 1,000 prizes.
First prize, a 21-day vacation for 2 in Switzerland. Visit many colorful places. All expenses paid for 2 people, plus $500 extra spending money.
Enter the Swiss Vacation Contest today. Free entry blanks at your jewelry store.
This will be his room.
Well, hello, Sheriff. Something startled you, Duke?
Oh, no. Why should it? This him, Paladin?
That's him.
You're under arrest, Duke.
Arrest?
Oh, what's this all about? What for? A murder and a stage driver and a girl. A girl? Well, the girl wasn't you.
She died, Duke. Shortly after the sheriff got her back to town.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Everything. Maybe even more than you think.
What do you mean?
A few months ago, you were contacted by some Pinkerton men. About a sister you were supposed to have, weren't you?
Oh, How do you know so much?
Weren't you, Marlin?
What? So what?
A little while later, you got some letters from that girl. A girl by the name of Marietta Fulton.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
There's just one thing I want to know, Marlin. That girl from Pittsburgh. Was she your sister or not?
So what if she is my sister? I haven't seen her since I was 5 anyways. I don't want nothing to do with her.
That girl you took off the stage. Her name was Marietta Fulton.
Mary? My sister?
That's right. Your sister. You think about that. You think about it when you're hanging from the end of a rope.
Ah, Mr. Paladin, good to see you home again. You're gone a long time.
Yes, hey, boy. I was gone a whole lifetime.
Oh, you have a sad heart.
Time will heal it, hey, boy. Are there any messages for me?
Oh, no, sir. No messages, but a young lady asked for you a little while ago. Oh, very pretty.
No, just tell her I'm not in, hey, boy.
Oh, too late for that. Here she comes, see?
Oh, well, why didn't you tell me, hey, boy?
I did.
The clerk at the desk said that you were Mr. Paladin.
Why, yes.
Well, Mr. Paladin, I'm so happy to meet you. My name is Darla Wood.
Miss Wood?
My uncle knows you.
You're...
Colonel Orville Wood.
Oh, yes.
My uncle told me if I ever came to San Francisco to be sure and look you up.
Well, I'm very flattered. Perhaps we can have dinner together and discuss your uncle further?
Why, Mr. Paladin, I think that would be perfectly delightful.
Wonderful. My arm?
Thank you.
Tell me, is this your first trip to the West?
Why, yes, it is, and I'm just thrilled by it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin. It's good to see you home again.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hayboy.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. Melody of Murder. As the morning sun slips over the ragged peaks of the distant range, a stagecoach rolls along the dusty, narrow road bound for Pleasantville. Looking very pale from the constant rocking is California Carlson. Hop Along Cassidy at his side is pretending not to notice his pal's plight. The other passenger, a Chinese gentleman and evidently a scholar, dozes peacefully in his seat.
Doggone it, Hoppy. Riding this stage is worse than trying to ride a steer.
Getting seasick, California?
Well, no, but I'm kind of losing interest in the scenery.
Well, next time we take this trip, Topper will be in shape and we'll ride in style.
Yeah. Wonder who our Oriental friend is.
Why?
He ain't said a word. Looks like he's kind of scared that every minute's going to be the next.
Your profound interest in me is very flattering, my friend.
I didn't know you heard me.
No offense meant, mister.
Being the sole occupants of this conveyance, perhaps we should know each other better. My name is Wong Ling.
Well, Mr. Wong, my name is Cassidy. Hop along, Cassidy, and this is California Carlson.
Oh, you are cattlemen?
Well, yes, but our spread's 100 miles from here. The bar 20.
Say, aren't we going a little too fast?
Yeah, I noticed it myself. And look, hairpin turn just ahead. Better call to the driver.
Perhaps the driver fell asleep.
Driver! Hey, driver!
He don't answer.
Hang on, it's too late.
We are turning over. Look out!
California, you all right?
Wait till I feel my ribs. Feels like I've been dragged through cactus.
Yeah. Look, our Oriental friend is out.
You think he's dead?
Wait a minute. No, he's breathing. Get him out. Kick that door open, California.
Take his legs. We'll lay him on the ground.
Easy now, California. Easy now.
He's sure heavy for so small a man.
There. Just that canteen there. I'll open his shirt.
Yeah. Here. Maybe a drink or... What's wrong, Hoppy?
This little silk bag around his neck.
Bag?
Look. $1,000 bills.
Well, I never did see one of them up close.
I'll tie it up.
I bet this darn driver had something to do with this. I'll give him...
California, save your breath. We don't have a driver. Those horses were running away.
No driver?
And look at the stagecoach.
I wonder how it happened.
Well, it wasn't an accident, California. Look at these wheel spokes.
Broke clear through like matchsticks.
Not broken through, sawed through. And I aim to find out why.
Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, Melody of Murder. Hoppy and his pal California were taking the stage to Pleasantdale when the stage turned over going around Hairpin Bend. They discovered the driver was missing and, while caring for an injured Oriental passenger, found 10 $1,000 bills wadded up in a silk bag around his neck. Upon inspecting the stage closer, Hoppy learned that several spokes in the stage wheel had been sawed through. It is 2 hours later in a hotel room in Pleasantdale.
Who is it?
Pete, let me in.
Come on, get in quick. Where's the cash?
I didn't get it.
I said, where's the cash?
So help me, Red. Something happened.
Let me tell you. You slipped up your buzzard bait.
That was Cassidy's fault.
Who's Cassidy?
Hop along, Cassidy.
You mean he saw you?
No. I slugged the driver like you told me before they come to Hairpin Turn, and the horses run away and the sawed spokes let go, but I couldn't get to the money because Cassidy was with them. I stayed hid in the rocks, and I rode in the back way.
I stand to lose my spread, my beef, the whole setup, because you botched the job. By I order...
Oh, now, wait, it ain't too late, Red. The Oriental's got a room here in the hotel.
I've got to get that money.
And don't forget my cut.
This guy's relative, what runs the laundry, knows this fellow's going to buy a ranch.
Oh, selling him yours?
Yeah, you'll think so. But after he pays over the dough, he won't have no need for a ranch.
Mm-hmm. What about me?
Well, Pete, I'll tell you. After the way you botched up sawing them spokes...
Oh, yeah, I see. We're through, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that don't make me mad. Because I got a better way of getting the dough without selling a phony ranch.
I tell you, Sheriff, them spokes was sawed through slick as butter. Somebody tried to kill us.
Yeah, sure looks like it. They picked up Woody Watson, the driver, this morning. Knot on his head.
Did someone jump him from behind?
Woody says he don't remember a thing.
Well, somebody must have been after the Oriental's money.
Oriental's money?
Thousands of dollars. We saw it.
Anybody else know about it?
No one else on the stage but us.
I wonder why he was packing so much with him.
Yeah, I wonder.
Got any ideas, Sheriff?
Well, I don't know. Last year, a fella came to town with a big bankroll. We found him out by the flats 2 months later. Money was gone. He'd been dead a week.
Did you find the killer?
Well, not exactly. I got suspicions, but no proof. The bartender heard him say he was in town to buy Red Cheever's ranch. Hey, maybe this here could be another of them deals.
What makes you say that, Sheriff?
Well, the same Cheever's in town again. I understand he's here in business.
Selling another ranch?
Could be. Won't take long to find out. He's bunking up at the hotel.
Well, that's where Wong Lee is staying. Might be interesting at that, Sheriff. Let's go.
I'll join you in the dining room right soon. I got a couple of little things to kind of clean up first.
We'll take a look around over at the hotel. Maybe meet this rancher. What'd you say his name is?
Red Cheever.
Yeah, I'd like to meet the gent.
Yeah, good idea. He might interest us in buying his ranch.
Gentlemen can sit right here at this table.
I'd sure like to sit at that there one, so's I could look out in the street.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but that table's reserved, and Mr. Cheever's would be awful mad.
Red Cheevers?
Yes, sir.
This table's good enough, California.
Well, it ain't my fault, mister. I just work here, and
Nobody said it was. Where's that paper with the victuals on it?
You mean the menu?
That's right.
Well, I'll get you one, but I could tell you what we have just as easy.
Doggone, Hoppy, this dining room is sure fitted out in style.
Yeah, music and everything. That fella plays pretty good.
Hey, where's the darn piano?
Find those potted plants.
Yeah, music ain't gonna take the place of food. Where's that darn Gale gone? Come on here, let's have some grub.
California, I'm ashamed of you.
You calling me friend? Is there something I can do for you?
No, my friend here doesn't like to wait for his food.
Well, I don't blame him. The service here is brutal.
You sure wish he'd come back.
Well, I'll take your order, but hurry up. Because if the boss don't hear that piano going every minute, he thinks he's getting cheated.
The piano sounds mighty good. First-class shape, too.
Oh, you play a piano?
Me? Not anymore.
He used to could, though, when he was a little button.
Well, it's all in keeping him in shape, you know. I repair it and I tune it myself, and it's always first class.
How about some ham and eggs, California?
He suits me just fine. And there's only one more thing.
Yeah?
Get 'em here pronto.
Yeah, well, I'll have the girl bring 'em. I gotta get right back and get to work.
California, look who's coming in.
Wong Ling feller with a red-headed cowpoke.
Red Cheevers, or my name isn't Cassidy. I'd like to know what's going on. Let's walk over to the bar.
Yeah. How's this?
Perfect. Turn your back a bit.
I reserved this table, Mr. Wong.
You are a very considerate person, Mr. Cheever.
I ain't much for talking. I'm right straight out and fair, dealing across the board. The price is $10,000 for water rights, grazing, and 200 head.
That's lion stealing.
Your description is excellent. But as I told you in my letter, I must see before I buy.
Well, you see, I'm making it low, because I want to clean everything up today so as I can see a sick sister in Denver.
You have the title for Wong Ling to see?
The title? Oh, well, I can get that quick, but maybe you ain't got $10,000.
He's gonna have it long.
Wong Ling keep his word. Proof is in the seeing. Here, in this little silk bag.
10,000 and that?
I do not make idle talk, my friend. Observe.
$1,000 bills.
Say, gents, the gal is still busy back there, so... Hey, is that real dough?
Get out of here, you saddlebum. Beat it.
Well, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. So you see, the money is here. But I must be sure.
Yes, well, I'll go get the boundary maps, the water rights, and the title and the stuff, and I'll meet you in your room in 5 minutes.
Very well. I shall be willing to consider them.
Guess we can go back and eat now, California. Mr. Wong is a very clever businessman.
Well, that there grub was mighty good, Hoppy. Could have used a few more eggs in it, though.
Listen. That was one of the first pieces I played when I took piano lessons.
Oh, when you was just a little button, eh?
Yeah, that was a lot of years ago. It certainly brings back my boyhood days. The early days on the old Bar 20.
Yeah. Yeah, we should be getting back to the Bar 20 with these harnesses. The stage leaves tonight.
Yeah, looks like we wasted half an hour eating in here, California.
Sure be glad to get outside where I can hear something besides that piano playing. Why, he ain't let up for 20 minutes.
He's probably tired of it, too. Sounds like it.
Hoppy, hear that?
Someone's screaming.
Sounded like in the hotel.
You're right, California. Come on.
There goes the clerk up the stairs.
And that's where we're going, too.
The sheriff's just coming in the front door.
Come on, Hoppy. Something's wrong.
Be right with you, Sheriff.
Up these stairs.
Right behind you, Sheriff.
Oh, he's in there. I saw him. He's dead. I rapped on the door and nobody answered.
All right, lady. Get to one side.
What's wrong?
He went in his room just 5 minutes ago.
All right, lady. All right. We'll talk to you in a minute. Now close the door.
Well, he's gone for sure, Sheriff.
Whoever did it didn't waste time getting what they wanted. His little silk money bag is also gone.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, Melody of Murder. A Chinese gentleman by the name of Wong Ling was injured slightly when the stagecoach in which he was riding with Hoppy in California was wrecked. While Hoppy was aiding Mr. Wong, he discovered a small silk bag containing several $1,000 bills. Wong Ling met a character by the name of Cheevers in the hotel dining room to discuss buying a ranch and made an appointment with Cheevers for 5 minutes later. An appointment with death.
All right, just go on, Mrs. Davis.
Well, I brought some blankets about 5 minutes after the gentleman went in his room. And when he didn't answer the door, in I went.
And saw Wong Ling lying here, huh? That head wound, Hoppy, looked to you like a gunshot?
I don't think so, Sheriff. The size is right, but no one heard a shot. Looks like we got to find a weapon made out of metal with a small hole in it.
Could anyone have gone down the back stairs?
Oh, I just seen him, sir.
Well, Hoppy, looks like we start from scratch. The fella could be 20 miles from here by now.
Or he could still be right here in the hotel. We can find out by checking with the clerk. I'd say the killer knows his way around this hotel mighty well.
Well, we ain't found a thing yet, Hoppy. And this is the last room.
Yeah.
Nope. Nobody in here. I never saw such an empty hotel afore.
Wait. Somebody's out in the sun without his hat. Or he's around somewhere.
Yeah, I see it. Lying on that washstand there.
Cover me, Sheriff, till I see what's in this clothes closet. Lose something, mister? Well, come on.
I not kill him. I hide him very quick.
What are you doing in here? Whose room is this?
I not know. I hear lady scream. Li Ling hide quick in the room.
This your hat?
I not wear hat. That belong to man.
What man?
I not see. I run in room as fast. Something hit Li Ling on the head. Oh, very by the bump. See?
Yeah, you got a pretty good clout there.
You sure you didn't get the clout in Wong's room when you were taking the money?
No. I not steal. Wong, my nephew. He very good man.
This hat, Sheriff, belongs to a fellow with a pretty big head. Got some initials in the band.
Oh, is that so? Can you make them out?
Just faintly. J.C.
J.C. Just like I thought.
You not making Li Ling go to jail? No.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Arguing ain't going to do you any good. Looks mighty bad for you hiding this way, Ling. And it's so sure you're telling the truth.
Oh, yes. I not tell you lie.
Li Ling, your nephew had $10,000 not over half an hour ago.
I know. I call on his nephew. We have a talk. He say I very good man. Look, he give me $1,000 for my birthday.
Golly, it sure is. $1,000 bill.
Where the rest of them, Ling?
No. I got no more. He tell me go on. He talk with man about the buy ranch. He make a bargain. He laugh. He say man think him fool.
You left, and what were you doing till you heard the scream?
I standing on the stair and listen to pretty piano music in the dining room go dong 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 dong.
Oh, that's enough of that. Oh my goodness, I'm taking you in, Li Ling.
No, I have to tell you all the truth. No,
you're taking him in, Sheriff?
Yep. Then we'll go to recorder's office and locate a ranch.
Ranch?
Mm-hmm. And when we locate the ranch, we'll maybe find a head to fit this hat. Come on, Li Ling.
Yeah? You can put up that 6-gun.
I aim to, soon as I'm sure.
How long you been here?
I lit out when I heard that gal scream.
You know, I thought you was dumb when you botched that stage crash, but I gotta hand it to you.
Me?
Yeah, a good clean job. And you're in the clear.
Me?
Yeah. I watched in the blacksmith shop. Saw him taking the Chinese laundryman to jail. Looks like we're in the clear.
I don't get you, Shevers. I'm only here to see that I get my share of that money.
Well, I'm willing. You sure deserve a half of it.
Well, doggone, Shevers, you fooled me. I was aiming to take it out of your hide.
Oh, I'm a square fella, Pete. Come on, get it out, and we'll take our cut and hit the trail.
Get what out?
By the money you took off of that Chinese fella.
Me? Why, I thought you had it.
Why, you double-crossed. Yellow double-crosser. Where's he got the money? I gotta find it. And hit the trail. I'm facing a hang noose now.
Plain as a nose on your face, Hopalong. This Cheevers and Li Ling's in together.
And maybe you're right, Sheriff. That doggone little bump on Ling's head weren't more than half.
Why should Ling Lee take only one bill?
The way I see it, he took them all.
And Cheevers only give him one of them for his share.
Why should he give Cheevers any?
Well, he could have... doggone it, Hoppy. Why you always bring up something to spoil my reasoning?
I don't aim to, Sheriff. I'm as mixed up as you are.
We'll soon know. Just over this rise, you can see the cabin.
And we better be mighty careful, too. Smoking this redhead out is a man's job.
Well, sir, I'm just the man that can do it, too. So be careful with that 6-gun. I want this hombre alive.
Get down. He's trying to shoot his way out.
Yep. He's heading for that horse over yonder by the cottonwoods.
I gotta wing him before he gets to that horse.
He stumbled, Hoppy. That's good shooting.
He's quitting. He's got one arm up. Come on.
Don't try any tricks, Cheevers.
All right, I ain't hanging for that killing.
I'll take that 6-gun, Cheevers.
Pete done it, Sheriff.
Pete? Who's Pete?
He's in the house. I tried to bring him in, but he fought me. I think he's done for.
He's better off than you are, Cheevers.
I didn't kill Wong.
Somebody did. Somebody who knew he had the money. And someone who knew where his room was.
That's right, Happy. I'm getting this Lee Ling fella and Cheevers together. And one of them is going to be buzzard bait. Well, I'll have a bite of grub with you, Hoppy. Then I'm going to take that laundry apart until I find that little silk bag of money.
You're pretty sure you got the right man, Sheriff.
Sure am. Cheevers will swing for doing away with that fella in the cabin anyhow.
Doggone it, a feller gets the worst service in this dining room. Hey, how about some grub?
Yeah, I'm sure much obliged for your help, Hoppy.
Hi, late, gents. We're just about to close up, and I don't know where the waitress is.
Oh, but we're plumb starved.
Well, I guess we could give you a little something. What'll it be?
Eggs so high, with a slab of bacon on top.
That's good enough for me.
Sheriff?
No, I ain't eaten yet. I'm going to have a little talk with the desk clerk. Maybe he knows what time this Lee fella went upstairs.
Oh, Eddie, how about a little music with the bacon and eggs?
Well, it's kind of late.
Just one more tune. It's relaxing.
Well, I guess I could. You must like music.
I do. You know, Eddie, I took piano lessons when I was a kid.
Lessons? You're different than me. I never learned a note in my life. You know, music just comes natural like.
Well, hurry up with that grub, will you?
Yeah, I'll be ready in a minute. Plenty of it, Jen.
Hey, you know, Hoppy, that Lee feller never said where he was after he left the old man's room.
You just don't remember. Said he was standing on the stairs listening to the piano music.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
I wonder.
Yeah, think he was lying?
Huh? Oh, excuse me, California.
You know, Hoppy, I'm sorry for one thing. I never got to meet that coyote who saw them spokes on the stage. I never got to meet... you ain't listening.
I'm listening, but not to you. Go get the sheriff, California. I think we can hand him his killer.
Now back to Hop Along Cassidy.
What's this California says about the killer? You know darn well I already got him.
I think I'm right, Sheriff. Come on. Eddie.
Huh?
Give the sheriff the money.
Money? What money?
That little silk bag of money you took from Wong when you killed him.
Well, I didn't kill nobody. I was playing the piano when he was killed. I got proof.
Happy, I don't see how he...
Take off the front of the piano, Sheriff.
No, leave it alone. Don't. Leave it alone.
I think you'll find it hidden behind a couple of strings on the sounding board, Sheriff.
Yeah, okay.
I don't like nobody messing around with my piano. Go on. I ain't done nothing.
This is just a hunch, Eddie.
Wait a minute. There is something here.
No, that's just the piano. It's
tied to the string.
No.
Now, wait a minute. Yes, here we are.
Well, I didn't see
little
that.
silk bag.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Well, where did that come from?
Something wrong with the piano?
Yes, young lady. We're just finding out what made a bum note.
Bum note? Why, it was all right this afternoon when I was practicing.
Well, she wasn't even around.
Then you were the one who played that little exercise.
Sure. Eddie lets me practice now and then. I'm learning notes out of a book.
Well, you sniveling little...
Come on, Eddie, come on. Save your breath. You'll need it for climbing some steps to a hangman.
That blasted girl opening her yap.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Oh, nothing much. He's just going to jail for murder.
Oh, I see. He just... What?
Don't take time to figure that out, girlie. Just go get our ham and eggs.
Well, all right. You cowpokes are all crazy.
Hoppy, how did you know it wasn't Eddie playing the piano during the killing?
Eddie himself told me when he said he never took a lesson. The music we heard during the murder was an exercise.
So it was the gal practicing, eh? But how did you know to take the front off the piano?
Because Eddie took pride in his piano, and I knew it wasn't neglect that caused that bum note. It was the hidden money bag.
Well, I'll be darned. Eddie's music was his alibi and his giveaway.
That's right, California. One rotten apple spoils a barrel, and one bum note spoiled a murderer's scheme.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California are hitting the trail homeward again, and after this little adventure, the Bar 20 is going to be a restful sight. Hope you enjoyed this friendly visit and that you'll remember to tune in next time these two fighting cowboys get involved in another thrilling escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Melody of Murder was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
J43.
Arch Obler's Lights Out, everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again, we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
Alice. Do you think we're still in the United States? I'm beginning to doubt it. Are you sure you got the right address? Of course. Well, don't be so dogmatic. You have made mistakes. Sounds as if you're starting to get annoyed. Well, I am. You've been driving so long, my back feels as if somebody were doing a big apple on it. Oh, we'll be there soon enough. You know, Alice, sometimes that calm nature of yours makes me good and tired. You sound as if you want to quarrel. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that, well, I looked forward to this vacation for weeks, and now that it's happening, well, it isn't so much fun. Oh, wait till you get to my Aunt Harriet's. You can curl up in the alfalfa and sleep for days. Sleep. Oh, that's a lovely word. Just imagine, sleeping as long as you want without having to worry about making an 8 o'clock class. Perfect. But are you sure you know where your Aunt Harriet lives? I've run out of synonyms for her. Of course I do. Oh, I just like to reassure myself. I certainly hope she has soft beds. Oh, and that reminds me, you did send her that letter that we're coming. No. Say that again? No, I didn't send the letter. You mean to say that she doesn't even know that we're coming to stay with her? Well, I decided it'd be more fun if we sort of surprised her. Well, of all the brainstorms, walking in on somebody you haven't seen for 10 years and expecting her to welcome you. She's my only aunt, isn't she? But maybe she won't have room for her. Don't be silly. I told you Aunt Harriet lives alone and likes it. Well, maybe she won't like it if we barge in on her. Don't be silly. Of course we'll be welcome. From what I've heard, she's a little old darling. When you were 8, she was a darling. For all you know, she's taken the welcome mat in years ago. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you say we were supposed to go down Camden Road 3 miles? Yes. Then you are lost. That sign back there, this isn't Camden Road. You're silly. I saw it with my own eyes. It said Pig Snackle Road. Oh, there, see that? Pig Snackle Road. You are wrong. Pig Snackle Road. That's too good to be true. Are you crazy, laughing at a name of a place when you haven't got any idea where you are in my back? Don't be silly. I'm sure we'll find... Hey, there. There it is. There's what? The edge of the world? Oh, no, the crossroad. The entrance to Aunt Harriet's place ought to be just a little bit beyond it. That's what you say. Well, yes. There it is. Here we turn here. Turn. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to do? Turn over? Oh, it won't be long now. You're telling me. This is no road. It's a cow path. Aunt Harriet likes privacy. Oh. I remember Dad and Mother used to say that. Another 100 feet on this road, and I won't need a bed. I'll need a stretcher. Come on, slow down. I knew it. What a road. Even the tires couldn't take it. What do we care? Aunt Harriet's place just a little ways down. We'll walk. You mean leave the car right here in the middle of the road? It's Aunt Harriet's own private road. No one will bother it. Oh, come on. Take your bag. Let's get out of here. Oh, all right. I'm just a stooge. Come on, let's go. We'll just be in time for dinner. That's what you think. What do you mean? I mean, maybe your Aunt Harriet doesn't like guests who walk in just like that. Hey, Alice, now what are you stopping for? I just noticed. Noticed what? How dark it's getting. So what? Come on. When the sun starts setting, it gets dark. I learned that in Physical Science 101. Yeah, but back there on the road, it was so light, and here it's so dark and gloomy. What's the matter with you? Are you going to take your suitcase and come on, or are you going to stand there being afraid of the dark? I'm all right. So many trees around here. No wonder it's dark. If that Aunt Harriet of yours wants privacy, she sure got it. And I hope when we get there, I'll have the same... Lona. Now what? Look at that mist coming up through the trees. Yeah. Like long, white, curling fingers. Oh, stop that, will you? It's just that it's getting late. Colder, moisture's condensing. Oh, will we ever get there, riding and walking? Have you actually got an Aunt Harriet? Come on, let's go back. Wait, Lona, there it is. Huh? Hallelujah, it is a house. Well, it's about time. It's about time. Knock harder, Alice. Knock harder. I can't. It hurts my knuckles. Oh, let me. She must be home. There's a light upstairs. And you were going to surprise her, eh? But she never leaves this place. Oh, go on. You don't even know that she lives here. Fine business. Car with a flat, stuck in the middle of nowhere. Nobody home in this godforsaken place. Me so tired I could sleep standing on my head. But she must be home. You're repeating yourself. Oh, if this is a vacation... Hey, wait a minute. Wait, there's someone at the door. Oh, yes. Yes? Oh, what do you want? I'm looking for... are you Miss Saugus? Yes. Oh, what do you want? Well, then you are Aunt Harriet. Hallelujah again. Who's calling me Aunt Harriet? Who, I say? Who are you? Why, I'm Alice. Alice Preston. Alice? Oh, yes. Bless my soul. I know you. Come in. Hallelujah, we're here. Come in. Close the door. Aunt Harriet, you don't know how glad I am to see you. Did we have a time getting here?
Yes. Come right in here. Right in here.
There, Lona. I told you we'd be welcome.
She didn't even ask who I was. Now, put your things down here and sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Aunt Harriet, this is my girlfriend, Lona Stevens. We roomed together at the university, and I asked her to come along with me.
It's all right, my child. It's all right. Anyone's welcome. Anyone at all.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Aunt Harriet. I hope you won't mind my calling you that, but Alice always...
my child, it's all right. A name's a name. Now, sit here and be comfortable. I'll get some tea.
Oh, no, really, Aunt Harriet. Wow. Apparently your Aunt Harriet does what she wants to do. Doesn't she? Oh, well, as long as we're here. Like something out of a museum, isn't it? What? The house, the furnishings. Look at the chairs and that sofa. Are they prehistoric or are they prehistoric? Yeah, I didn't think she was so old. Oh, you mean your aunt? Yes. Oh, well, after all, in 10 years, living alone out in this godforsaken place, I sort of think she's nice. Do you? Well, taking us right in and not asking us all sorts of silly questions. That's the kind of relative to have. You know, if I were to go barging in on any of mine, first they'd give me a 3rd degree on how come I was away from school, and then they'd give me another 3rd degree on how long I was going to stay. Lona. What's the matter? Back there in the shadows. What is... I don't... It's something moving. Why, it's a dog. Oh. Why, no, it's a cat. Cat? It is a cat. Not a cat. Look at the size of it. Tiger. Lona, what'll we do? Don't move. If we do, it'll...
Now, here's your tea, young ladies. Nice, warm tea. Just what you need.
Aunt Harriet.
What's the matter? What? Oh, he's frightened you.
What is it?
You got eyes, haven't you?
Well, yes, but
it's so dark in that corner we can't hardly tell. It's not a tiger, is it? Don't talk nonsense.
Oh, what is it?
You shouldn't be here at all. It's much too early for it.
Aunt Harriet, didn't you hear me? I asked you what it is.
Oh, what do you think he is? Well,
it can't be a cat.
Why, he's as big as a police dog. All right, come upstairs. I'll show you to your room. Now, this way. I'll show you to your
Harriet,
room.
I don't...
Come along. I say, I'll come along up these stairs.
Come on, Alice. Why? Come on, we better do as she says. All right.
You must be tired, you two. Sleep.
But, Aunt Harriet, how could it be a cat when we...
no more about it. Talk no more about it now. Look, we'll talk about that tomorrow morning. In here, my dears. In here.
Come on, Ellen. But why doesn't she answer me?
There, you see. A very comfortable room for both of you to rest. Nice wide bed. Everything clean.
But, Aunt Harriet, wait just a minute. I want to find out something about this. Forget it, Alice. Whatever it is, you can find out in the morning. But that cat. Oh, cat. Can't you say anything but cat? It was so huge. Huge nothing. Well, we just imagined it, that's all. I mean, there in the shadows, it looked monstrous. You heard it. It sounded just like an ordinary tomcat. But you didn't see any more than I saw, and I think it was just a long shadow that got us fooled, that's all. Yes, that could be it. Couldn't it? Of course. You remember in Psych 101 class, old Pudgy Wudgy told us about the tricks your eyes play in bad light when it comes to judging signs. Yeah, I remember. Local signs, they called it. Right. Well, that's the way it was with that cat. I'll bet you your Aunt Harriet thinks we're both a little screwy. That's why she got us up here to bed in a hurry. Oh, bed. Isn't that a wonderful word? And will we sleep? I hope so. Alice. What? You're not sleeping either, are you? No. I wanted to talk to you for hours, but I wasn't sure. I thought you were asleep. Somehow I can't. Me neither. I can't understand why. I'm the one who was crying how tired I was. The bed's so comfortable. The house is quiet enough. The house? Huh? Maybe that's why we can't sleep. What do you mean? Well, there's something about the house. What? Something... a oppressive that won't let us sleep.
Oh, you're crazy.
No, I'm not.
It's just that we're too tired to sleep, that's all. Yes, that's it. Too tired, nerves on edge.
Well, I've been lying here for hours trying to figure it out. Now I know.
Will you stop talking like that?
Don't you feel it, Lona? Don't you?
Well, I
tell the truth. You do feel it. It's something heavy in the air, you know, pressing down on us. I'm awfully frightened, Lona. Awfully.
Well, you're not going to frighten me. Why, this is your own Aunt Harriet's house. She's down there sleeping, and she...
That cat.
Yeah.
It sounds huge, doesn't it?
That's because it's so quiet in the house.
Lona, there's another one. I tell you, there's two of them. Lona, listen to them. They're not ordinary cats. Listen to them.
They can't be cats.
I'll call Aunt Harriet. She'll tell me. She'll make them stop.
Alice, wait. Don't go out there, you little fool. Aunt Harriet, I've got... Get away from that door. Listen to those things down there. Listen to them.
No, I can't stand any more of it.
Aunt Harriet, make them stop. Aunt Harriet. They've gone.
What were they?
Could two cats make all that noise?
Aunt Harriet, why don't you come in here?
No, Alice, don't open that door.
Oh, but Aunt Harriet, why doesn't she answer me? She must know what it's all about. Why doesn't she?
Wait.
What?
Listen.
Someone coming up the stairs.
Yes.
My Aunt Harriet?
It's not quite like footsteps.
The cat.
Maybe.
The door.
Cats can't open doors.
It's right outside the door.
I can hear, can't I?
Is it a cat?
Of course it is.
You don't think so either, do you?
It's just sitting there.
Yes.
Let it sit there.
I'm so afraid.
When morning comes, we'll get out of here.
Aunt Harriet, why don't you answer me?
Oh, stop that.
There's something outside of our door, Aunt Harriet. We don't know what it is.
What's the use of calling her? She won't answer you.
Why do you say that?
Because she hasn't answered us and she won't.
But she's in the house. She must know.
Wait. Trying to get in.
As long as the door's shut.
We're safe enough.
Aunt Harriet! Oh, please wake up, Aunt Harriet.
No!
What?
Look. Doorknob. It's turning.
Oh.
Alice. Cats can't open doors.
You mean Aunt Harriet? Yes. It must be Aunt Harriet.
She's ill and she's trying to open the door. I'll open it for her.
No. Oh, no, Lona, stay away from that door. I'm afraid. Oh, don't.
Come right in, Aunt Harriet.
Lona, I've got to get out. I've got to. Oh, my arm. I can't stand pain. I've got to. Oh, it's so thick. I'm lost. And I've got to get help. Someone's got to help me. I'll get help for you. I'll get help. It's getting bright. It's dawn. If I could only find a path, a road, the bushes tearing my clothes. Why do you tear my clothes? I just want to get help for Lona. I'll get help for you, Lona. I will. Road. An automobile. Help. Stop. You've got to stop. Help me. Please. Oh, help me. Oh, Lona.
What is it, sister? What's the matter?
Oh, please.
Who are you?
Help me. Come with me right now.
Now,
Please
take
don't
it easy.
talk.
Take it easy.
Hurry.
I'll help
Hurry.
you. Sure, I'll help
Must
you.
help me.
I'm
Hurry.
sheriff of this county.
Hurry. You must help me.
Now, wait a minute.
Please.
Are you with the girls who left that car on the side road back in the woods?
Car, yes. Yes, we left our car there.
Oh.
Hurry. Please help me. My friend Lona.
Joe, these are the girls.
Talk,
We found your car in the woods, and we've been looking for you for hours.
Please don't stand there talking. Hurry. We've got to help her. It's killing her.
Killing her? Joe, did you hear what she said?
Don't talk. Hurry. Hurry and come with me. Please hurry. I beg you.
All right. Now take it easy, sister. This is the house, ain't it?
Yes. Oh, yes, this is the place.
The old Sorgus house. Yeah. Try the door, Joe.
Hurry.
It's open, Sheriff. Well, let's go.
Upstairs. She's upstairs.
Nobody down here,
Sheriff.
All right, let's
don't
get up
stand
there.
here.
I don't know what this is all about, but I'm soon going to find out.
Lona, we're coming for you. Lona, we're coming. Right.
Hey, what room is it, Sheriff?
Right here, that room right there. Hurry. It's killing her.
Get your gun out, Joe.
Please.
Door's partly open.
Oh, just
Okay,
go
kick
in,
it open.
please.
Watch yourself. Careful, Joe.
Sheriff.
Sister, you stay here.
Lona.
Sheriff, there's nobody in this room. Huh? Look for yourself.
Please.
Well, now, what the...
Lona, where are you?
Now, wait a minute, sister. Are you sure that...
Yes, she was here, right here. And it came in the door and jumped at her. I turned. I ran. I jumped out of the window.
Hey, this window ain't broke.
But I tell you, I went through it. See, my arm.
Yeah. But there's no one in here. The bed, why, it ain't even messed up. Did you say you two were sleeping, sister?
We were. Oh, no. Where are you? What has it done with you? Aunt Harriet.
Huh?
She'll know. Or has it killed her, too?
Sheriff, come quick, bring the girl. Come along, sister. Joe, what is it? Look in there.
Aunt Harriet.
Old lady sitting on the rocker and knitting.
Oh, Aunt Harriet. Lona, where is she? What happened? Oh, Aunt Harriet, please tell me.
Yeah, tell us all.
And might I ask what this is all about? Aunt Harriet, what's the matter? Didn't you hear anything? Lona, that horrible cat thing. What did it do to her? Answer me, what did it do?
Would you gentlemen tell me who is this hysterical young girl?
Aunt Harriet.
Now, look here. Don't you know who this girl is?
Certainly do not.
But, Aunt Harriet, I'm Alice. I came here with Lona. Don't you remember?
You must be mistaken. I've been alone all night.
You hear that, Joe?
No, I was here. Lona and I did come here. It's a horrible joke. That's what it is. Aunt Harriet, please tell him you're just joking. Lona, where is she?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw you before in all my life.
No. Oh, no, that's not true, Aunt Harriet.
Now, wait a minute. I've had about enough of this out of you, sister. Chasing up here with all that bunkum about cats and killings and all that.
No. Everything.
You better come along with us.
Everything I said to you was true. It was true.
Joe, take her other arm.
No, let go of me.
Come on now.
Please,
Don't
Aunt
raise
Harriet,
a fuss.
don't let them take me away.
Come
Those
on, sister.
horrible cat things. I tell you, there were two of them here.
Oh, come on.
Don't let them take me away.
Now, don't mind her, old lady. We'll take care of her.
Yes, Take good care of her, cracked little thing.
Now, come on, sister.
No. Wait. Look at her teeth as she laughs. Look at her teeth.
Mother in heaven, they're cat's teeth. And their hands, they're claws.
No. No. Stay away from me.
Grab her, Joe. Stop, you.
Let me go.
Stop, I said.
Let me go.
Oh, in my arms. Get her, Joe. She's getting away. Joe. Dead.
Oh, Aunt Harriet.
Oh, she's no aunt of anything human. I can tell you that. Look at her.
But my Aunt Harriet. Aunt Harriet Saugus.
Saugus? You hear that, Sheriff? Yeah. So you came here thinking she was Mrs. Saugus. Did you, Colonel?
Yes. Yes, Lona and I. And Lona must be dead now. How could my aunt do what she did? How could she?
This thing is no aunt of yours, child. Your Aunt Harriet Saugus died in this house 3 years ago. And she left 2 cats.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
This little story of frustrated love and violent death just happened to happen on the Côte d'Azur. It might have happened somewhere else, but no. This little strip of Italian and French coastline called the Riviera is where it all took place. The story begins at dawn, the lovely, tender, early dawn of a summer's day in 1946. At this period of my career, I was in the cigarette business, American cigarettes. My end of it was distribution, which in France was organized out of Marseille. That's where I was bound on this particular morning. I had a full truckload of the 4 leading brands disguised in cans of powdered milk, and I'd crossed the border, never mind how, while it was still dark. And by 6 o'clock, I'd passed through Monte Carlo. I think I was somewhere just outside of Villefranche when I saw her. She was young, red-headed. She was standing behind a big limousine trying to push it, and she was wearing an evening dress. I slowed up. She seemed to be having trouble. The car wasn't budging. She was a very beautiful girl, so I stopped, got out of the truck. I could see she was frightened. I went over to the car she'd been trying to push. There was a man sitting inside. I could see he was wearing a dinner jacket. He had on black horn-rimmed glasses, and he was bald, none of which would have been very interesting, except that he was also dead. Well, that's how it began. Stick around, I'll tell you how it ended.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Murder on the Riviera.
Well, I went back to my truck and turned it around. Don't ask me why, I'm just telling you what I did. I moved the truck up behind the car. She was still standing there in the road looking at me. Hey, you! You're stupid, aren't you? She didn't answer me. Well, you must be stupid. Don't you know enough to take off the brake? All at once she understood, ran back up the road to the car, opened the door, and released the brake. Before I knew it, the car was teetering over the edge of the road. Then, with a lurch, it slipped down the embankment into the sea. She just stood there, looking at me. Well, what are you going to do now?
I don't know.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Well, you can't just stand there. The day's starting. People are waking up. There's going to be traffic. Come here.
What do you want?
I suppose I give you a lift. You'll be a good girl if I do. Remember, I've got the gun. What's your name?
Danielle. People call me Danny.
Well, I'll call you stupid. Come on, get in and close the door, stupid. Better be on our way.
Thank you. What's your name?
Harry. Know where I'm taking you?
Police?
I live in Nice, stupid. It's just 10 kilometers away from here. We're going home. I had a room in Nice over a cafe, nothing very grand, but convenient. I guess it was that evening dress that did it, but I found myself apologizing as I opened the door. This isn't your style, my lady, I'm sure, but you have to put up with it for a while. You know, bachelor's quarters. Hey.
Hello, Harry.
Now, look here. What's all this?
Well, I didn't know you'd be back so soon.
Oh, you didn't?
Perhaps you'd better introduce us, Harry.
Oh, this is Lily, Danny. Danny, this is Lily.
I'm sorry, Harry. Don't look so upset. I know how you feel.
How I feel?
You see, I thought you'd be up in Genoa for another couple of days, and by then I'd found some place to stay. The old woman downstairs let me in.
Come on. Get your things on now and go.
Go where?
It's a nice day. Go take a swim.
Well, I don't have a bathing suit.
Here.
What's that?
2,000 francs.
Why are you giving it to me?
Go out and buy yourself a bathing suit.
Goodbye. There's something I've got to explain.
All right, start talking, but make it fast. Remember what I told you before. Make it good.
Well, the first thing is I've got to get to Paris.
Well, if you think I'm going to drive you there in the truck...
No, of course not. Here.
What am I supposed to do with that?
It's the key to my room in the hotel.
What about it?
Well, I can't spend the rest of my life in an evening dress, can I? Besides, I've got to have my passport.
Try to get out of the country, is that?
Paris first. I told you. That's where the money is. Then we'll see.
Well, then we'll... What do you mean, we?
That's up to you.
So I'm supposed to check you out of the hotel, is that it?
We'll just put a few things in a bag. You know, things I can wear in the day. Oh, and remember the passport. It's in the drawer by the bed.
Is that what you wanted to tell me?
Why, yes.
I thought maybe you were going to do some explaining.
Explain?
Yes, there was a body in that car. Didn't you notice?
You don't think I killed him, do you?
Well, I don't think he shot himself.
Why not? Why shouldn't he?
You know what I ought to do with you? I ought to turn you in right now.
We've been gambling all night. He'd lost heavily. He was desperate.
Stop pawing me. You know what probation is.
Probation?
It's what you're on, stupid. You needed help. The idea was I'd give you a chance to explain things to me first instead of the cops. Well, you've had your chance.
Give me a cigarette.
Here, take these. I'll get some more.
Harry, when you leave the hotel, you better go by the service entrance. And remember the plane tickets.
Yeah, what? The plane tickets?
For Paris. You'll have to buy them.
Well, let's get back to cases now. Who was he?
Who?
The stiff. Who do you think? I mean, the dead body.
I don't know.
Well, how did you happen to be in his car?
Oh, he offered to take me. It was late, remember? It was dawn. We'd been gambling in the casino all night.
And you didn't know it?
Well, I was just sitting next to him at the table. He staked me for a while, but he started losing himself, and he wouldn't let me go. He said something about changing his luck.
Well, how did he get you in his car?
Oh, it was only a lift home.
Oh.
We were both going the same way.
Well, we aren't. We're going separate ways. But first, I'll get your bag and passport. Goodbye, stupid. My truck, packed full of smuggled cigarettes, was waiting in the street below. I couldn't leave it there in full daylight. I should have taken it on to Marseille, but I couldn't do that and still go back to Monte Carlo to Danny's hotel. I went to the airport first, but this being the holiday time in France, there wasn't any space, so then I drove over to the railway station and booked a seat on the blue train for Paris that night. And when I came out of the station, I found Lily waiting in the truck.
Hello, Harry.
Oh, I wish you'd take my suggestion, Lily, and go swimming. I've got enough troubles.
Are you leaving for good,
Right
Harry?
now, I'm going to Monte Carlo. Where are you going?
To Monte Carlo.
I'm a liar.
Why is that, Harry?
I told somebody this morning I liked girls.
Well, you do. You like them too much.
Lily was a nice kid, but she wasn't making life any easier for me that day. I tried to talk her out of tagging along with me, but it wasn't any use. Lily, will you please tell me just why you're taking this long ride to Monte Carlo?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
All right, I'll answer it, because somebody's in trouble.
Oh, what did she do?
You keep jumping to conclusions. Why are you so sure that she did something? I said she was in trouble.
That's how you get into trouble, isn't it? By doing things.
Well, not necessarily. Look at you.
I am not in trouble, Harry, unless you want me to be.
When you lost your job, that's trouble enough. You didn't do anything. They just fired you.
Well, I threw a gin fizz at a man and hit him with it.
Glass and all?
Glass and all. I guess that's doing something.
I guess so. Well, now what?
You mean about me?
Yeah.
Well, it's not fun working in those cheap little clubs.
Gonna try for something better?
You've seen my act, Harry. The dance of the sacred flame.
Yes.
It's lousy, isn't it?
Pretty lousy.
Well, it isn't going to get very much better. To be a dancer, I figure a girl ought to be able to dance.
Not with your equipment, Lily.
You like me, Harry?
You mean, do I like the way you look?
Well, do you?
Well, I like the way you look, but you're wasting your time, honey, if you're thinking of marriage or anything like that. I'm not the type.
Oh, yes, you're the type. You're just not in the mood. What's wrong with that girl? Why are you hiding her?
If I tell you, I wonder, would you help?
I'd help you.
No, I guess not. No, you wouldn't help her.
Well, why should I? And come to that, why should you?
Well, I get a funny reaction when people are in trouble, Lily. I guess because I've been in so much trouble myself, but I never changed. I have to help them first before I ask any questions. Besides, I don't like policemen.
What have the police got to do with it?
Nothing, I was just talking. Look, if a bird flew in your window, what would you do?
I'd be scared.
Why?
Because I'm superstitious. When a bird comes into the house, it means death.
Okay, let's forget birds. Are you superstitious about mice?
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to explain a point of view. Now, tell me this. Have you ever let a mouse out of a trap?
You mean a mouse in an evening dress by Jacques Fat?
All right now, Lily, I'm leaving you here. Wait for me if you want to. This is the service entrance to the hotel.
Well, what if it is?
Well, they'd stop me at the front. Here, hold my coat.
And just what do I do with it?
Just hold it and wait. I'm going to be an electrician or a plumber. I haven't decided which. In shirt sleeves, I've got a better chance of getting up to a hotel room without anybody stopping me.
Yes, but...
You wanted to help, didn't you? I went into the hotel. In my hurry, I forgot that in that coat I'd given Lily, there was the gun. Not my gun, the one that fell out of the car of the dead man. Don't know why I didn't think of it, but then I don't know what I was thinking of that whole day. 407 was the number of the key. I went up there as quietly as I could, let myself in. And on a drawer by the bed, I found Danny's passport. It identified her as Madame Danielle Savich. I put the passport in my pocket, opened up the smallest of her bags, and started hurriedly throwing some things into it. In the closet, I found a tailored suit. I picked out some shoes, thought it would match, threw the whole thing into the bag. I figured she'd need something from the dressing table, makeup, things like that. And that's when I noticed the leather folder, one of those things for photographs. It had slipped to the floor, and it opened. I looked down at it. There were two pictures, each showing Danny and a man, the same man. In one pose, they were in ski togs, and in the other, in bathing suits. He was bald with heavy black horn-rimmed glasses, and I recognized him. He was the dead man from the car. At this moment, there was the sound of a key turning in the lock of the door. I jumped to my feet, dropping the toilet articles, reached the door in a single leap, and turned the bolt.
All right, open up in there.
I didn't answer that. There didn't seem to be much point in getting into conversation. I looked wildly around for some means of hiding or escape.
Open up! You'll only make it harder for yourself if you don't. This is the police!
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues today's story, Murder on the Riviera.
Open up in there! This is the police!
I rushed to the window. It was locked. I kicked it open. There was a balcony on the floor below. It was quite a drop. But in another minute, I knew they'd succeed in battering down the door, so I risked it and managed to drop safely enough on the narrow terrace. That jump had only been a matter of some 12 or 15 feet, but it was 4 stories between the balcony and the street. My idea was to try climbing into one of the other rooms and getting out that way. I pushed my hand in and turned the catch inside, but this, a very fierce-looking old dowager in corsets appeared and scared me away, and I ran to the next window, and that was open. I jumped into the room where a very pretty girl without very much on, and whom I'm sorry to say I never saw again in my life, was giving herself a pedicure. She looked startled, but I didn't pause for explanations. I rushed to the door of her room and bolted out into the hall. Then she started to scream.
Help! Murder! Police! Police!
I started toward the stairway, but I could see some police and an assorted gaggle of bellhops and porters converging on my floor from above and below, so I turned on my heels and raced down the hall, trying the doors of the various rooms. Finally, I found one that wasn't locked and let myself in, slamming the door and bolting it behind me. I picked up the phone. Hello, Mayor Bessie's? Does Patrice happen to be there? Well, put him on the phone. I figured the best thing to do was to get my friend, who happened to be a croupier in the casino, who used to hang out at this restaurant that I'd called, to bring me a change of clothes over to the hotel room. If I could look enough like a tourist going down to the beach, maybe I could get out past the cops. Well, Patrice, the croupier, was a real friend. He arrived with sunglasses, a jersey pullover, a beach robe, and a low-comedy blue canvas hat. And in that outfit, I managed to ride down in the elevator without attracting overmuch attention. At the side of the hotel, however, I found a gang of cops gathered by my truck. They were unloading the cans of powdered milk and prying them open. So that was goodbye to the truck, goodbye to a very expensive shipment of smuggled cigarettes, and maybe also goodbye to Harry Lime. As casually as possible, I strolled around to the front and ordered a cab. Lily was nowhere in sight. That was something to be grateful for. 40 minutes later, I was back home in Nice. Not, I can assure you, in a very cheerful frame of mind. For one thing, the door of my room was locked. And for another, my croupier friend, Patrice, had told me that some sportsman spearing underwater for fish had come on the car. The bald man had been found and identified. His name was Victor Savage.
Yes?
Okay, stupid, let me in.
Oh, it's you.
Better let me in, Mrs. Savage.
Oh.
It's not much of a welcome. Hey, what are you doing?
Thank you, Harry. That was nice. What do you dress like that for, Harry?
Well,
What have you been doing all this time?
What have I been doing? Well, nothing much.
Where's my bag?
Oh, I forgot it.
You what?
Well, you might say I was occupied. It sort of slipped my mind.
But all I've got is that evening dress. I can't stay here forever.
Honey, you're not going to.
But, Harry.
Yes?
Don't you realize I'm a fugitive from justice?
That makes 2 of us, stupid. The only difference is if they catch me, I'll have to serve some time.
What for?
Breaking and entering, for one thing, aiding and abetting a murderess, burglary, and impersonating a tourist.
Oh, you're joking. Besides, why will it be you that's in jail and not me?
This is France. You're a good-looking dame, and that's useful anywhere.
What are you talking about?
Just this, stupid. If you can make that shooting of yours look just a little bit like a crime of passion, you've maybe got a chance. But you better start telling the truth just to get into the habit.
I just thought of something.
Congratulations.
When you were knocking on the door.
Yes?
What was it you called me?
Well, what do you think I called you?
Well, I don't know. I guess I was dreaming.
I called you by your married name, Mrs. Savage.
Well, that means you found my passport.
Yes. Some people went swimming today and found your husband, too.
What?
Yes, Victor Savage, Esquire. He was wearing a black tie and very little hair, and he was sitting in a 1939 Humber Snipe, black with blue trimmings, about 30 feet underwater. And I warn you, Mrs. Savage, that anything you say will be used against you.
I don't like your jokes.
I don't like them much either. Want to make up some of your own? Oh,
Did you forget something else besides my bag?
I don't have any cigarettes. That's
Wait a
all.
minute. I know something else you forgot. You had it in the pocket of your coat.
The gun.
Yes.
Pretty little thing, too. Still, by now, I should think you'd be tired of playing with it.
My fingerprints.
Listen, stupid. Savage's body is identified. You're Mrs. Savage, and half the casino must have seen you two driving off together. Forget about the fingerprints and get to work dreaming up that other woman.
What other woman?
The one he was cheating you with. When you found out about it, everything went red, remember? And before you knew it, you'd pulled the trigger.
That isn't what happened at all.
Okay. Tell it your own way.
Well, you see...
Don't try it on me, stupid. Wait till they catch you. I've had all I can take.
Hey.
Yes?
Nothing, I guess, but What are you doing?
I'm changing my clothes, stupid. There's a tuxedo I borrowed from downstairs.
But why? Why get dressed up for the evening?
I don't know what's worse, your questions or your answers. Listen, stupid, have you forgotten that all you've got to travel in is an evening dress? I've got to get you from here to the station. This is summer. It'll still be light. But with me in the tuxedo, you stand a better chance of not being noticed. Maybe they'll think we're going to a ball.
And what happens when I get to Paris in the morning?
Well, you've got money in Paris, remember?
Harry,
What is it now?
I don't really have any money there, Harry. I just said that.
Well, I'm in it this far. Okay, how much can you get by with?
How much?
Now, I know you're stupid. Money, of course. How much money?
But I've got money.
Yeah?
Well, certainly. I've got 15 million francs.
What?
Well, right here in my bag. It's what he won.
Your husband?
My ex-husband.
You didn't mention a divorce.
You didn't ask.
Then what were the two of you doing in Monte Carlo together?
We just happened to meet at the casino, and then he started to win.
Go on.
He wouldn't let me go because he was afraid it might change his luck. You know how gamblers
So
are.
then you changed his luck for him.
Well, no, I didn't play at all. Harry.
Okay, stupid. Okay, keep your distance.
I don't think I like you.
We'll go into that later. When did your husband start to lose?
Well, he didn't. He just went on winning. He didn't lose at all. I just said
Now,
that.
why, for goodness sake, did you lie about that?
Because of the money. The 15 million francs. Your tie's crooked.
I told you to keep your distance.
And I told you I didn't like you. But I just said that.
Tell me more about the money.
Oh, don't be so mercenary. I want you to kiss me.
I'd rather talk about the money, the 15 million francs, remember?
That's quite a lot, isn't it?
I guess it was enough.
Well, you see, now that Victor and I were getting divorced, I thought they might decide it wasn't mine. Well, you know, when they found him.
Listen, you sexy little monster. It's just 15 minutes to train time. You're not going to get far, you know. The only reason I'm doing this is because I'm just a little bit cracked.
You're not anything of the sort.
I'm the kind of fellow who refuses jury duty in a murder trial and lets mice out of traps. You're going to get it, stupid. They'll catch you. It just isn't going to be me that turns you in.
By the way, where's the gun?
Lily has it.
Lily?
You met her this morning. I better get it back or she'll hock it. She got fired out of her job and she's broke.
Oh, she's pretty. She'll get by. What do you want with the gun?
I thought I'd throw it in the Mediterranean, stupid. Guns can be traced, you know.
Well, it wasn't my gun, Harry. It was his. He kept it in the glove compartment.
So you took it out of the glove compartment and shot him dead with it, just like that, hmm?
No, Harry, not just like that. Not like that at all. Do you honestly think it happened that way? Why, Harry, what reason would I have?
15 million francs is a pretty good reason, honey. He didn't feel like giving it to you, is that it? So you settled the argument with a couple of bullets.
Harry!
Well?
If that's what you really think, well, I guess there isn't any point in our talking about it anymore.
No, honey, I guess there isn't. Take your money and let's get out of here. I got her to the station, okay, and into a compartment. She told me she was hungry. There were a couple of minutes to spare, so I went across the way to get her something to eat. On the way back, I found Lily waiting on the platform. What are you doing here?
Seeing you off.
I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I just thought, give me back that gun, Lily.
You don't need it.
I don't need it. I don't even want it. But neither do you, and you're better off without it. Come on, give.
Harry,
Yes?
why are you going back to her now? Can't you leave her alone?
Got a ticket.
Is that all? You sure?
No, I'm not sure. I just wish...
What?
Well, I wish I had a better idea of what she's really like.
Shall I tell you? No. You wouldn't believe me. Here's the gun. If you decide to go to Paris, Harry, send me a postcard. Why, Harry!
Hello?
I thought I'd seen the last of you.
You're going to, honey, in another 20 seconds. Here's a little beef stew from the restaurant across the way. Here's some wine.
Oh, you're
Goodbye.
an angel.
Oh, stop it.
Stop what?
Makey with the big blue eyes. Tell me what happened in that car. Or don't. That's up to you, but quit the kidding.
What's the use? You won't believe me.
Nobody seems to think I'll believe them. Why don't you try?
Well, what really happened is this. He owed me the money, and I tried to get it away from him. It was really mine, you see, mine by rights.
Yes?
Then we started struggling, and before I knew it, Look! There, out of the window.
I turned. On the platform outside, we could see a crowd of police. I recognized some of them. They were the cops who found my truck full of cigarettes. They must have followed me.
So you did it! After all, you told the police!
No, Danny, I didn't. I didn't tell anybody. I swear I didn't. Hey, what are you doing?
I thought I felt a gun in your pocket. Give it back to me!
Don't be a fool. Give me that gun. They're not coming after
Yes,
you.
they are. You told them. You trapped me.
Danny! The next minute, the compartment was swarming with cops. They grabbed her and got the gun away from her. But that didn't do me much good. I had a nasty wound in the shoulder.
Take the woman away. Line, you are under arrest. But first, we'll get you a doctor.
Well, Dan, at least I know now that your last story was the truth.
What story? What did she tell you?
She tried to hold up Savage with a gun. When he grabbed for it, she pulled the trigger. Reflex action problem.
Reflex?
I couldn't help it, Harry. I just couldn't. I saw the gun sticking out of your pocket.
Come on, take her out and give this man air. He's wounded.
Goodbye, Harry.
Goodbye, stupid.
No, let me through.
Here. What's this? There's another girl. What's she doing here?
Harry!
It was Lily down on the platform waving to me through the glass.
Send that girl away!
No use, officer. I've tried, but I guess I'm stuck with her.
Harry, speak to me, Harry!
I won't be using my room for a while. They'll be taking me to a hospital, and after that to jail. You can move in, Lily, if you want to.
Lily? Lily who?
Oh, just Lily. She's a nice girl, officer. But she's stupid, too.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
So here I am, in the hospital. But the doctor says I'll soon be up and around. Maybe around is the wrong word. The up part of it is more accurate. Up on a charge of cigarette smuggling. Well, I guess that's all for now. By the way, don't let this sad little tale of frustrated love and violent death keep you from taking a holiday on the Riviera. Murders don't happen here any more often than anywhere else. And generally speaking, in this part of the world, love doesn't get frustrated. Just keep your powder dry and look out for that moon. It's loaded. So long now.
Alright, we've come to that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The name of the state of Michigan is derived from the word Michigamme, a Chippewa word meaning large lake. Michigan is the only state in the U.S. which consists of two peninsulas, the lower, mainly industrial area, and upper peninsula, sparsely populated but mineral rich. Citing cultural differences and political neglect, some wanted to make the upper peninsula a separate state called Superior, a nod to the nearby Lake Superior in 1957. The peninsulas were finally connected by the Mackinac Bridge. It defused the tension and brought closer ties. Mount Erevan, the state's highest point, lies in the Upper Peninsula. More than 40% of the state is covered in water, which is more than any other state. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and until I see you again, hope you have a great day, and God bless you.